My mom asked me to take care of my drunk best friend and sternly told me not to do anything strange, or else she would send me to outer space for reformation. Looking at the stunning woman in my arms, I sincerely patted my chest and promised, I will take good care of Auntie. But when my mom came back and saw the 3 little milk bags in my best friend's hands, she was dumbfounded and exclaimed, I told you to take care of your friend, but you let her have babies for you. At that moment, my mom pushed a beautiful woman into my arms and said, little brat, your Aunt Fong drank too much for me, so you take care of her. Before I could react, she rushed out the door to sign a contract, leaving a woman in her 30s in her prime in her son's arms. I couldn't help but mutter to myself, Mom, you really have a big heart. Fong Yun, my mom's best friend, a former professional model, now runs a modeling agency, with fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs. Tonight, to protect my mom, who can't drink, she got herself drunk. I supported her as we walked to the living room and asked, Aunt Fong, are you okay? She smelled of a mix of anti-perfume and alcohol, making my heart race. Fong Yun was just a bit unsteady on her feet, but her mind was still clear. Noticing her best friend's obedient son, who was taking care of her, she quickly responded with a sweet smile, it's fine, I just had a couple more drinks, just help me sit on the sofa for a bit. After saying that, Auntie hesitated for a moment, and seeing that no one was around, she gently leaned her head on my shoulder, closing her eyes. I felt a wave of panic in my heart and could only respond, oh, I see, that's fine. I was flushed all over. Aunt Fong was dressed too stunningly today, in a bodycon skirt, black stockings, and red high heels, looking like a sexy enchantress. But the other party is my aunt, who is quite a bit older, and also a good friend of my mother. I properly helped her to the sofa and took off her shoes. Aunt Fong's long legs are beautiful, and I could vaguely see the red nail polish on her toes, as if they were a piece of art. Aunt Fong wasn't so drunk that she was out of it. She squinted at me, taking everything in, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. With her silky toes, she gently tapped me and said, hey, Xiao Yu, I heard from your mom that you broke up with that girl next door. Is it true? Aunt Fong was a bit gossipy and had always been very concerned about my love life. Her news was indeed quite well informed. I had just broken up with my childhood sweetheart today, and it had already reached Fong Yun's ears. No need to think too much. It must be my mom's loudspeaker who told Aunt Fong. These two have a good relationship and can't keep secrets. I took a deep breath. Seeing that she didn't mind me helping her take off her shoes, I felt a bit more at ease and replied, we broke up. I have no relationship with her anymore. What happened? You two just started dating after graduation. How come you broke up in less than a month? Tell Auntie about it. After Aunt Fong confirmed the news was true, it seemed like her drunkenness had faded a lot, and she quickly sat up, her slender fingers pulling me to continue. A pair of long legs were bent and sitting on the sofa. Her face was flushed as she looked at me, her eyes sparkling. The two of us were getting closer, but I didn't dare to look her in the eye, thinking to myself, the skirt is too short. This woman's current posture is quite precarious. Since Aunt Fong is interested, I might as well share. However, I still reminded her, Auntie, you have to promise not to laugh at me. Fong Yun said seriously, Auntie is just helping you analyze, not someone who takes pleasure in your misfortune. A few minutes later, I briefly recounted my experience of dating my childhood sweetheart until we broke up. That's how it was. I thought Ran and I liked each other, but who knew it was her mom who liked me, always trying to match us up from behind, and she was forced to date me. After Ran made it clear to me, we broke up. Aunt Fong was immediately amused by my gloomy complaints, laughing so hard her mouth almost split. You little rascal have been making aunties like you since you were young. Even dating has aunties helping you from behind. Auntie patted me on the shoulder and teased, anyway, that aunt from Ran's family is also a great beauty. I think you might as well refuse the middleman and date her mom directly. Faced with Fong Yun's teasing, I felt a bit unhappy. Aunt Fong, you promised not to laugh at me. But what she said was true. It seemed like all the aunties around me were particularly nice to me, including Ran's mom and Aunt Fong. Fong Yun has a great personality and loves to joke with me, just like now. She quickly stopped laughing. I'm not laughing. Is that okay? That girl next door doesn't understand. You are devoted to her, yet she says to break up just like that. Later, when you have a new girlfriend, she'll be the one crying. Although Fong Yun said this, the corners of her mouth curved up, secretly pleased, thinking that my breakup with my girlfriend was something worth celebrating. Breaking up is good. She finally got to wait for it, and she has a smile on her face. I just feel that the aunt is comforting herself, feeling warm inside. And as for Ran regretting and crying, I think that's unlikely. But Aunt Fong seems to be serious and is not joking. You should know that when I was in a relationship, someone was secretly very sad. This time, it was not easy to wait for the opportunity, so I had to seize it, making the neighbor's green plum cry. Then, Fong Yun gently bit her lip, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and leaned closer to me. Xiao Yu, Do you want Aunt Fong to help you forget about this little girl? The gentle whisper in my ear had a kind of secretive temptation, and instinctively, I shifted my body to the side. Aunt Fong, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. You know, I am good friends with your mom, and we talked about your love life tonight. Now that you are single after the breakup, Aunt Fong doesn't have much going on lately. Aunt Fong, in her prime, was relentless, closing in on me more and more. She thought to herself that the good water should not flow to outsiders, and being a bit older than me should be acceptable. She stared at me with charming eyes, continuing to exude the allure of an aunt. Although she hadn't finished her sentence, I felt increasingly uneasy as I listened. Aunt Fong, this is quite suggestive, and the meaning is pretty clear. You just broke up with your girlfriend, and Auntie seems to want to take advantage of the situation. I couldn't help but ask, Aunt Fong, what do you mean? My mom wouldn't be suggesting that you date me, would she? Xiao Yu gulped and immediately jumped up from the sofa. I thought to myself that it was hard to believe that her mom had an ulterior motive for dumping her drunken best friend, on purpose, on herself today, getting a date with this mature aunt, getting married and having kids and all that. The little heart skipped a beat, feeling outrageous to the core. Chapter 2, Kissing Auntie. Auntie Fong, who was still wearing an inexplicable smile at the corner of her mouth, saw that Xiao Yu actually reacted in this way and secretly said that the situation was not right. It's only just broken up, and I'm sure my mind hasn't recovered from the green plum next door. Auntie reveals her feelings and the odds are that she will be rejected. It can only be a serious explanation. What are you babbling about? Your mom thinks that there are a lot of girls in my side of the company and asked me to introduce you to one to get to know. Xiao Yu, you kid really dare to think. Hitting on your Auntie Fong's idea. Letting Auntie Fong say this, Xiao Yu became embarrassed. Ah, misunderstanding. I thought my mom was asking me to talk to you, Auntie. Speaking in a lower and lower voice, Xiao Yu felt that he had misunderstood and was a bit vain. Ahem. Fong Yun cleared her throat. What's that look on your face? It's wrong for you to fall in love with your aunt, isn't it? You don't want to? Seeing Xiao Yu's reluctance, Auntie's words carried a hint of acidity and a bit of a complaining feeling. Auntie Fong, you're saying that? You're my mom's good sister. It's not a matter of willingness. How can the two of us be in a relationship? Although Auntie usually liked to tease him quite a bit, it seemed that such a sensitive topic had never been touched upon. Is it hard to be drunk? Recalling the face of her best friend, Fong Yun, who spat out the truth only after the wine had gone to her head, couldn't hold back a bit and blushed. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Even though Xiao Yu was close to her and to her liking, how can an aunt not like a sunny, handsome, innocent 18-year-old boy? But once you try to find out, Xiao Yu seems to have no meaning to her. Through the drunkenness, Fong Yun just wanted to be a bad aunt, but a little less confident. The only thing to do was to suppress the offense for the time being and look for another opportunity. Just kidding, that scared the hell out of me. Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. If it was true, he kind of didn't know how to react to it properly. After all, Auntie Fong treated him gently. Even if they didn't have those kinds of feelings for her, they were afraid of hurting their aunt by rejecting each other. Xiao Yu had fully experienced this feeling, and it was unbearable to the extreme. Not to mention his mom, a tigress who only eats people. If the two of them really fool around, just dead. Definitely. It's done. Fong Yun couldn't help but spit out in a small voice. Your mom is really something. She was obviously so skinny in the past, but now she's actually so disciplined. As long as you have the guts. Your aunt is on maternity leave. But it soon felt as if she wasn't that far off from Xiao Yu in this matter. Those who have the heart of a thief but not the guts are all wimps. You have to be drunk to even dare to intercept. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, was silent, powerless to refute. Well, I don't blame you. Your mom does have unusual tactics and it's right not to mess with her. Auntie Fong seemed to empathize and comforted. She still knew a thing or two about how scary good girlfriends really were. Xiao Yu squeezed out a smile, not wanting to mention such things, and the topic changed. So, Auntie, what was it you said about my mom asking you to introduce me to a girlfriend? Let me correct myself on this one. It's not an introduction to a girlfriend. Technically, it should be a blind date. Fong Yun's words were tinged with helplessness. A blind date? What the hell? I just had my 18th birthday and this is a rush to get a blind date with someone. Xiao Yu was incredulous. Dating and all that was simply not something he should be thinking about at his age. Seeing Xiao Yu being defeated, Auntie Fong inexplicably felt joyful in her heart. Maybe it's because your mom wants grandchildren, and it's good to get married early. With a smile, Fong Yun came back. You boys aren't still thinking about that ex-girlfriend and can't let go, are you? Xiao Yu bowed his head, speechless for a moment. After liking it for so long, even if you break up, trying to get over it is not something you can do in a day's time. Okay, don't think about that woman. Our company has a lot of part-time beauty models. Cute and naughty sister, gentle and knowing sister. Of course, you if you like right women, like ants, is not no. Fong Yun spoke, her gaze fixed on Xiao Yu. The alcohol was starting to set her off again, and she couldn't resist probing her mouth, all the while trying to seemingly unintentionally show off a good body so that this kid would focus on himself. It's hard to wait until the other party breaks up. Fong Yun still wants to make an effort to see if she has a chance to cut off the other party. As long as Xiao Yu nodded, Fong Yun said she would try anything, even if, in the end, you will get a fall from your best friend. Mature, Auntie. Hearing these words, Xiao Yu, who originally had no reaction, he could not help but turn his gaze to Fong Yun's body again. Straight, round, black silk legs and a plump, flavorful body. Auntie's statement is even more meaningful. It would really make Xiao Yu have a lot of thoughts in his mind and gulp madly. It was not until now that Xiao Yu understood why. As good girlfriends, the other party rarely brought Auntie Fong home as a guest, although it was work and socializing that made her dress like this. Auntie Fong is usually a very disciplined person. There's not much scandal, but Fong Yun's appearance was like that of a vixen, and if she kept the rules, there was no guarantee that the others wouldn't move. In the past 2 months, Xiao Yu's father went on a business trip, before meeting with Auntie Fong at home after a long time. It's just that the hostess here seems to have forgotten. In addition to her husband, there's a hotshot in the family who can't pass for a beauty queen. Yeah, Xiao Yu, do you like, Auntie? Fong Yun softly called out the name and was delighted to see the other party looking so mesmerized, gently biting her lower lip. Her face was even more flushed and charming, her eyes seductive. Auntie Fong, Xiao Yu slowly raised his head, his heart inexplicably throbbing a little. The word auntie made Xiao Yu directly lock onto the beauty in front of him. Seems to think that compared to that neighborhood innocent style Amori, Auntie is more feminine and more attractive to him as a man. If the object of one's affection was this mature woman, what would that look like? No sooner had such a curious thought arisen in his mind than he was mesmerized by the scent of his aunt's soul-stirring custom perfume. Even the mother superior, whom he feared the most, was thrown to the side, and his gaze locked with Fong Yun. It was as if there was an electrifying sensation. It is the little puppy with strength and the ant of tiger and wolf age that make the best match. It's a law of nature that they will be attracted to each other. The heartbeats of both sides agreed in frequency in this moment. Under the catalyst of alcohol and perfume, the hot-headed Xiao Yu didn't wait for the words to come out. Say something to indicate the idea to this aunt. Auntie Fong, who was already completely on top of her game, couldn't control her emotional outburst at all. Closing his eyes, Xiao Yu. Suddenly she brought her mouth forward and kissed the man who had been on her mind for so long. Auntie, who smelled sweet and cooked just right, was so easily experienced by Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's eyes were wide open and his mind went blank. Having never had a deep experience of love, where could I stand up to such a test from my aunt? Simply don't know how to react. Can't help but revel in the ultimate beauty. Enjoying the tenderness of a mature woman, he briefly forgot all his worries, until the sound of a terrified scream appeared at the door of the house. Brat, you're crazy! A familiar and high-frequency female voice appeared, forcing the pair back from their wonderful dream. Take a look through the afterglow. Good lord! Fong Yun's best friend and also Xiao Yu's mom is back from delivering the papers. At the moment this tigress pushed open the door and stormed out at the sight of this nerve-stimulating scene. Not even having time to change her home shoes, she directly drew down one of her crystal-clear high heels and threw it towards Xiao Yu's head with unerring precision. While flinging, he also yelled under his breath, "Taking advantage of my bestie while she's drunk. Itchy skin, right? I'll have to fix you up today." Chapter 3 just cheated on my best friend. Crap, the BFF is back. No good. Mom caught me reacting to having done something ridiculous. He instantly panicked. From a distance, he looked at the woman in the doorway who was like a tigress. Both Xiao Yu and Fong Yun knew that something bad had happened. Caught cheating. It's over. Xiao Yu's real mom, Li Mingling. It's also Fong Yun's best friend that she's known for more than 20 years. A sister bestie in the truest sense of the word. 2 or 3 years older than Auntie Fong, she was a mature beauty who was quite eye-catching, but relatively speaking, unlike a sexy yukai like Fong Yun, Li Mingling's style and dress were more conservative. You don't usually wear stockings, short skirts or anything. Even high heels are only worn for formal occasions. A good wife and mother type. Without getting angry, Li Mingling was still very amiable as a person. Once they pissed each other off, they would transform into terrifying existences, as they were now. It's not an exaggeration to say it's a crazy batch of beauty. Not to mention Xiao Yu, even Fong Yun would have to retreat when he saw it. Li Mingling's delicate face began to become a little twisted, and the crystal high heels in her hands went all out. It was thrown straight towards Xiao Yu, who was bullying his good girlfriend, because from the other side's perspective, it just looks like this brat. He is hugging the drunken and unconscious Fong Yun. His hands and feet are not honest, kissing and nibbling. The shoe drew a perfect parabola in the air, heading straight for Xiao Yu's head, but often being lectured by his mother inside the home. Xiao Yu, who used to be very leathery, had long since practiced his skills. Her lips left her aunt and she jerked her head to the side. The attack was narrowly avoided. Hey, how dare you hide? Li Mengling was even more furious. This was simply provoking her authority. Roll up your sleeves and huff and puff without even changing your house shoes. Throwing her other high heel to the side, she held her palm up in a murderous manner and came straight at Xiao Yu. Taking advantage of this mess, Fong Yun, who realized that the fire hadn't yet reached her, hurriedly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. As soon as he separated from Xiao Yu, he obediently plopped down on the sofa and pretended not to know anything. She couldn't stand up for herself at a time like this. Otherwise, her best friend is in a rage, and when she learns the truth, she might even clean up after her. It sounds a bit outrageous, but once Li Mengling gets mad, she's not easy to deal with. No, then listen to me explain. Me and Auntie are not what you think. I didn't take advantage of Auntie. Xiao Yu hurriedly waved his hand, wanting to make clarifications and admit his mistake. It was a complete misunderstanding. It was Auntie who was drunk and had just fallen out of love herself. The two of them are too close to each other before they get confused and make a mistake in the heat of the moment. Li Mengling continued to glare at him viciously. Wipe the lipstick off your lips before you weasel out. Kidding aside, Fong Yun is her best friend for many years. Xiao Yu had to call her Auntie. It's not Xiao Yu taking advantage of him? It can't be that she was drunk and initiated the kiss with her own son? How can you be that shameless? Never! Xiao Yu hurriedly panicked and wiped his stealing mouth with his hand. Immediately afterward, he wanted to pull his aunt along, line up with his mother, and admit his mistake. As a result, he looked down only to realize that Fong Yun at this time, long ago, he wimped out and laid down on the couch. It was as if he was so drunk that he was unconscious of what had just happened. It can't be helped. Fong Yun is also afraid of this tigress, Auntie Fong Yu. The whole thing was dumbfounded, completely unaware that he'd actually been put on the spot by his aunt. It's clear that the two are at fault for making a mistake. Just make a good note to admit your mistake. Why are you pretending to be asleep now? But Fong Yun was helpless and could only take advantage of this gap to squint and observe the scene. Not pretending to be asleep. If they were awake, it would be the end of both of them. Auntie Fong knew that Xiao Yu hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem. It's not something that can simply be gotten over with by admitting you're wrong. Now that Xiao Yu was left alone to take the blame, the situation was one of taking advantage and eating tofu, and at best, he would get a beating. If Li Mengling knew that she was the one who initiated the kiss with Xiao Yu, the nature of this matter would change. That's cheating. I guess good sisters can't even be friends with each other. The possibility of being with Xiao Yu himself was gone. I can only commit Xiao Yu for the time being, and Auntie is working on a solution. Snap! Li Mengling's slap swing was originally aimed at Xiao Yu's face. The guy ended up ducking and hitting him right on top of his arm. It was easy to beat him up when he was a kid, but now that people are all grown up and have hardened their wings, it's kind of hard to teach the brat a lesson. But it couldn't be helped by the frequency of Li Mengling's attacks, small fists pounding him in the chest, non-stop slapping towards Xiao Yu. I was supposed to take advantage of my husband's absence before I brought my drunken best friend back to take care of her. As a result, this bastard is so excessive, directly holding hands, but also on the mouth. Little bastard. Li Mengling was so angry in her heart. Mom, don't fight, don't fight. Xiao Yu hurriedly screamed in pain, shrinking down and trying to get Mother Superior to hurry up and stop. Asshole, she's your mom's best friend. How can you take advantage of the fact that she's drunk when she was kind enough to hold mom's drink for her? I trusted you with her, and I've only been gone a little while, and you do this to your aunt? How will you let mom face her in the future? Saying that, he whacked Xiao Yu's body with a few more frantic slaps. Hearing this, Xiao Yu was bitter in his heart. If Auntie hadn't just teased him in various ways, said something about introducing him to his mature aunt, again posing all sorts of sexy moves, black silk legs tantalizing and crazy teasing, how could Xiao Yu make such a mistake? I didn't. Auntie Fong, don't sleep. Get up and explain. Xiao Yu just wanted to explain a thing or two and let the abominable bad aunt take some of the blame as well. And at this time, Fong Yun, who was still lying on her side on the sofa, knew that things could not continue to be delayed like this. It was not like the two sides had passed the gas. Xiao Yu definitely did not know his thoughts and arrangements, and it was not his fault. If he didn't do something about it, Xiao Yu would definitely lose his tongue and say something wrong. Auntie will be in deep by then. I lost my boyfriend, but I lost my best friend. Well, letting out such a murmur, Fong Yun seemed to be disturbed by the loud noise. However, Xiao Yu knew that the other party was clearly pretending. Fong Yun, you're awake? Li Mengling turned her head sideways in slight embarrassment, now lecturing her ungrateful son. Neither had figured out how to explain to their best friend what had just happened. After all, Xiao Yu did those shameless things to Fong Yun. She felt sorry for her friend for not teaching her son well when she thought about it. How embarrassing it would be for good sisters to get along with each other in the future. But before Li Mengling could open her mouth to inquire, the next moment something that Li Mengling never expected happened. Fong Yun, who seemed to still be in a hazy state of intoxication, suddenly reached out his hands and without warning, hugged Li Mengling into his arms. What are you holding me for? Let go. Somewhat overwhelmed, the whole thing began to fall back toward the couch as the other man held it from behind. Good girlfriend is drunk and on a bender. He. Mengling. Posting. The inside of his mouth whimpered such words, just as he had kissed Xiaoyu just now. While talking gibberish, she hugged and pouted at her best sister, seemingly ready to kiss her a few times. It scared Li Mengling to death. Fong Yun, what are you doing? Stop it. My son is still here. Li Mengling cried out like this on her lips, then kept twisting her head to try to hide. Of course Auntie doesn't really want to kiss her best friend. Fong Yunka isn't interested in girls. She likes to be related to her best sister, someone far away and near. So in order to achieve your goal, you should never let your best friend know what you think at this stage. Mengling, hey, my Mengling. The inside of his mouth continued to yell such underhanded remarks as he went after his BFF. Frightened, the good sister could only dodge left and right, not daring to fight head-on with those red lips at all. If he was not careful and followed in his son's footsteps, he would be kissed by her in a frenzy. For conservative housewife Li Mengling, that would be the sky falling. Hey, this auntie is pretty good. Xiao Yu's heart sighed quite a bit, as if he understood the other party's intentions. Obviously Auntie Fong took all the intended blame on herself or blamed it on the alcohol. Saved the day with this method. I thought to myself that it is true that Ginger is still old, and she plays drunk and messes with her relatives. That's what caused the situation just now. So won't they both be fine? Brat, you're just watching her kiss me from the side? Why don't you come over and help? Hold your Auntie Fong farther away. Li Mengling really couldn't carry it, so she had to ask for help from the mixed-up kid next to her who she had just wronged. Chapter 4. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Oh, right away. Xiao Yu's heart is happy, listening to this kind of statement from his mom. I guess this matter is just like this to pass. Moving quickly, he circled around behind Auntie Fong and was ready to back up. Get rid of this mature woman who's on a bender, hugging ants and all that. Xiao Yu loved it when he was a kid. Now, it feels even better to hold it. Aomame's girlfriend doesn't give hugs and breaks up. Aomame is bad. Auntie gave him a hug and a kiss. And Auntie was bad too. You kid, be careful. I won't bother with you about what happened before. This time the hug is a hug, but don't let her kiss it again. Li Mengling, however, couldn't help but open her mouth to remind. It looks like Xiao Yu's mom still cares about the relationship between her best friend and her son. That must be kept pure. If both parties are cuddling and making love like they just did, she's afraid she's really going to freak out. Got it. I'll be careful and make sure there are no accidents like the one we just had. Xiao Yu squeezed out a smile in reply, a little embarrassed. Where was that an accident? It's obvious that he's horny and obsessed by the sultry Auntie Fong. It also happened to have just broken up with Ching May's girlfriend, who was in need of tender and attentive care. Before she didn't hold back from hugging and kissing her on. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Yu was still very disciplined. Only after making this assurance did Xiao Yu hold Auntie's waist from behind and pull her back. He didn't make much effort either, because Xiao Yu knew that Auntie could be awake right now. Auntie is so soft, too hard. It's not good if you hurt yourself. Well, Fong Yun let out a whimper inside her mouth and only symbolically struggled twice. Just get off the good sister. Then also taking advantage of such a gap, he turned back and exchanged glances with Xiao Yu, but seemingly scornful of her best friend next to her. She quickly closed her eyes again, but upon closer inspection it's easy to see that she's outlining a smile, still secretly happy about kissing Xiao Yu just now. He looked at him for a while, although Xiao Yu, who was a boy, did find it exciting. Hugging and kissing his aunt was something that Xiao Yu hadn't even dared to think about before, but when he was caught by Li Mengling and almost lost his life, Xiao Yu was also frightened. It's a good thing Auntie was resourceful enough to escape in this way, otherwise the two of them are afraid of a bad outcome tonight. Holding Fong Yun, whose body was filled with the aroma of a mature woman, away from him, in Xiao Yu's arms, Auntie Fong appeared much more honest. Of course, she could have used the booze to continue to make trouble. She even spilled the beans and kissed Xiao Yu in front of her best friend. But this kind of thing was not a small risk, and overstimulating Li Mengling was afraid that it would not do any good. Auntie Fong still knows the difference between a full meal and a full meal. Really, the last few times I drank were fine. How come I'm acting so drunk tonight? Is it possible that he drank fake wine? Li Mengling, who had managed to get out of the trap with great difficulty, couldn't help but spit it out. A pang of fear as he rubbed his little face. I thought to myself that it was a good thing she hadn't kissed me, or I would have been sorry for my husband who was away on a business trip. Hearing their good sister's words, both Xiao Yu and Fong Yun held back their embarrassment. Husband and wife stay silent. Finishing speaking to herself, Li Mengling turned her gaze back to Xiao Yu's side. That look made her fire come back. Xiao Yu, why do you keep hugging your Auntie Fong? Why don't you let go of her? There's a difference between men and women, do you know that? Seeing the image of her son hugging her good girlfriend, Li Mengling only felt depressed for no reason. Oh, Xiao Yu didn't dare to talk back. The other party was angry. One could only slowly help place the limp Fong Yun to the side. But don't tell me, it's kinda hard to let go. Li Mengling came over to help take care of her good sisters, and then looked at her son's understanding and obedient behavior. She felt a little guilty. That was a mistake by mom just now. Don't take it to heart. Mom, you don't have to be like this. It was all an accident. Who knew Auntie Fong she would be like this when she was drunk? A simple conversation between mother and son, a matter not delved into or explained. That's all there is to it. Anyway, Xiao Yu felt that both he and his aunt were a bit drunk. Maybe after a good night's sleep, tomorrow everyone will return to normal and forget everything. After all, his aunt, who was a dozen years older, was teasing him at best. You don't really want to date him, do you? Li Mengling nodded. The image of Xiao Yu and her best friend hugging and kissing just now was outrageous though, but she didn't think in a more bombastic direction either. Xiao Yu had only just broken up with and ran, so he was probably grieving. Where would he have such a mind? Just treat it completely as an accident. Fair enough, then Xiao Yu, you go to the kitchen and help make some sober soup. I'll watch her here. Successfully controlling Fong Yun, Li Mengling didn't let Xiao Yu go back to close contact with this woman who was in a drunken frenzy. As he commanded, he purposely covered Fong Yun's long sexy black silk legs with a blanket, mostly because I'm afraid my best friend will catch a cold. Xiao Yu didn't delay much. For the time being, take a break from this place of wrongdoing with this pair of affectionate best girlfriends. And at that moment, the other side, just when Xiao Yu's family was having such an outrageous occurrence inside his house, a bad aunt was digging for someone's corner and cutting off her little boyfriend. Next door at Ching May's house, that wasn't idle at all. At this moment, in the boudoir of Xiao Yu's ex-girlfriend in Ran, an extremely mature woman with a similar temperament to Fong Yun, was sitting on the edge of the bed, enlightening his daughter with words. Anran, talk to mom. What's the situation between you and Xiao Yu next door? This aunt had a soft face and a well-proportioned, healthy figure, not Auntie Fong's sexy and seductive type, but with her own flavor. Kinda falls into that knowing auntie, gentle and sweet category. Her name is Insu, and Rant's biological mother and aunt in her 30s, but the maintenance is very good. Put aside that mature charm first, just from the appearance of judgment, said that Anran's big sister is nothing wrong. Mom, it's none of your business, it's my own. The somewhat capricious Anran didn't seem too keen on clarifying this. As the daughter of Ansu, she also inherited her mother's perfect genes and resembles her mom in every way. The body and face are top-notch, just the temperament are very different. Ansu's face was tinged with anxiety. What do you mean your business? This is our and family's business. You alone can't say anything. Mom, don't push me. I know you especially like Xiao Yu and want him to come and settle down with us, but I don't want to fall in love yet. I don't know if it's Anran's rebellious period, but she sings against her mom and everything anyway. What words? When a man is old enough to get married. When a woman is old enough to get married. What a good boy that Xiao Yu is. People treat you with sincerity, but you don't know how to cherish it, and you treat them like this. If they are snatched away by another woman, you will regret it for the rest of your life later. Ansu continues to talk hard, hoping that the other person will come around, redeem this good relationship. What's the point of regretting your life if you've been robbed by another woman? Mom, you're talking nonsense again. Listening to those fortune tellers, Enron blurted out that he thought his mother was being alarmist, and the other side is a bit superstitious. Listening to the words of the charlatan, he helped to pull the red thread and privately said his own lifelong affair. She's most annoyed by this. This might also account for part of the reason why he rejected Xiao Yu and even broke up with the other party. Originally, her relationship with Xiao Yu was okay, so her mom intervened. Anran's foul temper came up. How dare you talk back? Fairy Zhang is a Taoist master. She's very spiritual, and Shou's face changed, and his words were tinged with seriousness. Listen to mom's advice. If Xiao Yu doesn't join the Yin family, we, mother and daughter, won't have a peaceful life in the future. Ha! Anran's pretty face was like a flower, and her smile was extraordinarily mischievous. Since that's the case, it's not like the fortune-telling woman said that I must fall in love and marry Xiao Yu. It's just a matter of letting him join our family, and I'm not the only woman in our family, so it wouldn't be easier for you to get someone else to do it. Hearing her daughter's words, Ansu first paused for a moment. They were the only mother and daughter in the Fong family. Anran doesn't go to date Xiao Yu, so the rest, isn't she the mom? The other side is talking and bending and shading themselves. The old man's face turned red. What nonsense are you talking about? What you don't want done to you, don't do to others. One mouthful of Xiao Yu all day long. My ears are getting calloused. Anyway, Mom, you are also single. Just go and fall in love with him yourself. Why come to make things difficult for me? Chapter 5 Aomame, Never Regret. Enron muttered something crooked. For a moment, he even bluffed Ansu. What my daughter said felt so true. This made Ansu tense up even more. You also more and more ridiculous. I and her mom are all the same generation. Xiao Yu called me an aunt. How can I possibly get involved with him? It's not messed up. Immediately dismissed Enron's proposal. But Enron's mouth was also powerful and stubborn. Being messed up by her mother, she was forced into a relationship with Xiao Yu. I've been depressed for a long time, but I found a chance to get my revenge. Then the bull continued, purposely embarrassing her mom. As the saying goes, love has nothing to do with age. Mom, you look young and pretty, and you're a good match for Xiao Yu. Besides, you want him to come to our aunt's house, and if you succeed in getting it on with him, so that he has to struggle for 20 years less, and work together to have another baby, wouldn't that be a good thing for all of us? Get laid and have a baby. And Xiao's face was shocked. If it wasn't for her gentle nature, I'm afraid it's all about punching people. Thinking that Ansu was depressed by her words, she immediately made up for it. Right, what's wrong with having a baby? Aren't you just nagging me all day long for Xiao Yu and I to hurry up and give you a grandchild? Saying it like it's easy. Fighting fire with fire belongs, yes. Ansu's face was a bit embarrassed by her comment. It seemed to be understood that the daughter was holding a grudge against herself. It's been pushed on her, so the rebellious period is rebelling. Ahem, what are you talking about? Having a baby is a big deal. How can you just do it? Ansu licked her somewhat dry lips and immediately stopped it. Maintain your usual demure and showy look and pose as a good wife and mother. But there should be a limit to the nonsense. Enron, you've almost got it. Enron did speak in exasperation as well. If Ansu is really with Zhou Wu, she'll become her father. She was afraid she would be the first to disagree and come out to stop it. So when she saw that Ansu's attitude was better, she was also much more angry. It didn't go on. Anyway, that's it. Xiao Yu and I have already broken up, so there's no point in talking about this anymore. As for the intention of having Xiao Yu join the Yin family, it's better to save your breath. Xiao Yu and I are not what you think we are. Don't pontificate blindly. That's true, but it was just a conversation, and she hadn't even had time to be happy about it. You're just going to let your ducks fly? A line about not pontificating and giving up neighboring Xiao Yu to another woman? That mother-in-law, Ansu Na, won't agree. Relationships can be cultivated slowly. You really don't understand this. Mom told you, it's all for your own good. This Xiao Yu knows his roots and is a childhood friend of yours. It really is a match made in heaven. Continuing to advise with bitterness and a smile on his face. There was no anger over the angry things my daughter had just said. Anrun, think about it. How good Xiao Yu is to you. It's a shame to split up. You'll really regret it. Even if Xiao Yu is good to me, you can't force me to fall in love with him. That's what I hate the most. This is the era of free love. And you're still doing the whole arranged marriage thing. Tacky. Enron swore. Also, Anrun, will never regret it, so don't scare me. I don't believe in those fortune tellers and 8 characters and whatnot. It could be heard that the other party didn't have anything against Xiao Yu. Rather, he was angry at his mother for being such a curmudgeon. That's why they kept having confrontations and even split up with Xiao Yu in a brainstorm. I'm not in a hurry. Who knows, you're such a stubborn girl. You have to go against me. Ansu was helpless. Since you also understand that Xiao Yu is sincere to you, then you should get along with him properly. What's the point of splitting up the fight? What if another woman takes advantage of the situation and picks up the slack and abducts the guy? In his heart, he was very nervous, afraid that Xiao Yu would be targeted by some other bad woman. Xiao Yu and I have just turned 18. We're not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry? Let me think about it before I say no. Anren did not take the other party's words to heart. Her own feelings for the boy next door weren't exactly clear, and her mom came over in a flaming rage to cause trouble. Besides, Xiao Yu had been by her side for so many years, and I don't see anyone grabbing it. Alarmist, right? Besides, Xiao Yu, the boy next door, is he really as good as her mom says? I don't seem to have noticed it myself. Okay, then you think about it. If you feel that there is so little like Xiao Yu, but do not feel shy, hurry and make up with him. I'm so sure of this boy. If he's robbed by someone else, we mother and daughter will regret it to death. Ansu opens her mouth and gives her daughter a piece of her mind, hoping that the two of them can get back together. I know, Mom, go ahead and get out. No one will rob it. You're exaggerating. After uttering such leisurely words, the headstrong Ansu was forced out of the room by Anren without listening to the others' continue chatter. Anyway, the flip-flopping was just those words, asking himself and Xiao Yu to renew their relationship or something like that. This girl, her nature is just stubborn, without any sense of crisis. Cursing, Auntie was breathless and far away. Aomame Anren, on the other hand, was sitting on the end of the bed in depression. Start reflecting. One's relationship with Xiao Yu is so frosty right now, to a large extent. Her mom is not even to blame. The two of them, who had played together since childhood, had been quite affectionate. How could Xiao Yu like me? What should I do? Enron muttered, as if he didn't know what to do for a moment, confronting the sincere feelings of the boy next door, temporarily in a tangle of confusion, and the Chow family next door. At this time, after drinking the delicious sobering soup cooked by Xiao Yu himself, Auntie Fong Yun also seemed to have gradually regained her consciousness and didn't go into a drunken frenzy like she did just now. There was just a bit of redness still in his cheeks, and I wondered if the after effects were still there. What are you both looking at me like that, mother and son? Muttering and spitting out a sentence, Fong Yun put down the hot soup in her hand, noticing Li Mengling and Xiao Yu sitting across from him. Their faces were tinged with eccentricity. You don't remember anything about what just happened? Li Mengling blinked and made a tentative inquiry. I wasn't just lying on the couch asleep. What happened? Fong Yun replied with the same simplicity, ignorance written all over her face. Just kidding. First kiss with his beloved Sayu. Auntie Fong had a lifetime of memories, so how could she not remember? And Xiao Yu exchanged a glance, and there was the slightest hint of weakness in both of their eyes. Feeling like hiding this from Li Mengling in private, the two instinctively felt embarrassed. Nothing. I'm just asking. Don't take it personally. Li Mengling coped with it with a smile. She was so relieved to see that her best friend really didn't remember. This one got drunk and kissed her son like that in the living room and almost dragged her down with him. Li Mengling didn't even know how to face this good sister. Not remembering is of course the best. Everyone is relaxed. As for her best friend hitting on her son and wanting to be her daughter-in-law, Li Mengling didn't even think about it that way. After all, after so many years of being good sisters, the other party couldn't possibly be shameless to such an extent, could they? So Li Mengling brought her body over and whispered in her son's ear, Xiao Yu, forget it if she doesn't remember. Swallow today's secret in your stomach and pretend it never happened. Don't mention it to anyone else, got it? Xiao Yu, who knew the truth of the matter, had his eyelids jumped fiercely twice. He thought that Auntie Fong was really bad, pretending to have amnesia after kissing herself. Xiao Yu, who had never kissed before, was confused by the fragrance of this beautiful mature woman. I just hoped that Auntie was teasing him and wasn't having thoughts about him, or else if sexy Auntie did something even more excessive behind her, did she really have that ability and stamina to resist? P.S. The book 80,000 words is the first recommendation. A book cannot write down depends on these days. Please try to catch up on your reading for a few days. After 100,000 words or so, and then feed the book. Also, it's relatively rare to actually get an ant around 100,000 words and have a car in front of you. Chapter 6 Let the ex-girlfriend cry. Oh, I know, I won't tell. Xiao Yu nodded and also whispered in response to his mother. I hope this is fish-eyed and one-off. Being willing to believe that the other person is just drunk is what makes them not a bad aunt. What are you two whispering about that you won't tell me? Fong Yun pretended to be unhappy and was about to join the conversation between the two. It's fun to share something fun with three people. Li Mengling also reacted quickly. What else can there be? Is not my son's thing? This is not just in next door that Anren broke up well. I thought let him quickly find a object. Took the opportunity to get down to business. Ha, help me find a date? A blind date. Xiao Yu was also quite speechless. Previously, I was wondering if Auntie Fong was teasing herself by pretending to be on a blind date. Now it seems completely true. Fong Yun, who was on the other side, bobbed her head with a very small amplitude to express helplessness. It's supposed to be expressing his helplessness to Xiao Yu. See, I told you your mom wanted to help you find a date. Yes, it's a blind date. You're not single now. Mom will help you to find a good girlfriend. So that Rand who bullied you will regret it. Li Mengling spoke with indignation. Feeling that his son had been wronged in so many ways, he had to get back at it. Hearing her best friend mentioning Xiao Yu's lifelong plans, Fong Yun's eyes glittered. After what just happened, Auntie has tasted love. How can she let go? I've been emboldened to try to fight for it with my best friend's mother-in-law, too. Immediately chimed in. That's right. Find a good girlfriend. Let your ex-girlfriend regret it and cry alone. Li Mengling patted her good sister's shoulder, full of appreciation. Worthy of being my good best friend. The ideas are quite compatible in this regard. Xiao Yu covered his forehead and watched the two of them singing a duet there, only feeling that the sky was falling. No, Mom, I just turned 18 last month, and you're asking me to go on a blind date? Why are you in such a hurry? Xiao Yu was also twisted in his heart. That's a definite anathema to the form of blind dates. Besides, he had only just broken up with Anren. How could he forget the other person so quickly? Finding someone else? It's not up to you. Li Mengling struck a serious pose. Your mom, I'm in a hurry to have grandchildren. Hurry up and get this marriage thing over with. Don't keep thinking about that foul-tempered girl next door. And a deliberate wink toward her best friend. Your Auntie Fong knows a lot of beautiful women. She can help you find whatever type you like. Why hang on to one tree? Take this opportunity to enlighten your son and kill the other guy. Don't get tangled up with that Anran who treats her baby boy with love and as a straw. Your mom is right. You also know that Auntie Fong owns a modeling agency, and our agency is full of beautiful women, so you're guaranteed to find something you like. Fong Yun gently pulled the hair around her ears with her hand and tried to raise her waist. By the way, pretending to be a little hot, she lifted the sheet covering her black silk legs, revealing her good figure. After all, Xiao Yu has to look inside the company. She is also one of the famous beauties in the company. Well, Auntie Fong, how can you also follow the blind hilarity? I mean, this won't be a little too early. Want to talk about it in a few years? Xiao Yu was being roasted on the fire by these two people, and it was hard to feel all over. You don't even talk about relationships yourself, so it's hard to like a girl next door. It turned out to be a split within a month, and then pulling off a blind date and getting married that night is a change of pace that is not uncommon to make you want to laugh. Seeing her son's lack of interest, Li Mengling refused to give up at all. The sky's the limit. Why fall in love with a single flower? Listen to your mom. Go on a blind date. I promise you'll find a new girlfriend soon. Li Mengling had a smile on her face, and she also revealed a rare tenderness. It looked like the other woman genuinely wanted her son to listen to her for once. Mother Superior is rarely gentle and caring. His heart began to melt. Mom, you're... For a moment I didn't know how to say no, but I had to say that his mom had been there and what she said made sense. There's no point in continuing to think about Ching May when people have broken up with them. Maybe, starting over is the right thing to do. Seeing that Xiao Yu was torn and hesitating, Li Mengling hurriedly seized the opportunity. A tug on the corner of her best friend's coat signaled that the other could begin. Fong Yun was still thinking about how to get this Xiao Yu blind date thing done, both to keep Xiao Yu from being abducted by another woman, to enter the dating process normally, and to fool his girlfriends. Another way for this little boyfriend to quietly notice himself and be held by his aunt. Then this love rival must be arranged by myself for Xiao Yu. Yeah, I'm on my cell phone, and I happen to have some information and pictures of girls that are single, or you can come over and see if any of them fit the bill? Fong Yun spoke while pulling out her cell phone from inside her satchel. Pretending to do so, he tapped on the screen, wanting to let Xiao Yu and his girlfriends go through it. Li Mengling also took this opportunity to joke around, trying to lighten the mood. That's a good feeling. It's just like a blind date program inside the TV to see the heartthrob female guest. Then momentarily letting his guard down, he pulled his good son and made him sit next to Fong Yun. The two had a left and a right, while Xiao Yu was sandwiched in the middle. If you look closely, it's not hard to realize that another close encounter with Xiao Yu. Auntie Fong is over there snickering. Mom, Auntie Fong, do you two need to work so well together? Xiao Yu looked left and right and was forcefully caught by these two women in their 30s using their cell phones to make their choice of future daughter-in-law. And at a glance, it's clear that it was premeditated. Even the detailed list was prepared. In the face of Xiao Yu's complaints, Li Mengling simply ignored them. With a swipe of his hand across the screen of his cell phone, the first beautiful woman's photo and information came into view. Xiao Yu, look. This girl is so pretty. Her body is also good. How do you feel? Do you like it? While saying that, he also used his finger to make Xiao Yu divert his attention. Don't tell me, it was just that look. Even though it's an artistic photo, it's totally obvious that this is a beauty in a flight attendant's uniform. It wasn't as good as an extreme like Fong Yun, and it didn't have the aura that the women of the Yin family had, but it was still good. Pretty good. Being sandwiched in the middle and unable to move, Xiao Yu is now saying no. That will inevitably be criticized again. Besides, this thing today is probably mandatory by the looks of things. He really couldn't get past her mom if he didn't agree. The tigress is now talking to herself in a good voice. Xiao Yu toasts the wine. Then the back will not be good. All that could be done was to nod yes for a while and then make plans. That's fine. Fong Yun, introduce yourself. What's the situation of this girl? Li Mengling was delighted in her heart and also wanted to see if this first girl fit the requirements of her daughter-in-law. Fong Yun had a smile on her face, but she lowered her head but secretly kept observing the handsome and sunny Xiao Yu. The heart is in the right place and can't wait to be grossed out. How could he introduce other girls to Xiao Yu when he prioritized the top? Couldn't resist starting to make it bad. Oh, this girl? Part-time modeling in our company. Her main job is a flight attendant. This was introduced and then the detailed basic page was clicked on. Stewardess good. No wonder so temperament. Beautiful. Then my son is 3 or 4 years older. Hold a gold brick. When my daughter-in-law is very suitable for it. Li Mengling was full of fondness and thought that the other's work was still very good. Xiao Yu also bowed his head at the side, looking at the line of self-introductions and silently reciting them. Stewardess, part-time model, plus micro-business escorts, nationwide, flyable? Hearing this, Li Mengling frowned. Chapter 7 Blind date with your own former teacher? This stewardess, she's not a decent person. No, how come your company is signing all such peripherals now? Li Mengling was stunned. For a while it only felt like a dream. Fong Yun pretended to be surprised with a righteous face. Don't get me wrong, ours is a regular company. We won't do anything illegal. This person is definitely mixing in through the back door. Turn around and I'll let the agent terminate her contract. Xiao Yu stared at this bad ant who had lurked by his side for so many years, and sort of realized that the other party was not as simple as she looked. There's a lot of heart. Maybe this was intentional on Auntie's part, although Xiao Yu wasn't quite sure why. Li Mengling nodded. Alright then. There was nothing wrong with her best friend as a person, which Li Mengling believed. After saying that, he turned his head towards his son and smiled. It's okay, it was an accident just now. Let's keep watching. Then it was back on the phone, swiping the screen. One model after another was displayed in front of Xiao Yu just like that, but it seems that Li Mengling has a very high vision, and has looked at several of them, all of which are techno-face plus beauty, until she slid to the back and another natural beauty caught her eye. Even Xiao Yu couldn't help but look twice more. Tall, slim, and healthy, wearing a princess dress, with a face that is instantly recognizable as the type of cute that people love. That's nice. This is good. This is good. This girl is so pretty. Li Mengling, who was also extremely well endowed in her own right, couldn't help but praise. It is evident that this blind date is indeed a cranky beauty, but Xiao Yu didn't say anything when he saw the situation. Instead, he secretly observed Fong Yun's side of the reaction. It was quickly noticeable that something was wrong, as the bad ant was holding back a laugh at the moment. It was as if she felt that this woman chosen by her best sister was right up her alley. It was even just a bit too much to resist, and she turned her face sideways to prevent Li Mengling from seeing anything. Sure enough, there's a problem. Xiao Yu instantly understood that this matchmaking conference today was afraid that there was a bit of a problem. What do you think, son? Isn't the girl pretty? Li Mengling was so pleased with herself that she immediately pulled her own son and started drumming, thinking to himself that he had found such a great beauty. There was no reason why Xiao Yu couldn't still look at her. This time, Xiao Yu learned his lesson and did not answer immediately. It's nice to look at, but Auntie Fong, what do you think? Xiao Yu directly threw the question to Fong Yun to see what the other party said. Ah, you asked me? Fong Yun, who was still stealing joy, didn't think that Xiao Yu, who was obviously looking for a date on his own, would actually ask for her opinion. I don't think it's very good. How about another one? Originally, I wanted to dig a hole, but since it was Xiao Yu who asked with himself, Auntie still gave advice. But at this time, Li Mengling was not happy, and was even a bit curious. What's wrong? This girl is not a good person? The person is quite good, and there's nothing else wrong with him. He's single now. It's just that I don't think Xiao Yu should like it too much, so I suggest changing it. Fong Yun still didn't state the reason, just wore a smile. Oh, so, Li Mengling glanced down at her cell phone again, thinking that this girl fit her eye. Besides, the fact that a good best friend's comment is okay means that the other person should be okay. He really felt that it was a bit of a shame to give up and continue to ask Xiao Yu for his opinion. What do you think, son? This girl looks good to me. Do you like her? Saying the word like to a strange beauty, Xiao Yu felt that it was indeed a bit difficult for him. But now the situation is special, and it has been affirmed that the ant deliberately screwed up. Curious to see what Fong Yun is secretly up to and trying to pull off, Xiao Yu also sang the opposite. I feel pretty good about it too. Just look at this. But words were said, but what Xiao Yu waited for was Fong Yun's even more strained smile. This made Xiao Yu even more curious as to what was worth the other party being so happy about. See, I told you I had a good eye. Li Mengling raised her eyebrows in triumph, her entire body and mind soothed. Still a great response to my son, finally one he likes. Fong Yun forced herself to hold it in and stretched out a finger to tap on the cell phone screen. Then you two take a look here. This is his personal information. Zoom in specifically to the gender column. The two men fixed their eyes carefully and it clearly read, male. The mother and son both leaned back a little with their upper bodies, simultaneously sucking in a breath of cold air as some strange expressions appeared on their faces. Auntie Fong, who had a very good personality, couldn't help but joke about it. How's it going? You, like the little tomboy? Want to try it? She was still laughing as she said it, and it looked like it really amused her. Hearing Auntie Fong say that, Xiao Yu's face turned a little green. Auntie Fong, don't make fun of me. I don't like this tone. Xiao Yu gulped, feeling goosebumps at the thought of this male nymph almost becoming his blind date. Li Mengling's face was also very unpleasant. Just now, I was praising myself for having a good eye, but who knew that the future daughter-in-law I found for my son was actually a pseudo-maiden dressed as a woman? Your company is really getting out of hand. Signing male ladies too? Li Mengling couldn't help but spit it out, wanting to get a little bit of revenge for her defeat just now. Honestly, though, she stared at it for a few moments, wide-eyed. It's just unbelievable that it's actually a cute boy inside the photo. It can't be helped. This boy is quite good in appearance. he's quite hot at our place. And don't you like it too? Just now you were thinking of recruiting someone as your daughter-in-law. Fong Yun is also seizing the opportunity to properly embarrass her bestie. Just now doesn't count. Which from the outside who can tell he's a boy? Li Mengling was also embarrassed and immediately coughed twice to change the topic. Okay, next. It's clearly a problem with this company of yours. Netting out some messed up people. Dump the pot right off. The matchmaking convention continues. Slid several times and didn't see anything satisfactory. Until a familiar face appears on the page. Son, look who's this? Li Mengling's eyes twinkled with light, as if she had grabbed a lifesaver. All at once, Xiao Yu was also bored and coped with it, and originally didn't take it seriously. As a result, I heard that the other person's tone was a bit off, so I lowered my head and took a serious look. This look is silly. Ha! With his lips slightly parted, Xiao Yu's pupils shrunk violently. The image shows an ancient dressed royal lady who looks to be in her early 20s. It's one of those classical type beauties with a superior figure and temperament that makes you feel like a spring breeze. But Xiao Yu was on pins and needles. How could I have not expected to meet this person in a blind date? Both mother and son found it unbelievable. What's going on? This man you know? Fong Yun immediately poked his head over to inquire. This was an unexpected situation. That's not how she set it up. Li Mengling's face was a bit strange. Her smile taut, as if she was thinking about something, silently nodding her head. I've met her a few times, but my son knows her better. Hearing that Xiao Yu was actually familiar with the beautiful model under his hand, and that his mother knew him, Auntie Fong inexplicably had a sense of crisis and became anxious all of a sudden. What's the situation? Saya, tell me, what's the relationship between you two? Xiao Yu was stunned and brewed his emotions for a moment. It was only then that he opened his mouth awkwardly. That, she's my English teacher. Chapter 8, to be a punchmaster's rebel? That, she's my old English teacher. Stuttering his words, Xiao Yu felt it was odd to be introduced in this situation. English teacher? Fong Yun half-heartedly clicked on the personal information bar. Song Xia, female, 23 years old, is currently a trainee English teacher in XX school. It was really as the other person had said, and it looked as if he should have recognized the right person. Some of them were surprised. This world is too small. Right, a blind date can actually meet your former English teacher? As a good sister, Li Mengling's smile was even wider. Who says it's not? I'm impressed with this MS. Song, I really didn't expect her to model part-time for your company. And she's also so suitable for ancient costumes. It's so pretty. It looks like there is some favoritism towards Song Xia. This made Auntie Fong feel a little worse. Can't it be that her best friend wants her son to go and have a relationship with that ancient royal girl? Just as she thought this, Li Mengling spoke up and confirmed her thoughts. Son, what do you think of Mr. Song? An unceremonious and tentative inquiry. Xiao Yu's side was still in a state of shock, and the thoughts in his heart were similar to Auntie Fong's. Although MS. Song is really pretty, with a good figure and classical beauty, especially suitable for ancient costumes. He is also a good person with a good heart, but this is after all a teacher's position. Wouldn't he be a punching bag against his master if he had any ideas? Mom, don't pull any red herrings. That's my English teacher. What am I going to do with her? Xiao Yu directly showed his cards without any nonsense. Hey, you've already graduated. What do you care about that? Besides, they're not much older than you, and calling them teacher makes them old. Compared to the first two blind dates that caught her eye, this Song Xia that simply didn't know where to go. There is a certain amount of knowledge, and the people are so nice that being their daughter-in-law is a total blood moneymaker. Mom, don't. How am I going to get along with Mr. Song and learn a foreign language together? Even if you want to hold grandchildren, you're not like that. Xiao Yu was a little embarrassed. It was really hard to imagine the picture of himself and Song Xia becoming a couple. Noticing that Xiao Yu was not happy, Fong Yun next to him was so relieved. Relationships are a matter of two people, and can't be forced. Li Mengling was alone over there to make the effort. Xiao Yu didn't agree, and the other party couldn't do anything about it. It would have been better to keep quiet and let them tear up mother and son. At this time, however, Fong Yun seemed to feel that such an accident was just what he wanted. She was worried that she couldn't find a suitable blind date that could satisfy her good sister, and at the same time, she didn't have to worry about Xiao Yu actually running off with the other party. Isn't this Song Xia in front of us a perfect candidate? The love interest who was dating Xiao Yu. Auntie chose her. Ahem. Or else listen to me for a moment? Auntie Fong cleared her throat at this time, as if to make a comment. Although Xia is 5 years older than Xiao Yu, she is young and pretty, very loving, and you are still a good match for Xiao Yu. Besides, it's not easy for your mom to choose an object for you, no matter what. Go and take a look at it first. Saying such words, he also kept winking his eyes towards Xiao Yu. Cue the other person and hurry up and say yes. Don't make his mom angry or there will be consequences. Xiao Yu was also torn in his heart. was a pretty disciplined boy, and now this just broke up with Aomame, Auntie Oyaji and all that. They all come to me in one brain. The brain is really buzzing. The good sister actually agreed to the marriage, and Li Mengling felt like she had instantly found a teammate. The heart is also open. You see, your Auntie Fong has said so. I think this matter is so settled. In 2 days I'll let your aunt help to arrange. At that time, you two meet up, have a meal together, and get along well. Before Chow Yu could agree, Li Mengling, who was the hostess, had already arranged everything. There was absolutely no room for Chow Yu to object. The mother superior is like that. She's completely alone in the family. Chow Yu, who had only just fallen out of love, had no other choice. A blind date is a blind date. Anyway, he didn't think that the English teacher would be a couple with himself. The sweet and gentle Fong Yun hastened to bring her body closer. A tantalizing aroma like a rose came and instantly attracted Chow Yu's attention. In fact, you don't have to worry too much. Just go out for a casual dinner. Chat. If you really can't get along, then say it again. So comforting to Chow Yu. Fong Yun is seeing that this kid has little motivation before agreeing to his blind date with Song Sia. She didn't think that such an observant Chow Yu would be a punching master and rebellious disciple. There was no reason why she, Fong Yun, would lose the love rival she had elected herself. With a cushion of time to strike in the dark yourself. Isn't this emotionally frustrated little boyfriend a proper takedown? Just let that silly green plum next door regret and cry her eyes out. By the time the raw rice is cooked, the two have results in bulging bellies. Even if your best friend reacts later, there's nothing you can do about it. I'm afraid, Auntie Fong. Chow Yu looked up at the mature woman and saw that the other party's eyes were filled with seriousness. It had only been a romantic surprise with my aunt, for the other's sake, thinking that it does make sense. I agreed to it first. As for what happens after that, that's one step at a time. If it doesn't work out, then let's split up. Anyway, Chow Yu felt that this matter was not reliable, just like the accident of his kiss with Auntie Fong just now. Alright then, I'll go check it out, but I'm not guaranteeing success. Seeing her son lose his tongue, Li Mengling was immediately happy. It's okay, it's good to see. Don't have too much pressure. Then it was time to start drumming up your best girlfriends to open up about it. Auntie Fong is still very reliable, so I'm sure the other party will arrange this matter properly. Chow Yu, even if he was wrapped up in these two women in a confused manner, was escorted to the penal colony of the blind date, just waiting for the public execution in a few days, and his former teacher blind date. The skin is a little thin. Chow Yu set out are afraid of old classmates laugh. If Anren, who was a childhood friend and tablemate, found out about it, he wouldn't know whether he regretted it or not, but he would definitely be shocked. After fixing Chow Yu's blind date, it was getting late. A quick glance at the time showed that it was already after 10 o'clock at night. For women who love beauty, now is the time to get some beauty sleep without delay, especially for a professional model like Fong Yun. Even if she is retired, she still has a fixed work schedule. Well, so tired. Go to bed. Manren. Auntie Fong stretched her back and leaned in to chat with Chow Yu, enjoying herself for a long time. That's ready to join your best friend and go rest inside your room. But then, hearing the words of a good sister, Li Mengling, however, was uncomfortable. The two had always been close, and they were girls, so of course there was nothing wrong if they slept together. They used to fight and play some bedtime games and stuff, but things don't seem right now. Xiao Yu, go and carry out the quilt. It's good to sleep on the sofa at night. Let your room be for Auntie Fong. Speaking directly out of his mouth, he actually asked Fong Yun to sleep in her son's bed. This was something that had never happened before, and Fong Yun, who was originally a bit casual, became a bit excited all of a sudden. That was Chow Yu, his future little boyfriend's room. It was curious and enjoyable, but she didn't have much of a reason, and that was a bad place to go in and hang out. Chow Yu was a bit confused. Why do you want me to sleep on the sofa when you can just sleep with Auntie Fong? Chow Yu, who couldn't figure out what was going on and was kicked out of his own little world, was obviously a bit depressed. Although Fong Yun was having fun in her heart, she was equally curious. Why would a best friend suddenly propose such an arrangement in good time? Is it hard to believe that the other side saw something and did it on purpose? Yeah, your husband isn't here. Can't we sleep together? How come you let me sleep in Xiao Yu's room? Chapter 9 Hunger Marketing for Anti-Pajama Beauty. The mood was a little apprehensive, but slightly expectant. Couldn't it be that her best friend had found out about those little thoughts of hers? Not only do you not mind, but you want an assist? Make it work for both of them? That's a doggone good idea. Fong Yun herself thought she was being a bit whimsical. Li Mengling's face was as usual. You two just listen to my arrangements. Why ask so many questions? It didn't explain much, but in reality it is. This best friend of hers has been single for so many years and not looking for a boyfriend. I can't tell you how much fun it is to deal with modeling beauties day in and day out. Li Mengling then wondered a little if there was something wrong with the other party's sexual orientation. Just now this guy was drunk, calling her name inside his mouth and trying to kiss her. This made Li Mengling couldn't help but have strange thoughts. Think it's a good idea to be careful until you figure out the true nature of your best friend. Just don't get too close, in case the other person is really Lily or something. The extremely traditional Li Mengling can't apologize to her own husband. Fong Yun and Xiao Yu glanced at each other, and in the end, they could only helplessly follow the arrangement. After all, within this family, Li Mengling had the final say. I'm sorry then, Xiao Yu, I'll sleep in your room tonight and commission you to rest on the couch. Auntie Fong was very considerate and polite and inwardly cheering. To actually be able to sleep inside Xiao Yu's room, Fong Yun didn't know if she could be excited enough to fall asleep. Xiao Yu didn't see much of a problem and responded politely. It's okay, the couch is pretty soft and it feels good to fall asleep on it. Anyway, Xiao Yu's father was often kicked out of his room by his wife, and sleeping on the sofa was a common occurrence. He came over to experience it as well. After a quick exchange of pleasantries, the three of them went their separate ways before bedtime. After performing a simple wash, Xiao Yu carried out a quilt from inside his room. Fong Yun, on the other hand, went to Li Mengling's room first, as if she was preparing to change her clothes. After all, although Auntie Fong looked hot in this outfit, she couldn't sleep dressed like this. The two had a short conversation and enjoyed each other's company. Xiao Yu could hear their silvery laughter from outside the house. It didn't take long for Fong Yun to change into a nightgown and come out from inside Li Mengling's room. Okay, I know, go to sleep. Fong Yun finished saying goodbye towards Li Mengling inside the house before she twisted her small waist and walked outside. As soon as she left the house, she noticed that Xiao Yu was swallowing and peeking over to her side. This made Fong Yun's heart snicker. It looked like the right pajamas had been chosen for the day, and they simply charmed the boy. Then again, Fong Yun began to mutter again. Totally missed the fact that her best friend would have such a sexy-looking white silk tulle nightgown. The sense of haziness is full, but it is more compatible with Fong Yun's temperament. Slowly, with gentle movements, she closed the door on her good sister. The corners of his mouth sketched out a smile as he looked towards Xiao Yu, who was pretending to lie down on the sofa in preparation for sleep. Taking small catwalk steps, they passed each other as if they were on a catwalk, but no conversation was initiated. It's called denial and hunger marketing. Smelling the scent of the attacking mature woman, Xiao Yu slowly emerged his head, just to see Auntie Fong, who was not quite the same as usual, but was equally as charming as a female goblin. The pajama design is great. It's really great. It's a glamorous look against a top model's body. Couldn't help but like and be curious to see it, but was afraid that the door on Li Mengling's side would suddenly be pushed open. Bumped into like before. This behavior of having the heart of a thief but not the guts of a thief instantly made Fong Yun like it even more in her heart. The moment she used her hand to pull open the door of her little boyfriend's room, Fong Yun, who had already walked away, suddenly turned back at this time. In an instant, he locked eyes with Xiao Yu, who was secretly observing from behind. Auntie couldn't help but cover her mouth with a soft smile. He even opened his mouth and whispered, "Xiao Yu, is Auntie pretty?" After saying that, she even put on an alluring pose, letting the other party enjoy admiring her good figure and showing off her talent as a model. Xiao Yu, who was a bit embarrassed, stared for a while at this time, then nodded that it was indeed tempting. Anyway, Xiao Yu already knew that Fong Yun was a bad aunt and had even kissed, so it was like a strange door had been opened, and Xiao Yu wasn't as formal as he was earlier, and he was much more bold about his aunt. His interest had just been piqued, but Xiao Yu was itching to get out. He originally thought that Auntie Fong would send him more perks to feast his eyes on, but at this time, Auntie Fong waved her hand towards Xiao Yu. "Good night, Xiao Yu. See you tomorrow." With that, he turned and entered the middle of the room, closing the door behind him. This made Xiao Yu's heart even harder. It felt like I was completely taken by this aunt and wanted to go back to my room so badly. Talking with Auntie Fong by candlelight about life's aspirations, knowing full well that the other person was a bad aunt, she should have been teasing herself on purpose, but there was nothing that could be done about it. Completely captivated by this woman, but it seems like that's exactly why. Xiao Yu, who was lying on the sofa, alone in silence, reacted. It was as if his attention was diverted by Fong Yun. All the original depression over the breakup due to the loss of love was inexplicably forgotten amidst the time spent with this aunt just now. Picked up his cell phone and looked at his ex-girlfriend Anrun's WeChat. The other party did not send any message to himself, and Xiao Yu was slightly disappointed in his heart. One's first love may actually have to come to an end. Thinking about this, the first time a relationship failed, Xiao Yu felt like he was likely to cry. But, as tears didn't. Strange, it was pretty hard before. Why don't I feel anything now? Xiao Yu blinked his eyes, though Anrun's pretty face still surfaced inside from time to time. But more than that, he was still overwhelmed by Auntie Fong Yun's delicate figure and charming eyes. Even after closing my eyes, all I could think about was that bad woman, cuddle with her, kiss, and enjoy the beautiful images. In the midst of such imagery, Her mom didn't come out to stop and interrupt the two. With such a beautiful backdrop, Chow Yu, who was caught up in his sleep and hugging the quilt tightly, only seemed to feel a little bit at this time. Compared to the capricious nonsense of the little girl, feminine gentle sexy beauty aunt, maybe really know how to make men like the existence. Time, 3 o'clock in the morning, the moment when all is quiet. Just a few people are still active. Chow Yu is one of them, but he just got up from the couch in a daze, woken up by pee and ready to go to the bathroom to let it out. Being in your own home, you are able to find the exact location even with your eyes closed. After doing so, Chow Yu washed his hands. Still dazed and confused, he was ready to go back to sleep, and out of habit, he headed inside his room. It's an instinct developed over a decade. There was no thought to control it at all. It was completely subconscious behavior. The door to the room opened at the push of a button and no one locked it from the inside. It's a big heart inside the room. Chow Yu, on the other hand, entered it without any problems. Apparently, he also didn't notice that on top of the big bed, there was a ripe and beautiful woman who was sleeping soundly. Chow Yu's slippers sound quite loud, but this time the bed people sleep very dead, and did not care much. Take a step and go straight to bed. Chow Yu lifted the sheet and went inside. It's still cold at this time of the year, and it's even cooler when you're outside for a long time. Even more so when you've finished draining the water. It was good that the inside of the comforter was unusually warm, and when he entered it, Chow Yu's body and mind were soothed, as if he had entered spring. And you can smell the wonderful aroma. You can't get enough of it. It makes you want to embrace the rottenness of spring. Straight away, he cradled the equivocal pillow named Auntie in his arms. Nice and soft. Love it. Chapter 10, Getting into Big Trouble. Chow Yu had never had a sleep as refreshing as this. It was as if he was actually cradling his beloved mature aunt inside a dream, enjoying the ultimate tenderness. I thought I would be up all night with a broken heart, but I have my aunt to fill the void in my heart. Instead, he slept contentedly, snuggled up like a sloth on a warm auntie's pillow and slept through the big day. The rising sunlight stung his eyes raw, and Chow Yu couldn't help but push his head harder inside the comforter, the warmest place he could find. At the same time whimpered, "Auntie Fong, don't be like this. My mom knows that she will kill me." It seemed like I was dreaming about something very interesting inside the dream, something related to Auntie Fong. Such a marvelous ringing naturally disturbed Fong Yun, who was also in the midst of rest. Fong Yun's eyelids moved, having just woken up from a nap. His brain was still in a chaotic state, but vaguely one could feel that something was burrowing frantically in one's arms, and his hands held her firmly in place, as if seeking warmth in that way. Auntie Fong was instantly taken aback, and her heart was in a state of shock. You should know that people have been single for more than 30 years and have never slept alone, rarely with their sisters. Or maybe it's the fact that when sleeping with other girls, Fong Yun isn't very comfortable and can't get into a deep sleep at all. It wouldn't have been so intimidating. It was prepared. But this situation is different now. Auntie Fong was excited to enter her future young boyfriend's room, but she slept quite soundly as she smelled the familiar scent on the pillows and quilts. Unprepared. As soon as he opened his eyes, he realized that someone had gotten under his covers. She hadn't screamed out loud from the shock, and that had been mentally good. Feeling the small movements coming from inside the comforter, Auntie Fong inexplicably blushed a little. You know, in this house, apart from your own best friend, that's only Chow Yu. So, the person inside the comforter was still something for Fong Yun to look forward to. I didn't lock the door last night. This kid couldn't have slipped in, could he? With such thoughts floating in her mind, Fong Yun couldn't help but bite her lower lip with some excitement. This door was left unlocked by Auntie on purpose, and a sexy white silk tulle camisole nightgown from her best friend's closet was hand-picked for no apparent purpose. Slowly lifting the comforter, he carefully lowered his head to try to see who was actually in it. A blinding flash of light and cold wind went through the gap. It made the Chow Yu and it couldn't help but fight a cold war. Silently, he removed his head from the warmth and looked up sleepily. It was just at this time that he locked eyes with Fong Yun in a wide-eyed stare. Fong Yun was pleasantly surprised in her heart, seeing the face of her little boyfriend that she had been thinking about day and night. The corners of her mouth sketched out a smile. What kind of beautiful dream is he or she having? Or is he or she not awake? Chow Yu actually did come to her? Fong, aunt? Before he could figure out what was going on, Chow Yu muttered such an epithet inside his mouth. Both hands, however, were still holding Fong Yun tightly without letting go. It was just too warm and sweet smelling for his aunt's pillow. However, a moment later, Chow Yu instantly widened his eyes as if he had seen a living ghost. Auntie Fong, shivering and shouting out such a voice, Chow Yu gazed at Fong Yun, who was wearing such a sexy and alluring nightgown, with a strange perspective. Completely unanticipated, he woke up and slept sparingly with his aunt in such an intimate position. this is very bad. Last night he had been beaten half to death by the stormy Li Manglin just by kissing his aunt. Wouldn't it be crazy to find out you slept with her best friend? It's not clear what's really going on. At the first moment, Xiao Yu slammed out from inside the comforter. Though instinctively it's hard to give up and want to stay in there and sleep all the way through. But going after mom's best friend, that's a good guy thing to do? Xiao Yu has been raised by his mother to be proper. And he also likes Ching May next door. Something he would never do. So it was in a pair of big pants. And Xiao Yu hopped out of bed, full of embarrassment. He looked at Fong Yun who was lying sideways across the bed with a warm smile. Why are you running so fast? It's not like Auntie is going to eat you. Couldn't help but joke about it, seemingly finding Xiao Yu's reaction like this very amusing. After all, the other person had only been in a relationship for a month, or was a perfunctory kind of virgin. There's a lot of things you don't understand, and it's not too much of a stretch to say that you're an innocent little man. However, when Xiao Yu heard the other party say this, he muttered in his heart, this is a bad auntie, letting kisses and hugs, and now she's sleeping together. Then who knows going forward, this goblin will actually eat herself. Auntie Fong, how did this happen to the two of us? Xiao Yu was confused, and the cold wind in the early morning blew goosebumps all over his body. Auntie Fong stretched out a hand from under the covers and propped her head up. Then how do I know? I slept well last night, and when I opened my eyes, it was like this. Auntie honestly said that after getting a little drunk yesterday and kissing Xiao Yu, Fong Yun had a lot of thoughts about her little boyfriend. But if you want to get there, you still need to develop a good relationship with the other person. He's one of those nice guy types that can't be messed with like that. Hearing Auntie's explanation, Xiao Yu stood still, feeling a little weird. Fong Yun's performance last night was a big surprise to Xiao Yu, and he sort of recognized this bad aunt's means of actively teasing him. It was hard to believe that the two of them being in the same bed in a haphazard manner was another one of Auntie's tricks. Last night I remember I slept on the couch. The room was given to my aunt, so what about me? Xiao Yu began to review last night's situation bit by bit. Gradually it seemed to find the slightest clue in his mind. Midway through the early morning, I did get up once. After going to the bathroom, Xiao Yu spoke while a speechless expression appeared on his face. He seemed to recall something. Looking at Xiao Yu's terrible expression, Auntie snickered even more. Couldn't help but flirt. After going to the toilet, you kid got restless, so you came to drill Auntie Fong's quilt, didn't you? Fong Yun also guessed what was going on. It must be that Xiao Yu had entered the wrong room. Otherwise the young lad was really prepared, and she could not have come out unscathed. After spending so much time with Fong Yun, Xiao Yu could naturally hear that the other party was joking with him. Would you believe Auntie Fong if I said I didn't do it on purpose? This is bad auntie. Teasing Xiao Yu is the other party's pleasure in life. Fong Yun nodded and smiled in response, as if he had an idea of how to take the other party. Of course I believe you. That's good, but it's no use just me believing in you. It's up to your mom to believe in you? What's Auntie Fong doing? You still have to tell my mom. Of course, you've been like this with me. If I don't talk to my best friend about it and make you remember, or who knows if you'll be worse next time. Chapter 11 Auntie, don't tell my mom. Auntie, don't tell my mom. Speaking of Li Mangling, Xiao Yu didn't want his mom to misunderstand that he had slept with his aunt. I didn't say anything about that incident last night, words notwithstanding, but last night, that was a mistake he and Auntie Fong made together, and Xiao Yu could still find an excuse. But this time, it was entirely Xiao Yu himself who ran into someone's nest. Auntie Fong is a victim. Last night was last night, this morning is this morning, and you have to be punished for making a mistake. So how can you not tell your mom? It's against the rules. Fong Yun pretended to be surprised and scrutinized the Xiao Yu in front of him. It always felt funny that the other guy was now wearing big pants and giving in. It's really hard to hold in your laughter. I'm totally habit-induced. And besides, Auntie, didn't you leave the door unlocked yourself last night? Which caused this to happen. Xiao Yu finally found a bit of a rebuttal. I don't know what this aunt wants, but I definitely can't let Mother Superior know. Otherwise the counterintuitive behavior of burrowing under your aunt's covers and sleeping with your mother's best friend, whether intentional or not, it's all a big deal to let people know. So true. I did forget to lock the door last night. Auntie Fong nodded, seeming to look a little regretful on the surface. Why don't you just lock the door properly? Letting this kid get under the skin. Such a feeling. But realize that this aunt is a drama queen. Put on a good show last night and got a scare out of my best friend in 3 words. Wouldn't it be easy to tease the little puppy of the year? So having just said that, Auntie Fong's words changed. But it's okay not to tell your mom. You took advantage of me so much. You have to give Auntie Fong a little compensation, right? It already felt like slightly holding Xiao Yu. Fong Yun also wanted to have a good talk with the other party at this time. Compensation? Xiao Yu frowned and knew that this bad aunt was not holding back any good thoughts. Still, all that could be done was to nod and go along with the other man's wishes. Auntie Fong, just say what you want. I'll definitely do what I can do. Fong Yun brewed his emotions for a little while. This matter is actually also simple. Just want Xiao Yu and Aunt to fall in love. Taking this opportunity, I gave free rein and said what I had been hiding in my heart for a long time. Ha! Xiao Yu was shocked in his heart, as if he did not expect the other party's request to be this. No, 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 a relationship. Me and Auntie Fong? How can this be? You're my mom's best friend. This is absolutely not okay. As if it was a bolt from the blue. This kind of request Xiao Yu felt that he could not agree to it no matter what. Being in a relationship with your mom's best friend or something, that's totally backwards to the Big Dipper. It's worse than burrowing into your aunt's comforter. High treason. Simply. Fong Yun also knew that one bite couldn't eat a big fat man. Though Xiao Yu being in a relationship with his childhood girlfriend next door makes Auntie very remorseful about how she didn't take the other person sooner. This time, taking advantage of the breakup gap, I'm eager to seize the opportunity to make things work with my younger boyfriend. But make sure you take your time. This is a pure, slow man, and a tigress of a BFF. You can't be too hasty. You have to set each other up. It's not like you're actually going to talk to me, so how can you turn me down when you haven't even heard the whole thing? Fong Yun continued to maintain his stance of being in control of the situation, the smile still present on his face. What do you mean it's not a real talk with me? Auntie, what do you mean? Xiao Yu was a bit confused about what the other party meant. Fong Yun moved her body slightly, putting her delicate curves on full display from inside the comforter. The sexy pajamas instantly captured Xiao Yu's eyes. This style really suits each other and how it looks. I don't know if it was due to being too cold, but Xiao Yu shrank down and covered his arms with his bare feet. If you're feeling cold, why don't you come inside the comforter and talk about it? It's warmer. Auntie Fong also felt a little bit sorry for the other party when she saw her like this, so he kindly invited Xiao Yu and threw out an olive branch, asking him to come into the quilt with him to keep warm. Hearing such exciting words, Xiao Yu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. You know that last night he slept quite sweetly inside this comforter, or never had such a restful sleep and even had a great dream. A dream related to my aunt. As a man, he really wanted to go back in and experience it for a while longer and cuddle up to his aunt for a beautiful night's sleep. No need to be polite. If Auntie Fong has anything you just say it. Xiao Yu forced himself to hold back. He couldn't fall back into the abyss. This was his aunt. He couldn't mess around. Get this thing over with. His own mother superior was next door, and it was time to get up later. If I came over and saw them sleeping together in a cuddle, I might get excited. Thought your son was no good. Groped and slept with her BFF and ran to the kitchen to get a kitchen knife to make a big deal out of it? That's fine. Fong Yun also feels that this can't be the case. Good girlfriends who knows if they will come over. It's better to be quick. Negotiate the terms. Tie up this little boyfriend and set him up first. You also know that Auntie is over 30, and has never been in love since she grew up, so I'm not sure where the problem is, and the doctor can't do anything about it when she gets a strange disease. Good thing I suddenly wanted to experience this feeling recently. Xiao Yu, how about you come and be Auntie's temporary boyfriend for a while and help Auntie? How about it? Fong Yun continued to show off her good figure and said this. It was perfectly perceptible that the other's eyes were still peeking out with their afterglow. The charm of a mature woman. For a youngster like him, that kills is not normal. A period of time? An experience? A temporary boyfriend? Hearing these words, Xiao Yu only felt so odd, but after thinking for a while, it seemed like he was able to understand the meaning of the other's words. Fong Yun was a preachy person, so of course she knew what Xiao Yu's concerns were, so she quickly made an addition. Yeah, it's a temporary boyfriend. Auntie doesn't have any particularly familiar boys besides you, so you just treat it as a game. No need to be serious. Let me experience a relationship for a period of time. Just help me heal. The two of us will do it in private and keep it a secret from anyone. Fong Yun winked frantically towards Xiao Yu. The womanly flavor of a mature woman immediately came up. Looking at Xiao Yu, that is really mouth saliva straight up. But that's where Fong Yun's cunning comes in. First they let each other play their temporary boyfriends, then they fake it later. Xiao Yu had a fact with her and even got someone killed. The girlfriends will have to turn a blind eye. There was no way. It was really hard and difficult to be with Xiao Yu by normal means. It's basically unlikely to have your own good BFF in the middle, as a goalie. It's the only way to get out of this, to use a little trickery and cut off your little boyfriend. That's fine if it's just for your aunt to experience being in a relationship, not actually having a relationship. Xiao Yu didn't figure out the twists and turns either. I just thought the other guy was sincere in his words, and after so many years of being single, I didn't have any familiar males. It's hard to want to simply experience what it's like to be in love. Still, it's hopeless enough to get back to normal. But it seems like there's something strange about it. But Auntie Fong, since you want to fall in love, then just go find a boyfriend. There are quite a lot of people chasing after you, right? Shouldn't getting a boyfriend be a very simple thing? With Auntie's seductive body and face, wouldn't it be easy to get off the hook? Fong Yun is not interested in other men that Auntie Fong is a sexy woman but still very dedicated. She's liked Xiaoyu for a long time and has been waiting for him. Only next door Ching May accidentally got together with Xiaoyu first. Auntie has been depressed about this for a long time, so she will never admit defeat this time. After hesitating for a while, he quickly found an excuse. This is not for people more cautious. Do not know to talk about it, before looking for you to try it first. If it feels good, I will then go to find other people to talk about it in a serious way, and by that time, your task will be over. So Xiaoyu, you help Auntie. Just 2 months. No, 1 month. 1 month is good. Let me experience it. In the future, maybe I'll be able to fall in love with other men normally. Auntie doesn't want much. Just help Auntie Fong this time. Okay, Xiaoyu, if you don't say yes, I'm going to have a chat with your mom. The words are out there. Xiaoyu seemed to think that there was nothing wrong with running to drill Auntie Fong's quilt and now making such a simple compensation, even though she was her mother's best friend and knew it wasn't appropriate to do so. But no one else knows, so nothing should happen, right? And acting to help Auntie Fong to be able to fall in love normally in the future is just doing a good deed. If I really want to experience it, I'll try as much as I can, but I'm not very good at it, so I don't know if I'll be able to help Auntie Fong in a month to your satisfaction. After weighing the pros and cons, Xiaoyu finally nodded his head and decided to lend a helping hand to help his aunt out, completely unaware that she had fallen into the trap set by this bad woman. Chapter 12. Be careful, don't let your mom catch you. And he really agreed. Fong Yun herself did not expect things, surprisingly, to go so smoothly. I was expecting a lot more talk. Satisfied. Xiaoyu, just play as you please. Auntie is definitely satisfied. Fong Yun nodded her head in a hurry. Xiaoyu had been coaxed into becoming her little boyfriend. What was there for Auntie to be dissatisfied with? Then in that case, what happened just now? Auntie Fong, you won't tell my mom, right? Xiaoyu was still most worried about this. The consequences of doing something ridiculous on his own were very serious. Don't worry, Auntie is a man of her word. It's a secret between the two of us. No one else will know. How could Auntie Fong tell anyone else about this? Wouldn't she be lifting a rock and hitting her own foot? She couldn't wait to wake up every morning and open her eyes to see Xiaoyu all asleep in her arms. Who doesn't get his shoes wet when he walks by the river? One way or another. With Auntie Fong's sexy body, he's sure to make a bigger mistake. And wouldn't this be a good thing? Hearing Auntie Fong say this, Xiaoyu was so relieved. Although Auntie's conditions were outrageous, the good news was that they were not particularly excessive, so Xiaoyu was still able to accept them. Then Auntie Fong, can I go out now? Or else if my mom gets up later and can't find me, she'll be in big trouble if she comes into the room. Xiaoyu wanted to bolt. Although this room smelled good, the Mother Superior next door was even more terrifying. Well, then you go out first. The follow-up, we talk about love. Pretending to be in love arrangement. Chatting slowly on the phone. Be careful, don't be caught by your mom. Auntie Fong was also very sweet with her instructions. His own plan was now accomplished, so he let his little boyfriend go for the time being. When love lasts, does it last forever? There's no need to rush. Xiaoyu also greeted the other party very politely as he was leaving. Then Auntie Fong, I'll go out first. I can't help it. I was just raised by my mother to be too disciplined. That's when he tiptoed around, just in a pair of big pants, ready to go out. However, it was only then that he twisted the doorknob and opened the door a crack to explore outside. Observe the inside of the living room. It's over. Mentally, he said something bad. In the middle of the vision, Li Mengling was currently lifting the quilt on the sofa, but it was empty. Didn't see Xiaoyu sleeping in it at all. So suspiciously he lifted his head and looked around. Xiaoyu, then started calling each other's names. Even the vision was searching towards the room where Xiaoyu and Fong Yun were. Xiaoyu was so scared that he immediately closed the door, his little heart thumping non-stop. It was as if he felt that the sky was falling and that his little life was about to be lost. He himself slept through the night in a big pantsuit, coming out of his aunt's room dressed like that. That's yellow mud on your pants leg. Not history. This kind of thing is simply not clear. Xiaoyu, what are you doing closing the door? Fong Yun pulled the quilt, feeling that it was still a little cold in the morning. Originally, when she saw that Xiaoyu was about to go, she covered her tantalizing body up so that she wouldn't catch a cold. Who'd have thought this guy would kill and come back again? Hadn't she admired her great body enough? But how could Xiaoyu care about this kind of thing right now? He hurriedly explained, Auntie Fong, my mom is right outside. She's looking for me. Ha! Auntie was also shocked, which is no small thing. The two of them in the state they were in now, caught by their best friend, could be a lot more serious than last night. Then hurry up and hide. It'll be a disaster if your mom catches you. Auntie Fong was also out of her mind, knowing that her good sister was not to be messed with, and immediately told Xiaoyu to hurry and take shelter first. That's what the words say though, but my room is just this big. Where can I hide? Xiaoyu still felt a big head. Where to hide? Auntie blinked, looked left and right, and indeed found no suitable place to hide. All that could be done was to lift the covers again, showing off her softly defined waist. Why don't you hide under the covers and I'll cover you up and deal with it for a while. No choice but to come up with bad ideas. But Chow Yu was a big man. How could he cover such a big body? His mom is a tigress, not a stupid tiger. It's impossible not to see it. I can't, my mom will see it, and it's a much worse look if I get caught. Chow Yu was also anxious in his heart and immediately dismissed Fong Yun's proposal. Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't hide anyone under this bed, Chow Yu would have wanted to drill in. So what to do? It seems like there's even less place to hide here other than the comforter. Auntie Fong was also helpless at this time, and she was eager to help Chow Yu escape this calamity. After all, if her best friend senses that they're in a situation, Fong Yun's plan to take down her little boyfriend is also sure to be met with a great deal of resistance. I don't know. Chow Yu was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and even at this time, he could hear his mother's footsteps already ringing outside the door. Snap! It was even hallucinated that Li Mengling was calling out to Chow Yu. Xiao Yu, you slept with mom's best friend. I want you dead. It was just like the voice of the black and white irregulars demanding for their lives. Extremely frightening. Frightened, Chow Yu was in a hurry and knew that he couldn't continue to delay. Immediately, he got his feet wet and headed for the balcony. Fong Yun, who had watched too many bad dramas, had a brain cramp and actually opened her mouth to say something stupid on a rare occasion. Xiao Yu, you don't think about it, is not just found by your mom? No big deal. You just accidentally sleep with Auntie. We are not really cheating. Really can't this pot Auntie Fong a person to back? Ha? Jumping? Auntie Fong, don't think too much. I'll go over the balcony over to the next door. There won't be any danger. Later you help me open the gate. Chow Yu could only turn around awkwardly to explain to the beauty on the bed. It looked like the other party was too nervous to misunderstand it like that, thinking that he wanted to seek death. But Auntie Fong was willing to carry all for herself in this situation. Chow Yu was still slightly touched. Auntie Fong is still really good to herself, even though she's been pretty bad lately. I like to play all kinds of jokes on myself. I see. That's fine then. Take care of yourself. Fong Yun was speechless, thinking how could he think of such a ghostly development. Panicking, he continued his rush toward the balcony. And just moments after Chow Yu had just left the room, the sound of twisting the doorknob came out. Brat! Your mom is outside and doesn't bring a lock on the door. Even if it's really cheating, it's good to drag it out for a while longer. Auntie Fong couldn't help but chide. I thought to myself that it was really a husband and a wife, and the two of them were unexpectedly united in their tacit understanding in this regard. Neither loves to lock the door. Auntie forced herself to steady herself and immediately lay down on the bed and pretended to sleep. Pretend you don't know anything. Anyway, there's no way to convict her if her best friend can't catch anyone. After all, catching a thief in the act of catching an adulterer. But just after lying down, Fong Yun, who had only closed her eyes, opened them again. It seemed to remember something and immediately tensed up. Not right, next door I remember. Is the in-family that pair of mother and son's territory? Chow Yu this look early in the morning to the two of them side of the flip. Will not be a problem, right? Chapter 13 Auntie Ansu and Chow Xiaoyu. Anne's home. Ansu's room. This is the room of a mature aunt. Even though Ansu just lives alone, her own little home is kept very neat and clean, and a variety of small ornaments, but also make the nest looks a kind of cozy feeling. There is even a photo of her and her daughter Anran on the bed. A small peach garden world belonging to the two mothers and daughters. No one else has ever broken in, and it's been a quiet life all these years. It's just that sometimes it can feel like a letdown. After all, it's two women depending on each other. So Auntie Anne really wished that there was a man in the family with some masculinity. Heaven blesses me. I hope that my mother and daughter in the An family will be safe and sound, and that Chow Yu will smoothly join our An family. This is my greatest wish in this life. There is nothing else I can ask for. Auntie Ansu, who had a beautiful face and a rhyming body, chanted such words in her room. Inside his hand, he squeezed the amulet the fortune-telling fairy had given him, expecting a miracle. But nay, he had already given Enron a thought last night. That stubborn Enran still didn't have any repentance, as if she didn't intend to get along with Chow Yu. Auntie was also speechless, with such a donkey's temper on the other side. What on earth should be done to make that little man from the Chow family come to their An family to take root and settle down? If my daughter doesn't go, I can't really be asked to cover for her, can I? Auntie Ansu was quite speechless, and to be honest, she was infuriated by her daughter's remark last night. If only Enran had listened and walked hand in hand with Chow Yu, and then grabbed a beautiful baby, living a happy little life from now on. Auntie was afraid that she would wake up smiling in her dreams, but the guy just had a foul temper and refused to agree. Oh God, can you give me some indication of what I should really do? Stuck in a daze, and Xiao is also wondering how to get Chow Yu to join the An family. I hope fate comes with a little hint. And just as Auntie prayed, there was actually an inexplicable movement coming from the balcony outside Ansu's room. It caught my aunt's attention. Interrupting herself from talking to herself, Ansu frowned slightly, twisting her voluptuous body. She made her way to the balcony and pushed against the floor-to-ceiling windows. Wanted to see what was going on out there. Is it really possible that the heavens have given themselves instructions? With a slight sense of anticipation in my heart, I just pushed the window open. The magic happens. A face that he had been thinking about day and night came face to face. It was the man next door that she was so extremely fond of that she was trying to get the other to join the family. Xiao Yu. Ansu couldn't help but call out the other person's name softly and saw that the other person was actually standing on the balcony of her house. Even in a big pantsuit, Auntie was ecstatic. Just now he was begging the heavens to give him some instructions, and the immortals heard his call, and the miracle came, didn't it? Auntie Anne. Xiao Yu's side had only just climbed onto the balcony and escaped from the house. It hadn't even gotten to a standing position, and as a result, Auntie Anne's family came out. Just wanted to say something. Nay, there seemed to be moss on this balcony, and Xiao Yu accidentally didn't stand still. It fell straight ahead. Of course, the balcony of Xiao Yu's room was connected to Auntie and Su's side, and there was no danger. When he was a child, Xiao Yu was locked up in the house by his mother's lessons, and had nothing to do. He loved to go over the balcony, especially sneaking over to find his childhood friend to play. Auntie and Xiao looked at it and was beautiful in her heart, but she would not tell Xiao Yu's mom about the secret. But this time things are different. It wasn't to find Enron. Careful. Auntie Anne was anxious in her heart. This is the future man of the An family. That can't be something wrong. Auntie would be very upset if she fell anywhere. So without hesitation, he directly went forward and extended his hands to greet Xiao Yu. Immediately, he held the other party in his arms, using his own body as a shield to prevent Xiao Yu from falling to the ground. As kind as Auntie Ansu is, Neiyu is also the man next door for the first time. That's 100 pounds of tendon flesh that's not so easy to catch. Under the violent impact, Ansu was actually even crushed to the ground by her opponent. Even accidentally, Xiao Yu's mouth brushed against his aunt's white face. A small kiss on it. This kind of accident immediately embarrassed Xiao Yu to the extreme. What's more, the whole person was lying on the inside of this aunt's arms, being held by Ansu, just like many years ago. It's kind of screwed up. It was a good thing that there were only the two of them here, or else the others would inevitably think more when they saw them, especially Fong Yun. That would definitely be jealous. Ouch! Auntie exclaimed in pain, as if she had been overwhelmed and knocked by this powerful man's breath. Auntie Anne, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Are you okay? Xiao Yu hastily propped himself up, not caring how warm and soft his aunt's arms were. Ansu has been good to Xiao Yu since he was a kid, and this auntie especially spoils him. He gets his share of all the good food and drinks, and secretly gives him pocket money. Xiao Yu had always kept it in his heart, so he didn't want to cause the other party to be hurt because of his accident just now. No, and Su chanted this kind of voice inside her mouth, but her eyes were deadlocked on Xiao Yu's handsome and sunny face. The background of the opponent was the rising sun, and at this moment, Xiao Yu seemed to be glittering, shining with the light of redemption. Auntie Anne was a little lost in thought and mesmerized as she watched. This is the savior of their Anne's mother and daughter. Anrun's future good husband. Auntie Anne, speak up. Don't scare me. Xiao Yu saw that the other party's eyes were straight but didn't say anything, hurriedly calling out to each other, fearing that Ansu was out of line. It's okay, you're a lot heavier than you used to be. I kind of didn't react. Auntie hurriedly opened her mouth to explain, as if her mind recalled many past events with some sighs. Kidding aside, could the Xiao Yu of his childhood hug it up and compare it to now? That's not even a concept. I'm glad it's okay. Let's get up. It's not a good idea for the others to see us like this. Xiao Yu was also a bit embarrassed. People came to his rescue with good intentions, and he kissed the other guy by mistake. Granted, his aunt spoiled him, but he was an adult himself, so this was too embarrassing. You know that Inshio is Enran's mom. Even if Inshio is still charming and born beautiful, Xiao Yu was also free of such thoughts. Auntie Ansu was a little reluctant to let go, but eventually she slowly let go of her hand. Just now, he was kissed by the other party. His cheeks were a little hot, and embraced for a few moments. That had been blissful to the core. This kind of happiness came too suddenly for Auntie to ask for too much, so slowly stood up. As a result, this only just got up, and immediately exclaimed out in pain, "Yikes, my foot!" Immediately after that, the entire body fell towards Xiao Yu. Seeing the situation, Xiao Yu naturally had to hold the other party up. Holding this extreme beauty in his arms, he tenderly cared for her. "Auntie Anne, did you twist your foot?" Concerned, he inquired, while looking down to check the condition of his opponent's injuries. Being inside the home and in his room, he had just woken up, so Auntie wore a rather casual white nightgown with shorts, but even so, it completely hides the beauty of Ansu's voluptuous figure. I didn't have a chance before, but now I'm up close and personal. I just realized that it's a rare pair of legs. Unlike Fong Yun's slim and tall figure, the other party's figure was fleshy and her beautiful legs were also fleshy. It's beautiful in a different sense, but enjoyable all the same. Chapter 14 Massage for Auntie and Sue. It seems to be twisted, but it shouldn't hurt. Ansu simply stated his situation. His words were quite relaxed. However, Chow Yu could see that the other party's expression was clearly holding back now. Breaking bones is not just a word. Auntie, and come inside and sit down. It's no small thing to twist your foot. Concerned, Chow Yu supported Ansu and brought the other party inside the room. This was all caused by his own mistake just now, and Chow Yu felt that he should take the responsibility. Ansu nodded slightly, always feeling at ease leaning on the boy next door. Okay then, listen to you. After some politeness, Anshou went into his room with Chow Yu. Auntie Ansu's boudoir, that certainly goes without saying. It was filled with the wonderful scent of a mature aunt and smelled great. It wasn't the first time Chow Yu had flipped over the balcony to come here, and even though he hadn't been here for a long time, he was still quite familiar with the feel of the place. The unique scent of Ansu. Inhale it, that's really nostalgic. He used to love to run to Anne's mother and daughter's side. Be careful, Auntie, and sit down and I'll take a look for you. With such an admonition on his lips, Chow Yu placed the injured Ansu at the head of the bed, just sitting on the big soft bed. Chow Yu then kneeled down on one knee without hesitation, reaching out her hands to remove Ansu's house slippers. She then cupped her aunt's ankles and began to examine them. What are you doing, Xiao Yu? Ansu was instantly a little surprised. Auntie was a little overwhelmed for a moment when the other person squatted in front of her and acted in such a way. I'll pinch Auntie Anne's feet to see if I can relieve the pain. I'm very professional. My mom has to get help from me when she sprains her foot. Xiao Yu had a serious face and wasn't joking. And indeed it is. His mom was tired from work and often asked Xiao Yu to massage and pinch her feet or something. Unconsciously, Xiao Yu became a professional massage foot pinch master. Skillful. For bruises and injuries, all it takes is his little hands to treat them and they're good to go. In that case, then I'll trouble you, Sayu. After hearing Xiao Yu's explanation, Auntie didn't think much about it. It's a little uncomfortable, but on the inside, I like it, and my face just burns a little. While helping his aunt with her sprain, Xiao Yu quickly reacted a little differently, not with ideas, of course. Instead, he realized something and frowned slightly. Auntie Ansu was an attentive woman and quickly sensed that something was wrong with Xiao Yu. What? Is it Auntie's feet that smell? It's smelling you. Somewhat embarrassed, he opened his mouth softly to test the waters. It is important to realize that women's feet, due to different physiology, have more developed sweat glands than men. Simply put, feet will stink more. Xiao Yu quickly explained. No, Auntie Anne's feet don't stink. Instead? Ansu's face revealed strangeness as if she guessed what the other party was going to say. No, I'm trying to say, Auntie, don't get me wrong. It's just that when I pressed my feet I realized that your body might have lacked exercise lately, resulting in a bit of a poor state, so you can pay more attention to it. Xiao Yu changed the subject to avoid putting people in an awkward situation. And it's also true that Ansu is a homely and virtuous woman, not pugnacious like Auntie Fong and her own mother and father. Those good sisters are in great shape. Thanks for your concern. I'll definitely pay more attention and I'll be fine. Auntie couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I thought to myself, so that's what the other person was worried about. So it's okay. After a brief conversation, Xiao Yu continued to concentrate on helping his aunt with her sprained ankle without any distractions, and Ansu looked down at the little sunny man at that moment, concentrating on healing himself. Sweet and gentle. It was already hoped that the other party would join the ancestors, and now that thought was even more so, but Ansu wasn't in too deep, and the occasional stab of pain in her foot brought her to her senses quickly, painfully. By the way, Xiao Yu, how did you flip over like this in the morning? Auntie wanted to talk about something else so she wouldn't get carried away and lose her mind. Despite that thought, this kind of unexpected event this morning is a real miracle in Ansu's eyes. Fate, it seems, is not as simple as it seems. It's not a sign from heaven. Xiao Yu was bound to come to their family to join the family before he could do so. Right. Hearing Ansu talk to herself about this, Xiao Yu only recalled it at this time. He's still running scared himself. Auntie Anne, this matter is a long story. I have to hurry home now. Sorry. Why don't I find some time next time and I'll rub it for you? Xiao Yu was very apologetic and spoke to the other party, so, although he didn't carry out the clarification, Ansu could tell that he was quite anxious. When the other party didn't say anything, Auntie didn't ask. It's fine. I already feel better now. You do have maneuvers. Go back if you have something important to do. Just come and play with Anne. Run often. You two grew up together. There is no such thing as an overnight grudge. Ansu hopes that Xiao Yuan and Ran will be able to break the ice, come together, and walk hand in hand into marriage. For this reason, Auntie is also going to work hard to continue to set the two of them up. I'll leave then, Auntie, and we'll be in touch on our cell phones. I'll take care of your leg to the end, please don't worry. Chow Yu, who was very responsible, said he would take the responsibility as a man for his mistake. Absolutely nothing can happen to these beautiful legs. He must continue to massage and knead his aunt's feet. Well, I know you're a responsible man, or you wouldn't be, Auntie said, and then she fell a little down. Although extremely optimistic about Chow Yu and had long considered him a part of the Yin family. But nah, that donkey-tempered and ran of my own family is not competitive. So just take this opportunity to get Chow Yu at home, won't it? Not to be made. So much so that now, one can only pray to God all day long, hoping for a miracle. Chow Yu seemed to be able to understand the meaning of the other party's words and could only smile awkwardly. There was nothing more to say about himself and Anran now that they had gotten to this point. But no matter what kind of relationship one would have with Enron in the future, Ansu will always be a good auntie to herself, and that won't change. After briefly saying a polite goodbye to his aunt, Chow Yu was then ready to get up and leave. Wait, Sayu, see the man who had so easily broken into the lonely world of this mother and daughter, bringing warmth and sunshine. Auntie was a little reluctant to open her mouth when she had to leave like this. What's wrong? Anything else? Chow Yu stopped his pace, still wearing a smile. That kind of feeling like a spring breeze. Looking at the aunt, felt a slight warmth. Slowly getting up, with her delicate back to Chow Yu, she opened her personal closet. Various kinds of ladies' clothes just appeared in front of Chow Yu's eyes. It was an eye-opener for him. It turned out that Auntie Yen's clothes weren't all as conservative as they usually were, and there were obviously quite a few bold, fabric-saving styles. Awkwardly, he averted his gaze. It's Auntie's secret, and it's better not to see it yourself. Ansu seemed to notice Chow Yu's eyes and blushed a little. Removing a clean lady's white shirt from inside, he quickly closed the closet. How can you go out like this? Anran is still at home. If she sees you, she'll get the wrong idea. Auntie Ansu's voice was getting smaller and smaller as she said such things. It was clear that he had nothing going on with Chow Yu, but there was something about it that felt shameless. Chow Yu lowered his head and looked at himself in his current outfit. Auntie, and you are right. It is indeed easy for people to misunderstand me in this manner. Nodding, he had to agree with the other man. In his current state, if he went out from Auntie Fong's room, he would be held down and violently beaten by his mother and father. Coming out of Auntie Anne's room in her pants in the middle of the morning, it was expected that Anran would have to transform into a mad dog and fly up to bite him. Chapter 15, Encountering Ching May's ex-girlfriend. Put the dress on first. It's a size up. I can't wear it, but it should fit you pretty well. Auntie Ansu says such words and is as sweet as she was many years ago, offering to come over and help Chow Yu organize his clothes. Is this white shirt Auntie Anne's? Chow Yu was slightly speechless. Was it appropriate for him to wear women's clothes? But now that the situation was urgent, he didn't seem to have a choice. Ansu flashes a smile and just thinks it's funny, telling Chow Yu not to care. It fits you well, and you're sunny and handsome and spirited. While helping Chow Yu to straighten the folds of the clothes in front of his chest, he could not help but praise him. Inexplicably, she would even think that it would be great if the handsome and responsible Chow Yu was really a member of their Yin family. The other man's arms were solid, perfectly capable of giving this Enron a warm place to lean on. Chow Yu's 8 characters were very hard and matched both their mother and daughters. It's a perfect candidate to join the family of Anne. Really? Then I'm welcome. I'll wash it later and give it back to Auntie Anne. This was, after all, Auntie's clothes, and Chow Yu had borrowed them to wear, so surely they should still be returned to their rightful owners. It smells and feels really nice and reassuring though, but in reality it didn't matter to Auntie. As long as Chow Yu liked it, it was fine to give it to him. What Auntie Ansu cares about is the Chow family Xiao Yu in front of her, who she has been watching for many years and has grown into such a perfect big man. Be sure to come and make your home. Well, then you remember to come over, preferably through the front door. Auntie also couldn't help but joke. What kind of look is it to flip a balcony? It's like cheating. If people see it, they'll gossip. After doing so, Auntie also took out a pair of her own ladies' sweatpants from inside her closet and asked the other to change into them. The jeans and everything are too small for the other guy to wear. A white shirt with big pants is indeed weird. A pair of sweatpants is slightly better. Even the sweatpants feel a little small. But never mind. They're fine for emergencies. Okay, you can go out now. Be smart. Ansu shoved Chow Yu and told the other man to look after himself. After all, Auntie's foot was still sprained and not quite fit for action. So what happened next was up to Chow Yu himself. Chow Yu turned back towards Anshio and waved his hand before he twisted the door handle and slowly opened the door to his aunt's room. But just pushed the door open. A little schoolgirl's chortle came right up to her face. Damn it, how dare you come to steal my house and abuse the spring? I've caught you. See if I don't beat you to death. You villain. This voice was more than familiar to Chow Yu. It was his childhood friend, little Princess Anran. No way. I just left the house and I got caught. Xiao Yu was shocked in his heart, never expecting the other party's reaction to be so fast. The doorway was only open a crack before Enron noticed. I was just thinking about how to explain that there was nothing at all between myself and Auntie Ansu. Stealing homes and abusing springs and whatnot is even more non-existent. Yet the next moment, Xiao Yu took a step and realized with a fixed stare, the bastard was actually lying on the couch with his cell phone, playing pesticide. It seems to be the white-hot stage of the game now, with the enemy teams having pushed up to the high ground and started stealing homes. Scared the hell out of me. Xiao Yu was so relieved, thinking that he almost misunderstood. Anran's hobbies are not much, like playing pesticide is one of them. This Xiao Yu is aware of. The two of them usually also platoon together to score points, and now the pesticide number is still a close friend. It was just that Xiao Yu had been rather depressed for the past 2 days and hadn't been online, so Enron was left alone in a solo row, and it looked as if it was more of a struggle. Lost, stolen from home, another point drop. A wail came from Enron as if he was having trouble accepting such a fact. Watching the other guy over there alone is hard, wallowing in the pain of defeat. Xiao Yu inexplicably felt a bit good for some reason. How come I won't go on the score? Can it be that I'm such a dish that I can only let Xiao Yu lead me? Alone there, talking to himself, Enron seemed to have found the key problem of his dropped points. That was as if he was basically playing support for Xiao Yu every time he scored, all the way to the top. Now that she was left alone in a single row, the feeling was downright sour. Her score was like riding a roller coaster, going down like crazy. In the back of his mind, he began to regret a little bit why he had treated him so badly the other day. How is this going to restore the previous relationship? Even playing games together seems to have become a bit difficult to open up. After all, it's all been broken up. And what reason does he, his ex-girlfriend, have to let him take him to the top of the scoreboard? Xiao Yu tiptoed around, ready to move as gently as possible. Don't want to interrupt this capricious ex-girlfriend's self-complaining and introspection. He himself is also in a lot of trouble now. And besides, the two of them have only just broken up, and it's really awkward to meet in this form now. But Xiao Yu wanted to slip away quietly. But Anran was a young girl after all, and that air was still quite good. Xiao Yu had only just taken a step when a subtle sound caught Anran's attention. So turn your head and look. Xiao Yu, who had a white shirt with sweatpants and a somewhat odd appearance, posed with a leg sticking out from inside her mom's room and just appeared. Xiao Yu, why are you here? Seeing such a nerve-wracking image, Anran was a bit dazed and slowly sat up from the sofa, with the inside of her mouth still chanting, and it's still from my mom's room. But I don't know whether to say that Enron has great eyes or that she's blind enough. Surprisingly, he didn't realize at first that this set of clothes on Xiao Yu's body was worn by Enxiu. Chapter 16 Green Plum's girlfriend sulks. Enron slowly put down his own cell phone. Looking at her childhood friend's ex-boyfriend Xiao Yu, she always felt a strange feeling that she couldn't tell. Morning, Enron. Xiao Yu awkwardly greeted the other party and slowly pulled his body out of his aunt's room. Having just broken up, meeting Enron that must have been a bit hard. Morning. Anran responded politely. The relationship between the two was originally very good. It was just that something went wrong in the middle. No, I'm asking you, what are you doing out of my mom's room this early in the morning? Anran seemed to respond that this was not the time to be polite. Although Anran didn't think the two of them had anything going on, he still had to ask Xiao Yu what the situation was. Between Xiao Yu and Anran's mom, there's no problem, at least for now, so nothing worth avoiding. It was rather inappropriate to hide it, embarrassed to speak. I flipped over from next door. A little thing, but don't you worry, Auntie knows all about it. I'll be gone in a minute. Xiao Yu was in a hurry to go home now, and more detailed details were not stated, like the little story between him accidentally slipping on the balcony and Auntie Anne. Anran's heart felt a little bad when she heard such words. It was no secret that Xiao Yu used to come over the balcony to play with her, only now that it was all grown up, the guy hadn't flipped over to her in a long time, so it was obvious to Anran that Xiao Yu was up to no good. The bit about flipping the balcony over. What else could it be but two people in love? Oh, so, Anran was slightly angry. Xiao Yu, who had obviously talked to her mom in her room, was just about to go home alone, letting Ansu come and talk to herself, completely ignoring her feelings. Relationships should be for the two of them as young people trying to salvage the relationship. I can't believe the other guy didn't come to talk to her and instead went to talk to her mom. Enron admitted that he was very capricious. It still feels good when you're obviously in a relationship. On impulse, he proposed a breakup. It led to the relationship between the two of them, which turned out to be like this. But it's not really that hard to fix. The point is that Xiao Yu used the wrong method and got the wrong direction. Now in her rebellious stage, she hates it when her mother interferes in her personal matters, especially when it comes to relationships. This little dynamite barrel is starting to ignite again. Muttering, he sat down and faced Xiao Yu sideways. That's fine. It's not for me. There's nothing to do so you can go back first. Pretending to himself, he took his phone and seemed to resume playing with it, without a bit of good face. He didn't care about Chow Yu anymore. Chow Yu really felt puzzled when he saw the other party's reaction. Being a normal person myself, I really don't like to do the hot face to cold ass thing. When you are in love, that spoil your girlfriend that active no problem. But it's all broken up and she's still like this, so Chow Yu can't do anything about it. Plus the heart was in a hurry, fearing that the tigress inside the house would go berserk. Wanted to hurry home, so my feet were in a hurry. Enron, remaining silent, with his ears ringing so often. Enron's heart was in turmoil. Where is the mood to keep playing any games? Purely one person is there to mess with the point. Of course, what she wanted even more was for Chow Yu to stop and say something to herself. So in fact, the afterglow had been keeping an eye on Chow Yu. However, Chow Yu only looked at the family's eldest miss a few times as he passed by and didn't say anything else. Now that he was in an emergency situation, where was he going to care about that? If it were normal, he would have no problem being normal with Enron. Breaking up with this girl that he had liked for a long time, it would definitely be false that Chow Yu did not have any regrets in his heart. Not wanting to salvage the relationship would be a lie. It just seems like too good a time to talk about such things, so the two would just have to, for the time being, separate here and go about their own business. Afterglow glanced at Chow Yu, seeing the other party's back getting farther and farther away, and Ran was anxious in her heart. He thought to himself that Chow Yu, this nerd, actually really didn't say anything to her and just left like that? When you're in love, you obviously say it to her so actively. This contrasting treatment was hard for the willful girl to accept, pouting and sulking all by herself. And just as Chow Yu was about to leave with his hand on the doorknob, it seemed like an accident had occurred. As soon as Chow Yu turned around and moved out, Anran's heart was delighted and her small mouth curled slightly, but on the surface tried to still put on a look of, well, not caring. Anran, your mom twisted her foot. I just simply helped her with it. Why don't you go check on her in her room, and leave her out of work and housework? Out of concern for his aunt, he still asked Anran to take care of Auntie, and when he was leaving, let's make it up to Auntie Ansu when he's done with all this tedious stuff later on. He was the one who injured people's legs, so Chow Yu must be responsible. As for the relationship with Enron, one could only take one step at a time. Chow Yu is now being forced by his mother to go on a blind date, and it's with his former English teacher, so who knows what the end result will be. What if, for example, he and that royal lady really hooked up? My mom, she twisted her foot? Enron stood up nervously. I know. After saying that, the two of them stood still and just stared at each other for 2 seconds. It feels a little complicated. Chow Yu opens the door and leaves, while Enran then goes to his own mother's room to see how the other side is doing. Once again, all sorts of separation. After leaving the family's mother and son's territory, Chow Yu was the first to hurry inside his home in a hurry. It wasn't more than a few steps, and it was soon in front of his house. The door was ajar and unlocked. It looked like he had gotten through to Auntie Fong earlier, and the other party had opened the door ahead of time. Only then was Chow Yu able to smoothly open the door and enter it. Probing his head and looking left and right, he did not find any sign of the tigress inside the house, only hearing sounds coming from inside the kitchen. That's when he probably guessed that his mom was supposed to be fixing breakfast. Chow Yu's heart was beating a drum, thinking that his mom didn't find anyone and didn't know what she would be angry about, so how could she still be in the mood to cook? Over in the living room, it just seemed that someone had noticed themselves. Xiao Yu, Auntie Fong, who had a short skirt and long legs, came jogging all the way over in a hurry, with tension and worry on her face. The other person's outfit wasn't last night's wraparound skirt with black silk, but instead was considered more everyday wear. Chow Yu saw Li Mengdeling wearing it, and his aunt should have found it from inside his mom's closet. These two sisters are so close that it doesn't matter if the clothes are just switched around, but Auntie Fong has a good figure. She's practically a clothes rack, and she looks good in everything. This set of casual everyday small short dresses of the mother and father, wearing the aunt's body, just a pair of big white legs, that is also the feeling of summer beach party tender model. Very top. But right now, Chow Yu didn't have the heart to enjoy this kind of beauty. Auntie Fong, what's her situation with my mom? When he saw Fong Yun, he immediately opened his mouth to inquire. Seeing her little boyfriend come home, Auntie Fong was much more at ease and simply explained, it's okay, your mom couldn't find anyone for half a day, so I told her you should be out. She said she'd clean up after you when you got back and then went to the kitchen to make dinner. Ah, this is still called nothing. Did I hear right? My mom said she's going to clean me up, yeah. Auntie Fong, you're making it sound too easy. Chow Yu was speechless. Auntie Fong bumped Chow Yu with her shoulder. Aya, there I am, well, will definitely protect you, will not let her bully you. The key is that the two of us didn't find out about that thing last night, and that's the most important thing. Chapter 17, Auntie Fong's fooling around. Aya, there I am, well, will definitely protect you, will not let her beat you. The The key is that the two of us didn't find out last night, and that's the most important thing, deliberately stating it in a very ambiguous tone, causing Xiao Yu to recall all sorts of perks that made him drool again. No, Auntie Fong, don't use such a strange expression, okay? Last night was an accident. Xiao Yu still corrected in a hurry. Auntie Fong just likes to tease herself, and lately it's gotten even worse, especially when it comes to things like this. Sexy and glamorous aunts that tease like crazy. Totally doesn't think of himself as a man because he's his mom's best friend. Xiao Yu thought to himself, he's a grown man of 18, in case he pisses himself off. If something goes wrong, it will be too late for Auntie Fong to regret and beg for forgiveness. Of course it was just a thought. He wasn't crazy enough for that. Seeing Xiao Yu in such a serious manner, Auntie Fong felt amused and smiled continuously. Whether you're surprised or not, the other person has now fallen into their own trap anyway. The little boyfriend can't get away with this. Just in this month, Fong Yun is sure to pull out all the stops to intercept her best friend's good son and cook the raw rice. By the time the two are done, it's a done deal. Just as she thought so, Auntie Fong seemed to notice that there seemed to be some unexpected changes in Xiao Yu's body. What's with these clothes on you? It wasn't like this when you went out just now. Auntie Fong looked up and down. Due to being more attached to Xiao Yu, all day long, she carefully observes her little boyfriend, so when small changes occur in the other person, it can't escape her aunt's fiery eyes. This one on Xiao Yu was clearly a lady's shirt. Sweatpants, despite being more neutral, reveal a feminine sultry scent all over. With a little sniff with the nose, you can feel that the woman in the dress must be great. The woman smells great. Or rather, the flavor of a love rival. The sense of crisis was immediate. It's Auntie Anxio next door who lent it to me to wear. I just met her when I turned over. Although it's Auntie's clothes, it can't be helped. Otherwise if I went out and met and ran in that state just now, I'm sure I'd be misunderstood. Xiao Yu didn't hide anything in this regard, opening his mouth and basically telling everything. Again, the details are not revealed. It would only be a little secret between him and Ansu, just like the secret with Auntie Fong, and no one else would know. Auntie Ansu, eyebrows scrutinizing Xiao Yu. He was silent for a moment. Seeing that Xiao Yu's face was not red and his heart was not jumping, there was nothing wrong. There were no lipstick marks on his body, and there were no strawberries or anything on his neck, which made him feel slightly more at ease. There's no way around it. You know, Ansu is also a great beauty. Auntie Fong has seen it, though she's a housewife, but none less than herself, a retired professional model, sort of an opponent of the same level. With something like this happening with Xiao Yu, it would be strange if she wasn't nervous. Of course Auntie Fong felt that she was concerned. People Ansu that is a good wife and chaste woman. All these years without remarrying and without any scandal. How can you possibly be interested in the first boy next door? It's not like she's a bad aunt like herself. You're overthinking it. Ahem. I'll leave you alone about the clothes for now. Remember to wash and return them yourself. You met Anran. Did you two say something? What happened? Auntie cleared her throat a little and started asking the most crucial questions again. Compared to Ansu, Xiao Yu's ex-girlfriend, Ching May and Ran is the one who is a heartbreaker. Auntie Fong, you're so nosy. Xiao Yu couldn't help but spit out a sentence. She was well aware of his and his girlfriend's personal affairs. Now it's back to asking this kind of question that you don't want to bring up. Fong Yun was a bit embarrassed and immediately made excuses. I am concerned about you. Besides, Auntie Fong does not also need to learn to fall in love. You teach me more. We talk a little more. Learn faster. After letting Fong Yun say this, Xiao Yu felt as if it was also so reasonable. We both didn't say anything. She seems to still be angry, so I guess I'll have to wait for her anger to subside before she'll pay any attention to me. In Xiao Yu's eyes, Anran's current state was this. Hearing this, Auntie Fong simply wanted to burst out laughing, the kind that woke up in her dreams. The heart is secretly happy. This man is coming to his mouth, and that neighbor's green plum doesn't even know how to seize the opportunity. I can't believe you're still throwing your beloved little boyfriend under the bus. So Auntie is really not going to be polite. By the time this girl reacted at the back, she wouldn't give Xiao Yu back to her. So let this guy cry his nose off. She did this to you. You all should move on and get a new girlfriend. Don't hold out on someone who doesn't care about you. Auntie Fong is adding fuel to the fire and swinging her hoe like crazy to dig in. It's a bit mean, but a love affair is like a battlefield. Ching May is capricious and doesn't know how to cherish it, so don't blame the bad aunt for coming over to grab it. Auntie Fong's group of models are hard to deal with. When women get together, it's easy for problems to arise. It's like a palace battle every day. They're always scheming. How can Auntie hold that crowd without some tricks? I know, but it's my first time in a relationship too, so I don't really understand any of this. In the face of his aunt's teachings, Xiao Yu could only nod his head, thinking that the other party had a point. If Anran really had that little bit of fondness for him, Xiao Yu definitely wouldn't even want to give it up. Wanted to be with the neighbor's green plum. But up until now, all Xiao Yu had seen was capriciousness and irrationality. and the other party had not taken himself seriously at all. In comparison, it was Auntie Fong and Auntie who treated him better. Unmistakable, knowing and gentle. You should marry a wife who is this virtuous, not one who is irrational and makes a mess of the house. It's good to know, although Auntie isn't very good at falling in love either, but the two of us can learn together, just like we agreed in the room before, to love and learn each other, and by then we'll both be love experts, and we'll surely find someone we deserve to like. Fong Yun opened her mouth full of confidence, as if she was painting a very bright future for Chow Yu. Originally, I felt that I had been caught by Auntie Fong in the act, duress to agree to such an outrageous request, pretending to be in a relationship with the other person, so that Auntie Fong can have a relationship rehearsal. Now it seems that you can learn in the process yourself. It's just mindless and it's a great thing. Well, Auntie Fong, you're right. I'll try to start over and we'll learn together. Chow Yu's now depressed mood is also much less. In the party, Auntie's lull, oh no, is encouraged, for the future of the road of love is also full of confidence. Chapter 18, the stockings are for you to keep as a souvenir. After talking about the matter, Auntie pressed on. Alright, hurry up and go to your room and change these clothes. What does it look like to wear your Auntie Anne's clothes? When your mom sees them later, she's sure to be in trouble again. Looking at her own little boyfriend wearing another woman's clothes, Fong Yun's heart that was uncomfortable. Let Chow Yu go to his room to change his body. Out of sight, out of mind. Chow Yu blinked and glanced over to the obligatory kitchen. My mom's side then? A little afraid to go in. Go back to the house in peace. I'll set things right on your mom's end. Don't worry. Knowing what Chow Yu was thinking, this was definitely the time for Auntie to give help. Leave the aftermath to Fong Yun. Auntie and his mom were very close, and with the other party acting as a peacemaker, Chow Yu felt that the problem shouldn't be very big, so he quickly rushed into his room, not caring what the reaction of Li Mengling inside the kitchen next to him was. Xiao Yu, stop right there. Such words came from the back of the room, and Mom, wearing an apron and crossing her arms, had long been on guard, waiting for Chow Yu to return. Immediately, he's going to come over and look for trouble. Auntie rose to the challenge. Why are you always like this? Fierce? Don't scare Xiao Yu. The conversation between the two was not heard in full on Xiao Yu's side. After closing the door, he began to change his shirt and pants. As fast as you can. Get back to your usual look. Then hide Auntie's white shirt and sweatpants in the closet first. I'll give it back when it's cleaned later. It was a reassuring way to get out the door, ready to see what was going on his mom's end. In my heart, I was still a bit apprehensive, but I believed that Auntie Fong had just tried her best and should have gotten results. Not to mention, Chow Yu, who went out for breakfast, really didn't get cleaned up by his mom this time. The other man just grimaced and looked a little angry, but no words were spoken. Just tell Chow Yu to sit down and eat obediently, and tell his son not to play disappearing all of a sudden in the future. Being angry as a mom is secondary to the main concern that something will happen. The fact that something did go wrong just wouldn't let her know. And to be able to make this tigress put away her temper and speak to Chow Yu about this in a nice voice. No hands or anything. Needless to say, it must be the work of his good aunt. Chow Yu had only taken 2 mouthfuls of porridge when the bad aunt kicked him with her foot from below. Those eyes kept blinking, as if they wanted to remind Chow Yu that thanks to all the trouble she had just gone through, she had been able to set her good best friend straight. Auntie's good, Chow Yu remembered in his heart. I thought to myself that I must repay Auntie Fong properly, and that I must be attentive when practicing a relationship with the other person. Though the death penalty is waived, the living penalty is not escaped. After the meal, Mother Superior's punishment followed. Xiao Yu, you don't have much to do at home today anyway. Remember to clean the house and wash all the clothes piled up over there in the washing machine. Don't try to be lazy. Know your place. With this admonition, the depression in Li Mengling's heart was only slightly better. Chow Yu, of course, had no problem with cleaning the house, washing clothes and all that. When you're home on graduation vacation, it's only right that you help your family with their chores. Mom and Auntie Fong had to go to work after dinner, so they definitely couldn't be at home to accompany Chow Yu on his waves. After the instructions, Li Mengling and Fong Yun each wore their daily clothes and went out the door. When she was leaving, Auntie Fong was still holding her cell phone in her hand and waved at herself to say goodbye. Non-stop hints Chow Yu 2 people behind the cell phone contact. Chow Yu didn't have anything he wanted to say about his secret with Auntie Fong. Instead, he instinctively felt more excited about it. It's an exercise in fake romance though, but it always felt really nice to play games with my aunt. Just like in the days of long ago, she always liked to tease herself. I'm sure we'll get along just as well this time. Chow Yu is the only one inside the house. The first thing to do, of course, is to wash all the clothes and other things first. For example, the mess is quite a lot of clothes, inside and out. Li Mengling's, but also the white silk nightgown that Auntie Fong wore last night, and even the one she wore when she got up just now in the morning. All of them had to be washed. Oh yeah, and Auntie Anne's white shirt and sweatpants. Chow Yu is also all taken care of. It's a little embarrassing, though, to have to wash a woman's clothes by hand yourself, but today's situation was special, so Chow Yu didn't say anything more. While the washing machine was working on its own, Chow Yu returned to his room. Prepare yourself to go in under the covers first and lie down for a while, rest, play on your phone or something. I was startled in the morning and my brain buzzed. It didn't take much notice to lift the covers, and the whole thing went inside the comforter. A scene from this morning came to mind. The beauty of myself curled up in my aunt's arms enjoying the warmth. Couldn't help but bury my head under the covers and take a deep breath. Well, the comforter smells good, but just lay down, ready to cuddle up under the covers for a while. Chow Yu then felt a silky smoothness underneath his body, as if there was something particularly noteworthy. Somewhat strangely, Chow Yu reached out his hand and grabbed it downwards. A familiar feeling came over me. Lift your hand and look. Surprisingly, it was a pair of light black silk pantyhose. Why is this in my bed? Chow Yu paused first. He's a big man himself, and usually one of the more disciplined types at home. There's no way in hell you're going to buy a lady's stockings off the internet and keep them in your room and do something weird with them. Chow Yu took a closer look. The next moment it was recognized who owned the pair of black silks. Isn't this the pair that Auntie Fong wore yesterday? Why didn't you take them away and leave them on my bed? Chow Yu felt a bit depressed. No wonder I always felt something strange when I watched my aunt go out in the morning. Turns out it wasn't putting the stockings away. What about this? Chow Yu was a bit speechless for a while, and I don't know what to do with it. Auntie Fong was so good to herself. She couldn't just ignore each other's things, could she? And Auntie Fong's clothes are basically designer. Even her stockings are expensive, the kind that celebrities have to put together. If he broke it or lost it, Chow Yu felt strange pity. After thinking about it for a while, I don't think there's much going on right now anyway. Just open your mouth and ask Auntie Fong and send a message to the other side to see what she has to say. Auntie Fong, you left your things with me. Who knew that this message had only just been sent? And Auntie Fong's side had messaged him back in less than a few seconds. It was as if he was specifically waiting for Chow Yu to send a message. Oh, what's that? Auntie Thespian really didn't seem to notice that black silk was under Chow Yu's covers. Chow Yu hesitated for a moment, but still awkwardly took a picture over with his cell phone. And yet nothing was said. So it's this one. I accidentally dropped it under your quilt. You can keep it for me first. Of course, if you like it, it's okay to give it to you as a souvenir. I forgot to bring you a gift yesterday when I was drunk. The arrangements were made off the cuff and sounded as if there were no problems, because Auntie always brings him all kinds of gifts, snacks and toys, and is especially attentive. This time is not going to be an exception. Pretty good. However, Chow Yu felt strange. No, why did you give me this? It's neither edible nor a toy. What's Auntie up to again? Chow Yu frowned slightly as he clamped the silky black silk with 2 fingers. Even though he knew this was a bad aunt who had been teasing himself with this kind of joke a lot lately, he didn't react for a moment. But before Chow Yu could give an answer, Fong Yun's side sent other messages. It didn't give Chow Yu any chance to refuse at all. Right, just now I was in the company and Sia's sister said the blind date this. She has agreed to give you sent to add friends of the verification message. You threw a little bit. A good chat. Oh, strive too early to take her down. A combination of punches came over, instantly leaving Chow Yu dumbfounded. The friend verification reminder popped up instantly. A slightly familiar avatar of a beautiful woman appeared. Without even having to click on the space to see the picture, Chow Yu recognized it at a glance. This person was his former English teacher, Sonia Son, but now it's the big sister he's matched with. No, Auntie Fong, you're for real. Chow Yu thought that the other party was just talking and fooling his mom, but I didn't realize that this aunt was so serious about her marriage matters. It's only the second day, and I've already got Sia's teacher in place, and the most amazing thing is that Sia actually agreed to it? He was her former student. Can we really talk about this? Chapter 19, Who's Shameless, Revised Version. Chow Yu looked at the imperial sister Song Sia who had added her friend and hesitated for a moment. Should I click yes or not and talk to the person to see? After all, they were their former teachers, and they were going to be dating each other and getting married and all that. Even now that I've graduated, that's something I can't even think about. If it's normal, it would be basically impossible to get Chow Yu and Song Sia to have a relationship, but with his mom watching and Auntie Fong in the mix, Chow Yu wanted to refuse, and honestly didn't dare to do so. If the tigress got mad, he wouldn't have a good time. First add a chat to see, even if we can't talk together, how to say she is also my former teacher. It's good to be a friend. Chow Yu so comforted himself and quickly figured out this layer of reasoning. So without much delay, Song Sia was added. Song Sia is a pretty lively girl and loves to talk. In Chow Yu's impression, the other party had a very good personality, the kind that was suitable for a girlfriend. So just added it and the other person sent an unsolicited message. Hello, my name is Song Sia. Sister Fong Yin introduced me here for a blind date. My main job is an English teacher. Part-time modeling. I'm very happy to meet you. May I ask how to call you? Falling in line with introductions. The other person has a great attitude as far as the dating world is concerned. But Xiao Yu was somewhat embarrassed by Song Sia's words. What the hell? Auntie Fong didn't introduce me to her? Gulping. Something didn't feel quite right. This Auntie Fong isn't deliberately screwing with him, is she? You didn't even tell me the basic information. Mr. Song, hello, my name is Xiao Yu. A simple reply came back. More information than he knew how to reveal was good enough. While Xiao Yu was depressed. On the other side, in a commercial office building. Xiao Yu? It sounds a bit familiar. Song Sia, a classical beauty with an imperial model. Seems to be a bit weird as well. She was surprised that she didn't have much of an impression of Xiao Yu, who was regimented and didn't like to cause trouble. Fong Yun, who was sitting next to her, playing with her cell phone with her bare legs, couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Sister Fong Yun, what are you laughing at? Song Sia frowned slightly, feeling that this intellectual big sister of hers seemed to be a bit strange today. You chat about you, don't mind me. Fong Yun waved her hand, all without explanation. It's as if they're deliberately screwing with the two of them. The more embarrassing it is for these two, the better. Anyway, he had accomplished the task explained by his best friend. As for whether the two of them could talk or not, Auntie Fong didn't care. Imperial sister Song Sia paused slightly, but still took her cell phone and replied to the message. How old are you, if I may ask? Xiao Yu also knew that paper can't wrap fire, but didn't hide it. Just 18 years old, named Xiao Yu. Sonia was stunned and felt even more strange. Next to Fong Yan smilingly stared at Song Sia's screen. How about it? I didn't lie to you. 18-year-old handsome young boyfriend. Sister, I personally introduce you. Song Sia laughed awkwardly, but didn't reply, but didn't think much of it. She is like the year under the department of the little puppy. The good sister to help themselves to find a virgin. It is indeed not easy. Thank you, Sister Fong Yun. After thanking him, he immediately picked up his cell phone to find out that, I'm 23 this year. I'm a few years older than you. Sibling love or something? I don't know if you mind. Looking at the message uploaded over from his cell phone, Xiao Yu still sucked in a sharp breath. He thought that this Song Sia was also really big-hearted, and actually hadn't reacted to who he was. Looks like it's ready to keep talking? Mr. Song is joking. Age and stuff is not a problem. Liking is the most important thing. The words are as embarrassing as they can be. And Xiao Yu doesn't want to be a punchmaster and rebellious disciple said. But what's going on in this scene now? He was too embarrassed to open his mouth to clarify. So he went along with the other's words and chatted for now, looking for an opportunity. Song Sia snickered in her heart. This little puppy's view of love is quite positive. Just stabilized at work and looking for a little boyfriend to my liking. Originally thought that the other side will be very mindful of sibling love. But the other side is more focused on feelings. Sweet love, this is not just come. That's right. This youngster is good. He just broke up with his girlfriend yesterday and is in need of a big sister like you to comfort him. So he should hurry up. Fong Yan arched her fire from the side. Auntie Fong couldn't let the two of them fall apart like that. Otherwise, it would not be easy to hold if the good girlfriend found another beautiful woman to come over and match with Xiao Yu. Sister Fong Yun, I feel that this boy is quite good at talking and communicating and whatnot. What happened with the breakup? Can you tell me about it? Sun Sia was instantly energized and wanted to understand. Auntie Fong smiled. This sister seemed to be really interested in Xiao Yu. This is good. Auntie Fong occupies the time and place. Even if she has found herself a personal love rival, fair competition, there is no reason to lose. Totally takes the cake alright. It's like this. Xiao Yu Hia. Then he told the story of Xiao Yu's love affair with his Ching May girlfriend. No mention of Enron's name though, so you don't have to care about that. He and his ex-girlfriend have split up. It doesn't matter. Just have a good time on a blind date with someone. That's what Xiao Yu's mom wants. Song Sia was stunned, as if she had learned heavenly gossip. I can't believe this is happening. No wonder he came on a blind date with me. So he just broke up and his family arranged it. The heart is slightly reassured a lot. Xiao Yu family members do not mind her age a few years older. That actually is okay? Having just thought so, Song Sia, who had only just been put at ease, had another problem. No, how do I feel? According to you, Xiao Yu and the neighbor girl is likely to be only temporarily contradictory. People so many years of emotional foundation in, should, after a few days will be in good. And I just broke up yesterday and today I'm coming on a blind date with him. Isn't that taking advantage of the situation? Intercepting someone's boyfriend? It feels so shameless to do such a thing. Fong Yan's old face blushed. What are you talking about? Who's shameless? Chapter 20, The Man of the Ancestor. To be robbed by a bad woman. The speaker has no intention of listening. The matter of Auntie Fong hitting on her best friend's son is, to be more serious, indeed a bit shameless and therefore weak-minded. letting Song Sia mention such a thing, he broke his defense without noticing. Sister Fong Yun, what are you doing? I'm talking about myself, not you. Why are you suddenly agitated? Sung Sia was a bit puzzled. Usually Fong Yun was very good at getting along and wouldn't be as startled as she was now. Fong Yun hastened to gather his emotions. I mean you such a statement is not quite appropriate. Not against anyone. Break up is single. Free love well, there is no you just said. Shameless or something. Fong Yun immediately made excuses for herself or convinced herself. But what Auntie Fong said was really good too. And Song Sia nodded her head thinking it made sense. Sister Fong Yun, you're right. She doesn't cherish herself. It's good for Chaoyu to meet new girls and get rid of this relationship. Hearing that Song Sia had changed her mindset so quickly, Auntie Fong was very pleased. You've chosen your own rival, so you're pretty reliable. So, in that case, you're agreeing to be in a relationship with Xiaoyu? Fong Yun's face held surprise. As long as this side is taken care of, then you can turn yourself in to your best friend. Then the other guy won't be scouting for a new babe to go on a blind date with her younger boyfriend. Buying time would give himself a chance to take down Xiaoyu. I think it's better to talk and see first. Although Song Sia's heart was moved, she still seemed to have some concerns. In case the two of them really make up these days, it's actually fine for me to quit, just as making a friend. Fong Yun was stunned by the remarks. Your sister is also too honest. Boyfriend you also let Anyway, thinking differently, Fong Yun felt sure that she would not allow it. Song Sia thought for a moment. No, I mean, the two of them are genuinely like. If it is only because of misunderstanding temporarily separated, then I do not want to go to the competition. The gentleman. Adult beauty? And a gentleman? Fong Yun can't laugh now. So everyone is a white moonlight, and she's the only one who's a bad woman. Auntie Fong waved her hand with a confident look. Alright, that doesn't exist. There's no possibility for Xiaoyu and that ex-girlfriend. Just rest assured, if the two of them made up, wouldn't Fong Yun's plan to be with Xiaoyu, who had managed to work up the courage to be with him, go out the window? This must not happen. It is the worst case scenario, and Auntie will be watching carefully. After saying that, at this time, another message came from Fong Yun's cell phone. It was Xiaoyu who sent it to her. Auntie Fong, do you want to explain to Ms. Song that I'm actually her student, and she seems to be in the dark right now, not quite sure of the situation. Xiaoyu's side had already called the other party teacher, and Song Sia still couldn't detect it. Xiaoyu, who was relatively thin-skinned, thought it would be better for the introducer, Auntie Fong, to explain. Good boy, picking your identity at this time. You really don't want to be in a relationship with Sia, do you? With a smile on her face, Fong Yun rejoiced in her heart. Everything was going in the direction one would expect. But it's not Xiaoyu and Fong Yun's decision whether to be happy or not. Li Mengling's words are the imperial decree. Who dares to go against it? Backhandedly, he sent a message back to Xiaoyu. If you don't like it, then I'll just tell your mom that you're going on a blind date with some stewardess or some other woman, and you won't regret it. If you don't like it, then I'll tell your mom, and you won't regret it if you get a blind date with a stewardess or a woman or something like that. Auntie Fong naturally knew Xiaoyu's little mind. Song Sia, what a good girl. Can be with each other objects? This kid still do not know enough. Do you have to show him what it means to be socially dangerous before you'll give in? Once Xiaoyu's side received the news, his entire brow furrowed. Auntie Fong should not be so strict. She's not going to let go of the water? Xiaoyu still thought that with the friendly relationship between him and Fong Yun, the other party would turn a blind eye. Let this go by. As it turned out, it looked like the kiss was a non-match, and with anyone else, that's not a guarantee of what it would be like. Xiaoyu, who didn't want to go on a blind date in the first place, was really drumming in his heart. Auntie Fong, I know, I don't want to talk about it. Just talk. It's not a big deal. You can't change other people to come and meet me on a blind date. I'm really a little bit afraid. Xiaoyu immediately conceded. In comparison, that English teacher is wonderful as a blind date. Said he would continue to get to know Song Sia as well. Of course, much of it was in response to the orders of the Mother Superior. It's definitely weird to have to fall in love with an English teacher on your own anyway, being some kind of rusher and rebel. Teacher Song, you can't blame me for this. It's not that I didn't tell you, it's that you didn't recognize it yourself. Xiaoyu felt slightly guilty in his heart. Still, he continued to pick up his cell phone and chat with Mr. Song on a blind date, taking one step at a time. Xiaoyu didn't think that much, but don't say. Song Sia was still an imperial sister who was quite good at chatting. Anyway, and Xiaoyu chatted quite a bit. There is no neighborhood Ching May Anren kind of capriciousness. The other party is instead quite gentle, and occasionally a little imperial sister model. It still gave Xiaoyu a pretty good feeling. Of course, if the premise, the other person is not their English teacher would be better. Maybe really sparks of love. After chatting for about half an hour, This was the end of a pleasant initial conversation with Song Sia. Originally, he had wanted to talk to Auntie Fong about the stockings she had left inside her comforter, but Auntie seems to be in the middle of a busy schedule right now and doesn't respond to messages. Xiao Yu gulped and held the hot black silk in his hand. After being depressed for a while, it also had to be snuck into a hidden corner of his drawer and hidden away for now. I'll give it back to Auntie Fong when she comes to visit me later. I don't know why these days, but after Xiao Yu graduated and went on vacation, Fong Yun came to their house very hard, every other day. It just so happened that Xiao Yu's father wasn't at home, so his best friend Li Mengling didn't have a problem with it. While it was still early, Xiao Yu stopped by and hung the washed clothes to dry as well. The sun was pretty strong, and within a few hours, a few of the aunt's clothes had dried. After packing and folding it, Xiao Yu was thinking about whether he should send it to Auntie Anne's side next door. It just so happened that Xiao's leg was injured, so he could also go over to visit and help the other party to rub her feet, squeeze her legs and so on. And just as Xiao Yu picked up his cell phone, he sent a WeChat message to Ansu. Next door, Anne's house. Ansu is on the phone with someone. There was a sense of worry and seriousness between his eyebrows, as if he was discussing something extremely serious. Fairy Zhang, it's me, Anshio. Yeah, nothing else, it's all good. I just want to ask what's going on with my daughter and Rance-in-laws. She broke up with that Chow family boy next door yesterday. Ansu tossed and turned and thought about it all day. Finally decided and called the very spiritual fortune teller lady. Ask them about the future of the Anchor family. Auntie Ansu was quite superstitious about feng shui destiny. The reason why they liked Xiao Yu so much and wanted him to join the Yin family was largely because Xiao Yu's 8 characters were very compatible with their mother and daughter. Of course, Xiao Yu himself was very much liked by his aunt, ever since he was a child. The caller was quick to respond. What? Broke up? How can this be a breakup? I've done the math for your daughter. This is a good marriage for her. If Xiao Yu comes to your Yin family, then you mother and daughter will definitely have all the luck and smooth sailing in the future. If it's split, then it's gone, and it's hard to say what's going to happen to you mother and daughter in the future. And Xiao, who had a beautiful and graceful face, heard Fairy Zhang's words, immediately tense. Sure enough, things went wrong as previously calculated. How can this be? It is not just that they are a small couple conflict. Breakup can also be reconciled. A good marriage. How can this be gone? Fairy Zhang, you cannot scare me Ansu looked a bit uneasy and felt cold even though there was a big sun outside. Why am I scaring you? I'm telling you straight from the book. Although your daughter and Xiao Yu's marriage is good, once they are separated, it won't be easy to make up. Chow family boy born with the Wei Wu legacy, especially popular with women, especially aunts, and even now is likely to have been targeted by bad women, and Rant's capriciousness and nonsense, being taken advantage of and letting someone rob him, that would be bad. Chapter 21 Auntie Ansu wants to try to redeem herself. The fortune teller lady on the other end of the phone seemed to have a few tricks up her sleeve. I can't believe I'm saying this in a way that instantly puts Ansu on the spot. What should we do then? If Xiao Yu is going to be snatched by a bad woman, then we, the Yin family mother and son, will be in bad luck. Ansu was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan and wanted to be balled up inside the room, but since he had broken his foot, he was left to wail helplessly on the bed. Fairy Zhang was still very responsible and quickly gave a solution. This matter is easy to say. You let Enran take the initiative to apologize to Xiao Yu and then just make up. The Chow family boy is fond of Enran. Before the bad woman gets her hands on her, everything is too late. Despite the words, Ansu felt bad about such a solution. Can you do it in a different way? You also know what kind of temper she is. Yesterday she even quarreled with me, saying that she wouldn't go and find Xiao Yu to make up. I'm really getting pissed off. Ansu covered her head and felt all a bit broken. Anran didn't listen at all. If this Xiao Yu was abducted by a bad woman, then she was afraid that she would cry to death. It would be too late for Enran to regret it later and try to go and get Xiao Yu back. The odd voice on the other end of the phone soon came back. There is a way, but I'm guessing you don't want it. Ansu brightened up as if she had grabbed a lifesaver. I'm willing, as long as you have a way to do it, then I'm definitely willing. Just as he said that, the phone came back with words that were somewhat similar to the spiteful words that had been uttered earlier, when he was angry with Anran. Your Yin family is not the only woman in Enran. It's just to get Xiao Yu into the family. She refuses to get on. It's really not possible. Then you can actually. Hearing this, and Xiao's old face burned a little. Where could he not hear exactly what the other party meant? Breathless to the core. This is literally the exact same thing that Enran was babbling about earlier. As much as Auntie wanted Xiao Yu to join her family, she was told to steal Enran's man. That's definitely not going to work. Stop, 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 stop. Auntie's temperature was rising all over her body now, and she felt ashamed even if she was just talking about it. I am an old aunt. When did my state of mind get so bad by a few words? Totally unsteady state. One could only hastily end the conversation with the fortune-teller lady. Full of Chow Yu's smiling face, he just wanted to drink a glass of water and clear his head. The cell phone sent a message out of the blue right then and there. Glancing slightly, it was no one else but the boy next door, Chow Yu, whom he had been thinking about day and night. Xiao Yu. Ansu is slightly startled and speaks of the devil. Himself used to can't wait for the other person to talk to her more, or whatever. But now I don't know why seeing each other's messages is instead full of sighs. Hey, what exactly should we do to make Anren and Xiao Yu make up? Confused. Only then did he pick up his phone and check the message on it. Auntie Ansu, I've cleaned yesterday's white shirt and sweatpants. Are you free now? I'll bring them over to you, and rub Auntie's legs on the way. There was also a photo attached below. The very same set of clothes that Chow Yu had taken away from inside his room yesterday. It washes clean and pretty good. This kid, he's got pretty good hands. Auntie couldn't help but smile, and was quite pleased with Chow Yu. Yesterday the time was too hasty. Why don't we call this kid over, have a good chat, and see what kind of situation he's in with Anren? Maybe there's still room for redemption. Ansu struggled to maintain his old form, wanting Chow Yu and Anran to be together. Using this conversation method to induct Xiao Yu into the Yin family was the most correct thing to do. That's good. Come over here. The key is in the usual place. Just pick it up and open the door yourself. Don't go over the balcony like you did last time. Ansu spoke with wry humor. It was sort of agreed that Xiao Yu would come to his room to find himself, but he couldn't come over the balcony like he was cheating. It's not that I don't trust Xiao Yu, but I'm trying to avoid suspicion. After sending this message, Auntie Ansu also changed into a clean outfit, waiting for the massage therapist to come to your door. Treat her. Of course, she, the master of conversation, was also brewing up lines for Anran and Xiao Yu, the childhood sweethearts therapy. Hey, couldn't help but sigh. The idea is good, but the many difficulties are there. So how far can old auntie go just by making an effort? It can only be a helpless struggle for one person. After all, falling in love is a matter for the two of them as young people. On Xiao Yu's side, the clothes and everything had already been packed, was poking his head around the balcony, wondering if he should talk to his aunt and just roll right over himself. As it turned out, that's when Auntie Yin came with the news. Seeing the command from above, Xiao Yu could only give up the idea of flipping the balcony. Turning to pick up his clothes, he made his way to the front door of Anne's house. The spare key was skillfully removed from under the cloth blanket mat in the doorway. It wasn't the first time I'd been a guest at Anne's house, so I opened the door and went straight inside. And at this time, Xiao Yu had just changed his home shoes. Then he heard the familiar voice of Aomain coming from inside Enron's room. Damn it, trying to steal the house again. If I catch you, I'll never let you go. Xiao Yu, shaking his head. This time Xiao Yu learned to be smart enough to know that the other party was not talking about himself and was secretly speechless. This guy, it looks like he's going to drop points again. Chapter 22, Auntie, I'm going to make a move. Anran quite liked to play pesticide. In the past, as soon as the vacation, Xiao Yu accompanied her sweet double row to score. The two of them got along naturally during that time and still had a good time. The memories are breathtaking. But now, without Xiao Yu, listening to the movement in the room, she was afraid that she would have to drop points alone. The door to the room was half hidden, showing only a crack. Xiao Yu, who had his hands clasped around his white shirt and sweatpants, could vaguely see through his afterglow that one of them was holding a cell phone, bowed down and soundly fighting a green plum. This guy's heart is really big enough. There are people coming in, and there's still no reaction at all, and he's not afraid of a burglar in his house. Xiao Yu was somewhat speechless, thinking to herself that in the other party's case, if someone really came and stole Enron's home, she wouldn't even know about it. The good thing is that the neighborhood is still very safe and the security bosses are very dedicated. Anyway, in all these years, nothing has ever gone wrong. Passing by Enran's doorway, Xiao Yu was a bit torn in his heart. Should he or she go up and say hello and greet her like they used to? Originally two people played together since childhood. Honestly, there is really no deep hatred. Cannot pass the hurdle. Even though he was dumped by Enron and had no way to move on, they could still be friends. It's just that Xiao Yu had to fight with Enran yesterday because he flipped the balcony. As a result, the other party directly gave himself a bad face, and Xiao Yu touched a nose. The two childhood friends had fallen out like this, and Xiao Yu was really finding it hard. There doesn't even seem to be a reprieve until now. Unsure of what to say, and Enron returned to his old normal self. Forget it, she's ignoring me again. Let's just wait. After thinking about it for a little while, Xiao Yu felt that he had come here today for Auntie and Sue, so he ultimately didn't go over to talk to Enran. Then holding Auntie Anne's clothes, he went straight across the street to Ansu's room. Auntie and Sue's room was naturally unlocked. knowing that Xiao Yu was coming, so she had to prepare properly? And just as Xiao Yu left for a private meeting with Ansu, Anran's pretty face was speechless as she slowly put down her cell phone. Full of complaints. Lost again. No Xiao Yu to lead me. Always dropping points I don't want to play anymore. Puffing and muttering, the easily angered and willful girl was easily affected by her emotions. Really? It's been a day. How come Xiao Yu doesn't come to my place? And messages aren't sent. Couldn't help but talk to myself as if I'd been idly playing with my cell phone at home, just waiting for someone to reach out to her. But nay, waiting her heart out. It wasn't the same as before. When she herself lost her temper, Xiao Yu would take the initiative to come over and coax her. Is it hard to believe that this guy really intends to make me soft through my mom? As if thinking of this possibility, Ansu has been interfering with her romantic problems for the past 2 days. Wanted her to take the initiative to go over and apologize and make up with Xiao Yu. Even when he broke his foot, he came to his room last night urging to read about such things. It was something Enron absolutely hated, and didn't want to accept. Humph. I won't do it if I want my mom to do my thinking for me. Unless Xiao Yu comes to me personally. How could she, the eldest miss of the Yin family, break up with her boyfriend and take the initiative to show weakness to the other party? How can she show her face as a young lady? Of course, even if they made up, it didn't mean that they had to continue their relationship with Xiao Yu. It also depends on how well the other side does. After all, who made the other person move first? Wouldn't that put the initiative in the hands of the other side? And while Enran was being so self-delusional, thinking that Xiao Yu was still in his pocket, oblivious to the fact that across the room from her, Ansu is struggling to keep Enran and Chouwu's relationship alive. Auntie, and you sit down. I'll rub your leg. You've broken this foot. You need to rub it properly. Xiao Yu, who had just put down his clothes, helped Ansu, who was wearing a one-piece white short dress, to sit the other at the head of the bed, which started to wrap up his sleeves. Indicates that he wants to serve Auntie Ansu well with massage therapy. Having already enjoyed this wonderful treatment yesterday, it is also true to acknowledge that the other person is very good at what they do. The future son-in-law got down on one knee for himself and pampered him tenderly. Auntie Anne was comfortable both physically and mentally, so where would she be reluctant? Auntie Anne, who had deliberately changed her clothes and had urgently put on a little bit of makeup, smiled and sat down on the edge of the soft queen-sized bed with gentle movements, demure and elegant, stretching out her own pair of white and tender legs to Xiao Yu. Unlike Fong Yun's sexy and slender black silk legs, this other party's legs were fleshy. It's perfect for pure desire's white silk. Definitely awesome enough. Xiao Yu looked at Auntie Ansu's legs. I don't know why, but Auntie Fong's shadow came back to my mind, slowly stretching her leg out. Ansu gently greeted. You do it. Of course Xiao Yu would not be polite. If you hurt the other guy's leg yourself, then you have to take the responsibility. One hand lifted the other's heel and squeezed it softly. Observing the state of this other foot a little, he murmured, Auntie Anne, your foot seems to be swollen. It looks like you need to give it a good rub. It might hurt a bit. It's not a big deal to twist your foot, but since Ansu's body wasn't in particularly good shape, that was quite a problem even for such a minor ailment. It's okay, with your help. Don't worry Auntie, just push as hard as you want. I can still hold it. Ansu didn't think it was a big deal. After all these years on my own, I raised my daughter on my own. I've suffered a lot. What's this pain? Xiao Yu nodded, slightly admiring this aunt in his heart. Needless to say, Ansu was indeed a strong woman and has always been so in Xiao Yu's eyes. A slight tentative squeeze with his hand. The other's face held tenderness. The reaction wasn't great, as if it was signaling that Xiao Yu could step up his efforts. Auntie, I'm going to power up. Harder. I can still hold it. Having said that, Xiao Yu was not polite. The force of the hand increased, and at once the auntie's room, which was filled with the scent of a mature woman, was filled with a soft cry. It's a good thing no one was outside the door or they would have heard the commotion. The two of them were afraid that they wouldn't be able to wash themselves even if they jumped into the Yellow River. It definitely hurt, but Auntie bit her lower lip and didn't say a word. Ansu looks beautiful, almost like a mature version of Anran, but the character and temperament is clearly better. It makes Xiao Yu wonder if Anran is Auntie Ansu's biological child. The difference is also too great, immediately reducing the intensity. Sorry, Auntie Anne, I was too hard. I hurt you, didn't I? Once the pain had passed, the discomfort in the feet had eased and Auntie felt much more comfortable. No, you're really good at this, and this leg of mine feels much better. Ansu manages to like it and does recover quite a bit. I didn't think the boy next door in the neighborhood had it in him. Good son-in-law. Mother-in-law likes it more and more. But when she thought of Anran and Xiao Yu's current situation, Auntie's just relaxed brows wrinkled again. That's Xiao Yu. Taking this opportunity, Auntie will talk to you for a couple of heartfelt words, so you can answer me honestly. Starting two more people pulling strings. The fate of the Yin family's mother and daughter can't be ushered into doom. Her own daughter swings for the fences, but she's a mom. That can't just do nothing. Xiao Yu continued to rub Ansu's beautiful legs and didn't think much about it. Ansu is really nice and doesn't lose her temper. She's so kind and gentle with him. Xiao Yu's two favorite aunts, aside from Fong Yun, it was this elder, An Xiao. These were the two who made him feel the tenderness of mature women, the most profoundly. Auntie, and just ask. Simply open your mouth as if you were chatting about your family. You also know that Auntie has only one daughter like Anren, and has spoiled her since she was a child. You and Anren had a hard time falling in love, but she had to mess around. Xiao Yu, just for the sake of Auntie, don't bother with Anren and get along with her, okay? Chapter 23, Robbing the In-Family's Man. How dare you? Auntie Ansu is not confused. Knowing who the problem was, they dumped the blame directly on Enron's side. Xiao Yu has no faults to pick at all. He is quite good-tempered, and the aunts around him are very fond of him, and that's a reputation. Hearing Ansu's words, it was as if Xiao Yu wasn't surprised at all. It was true that the other party had been trying to set him and Anren up as a couple. He himself was able to fall in love with Ching May, albeit briefly, thanks to Auntie Ansu. For this reason, Auntie Fong even teased herself yesterday. Why don't she just refuse the middleman to make the difference and get married to An Xiao? Auntie An, it's not that I don't listen to you. I also want to talk to Anren properly, but after we broke up, she didn't talk to me at all, and was determined to draw a line, so I don't seem to have any way out for the time being. Innocent little puppy Xiao Yu doesn't quite understand the heart of women, and has never been in love himself, so it's normal that there's not much progress right now. This kind of statement from Xiao Yu gave Ansu a little bit of hope. Auntie couldn't help but raise an arc on her mouth. Then in that case, you still like Anren, and have no intention of really splitting up with her, right? This was the same as what Fairy Zhang had calculated before. Xiao Yu was indeed deeply in love with Anren. The problem now was that as long as Anren took the initiative, then the two of them would be able to make up, turning into a pair of real lovers. Xiao Yu would be able to logically join the In family. The In family's mother and daughter will have a good life in the future. Yeah, this, Auntie Anne, it's not up to me at all. Xiao Yu didn't know how to explain it right now. A slap in the face is not sweet, and a twisted melon is not sweet. What does it look like when Xiao Yu is alone there trying to hug? And most crucially, Xiao Yu's family, too, was against the two of them. Xiao Yu's mom is a violent temper. Seeing her son being bullied and dumped by and ran next door, that was directly forcing Xiao Yu to go on a blind date, not even going to continue to give Ran a chance to regret it. The tactics are really thunderous, so this matter really wasn't up to Xiao Yu. He was now caught in the middle and it was difficult. Auntie is clear, but you don't have to worry. I'll go and do some ideological work for her on Anren's side. You can wait in peace again. I promise that Anren will come over to you in a few days. Ansu could only make a reprieve and tell Xiao Yu not to be in a hurry. But if you want to make this donkey temper of Anren bow down and take the initiative to take care of Xiao Yu, then I'm afraid it's as hard as heaven. That's why Ansu is also anxious and has no idea what to do anymore. You can only say such pretty words to fool people's Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu neither nodded nor shook his head. Just a simple statement. Auntie An, if only Anren was as gentle and considerate as you. It looked like that capricious Ching May had indeed broken Xiao Yu's heart. I can't help but think about how the gap between mother and daughter can be so wide. The mother is so gentle and considerate, while the daughter is so spiteful and hateful. In that case, also Auntie is a bit taut. This daughter of hers, she does have a foul temper. I'm not good at teaching my daughter that women change when they grow up. When you and Anren start a family in the future, temperament and all that slowly rubs off. With a child, she'll get better. Women are like that. Ansu starts to give Xiao Yu a piece of her mind so that the other doesn't mind too much about Anren's foul temper. If it was a different person, maybe Xiao Yu would have believed it and let the other party fool him. But you should know that Xiao Yu's mom is a tigress. From the time we fell in love to the time we got married, and now our son is so old, that stinking temper has never changed. Xiao Yu was not convinced by the idea of slowly rubbing it in and his temper would get better or whatever. Well, I listened to my aunt. It was a simple response, not refuting Auntie's words. I hope Auntie Ansu doesn't get too worked up about this. What exactly would happen to himself and Anren in the future? Xiao Yu was now planning to let nature take its course. Fong Yun's mature and sexy figure came to mind, as well as that enlightenment yesterday. Inexplicably, it seems that the proportion of Enron in his heart is not so big. It's not like you can't live without Enron. Even though Auntie Fong was as incapable of falling in love as he was, the words still made sense. While Xiao Yu was thinking of someone else in his mind, Ansu didn't know if she saw something. By the way, Xiao Yu, you've had a falling out with Anren in the past 2 days. Have any other women come over to look for you? And Xiao opened her mouth, recalling the words Fairy Zhang had given herself, at the stage when Anren and Xiao Yu were breaking up, in case there was really a bad woman who took advantage of the gap and hit on Xiao Yu. No matter what, Xiao Yu must be allowed to come to their In family. If a bad woman wants to rob them, then Auntie An won't agree. so try to test the waters first. Ha, what do you mean by that, Auntie Anne? I'm a little confused? Several question marks popped up on Xiao Yu's head, feeling that the other party's question was strange. While helping the other party squeeze her beautiful legs, Xiao Yu slowly raised his head and moved his viewpoint upwards. However, she noticed that the beautiful aunt with the white dress and pure desire wind was slightly nervous. Another woman? Xiao Yu paid special attention to this word, thinking that he had only just gone on a blind date, and it was hard to believe that Auntie and Xiao had heard the news, particularly concerned about the relationship issues between her and her daughter. So that's why she's here to find out what's going on? I just casually ask. Xiao Yu, you are so excellent. Around the ants like you. I just thought, there is no woman. These 2 days, and you closer ah? Ansu's words were already quite polite. Know your enemy and know yourself. If he wanted to find out information about the bad woman's identity, he could only start from Xiao Yu. But even if it is more polite, Xiao Yu, that is also hear the other party's meaning. No, Auntie, and what are you talking about? Xiao Yu couldn't help but swallow and wasn't very good at lying. He did start a blind date today and met a new girlfriend. Only that Anran also recognized it as their former English teacher. He was kinda embarrassed if this was known to everyone. Besides, he and Song Xia were only talking for a while to cope with the mission. Whether or not it will come together is still a question, so I'm not going to reveal it. As for Auntie Fong, that's always been with Xiao Yu, so it shouldn't be considered recent, right? Ansuna is a mature aunt in her 30s no matter what, and has eaten more salt than Xiao Yu has eaten rice. As soon as she heard it, she felt that the other party was not in the right situation, and her beautiful eyebrows were slightly frowned. It looked like she had let Fairy Zhang hit the nail on the head. Her Xiao Yu was really being targeted by a bad woman taking advantage of the situation. How dare you rob the man that the Yin family has reserved? How dare you? Auntie Ansu clenched her fists, and a sense of crisis rose up. Chapter 24, seen by your best friend? It's good that there's no one. It's good that there's no one. Ansu didn't say anything about it, but she already vaguely smelled a bad woman. Keeping her warm and lovely smile, Auntie continued, you've just come into contact with society. Auntie is just worried that the women out there are ill-intentioned. Unlike Anran, who is so innocent and straightforward, boys out there must protect themselves. Ansu kindly reminded. Don't worry, Auntie Anne, I'll be careful and nothing will go wrong. Xiao Yu knew that Auntie and Xiao was hoping that he would continue to be in a relationship with Anran, so he didn't take it too seriously. The women he knew were quite nice, and there was no such thing as what Auntie Anne had said. Of course, Auntie Fong is acting slightly like a bad aunt these days, but it was just teasing him, not really with any bad intentions. Anyway, after so many years together, Auntie Fong had really poured her heart out to herself, and Xiao Yu never felt that the other party was any kind of bad person. It's good that you understand. Auntie is also worried about you. Ansu said so on her lips, but inside, he still couldn't let go. He didn't even know the identity of his opponent, and that bad woman might actually snatch Xiao Yu away at some point. Enron must be told to hurry up. If something goes wrong, there will be a real problem. After talking about the important issues involved, the follow-up massage by Xiao Yu continued. After very attentively holding Auntie Ansu's beautiful legs and helping the other swollen ankles with hot towels to reduce the swelling, she was ready to leave. But Auntie was very fond of Xiao Yu, that was quite enthusiastic. Pulling Xiao Yu, he sat on the edge of the bed, the two of them sitting side by side. Say what you will about letting him stay in the room a little longer and have a nice chat with his aunt. A little family talk, just like old times. Xiao Yu certainly didn't refuse. Anyway, I'm at home, my chores are done, and I don't have much else to do. I've just finished lunch, so it's good to chat with my aunt to relieve her boredom. Anyway, the feeling of staying with future mother-in-law Auntie Ansu was very peaceful and happy, and Xiao Yu didn't hate it. Auntie Ansu felt equally good. This son-in-law she really likes. Only there are a lot of reasons that limit this old aunt to just chatting with the first boy in the neighborhood. If you want to keep it for yourself, it depends on whether Enron gives a damn or not. But despite that, Xiao Yu was able to cheer up Auntie Ansu up rather easily. The smile on this mature woman's face was constant, and she hadn't been this cheerful in a long time. With such a considerate son-in-law by my side, it was as if my troubles had been left behind, and it was very painful. It's simply a pleasure. Seeing that it was getting late, even though Anshio was unwilling to let go, she could only be helpless to let Xiao Yu go home. After all, he was a member of the Chao family and had not joined the Yin family. Wanting his company day and night was simply an impossible thing. Xiao Yu had a pretty good day. Time feels like it flies when you spend every day and relaxing afternoons with such beautiful aunts. It's got that childhood feel to it. After politely saying goodbye to Auntie and Xiao, Xiao Yu eventually left the Yin family and returned to his original nest. Of course, one did not meet Enron in the process. The other man had closed the door behind him, as if he were resting and sleeping. This made Xiao Yu feel slightly regretful. Honestly, Enron had played with him for years, so was really hoping to be able to talk to Enron, to be able to have a good chat, restore normal neighborhood relations sooner rather than later. With such thoughts, when passing by the door of Enron's room, the hard feelings of the previous lost love were obviously much less. With Auntie Fong Yun's gentle company and even Song Sia's intervention, Chow Yu's attention and feelings were now distracted. The feeling of lost love doesn't seem so exaggerated. It was probably a good thing. 2. Who let Enron ignore people and put up a front all the time? Seeing no hope and giving up early is probably the right thing to do. Back at home, Chow Yu, as usual, prepared to cook a hearty dinner. My mother worked hard outside the home to earn money to support the family. Then he, as a son, would like to treat each other well. But before that, Chow Yu also sent a special message over to ask one more question. Mom, is Auntie Fong coming home today? I'll cook more rice if she comes. Chow Yu sent a message to Auntie Fong, but the other party was still busy and didn't reply. So just ask the mother superior who just got off work. Honestly, a lot of wonderful unfolding happened with Auntie Fong yesterday. It had only been more than 10 hours since he had seen her, and Chow Yu was missing her strangely. How does it feel to be with this mature auntie beauty? It's quite enjoyable, quite fun, and never gets boring anyway, though many times, this bad aunt has little sense of proportion. Every time, you can do something so excessive that you startle yourself. But thinking back, Chow Yu's small face slightly reddened, thinking it was so interesting. In the midst of such a boring and peaceful daily life, Auntie Fong surprises him, or rather scares him. All of them stimulated Chow Yu's nerves and impressed him. Besides, the other person had something that he had accidentally left under the covers, hidden inside his nightstand. You have to give it back to the other side in a hurry? Your Auntie Fong. Ah, shouldn't be coming, just cook for the two of us. Mom was quick to return the message. This message seemed ordinary, but it caused Chow Yu to feel slightly disappointed in his heart. Auntie Fong isn't coming today. Taking a deep breath, Chow Yu added rice according to the amount of rice for 2 people. Feeling a bit sorry for himself. It's a rare occasion when you want to cook and make a good meal for yourself. As a result, Auntie Fong doesn't even come. Knowing that Auntie Fong was the favorite of his cooking, she praised him every time, complimenting Chow Yu's heart, not to mention how comfortable he was. But Chow Yu's side had only just cooked the rice and was about to go cook or something. Chow Yu's cell phone at this time, but it rang several message alerts in a row. Looking down, they were all from Auntie Fong. I'm sorry, Xiao Yu. Auntie was busy all day today and didn't reply to your messages. She didn't mean to not reply to you. Cook more. Auntie loves your cooking. I'll do it. I'll be right there. On the way I'll drive to pick up your mom. It should be about the same time. Such news instantly made Chow Yu happy. Even cooking has become more enjoyable, indicating that there was no problem. He would make a big show of getting today's dinner ready so that his aunt and mom could have a good meal. Soon, at the door of the house, Li Mengling took her best friend and appeared once again. The joyous sounds of good sisters frolicking and playing came through. I said that your company is not tonight dinner party. Put the precious seafood do not eat. Why come to our home to rub dinner? Li Mengling seemed a bit depressed and wary. She thought it was strange that the other woman kept coming to her house too often these days. How can those things compare to your family's meals? And you know that my favorite meals are those made by Xiao Yu and you. Auntie Fong was big-headed and didn't take her best sister's words seriously. The two were already on good terms, and this kind of talk is simply a joke, so don't pay any attention to it. But having said that, Li Mengling's next words made people have to care. Ahem. This is best. You must not be drunken and have ulterior motives, haha. Auntie Fong, who was originally taking off her high heels and trying to change into her house shoes, stiffened and looked up at her best sister somewhat sheepishly. A dark cry of dismay. I thought to myself, is it possible that my little thoughts about my best friend's son have been discovered? Chapter 25, Wife. Xiao Yu's side had only just come out when he heard his mother and Auntie Fong talking. Li Mengling was by no means speaking casually, and it sounded as if she was referring to something. This froze Chow Yu whole on the spot. Wanting to see what was going on, Li Mengling opened her mouth to test the waters, but she didn't expect her good girlfriend to actually stop in her motion of changing her shoes, and staring up at her. The tigress was a bit flustered now. What are you looking at me for? I'm just saying, you don't really have any ideas, do you? In his mind's eye, yesterday Fong Yun's drunken words and hugging her full of downward-facing words came to mind. The inside of the mouth shouted, Mengling, paste. Then his mouth came up to kiss her. This guy doesn't fall in love even after all these years. He just hangs out with beautiful models all day long. If she doesn't watch her back, what if something happens? Casually. What's there to casually say? We two are good girlfriends. We come to your house just to rub some rice. How can we have any idea? I'm so sad when you say that. Auntie Fong's heart that was also quite nervous, but the badass woman's nature that was definitely enough. and quickly gathered herself out of her element. On the surface there doesn't seem to be any problems. The other party didn't have any evidence, so how could they be swindled out by Lee mingling in a few words? Auntie's a vixen. She's very clever. Don't be sad. You can come if you like. It's not like you're not allowed to eat. That was all Lee mingling could do to reply, because everything just now can only be speculation. She wasn't sure if her best friend was really interested in her. In case there is a misunderstanding because of your own nonsense, it would be embarrassing to have the bond between the two sisters damaged, so be careful what you ask for. I knew our dreamling was the best for me. Love you. He said he was going to reach out his arms to hug his best friend. Want to make the sisters' feelings more intimate, and later lay hands on copying Xiaoyu. The mother-in-law adults will be easier to deal with. However, such an action was what scared Lee mingling. Backing up in a row. Don't. How inappropriate to cuddle when you're such a big man. Mom's abnormal behavior like this, not to mention Fong Yun. Even Xiaoyu looked at it and found it unbelievable. These two sisters, holding hands and walking down the street, shopping and strolling together and all that is commonplace. Why can't I have a hug now? Still reacting like that? The active Fong Yun was made whole and depressed. The pair of former best friends, who had nothing to say to each other, looked at me and I looked at you, frozen on the spot. The atmosphere, called awkwardness, was spreading. That, Mom, Auntie Fong, you're back. Xiaoyu hurriedly intervened in the situation to diffuse the awkwardness between the two of them. Good evening, Xiaoyu. Auntie Fong's face was beaming and she waved her hand to say hello. As soon as she saw her handsome and considerate little boyfriend, it was a case of throwing all the unpleasantness out of the window. The relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is already difficult to deal with, so you can just pretend that your future mother-in-law has nothing to do and that she is having a menopausal tantrum. It's much more comforting to think that way. Xiaoyu's gaze locked onto this beauty, unconsciously looking up and down. Today Auntie Fong was dressed in the same sexy and mature style. Short black dress with gray tulle stockings, maybe because of the work, painted although heavy makeup, but a different flavor, very beautiful. Looking at it, Xiaoyu liked it so much that he couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Lee mingling, who had changed her shoes, took the lead and similarly changed the subject. Xiaoyu, is the meal and everything ready? Mom is a little hungry and wants to eat your cooking. Xiaoyu's cooking skills were naturally needless to say, having learned from his mother and father, but they were superior to the blue. Not only did his mom love it, but Auntie Fong also loved it. It's ready and waiting for you to come back so the three of us can eat together. After Xiaoyu finished his simple statement, this immediately greeted the two over to sit first. Then the table was set, hot and good. The three men just sat around the same table and began to enjoy their meal. Xiaoyu's level of play was pretty good for this meal, although they were all home-cooked dishes. Auntie Fong and her mom were very satisfied. The two didn't mince their words of praise. Can get the recognition of diners? As a chef, Xiaoyu is full of joy, the heart that is comfortable. This made Auntie Fong next to him couldn't help but have bad thoughts again. I thought to myself that such a nice little boyfriend who can cook and take care of people, it would be so nice to be abducted inside her home and stick with her every day, just for herself. Auntie Fong felt sure that she would treasure it, definitely not like that little girl next door who had eyes but didn't recognize the gold and jade. I can't believe such a nice guy dumped. After enjoying the food beautifully, all that was left of the table were the plates. Despite being a professional model and having to maintain a good figure, Auntie had a rare feast today. No matter how well the meals outside are prepared, it's true that they can't compare to Xiaoyu's cooking. Alright, you've worked hard on this meal today. You sit down and take a break first. Accompany Auntie Fong for a chat. Wait for me to wash the dishes. There's something I want to talk to you about later. Mother Superior may be fierce, but she also has a kind and gentle side, like offering to do the dishes after dinner. Xiaoyu didn't know what his mother had to tell him. He just obeyed as usual, nodding his head and following the other party's arrangement. Good girlfriends are basically not doing rough work with these hands due to the specific nature of their work. Well, then you go ahead, dreamling, and I'll play with Xiaoyu for a while. It was hard to have a chance to be alone with Xiaoyu. Auntie that was not going to be polite. Lee mingling couldn't wait for this woman to stay away from her for a while. Can't figure out if the other person is a lily yet, and it's necessary to keep your distance until you can investigate. By the time my best friend had taken the plates and bowls to the kitchen, my aunt, who looked disciplined, finally had another chance to get things going. Sitting on the couch, wriggling her good looks, deliberately stretching her legs out straight to show off her length. At the same time, the perfectly curved body slowly approached Xiaoyu, whispering whispers against the other's ear. That, Xiaoyu, your mom has gone to the kitchen and is away for a while, so what would be a good idea for us to come and have some fun? As if she was afraid to be heard by her best friend inside the kitchen in the distance, Xiaoyu could not help but sneak a glance. This gray silk leg's killing power is really not worse than black silk. Inwardly, he exclaimed goblin, but remained calm on the surface. Auntie Fong, what do you want to play? I'll listen to you, okay? Auntie wanna play can be more, but, most want, or fall in love. She kept winking at Xiaoyu, practicing her mature girl charm. Didn't we both agree that you would help me find the feeling of love? And love practice together. Anyway, I'm free, so why don't we start now? A love game? Xiaoyu quickly reacted when he heard this word. The two of them seemed to have this agreement in private. Auntie Fong doesn't know what's wrong with her. It seems like she's not able to start a normal process when it comes to relationships, so seeking help from himself, Xiaoyu agreed because he had been caught by the other party for slipping into his aunt's quilt. Xiaoyu's gaze glanced towards in the kitchen side, and he was a bit speechless in his heart. Sneaking around and doing these things with your mother's best friend while the other person is away is anticlimactic enough, but it wants to get worse. Auntie Fong, my mom is right next to me. Can the two of us play something else? It's so dangerous. Being discovered is going to cause something to happen. Don't be afraid. She's doing the dishes. We'll sneak in and keep it quiet so she won't notice. Auntie looked at Xiaoyu's tangled look and was even more playful, immediately having the bad idea of teasing her little boyfriend. Tapping Xiaoyu's face with a slender finger, he said in a somewhat mischievous tone, "First of all, let's start with the simplest term of endearment, just like any other couple. Why don't you start by calling me your good wife and listen?" Chapter 26, One Dare to Speak, One Dare to Believe. Ha! Xiaoyu was a bit overwhelmed by Fong Yun's words. Should he come up with a high level of difficulty? Auntie Fong, who falls in love and calls their girlfriend with such a mushy word? Fong Yun blinked, feigning surprise. I see, that's what they call it in the movies. Is it hard to believe that there's something wrong with it? There's nothing wrong with the problem, but just call it by its normal name. It's not like it's an old married couple, so what's the point of calling it a wife? Xiaoyu was originally a more disciplined boy, so it was a bit difficult to get the other party to call Auntie Fong his wife. I've never been in love. How do I know this? But I think this is how lovers should be, calling each other more intimately, so that both parties can have a good relationship. Bad Auntie Fong speaks her mind, trying to fool Xiaoyu into taking the bait. Xiaoyu, who was more naive and pure, looked at Auntie May with slight doubt. Is that so? Fong Yun nodded seriously, then gently bumped Xiaoyu with her shoulder. Of course, when your kid was in a relationship with that girl next door, you must have called each other by their first names and never called her your wife or anything like that, right? Maybe the breakup, it really has something to do with that. Xiaoyu hadn't been in love before, and his knowledge of this area, that could be said to be a blank sheet of paper. For a moment, I couldn't tell if it was true or not, although I feel that it's meaty, but it seems like in idol dramas, couples who are in a better relationship, there is some calling each other wife and husband or something like that. Maybe you're right, Auntie Fong, I really should learn the ropes. One dares to say it, the other dares to believe it. That's right, so Auntie will give you this chance now. Think of me as your future girlfriend, call me a good wife to hear it, just as a practice beforehand, just once, and still call me Auntie in the future. Two different things. Bad Auntie was unforgiving, seeing that Xiaoyu had already been sidetracked by herself. It's time to harvest. Experience what it's like to be sweetly called a good wife by your little boyfriend. Xiaoyu, a little breathless, glancing over to the kitchen. Slightly, he was able to notice that his mother's back was still busy, should still be packing up the kitchenware and dishes and such, and really didn't notice the little game the two of them were playing for the time being. Hurry up, your mom will be back later. Don't delay. If you want to learn to fall in love, then you have to be more serious. We both have to stick to it. You don't want to give up halfway. Auntie couldn't help but urge on, a little anxious and impatient in her heart. How could the duck in his mouth let him fly? Xiaoyu would not let him leave today without properly satisfying Auntie Fong. Seeing that the situation was forced upon him, the embarrassed Xiaoyu, in the end, nodded his head. In order not to fail in future relationships, try to open your mouth, old wife. With great difficulty, he cried out, his voice getting smaller and smaller, but Xiaoyu's goosebumps rose. Auntie, however, was trolled into warbling, and it was all the more comforting to have her little boyfriend call her wife, even though the other person is not genuine at this point. Auntie is already quite fond of it. Fong Yun had been waiting for this line of address for I don't know how many years. Well, you can Auntie has that hint of being in love, slightly complimented the little puppy, but it seemed like Fong Yun wasn't satisfied yet. But it's so close, you'd have to put the word good in front of wife to get it. Come on, call again. Again. He began to snub Xiaoyu and told the other party to continue. Having received Auntie's compliments, Xiaoyu was quite happy in his heart, finally letting this maternally single aunt find a hint of love. Xiaoyu felt that he was still quite accomplished, and he was a little shy, but after shouting it out, he didn't seem to be so resistant. After all, from a man's point of view, it would be really quite nice if his aunt became his wife. Such a superb mature woman with a good figure and all kinds of stockings are also sexy. That little life is probably going to be beautiful. Good wife. This time Xiaoyu shouted quite dryly. Much more skillfully. Auntie Fong responded smoothly. What a sweet name, my little husband. Seize the opportunity to take advantage of your little boyfriend. Slightly surprised, Xiao Yu turned back to Fong Yun, who was sitting next to him. Those seductive eyes were staring at him, and Xiao Yu's little heart couldn't help but thump. It felt like my bones were crunching when I was shouted at like that by the other side. The killing power of this mature woman's and that of a green plum are not even in the same league. Xiao Yu immediately felt what it was like to be in love. The two of them smiled at each other, clearly calling each other old married couples. In actuality, it was two new recruits who had never been in a serious relationship who were there to imitate the plot inside the movie. A bit of fun, but more of a novelty and excitement. Such a movement was slightly too loud, as if slightly cleaned up the dishes and threw them to the dishwasher after mangling, seeking the sound out of the kitchen. What are you two playing at? And why are you smiling so strangely? And ask questions as you go. Such a commotion immediately made the two of them, Xiao Yu and Fong Yun, rule. The two people who were originally so close together that they could even feel each other's breath and heartbeat quietly pulled apart. Fong Yun had just gotten a taste of this, that could never be discovered by her best friend. Must continue to lurk and sneak up on little hubby. No just chatting casually, mangling you move quite fast all packed already? Fong Yun was wearing a smile on the surface, but inwardly she was complaining. I thought to myself, I wish my best friend had worked in the kitchen a little longer. You're having fun on your own side. The game of love has just begun, and name-calling is just the basics. Holding a little hand, kissing a little mouth, and then, getting a good night's sleep together. In that order, doesn't it just get done slowly? As far as Xiao Yu's innocent little boyfriend was concerned, he couldn't escape from himself properly. It's just the three of us with the cutlery, and it's done in a couple of sittings. Mangling responded casually, and didn't suspect that the two of them had just been playing some exciting game behind her back, completely in the dark, just sitting on my butt on the couch, feeling sore all over. Xiao Yu, come over here and help squeeze your shoulders. I'm exhausted after a busy day today. Mangling was nonchalant, and even though her best friend was here, she directly asked Xiao Yu to massage herself. Thanks for the hard work, Mom. I'll be right there. Xiao Yu didn't dare to delay. It's good that he didn't find anything. Massage and so on, it's completely trivial. Stealing a glance at the beauty beside him, Xiao Yu was delighted in his heart and felt that this kind of game was quite fun. Then without looking any worse on the surface, he trotted to Mangling's back, rub each other's shoulders and legs as usual. Looking at Auntie Fong, she was so envious and jealous that the sour taste of not being able to eat grapes came out. How does it feel? You must be pretty good at this. It was also very much wanting Xiao Yu to pinch herself. Her body was equally uncomfortable and she needed to let her little boyfriend massage it with his own hands in order to get better. But after all, his good girlfriend is here, and pinch and press is not appropriate. Easy to expose their relationship, and did not mention such a request. One can only quench one's thirst. It's not bad. The kid's pretty handy, no worse than a pro. Mangling gave it a high rating, then stretched out her long legs and asked Xiao Yu to press it for her. Of course Xiao Yu wouldn't refuse and was very sensible, starting to relieve Mangling's beautiful legs again. Rather, at this time, Mangling again seemed to remember something. Right, Xiao Yu, there's something I have to follow up and ask. Today you and MS Song had a blind date. How did the conversation go? Xiao Yu, who was massaging his beautiful legs, paused for a moment in his hands, feeling a little hesitant. Thinking back to the scene, I don't know what to say. The two of them, he and Song Xia, talked so much that the other actually didn't recognize who he was and thought he was just a strange little puppy. One could only turn their attention to the culprit, Auntie Fong. But Auntie Fong just turned her head to the side, as if to say, tell your mom yourself about this. Don't come and drag me into it. Chapter 27. Auntie Fong wants to move in together. Auntie Fong's attitude was something that Xiao Yu had long been prepared for, because it had all been said before. It had to continue to conceal the conversation. Otherwise it felt a little taut to find other people to match with Xiao Yu. The chat was pretty good. I had a long chat with Mr. Song and there's nothing wrong so far. Xiao Yu is also kind of honest. He and Song Xia, two people in the online chat. The feeling is quite good. It's that the two still have a layer of window paper left to pierce. The woman, who still doesn't know she's her student. Mangling nodded after hearing this, the corner of her mouth sketching out a smile. Then Mr. Song didn't mind the age difference between you two, right? No, she's nice. Xiao Yu continued to answer perfunctorily. Getting past his mother was the most important thing anyway. Don't ever get some stewardess or little manchild to match him up. Such words, however, seemed to have caught Auntie Fong's attention. Having already done a lot of things with Xiao Yu, she had long ago gathered her courage and made up her mind to be with her little boyfriend, so couldn't resist mentioning it. That, Mangling love has nothing to do with age. In fact, some age difference doesn't matter. The older a woman gets, the more she knows how to love a man. I think being a little bit older than Xiaoyu should also be acceptable. Started to give her future mother-in-law the benefit of the doubt again. Compared to Song Xia, Fong Yun was still slightly older. Xiaoyu was relatively simple, so he couldn't hear Auntie Fong's strings, thinking that the other party was just fighting for Song Xia. However, Li Menglin was a bit disagreeable. That's not true. I admit that a woman who is a bit older than a man will be more caring, but teacher Song is 5 years older than my son. That's already the limit of what I can accept. Another year or two older, that's not even acceptable to me. Make it very clear that you are stuck on the HPs. Sisters don't always make it to their mother-in-law's eyes, so don't have any old aunts coming over to join in the fun. I didn't realize that I had only just given my mother-in-law the chance to do some thinking, and then I was rebuffed by the other party with such a resolute attitude. Auntie Fong could only laugh twice in embarrassment. Oh, that's right too. Thinking to myself that this is trouble. She herself and Xiaoyu will be able to cultivate their relationship by then, even if there is a movement in her stomach. But she was a dozen years older than Xiaoyu, so I guess it was hard to get her best friend's mother-in-law to let go. All that could be done was to turn her attention to Xiaoyu's side, thinking that the ultimate breakthrough would have to be her little boyfriend. In fact, that was exactly what happened. And Xiaoyu didn't seem to mind the age issue too much, care more about relationships and getting along. Old aunts and stuff are actually quite nice. After spending the past few days with Fong Yun Ansho, Xiaoyu felt that it was much better than that Ching May who would only throw tantrums capriciously. However, Xiaoyu did not dare to say such words in front of his mother, and only glanced quietly at Auntie Fong. It really does feel like this woman is good at everything. It's just a shame. If only the other person wasn't her mom's best friend. Otherwise, perhaps, he could really try it. Xiaoyu's mind, too, could not help but ramble on. And just then, ahem, that, Manren, I have something to say as well. Auntie Fong also seemed to have made some sort of decision to speak up at this point. Immediately, it caught the attention of Xiaoyu and Li Mengling. If you have something to say, just say it. Who are we? Why are we so polite? Li Mengling responded casually. We're all old friends. We don't need to talk about this. There's no need to talk about it. That is, isn't your husband not at home for the past 2 months? And it just so happens that I am particularly free. So I want to move over and stay with you for a while. What do you think? Saying such words, Fong Yun could not help but look twice towards Xiaoyu's side. Having already gotten an early taste of what it's like to be in love with your little boyfriend, Auntie Fong is now completely inseparable from each other. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Why don't you just move in and live with Xiaoyu in disguise? This way you'll be able to see your little husband every day. The game of love can only go smoothly and try to take each other down early. Ha! Li Mengling, who was enjoying Xiaoyu's massage techniques, sat up straight all of a sudden. It can give the other guy a good scare. What do you mean? You're moving in with me? It was said that they were good girlfriends, but now Li Mengling looked at her sister favorably in a somewhat different way. Fong Yun still had the aura of Lily in her eyes that hadn't faded. If this is living together, there must be something wrong. Now that the other party has asked to move in, it's even more likely that Bang Hyun is the same kind of person. However, Xiaoyu was pleased in his heart, being able to meet with this mature aunt every day and have some fun. Isn't that better than staying home by yourself and playing with your cell phone? That's a good thing. Being so happy, I couldn't help but say what was on my mind. Auntie Fong is moving in. Then the family will be lively now. Li Mengling immediately opened her mouth and gently slapped Xiaoyu's arm. Talkative. Xiaoyu's mom knew that it wasn't that simple. If she doesn't handle it carefully and her best friend exploits it, she, as a mom, may be in danger of being late to the party. I'm sorry for my husband who was away on a business trip. Fong Yun, it's not that I'm being petty as a sister. Look at my house. It's just this big and doesn't even have more rooms. How can it compare to your big villa? It's inconvenient to move in here, so let's forget about it. I appreciate your feelings. A very polite refusal. Li Mengling was worried about her personal safety. If she were to live with this good sister of hers, maybe some night when she fell asleep, she would be. It's scary to think about Li Mengling, who is a decent person, not thinking that her good sister would actually refuse. Fong Yun was a little bit not feeling good. Obviously the two of them were so close. They used to sleep together and talk about everything. How come now that you're married, you treat her like an outsider? This also did not feel that the girlfriends perceived that she and Xiaoyu have a leg. Otherwise this crazy batch of beauty would have been furious. So, Auntie Fong refuses to give up. He himself only took advantage of the timing, and Ching May took advantage of the location. The proximity of the water was the first thing to go, and Auntie would never allow such a thing to happen, taking advantage of even the location herself. The little boyfriend she aspires to, and will never give her enemies any chance to take advantage of her, must live with the younger boyfriend. It's fine. My house is so big and I'm still living alone. Moving over to live with you guys, I can eat good food every day, and I feel happier. Auntie spoke from her heart. Moving over to live with the mother and son, Auntie Fong was indeed able to smile every day, especially with Chow Yu. There are sweet bits and pieces every day. Chapter 28 Auntie Fong's Gift. The words were nice, but Li Mengling was torn inside. Her own best friend was a bit worried as her intentions were not pure. Fong Yun was not an oil lamp. Seeing that her best friend was actually silent, immediately leaned over, close to her good sister, pulling the other's arm. Mengling, I just feel that both of us are busy with work every day. We haven't played together for a long time, and I want to accompany you. Let me stay for a few days, can't you? A bit of a pout, and a pretty quick change of face. With words like that, Chow Yu beside him couldn't help but look twice more. Fong Yun's current state can be really uncommon. All 30-something old aunt actually still pampered. Chow Yu felt that if he were a mother, he would immediately raise his hands to surrender. Come on, don't be a meathead. What's the point of leaning so close? It's a hot day. Li Mengling hastily pulled her arm out, only to feel goosebumps all over her body. Sure enough, he was coming for himself. Mom, why don't you let Auntie stay? Dad's not here anyway, and you'll have Auntie Fong to keep you company at night, chatting and all. Chow Yu also very much hoped that Auntie Fong could stay inside his home, so he couldn't help but open his mouth as well. Usually they do not have many friends, play to get a piece of the next door of the plum-anren, but the two of them had split up in the last few days, so I guess there was no way to make up anytime soon. You shouldn't be bored with an aunt playing with yourself. But when she heard her son helping Fong Yun, Li Mengling turned cold again. Hey, I'm not telling you to shut up. What are you talking so much about? Knowing that Chow Yu didn't understand the situation and was still helping Fong Yun, he became angry in his heart. Look, Chow Yu has said so. Isn't it good for me to stay and live together? Fong Yun threw Chow Yu a thankful look. The fact that the other person is able to speak up for themselves means that they have worked hard for the past 2 days and have been rewarded. This kid is starting to get away from her. Auntie Fong had to work even harder to get him firmly in her hands earlier, and definitely not leave it to that Ching May. Now the situation is like this, even though Li Mengling is not too happy about it, but it seems like you can't wipe your face on the surface. You can't keep denying your best friend a request that doesn't sound too much, can you? So he had to speak up. Well then, since you don't mind our house being small, just move in. Saying so, Fong Yun's face revealed surprise. Great, I knew our family, Mengling, would definitely agree. Just open your arms and try to go for a hug to show your appreciation. Frightened, Li Mengling stretched out her hands to stop it. But let's talk first. It's fine for you to live in our house, but the two of us don't live in the same room. You'll just stay in Xiao Yu's room for the time being, just like last night. To avoid accidents, Li Mengling must make an appointment with the other side, especially keeping a safe distance from Fong Yun, at least not without figuring out if the other person is really a Yuri situation. For sure, this amused Auntie Fong. She couldn't wait to go inside Chow Yu's room and sleep beautifully on the other party's soft and big bed. How can you go to sleep smelling your little boyfriend's scent and not be happy about it? This could be considered crooked, even though Fong Yun herself didn't know why her BFF had arranged it this way. Okay, no problem, as long as I can stay, where I live isn't a problem. Fong Yun agreed with a big grin, but Chow Yu next to him did feel a bit confused. How come you didn't ask his opinion at all when you gave up your room? No, Mom, Auntie Fong, you two just set it up. That won't make me sleep on the couch again, will it? Chow Yu felt a bit depressed. He wants to sleep in a big warm bed too. Li Mengling gloated a bit. It's not that you just agreed that your Auntie Fong stayed behind. It's reasonable to let her sleep in your room. There was no explanation as to what the reason was, and it was just that he had to live separately from Fong Yun anyway. I'm sorry, Xiao Yu. Just let Auntie borrow your room for a while. I'll make it up to you later. Fong Yun so disgusted with Chow Yu with an apology. By using an angle that Li Mengling could not see, he also winked frantically towards Chow Yu. It was implied that he would never treat Chow Yu poorly. It was only such behavior that temporarily made Chow Yu feel, well, at ease. So, that's okay. Auntie Fong has never been generous to Chow Yu, and the compensation is definitely not bad. No, compensation for what compensation? You don't want to spoil the boy. Li Mengling immediately said no. Fong Yun is a real rich woman. That handful of money can be a lot. He used to give Chow Yu red packets and stuff from time to time, and his son simply had more pocket money than he could spend. As a result, the guy took the money and spent it in all sorts of ways, causing a lot of trouble. So she, as a mom, had to be vigilant. My best friend said she understands. I know, it's just a small gift. I won't transfer money to him like I did before. Look at how nervous you are. This made Chow Yu feel a bit empty in his heart. I miss the days when I was adopted by Auntie Fong. Moving hundreds, thousands of dollars transferred to himself. Chow Yu lived a dashing life. It's just a shame that there's a tigress in the family with strict house rules, and it's not allowed to spend your aunt's money. But what Chow Yu didn't know was that Auntie Fong's compensation this time was not simple. That's very important. part of the plan. It was also the first big hole dug for Chao Yu. This little man, still unaware of the danger that had befallen him. Auntie was starting to snicker in her mind, smilingly discussing the end. Auntie Fong looks like she'll be staying at home for a while. This was now really occupying the right place and the right time. Fong Yun didn't believe that she couldn't take Chao Yu this time. Everything was in his plan, and that Ching May didn't have half a chance of winning. Having done that, the three of them got along much better with each other. It's fun to have something to talk about or something. Auntie Fong certainly wanted to do more interesting things with Chao Yu, play a little game or something, but now that her girlfriends were in the way, it wouldn't be good for her to be dishonest and be seen for what she was. So all I could do was pull out my phone and swipe some videos or something, and there didn't seem to be much else to do, but all you read are stories of, well, year-old tweens and older aunts falling in love. It was as if he saw the future ending of himself and Chao Yu, and his heart was sweet, temporarily indulging in the story. Time has passed and it's time for a break. Time management is important. For a model like Auntie Fong, pajamas and all. I'll just wear yours, and I'll go back tomorrow and move my clothes and luggage over. Okay? Inside the closet, pick whatever clothes you like. Saying such words, Auntie Fong managed to do the same thing again as she did yesterday. Went to her best friend's closet to find her favorite pajama style, and after taking a shower, she changed straight away. In the same sexy and seductive style, the blue dress tulle nightgown glows in the moonlight. Looking at Chao Yu was a favorite. Of course this time it was also hunger marketing. Auntie purposely wore such sexy and pleasant pajamas and hung around Chao Yu. The delicate figure made this young boy keep swallowing his saliva. Turning back around, well, Xiao Yu, Auntie won't take up your room for nothing. She'll give you a big gift tomorrow, so just wait for the fun. You kid, leaving such a suspense. Auntie flashed a bad smile and headed for the room with her long legs. Just like that, the door was quietly closed, leaving Chao Yu, who was preparing to rest on the sofa in the living room, in a daze. Auntie's big gift. What is it? Chao Yu was kind of looking forward to it. Chapter 29, The Gift is a Trap. One night passed. Nothing happened. Li Mengling locked the door tightly, and it was not unusual for there to be no problems with security. But Auntie Fong left the door unlocked last night, wishing very much that the same situation had happened last time. Chao Yu would have barged in sparingly and huddled with her inside a comforter, cuddling and resting. But sadly, that didn't happen. The boy didn't get up last night and slept through the old night. Auntie was slightly regretful. It felt okay though. I had big plans to arrange for myself, so I'd let that little thing slide for now. Wake up in the morning and eat. Li Mengling is about to report to the company in a hurry, so she lets Fong Yun make her own arrangements, and it looks like it's going to be a busy day as well. Auntie Fong was unhurried, and seemed to have already done everything that needed to be done yesterday. It's not even a busy time, so you can take a vacation if you want to. After all, the company has her shares, and people are considered bosses, so it's not a big problem to not go to the company. So within a short while inside the home, only Chao Yu and Fong Yun were left, alone. Li Mengling also had a big heart. It was just a lily-livered thought that her best friend was interested in her. There was no consideration at all that the other person was actually targeting someone else. In fact, a bad woman who had been lurking around for years. No, the girlfriends gave each other a chance to take advantage of the fact that Chao Yu was staying with this bad aunt. Chao Yu, isn't that just a sheep in a tiger's mouth? I'm afraid it's not going to be a good day. It would be strange if nothing happened. I told your mom, I'm going to move the luggage on my side today. Auntie's strength is small. Xiao Yu, will you help out? Auntie will thank you later. Saying such words, Fong Yun was full of smiles, kept her elegance and began to lay out the layout. Xiao Yu had been looking forward to what that gift was that Auntie Fong had promised herself. There was certainly no refusal to Auntie Fong's request, probably due to the fact that his time with his aunt was so blissful. Xiao Yu even forgot about the stockings in the drawer thing. Auntie Fong had cleaned up and dressed up a little. Even with light makeup, she was a superb beauty. Dressed in Chao Yu's mother's everyday casual outfit of ripped jeans with a t-shirt top. It was simple, but it was extraordinarily beautiful on Auntie Fong. It doesn't hide the other supermodel's body in any way. It's so pretty, beautifully admired. This was just about ready to go out. But Auntie Fong then suddenly took the initiative to stretch out her slender fingers and hold Chao Yu's hand. At once, Chao Yu wouldn't be able to make it whole. Auntie, what are you doing? Didn't we both agree that we would learn to fall in love? And it just so happens that your mom isn't here. So isn't this an opportunity? Having tasted the sweetness, Auntie Fong is now bold and big. The best girlfriend was away, so she definitely had to speed up her strategy and take the other person down sooner. Today is a breakthrough. For something like holding hands, Chao Yu hadn't done it before. Even when he was in a relationship with Aomame, Enron was still not holding his hand, so it kind of feels new and enjoyable. Besides, he'd kissed his aunt and called her husband wife, so holding hands didn't seem to count for much anymore. Totally acceptable. But it can be, But, can we wait until we are out of the neighborhood? This is if the other people see it. Turn around and tell my mom. The two of us will not be able to say anything. Xiao Yu still had his own worries, even if it was to help Auntie and find the feeling of being in love. If Li Mengling knew about it, the two of them would be equally screwed. Auntie was of course well aware of this. You have a point. So let's get out of the neighborhood and continue. Although he said so on his lips, he continued to hold Xiao Yu's hand and did not let go at all, opening the door and pulling the other man outside. Auntie, don't you. As soon as he left the house, he looked left and right, afraid that the neighbors would find out that he and Auntie Fong were holding hands and falling in love. It's not cheating. It's weird to get all dressed up like this, and of course it's exciting at the same time. Look at you scared like that. There's no one outside. I've just seen it all. Fong Yun was snickering and looked like she was teasing Xiao Yu again. Of course, Xiao Yu knew that this aunt of his, when she was with him, liked this kind of prank the most. Still being a thief, a pair of eyes always stared at the door of Aomame Anren's house next door, fearing that the mother-daughter pair, and Suan and Ran, would suddenly open the door and appear. That would be embarrassing. Good thing things weren't as bad as they could have been. This time it was uneventful. The two held hands even under these circumstances and made their way out of the neighborhood without incident. Xiao Yu sighed in relief. As soon as they went downstairs, Auntie Fong's car was already waiting downstairs. The other car has the latest smart driver feature, automatic parking and automatic exit, which is convenient. See, Xiao Yu is really envious, sitting on the passenger seat to look left and right, but also very much want to have one. Auntie Fong held Xiao Yu's hand. How could she not feel her little boyfriend's expression of fondness? Like the car. While turning on smart driving, the destination is directly locked to your own detached cottage, leaving the car to drive itself through the city. Just keep a slight eye on Auntie Fong and open her mouth to make small talk with Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu nodded his head. Very honest. Well, I like it. And in the future, when I have money, I will definitely buy one as well. What man doesn't like a beautiful car? You get a license straight away. And if you like it, Auntie will give you this car. Auntie Fong opened her mouth extremely casually, as if she didn't care at all. Xiao Yu did not expect Auntie Fong to be so generous. Hundreds of thousands of dollars of car said to send. And I wonder if the other guy was joking, or just teasing him again? What? I'm serious. It's just a car. Don't be so surprised. Auntie Fong was very fond of Xiao Yu. As the saying goes, a woman is older than a woman. She is a dozen years older than Xiao Yu, and that is at least 4 or 5 gold bricks. Xiao Yu, an innocent boy, was fine, as long as the feelings were in place. He believed that the other party would definitely be willing to be with her. But if you want to get past your best friend, the car and house are not ready. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. But such a large gift for Xiao Yu. I'm afraid it's not good to go straight out. Gotta find a good reason. You've done me such a great favor. Willing to help Auntie heal and find love. This is what you deserve. If you want to buy a car in the future, just ask Auntie for reimbursement and I'll buy you a nice car as a token of appreciation. It was a good relief to hear that. Xiao Yu almost thought that Auntie Fong was shameless and wanted to adopt her best friend's son. It made him feel weirdly embarrassed, and he didn't know what to say to make it better. Thank you, Auntie. Then I will try to cheer you up so that you can get back to normal and find the feeling that you can have a good relationship. Xiao Yu was also full of motivation at this time. In order to brighten the future, they are also desperate to cooperate with each other, and properly carry out this love exercise to the end. Auntie believes you can do it. Go for it. When Auntie Fong saw Xiao Yu like this, that was even more of a smile. It was as if she had already seen this kid fall into her own trap, fall into her own pre-woven love net, and be held in her hands. And this first wave of reckoning is just ahead of the destination. Auntie Fong, the Goblin's Lair, the Ponzi Cave. Chapter 30, Filling Xiao Yu with Wine. Auntie starts planning. Fong Yun's home was bought after the mature woman's career stabilized. Actually, Xiao Yu hadn't been here a few times, so there is still some sense of strangeness. After getting out of the car, he looked left and right, slightly curious. This detached villa building construction technology modern style, garden, pool and so on are all there. The area is quite large, makes the heart grow fonder. Auntie Fong, are you sure you really want to move to our house? It's obvious that you're much better off here. Xiao Yu opened his mouth and sighed somewhat. His own parents were just ordinary working class people living a simple, ordinary life. Compared to a famous model like Auntie Fong, plus the owner of the company, it was definitely a lot worse. That's why Fong Yun and Li Mengling have been able to be BFFs for so many years without mixing other factors. The relationship between the two is a very genuine and rare one, and Fong Yun's feelings for Xiao Yu could only be considered an accident. After all, he hadn't been around when she knew Li Mengling. Although I have a big house, but I feel less comfortable living alone instead. Or living in your house is comfortable. With you. and your mom accompanying me? Even if it is a long stay, I am willing. Auntie Fong was generous and directly told her thoughts truthfully. Xiao Yu was also smiling. That's not a problem. Auntie Fong, you can stay if you like. I don't have a problem with that. It was really fun to spend time with this aunt. It just so happened that he had broken up with his girlfriend in the past 2 days, so he wouldn't feel too sad and upset when he had his aunt with him. Attention has been diverted. It's still Xiao Yu who knows how to feel for Auntie. Unlike your mom, who acts like she's not happy about me living with you guys. After Auntie Fong complimented Xiao Yu twice, she couldn't help but spit it out. And of course it's just a rant. No way you're actually mad at your best gal pal. The two of them had an ironclad relationship, or else they wouldn't have to be so entangled if they liked Xiao Yu. And there's going to be a despicable underhandedness to go along with it. My mom must have something in mind. Right, but Auntie don't mind. She shouldn't mean anything else. Xiao Yu hurriedly became a peacemaker. Wouldn't want anything to happen to the good sisters' relationship. Auntie Fong was relieved. Don't worry, your mom and I will always be good sisters and good aunts to you. That's not going to change. After saying that, she took the initiative to take Xiao Yu's arm and walked inside her room. Being approached by Auntie Fong, holding her arm like an intimate couple, Xiao Yu just felt his face burning a bit, but he didn't react as much as before. After all, the two of them were learning how to be in a relationship right now, and a little intimacy was understandable. Xiao Yu, you sit down for a while. Auntie will get you a glass of water. Once they reached the living room, Auntie began to greet her young boyfriend and told the other to make himself at home. Auntie's going to make things happen now. Not yet realizing Fong Yun's bad intentions, she just nodded stupidly and sat herself down, enjoying the view from inside my aunt's house. It's totally different from their pigeonholes. It's a real live-in thing. But she said she was going to pour water, but Auntie went to the side. But she took out the red wine on the wine rack and opened it directly into the 2 tall wine glasses. Each poured half a glass. With his back to Xiao Yu, he held a smile on his face as if he was expecting something interesting. Holding 2 cups of wine in both hands, he walked towards Xiao Yu. While walking, he also opened his mouth. I'm sorry, Xiao Yu. I've been staying at your house for the last 2 days and the babysitter didn't come, so the fridge is empty and there's no mineral water. I'll just pour you a glass of red wine. We'll just have a couple sips. Shouldn't that be a problem? After saying that, he had sat down next to Xiao Yu. Right next to him, Xiao Yu looked at the red wine that was placed in front of him and was a bit surprised. Wine. The family is very strict. The tigress never lets herself touch the cigarettes and alcohol or anything. I know your mom doesn't let you drink, but you're an adult yourself. You're not a kid. It's just 1 drink. Why are you so scared? Auntie laughed as if she was making fun of Xiao Yu for not even drinking. Your mom isn't here, and today Auntie's doing the honors, so you'll get a taste of the wine, which isn't too strong. Auntie hadn't lied much. The wine wasn't strong, but it should be enough to liven up the atmosphere. The key is some strength and backbone. Auntie Fong, you're right. My mom isn't here and I'm an adult now, so drinking a little should be fine. Xiao Yu was curious about things like wine. Often in the movies, I see the image of various warriors taking wine and pouring it into their stomachs, then laughing and steering their horses. It just feels so ho-hum, always wanting to imitate it, but never having the chance. The boy, who was usually very disciplined, began to drink under the protection of his aunt. Right, come on, let's toast. Auntie will drink with you. Then Auntie Fong started egging Xiao Yu on, and the two of them drank this. Xiao Yu savored the grape wine with his wine glass, and with a beautiful woman accompanying him, that brain could not be sober at all. One way or another, this wine is at the bottom of the barrel. Then Auntie Fong just licked her lips, a little smug in her heart. The preparations for laying the groundwork are almost complete, and Auntie should start her own operation. It was hard to bring Xiao Yu inside his own home without the scruples and guilt that he felt at his best friend's house. Auntie is ready to let loose and have something special with Xiao Yu. Well, the wine is almost gone, so Auntie will take you to my room and we'll go get our clothes and bags packed. After saying that, she took Xiao Yu's arm again and led the other to the second floor, her own bedroom. Xiao Yu didn't feel uncomfortable after drinking the wine, only that the alcohol slowly started to kick in, instead making him feel a bit fluttery. The body was hot and the face was slightly flushed and it felt great. Yeah, Xiao Yu simply nodded his head, having never been to his aunt's bedroom yet. Quite honestly, kind of want to go in there. After all, it felt a little unfair that he hadn't been a guest in the other man's bedroom when his own aunt had been in there to stay. So it was under Auntie Fong's leadership, and in no time at all they had entered a new room. Well, Auntie, your room is so big, and this bed is too much, so wide, and these clothes, so many. Xiao Yu was as if Lu had entered the Grand View Garden, completely unanticipated. The other side of the bedroom is even more unique inside. It was a sight to behold and a thrill to behold. Being a model, the other had a ridiculous amount of clothes, and the room was full of them at a glance. No wonder every time I see my aunt, the other person doesn't have the same clothes on. It's alright. Auntie Fong was modest, but seeing how Chow Yu liked it so much, she was somewhat pleased in her heart. Right, why don't you help your aunt pick out a set of clothes first, and I'll change into your mom's set. After saying that, he pointed to the clothes that were densely and neatly hung up and asked Chow Yu to help him choose. Me? Chow Yu was a bit flattered. Why do I have to choose? Auntie, you can just wear one yourself. Using your aesthetic to choose clothes for your girlfriend can let the object understand your preferences and also show the other person's beautiful side, which you need to learn. Auntie swam and gave a crowning reason. Chow Yu felt that the other party was right, and that he might be able to use it when he fell in love in the future. So there was no politeness, just looking at the various styles of trendy clothes in front of him. Chow Yu felt so entangled that he didn't know which set to help his aunt choose. Skirts, suits, ethnic wear, basically everything. The stocking area is even more heavyweight, with black and white silk, flesh and lace garter stockings. That hanging all over the place made Chow Yu's eyes widen and cry out. I thought to myself how great this sexy dress would look on Auntie Fong's body. Auntie, I don't know what to choose. All your clothes look so good. Chow Yu couldn't help but make a mistake. The other party's clothes were too much and too good looking. I wish I could get the other person to try each one on and wear them for my own enjoyment. It's fine. You first choose a set of the type you like and are interested in. Auntie is a professional model. She can handle any kind of clothes. It's not a problem. You don't have to take too much into consideration. Auntie Fong just loves this kid. He's never seen the world. Seeing that Chow Yu was mesmerized by her charms, he knew that this matter today, 80% of the time, had a chance. Chapter 31 Auntie White Silk, cashing in on a great gift. I'll take. Then, Chow Yu was tangled up in the scene for a while, knowing that this was training for a future relationship. It also ends up making its own choices and making its own suggestions for what Auntie should wear. This outfit, then plus this, and this. Chow Yu was also bold enough to take these clothes, all of them, with his own hands. Auntie Fong was slightly surprised to see the choices of dress Chow Yu had given her. I didn't think you liked this kind of wanna let your girlfriend dress like this? Xiao Yu, you kid, can it? Fong Yun had a smile on her face and seemed to think that this usually conservative and disciplined boy, in terms of aesthetics, that's pretty wild. The dress was a white open cheongsam that was extremely suitable for a mature woman, with sexy goose down white silk garter stockings, and even the shoes were white high heels. The whole set is presumably sexy and pure lust. Auntie, don't say that. I just chose it to my liking. Chow Yu was also a bit embarrassed that he had drunk a bit of wine. That was indeed a bit spontaneous, but this set Chow Yu really liked. His future girlfriend was dressed like this, then he was afraid that he would go crazy with joy. Must love being able to hold your girlfriend like that all day. Just thinking about it, of course, now that he and Ching May had both broken up, this outfit was elected to be worn only by his aunt. Relieve yourself a little. It's pretty good, and in my professional modeling skills, this is a great pairing, and that's what I'll be wearing today. It was a compliment to Chow Yu, but Auntie Fong knew very well how to pinpoint a man's psychology. Taking these from Chow Yu's hands, you first sit on my bed and rest for a while. I'll change my clothes on the side. You can't come over and peek at them. Oh. The sweet smile made Chow Yu not have to be too anxious. Auntie Mimi, soon to shine. Chow Yu was embarrassed and quite expectant, but his mouth still said, I won't peek. I've always followed the rules. It was true that the young boyfriend was very disciplined, but Auntie actually hoped that it might be better if he was slightly more unruly. Top models like Auntie, who was a natural dresser, were absolutely powerful in the ensembles they had chosen for each other. With a catwalk and a little twist, she took a few steps to the side. After simply pulling the curtain to slightly block Chow Yu's view, he began to change his clothes. Chow Yu didn't know what to say. He was quite familiar with Auntie Fong though, but just behind the curtain, the ultimate beauty was changing her clothes. Any tiny sound, coming from the side, was quite literally making his heart skip a beat. Together with the alcohol starting to kick in, Chow Yu's state was a bit off at this point. No peeking, but can't help wanting to. But hold back. Fong Yun is his aunt. He can't do anything excessive. However, Auntie Fong was quick to change her clothes. After all, she was a professional and didn't keep Chow Yu waiting for too long. Well, woo, how does Auntie look? Walking out with long white silk legs, her body was shapely and her appearance was charming. It's as if vintage style meets modernity, sexy meets pure lust, and it's simply not too good for such a mature woman. Auntie crossed her arms and struck a professional pose, instantly mesmerizing Chow Yu. Couldn't help but stand up as a sign of respect. Straight spit and dry mouth. It hadn't been water earlier, it had been wine, and now the effect was coming through. Seeing that Chow Yu's eyes are straight, Auntie Fong is even more frantic to show her legs. It seems that you still like it, so in the future, you have to be even more proactive and bold, picking out clothes for your girlfriend and letting each other wear them, so that the two of you will have a good relationship. I know, Auntie Fong, I've learned. Chow Yu nodded his head repeatedly. thinking that he and Auntie Fong could really learn a lot by doing relationship exercises together. For both sides, noticing that Chow Yu was completely overwhelmed by his charms by this time. His breathing was short. Fong Yun felt as if the fire was almost ready at this point. It was so hard to bring Chow Yu inside his house without Ching May and his best friend getting in the way. Decided to try to take a chance and do something a little out of the ordinary to see if he could quickly bring the two of them closer together. Auntie had waited too long and was actually anxious in her heart. Of course, if Chow Yu was not happy, she would stop immediately. Even if he was in a hurry, he still had to consider Chow Yu's feelings and not hurt his little boyfriend. By the way, Chow Yu, do you remember last night when Auntie said she was going to give you a gift as compensation? Fong Yun licked her lips and slightly ruffled her hair around her ears with her hand, just as seductive as a charm. Remember, Auntie Fong, what are you going to give me as a gift? Chow Yu has been thinking about it in his heart, even dreaming about it. What kind of great gift will Auntie give herself? But it's a fun gift. You'll love it. Auntie Fong just smiled, then stepped away from her long white stocking garter silk legs, taking out a pair of white silk muslin gloves from the hanger. She slowly put them on her hands up to her elbows. Chow Yu was a bit puzzled when he saw the other party's behavior. What's she doing changing into white silk gloves when she's fine? Before Chow Yu could think about it, Auntie Fong stepped on her high heels and twisted her small waist to come in front of her little boyfriend. Chow Yu, look at Auntie's hands. Are they beautiful? The voice is soft, but extremely magnetic. Chow Yu looked down at Fong Yun's aesthetically slender fingers, covered by silk gloves. The manicure looked all different. Judas is probably what it feels like. Beautiful. Auntie's hands, they look great. Chow Yu did not mince his words of praise. But what does this have to do with gifts? Still don't quite get it. It's pretty good looking, but as compensation it seems a bit too generic. Chow Yu was a bit unsatisfied, but didn't say anything. Fong Yun's face began to blush a little, and it was obvious that the other party was also embarrassed. Forcibly stabilizing her emotions, for the sake of her own happiness, Auntie Fong continued, "This, you'll know soon." After saying that, with her charming eyes staring at Chow Yu, she used these beautiful hands of hers and gave a gentle push. Chow Yu was caught off guard, so he sat right down on the big soft bed. Chapter 32 Mistakes were made with Auntie. Half an hour later, Chow Yu was alone, his face red with wine and in a trance. He doesn't seem to have slowed down until now. Can't believe what just happened. Chow Yu, are you okay? Fong Yun, who came out of the restroom, sat beside Chow Yu and used the gentlest voice of concern. Seeing the other party's mute appearance, Fong Yun, who was originally full of confidence, began to doubt her approach a little at this time. Is it too much to be in such a hurry to fake it? He'd only just fallen out of love, and he probably hadn't even taken a break from Aomori's side of the family yet. He was treating him like this, and in case the other party got hurt because of it, Auntie was afraid that she should regret it. I'm fine. Chow Yu raised his head and glanced at the extreme beauty standing in front of him. Even at this moment, the other party was dressed in sexy, white silk high heels with cheongsam, rhyming. Chow Yu was quite excited just now and was mesmerized to the point that his eyes went straight. But he was now like a monk without any worldly desires, and had never been calmer. After the alcohol and impulse dissipated and he calmed down, Chow Yu couldn't help but start thinking. Auntie Fong and he seemed to have just done something ridiculous. Auntie, did the two of us just make a mistake? Chow Yu turned his gaze to Fong Yun, his heart extraordinarily uneasy. The relationship between him and his aunt has always been pretty pure, but something seems off these days. Fong Yun blinked her eyes and opened her mouth with a bit of trepidation. Make a mistake? No, it's not normal. How come you don't like the gift Auntie gave you, but you think you made a mistake, right? It was a test run for Auntie and the beginning of a desire to take Chow Yu for herself. Judging by the results above, it's been a success so far. Chow Yu seemed to have become a great sage now. Definitely not in the same state as just now. Auntie was ready to feel out the other party first. It's not a matter of liking it or not. It's clearly something that only happens between lovers. And with the two of us like this, we're crossing the line, aren't we? Chow Yu's mind was much clearer now, and although he liked it, he seemed to know that he had done something bad. It's against the law of Mother Superior. Auntie Fong was so cunning that when she saw Chow Yu reacting, this was the time to start fooling around. Of course, how can this be considered crossing the line? Obviously it's just a part of our practice too, just ahead of schedule. Auntie gave it to you as a gift to help you be able to get along with your girlfriends more in the future and do the things you like. And besides, it's not like we've crossed the line. You haven't even touched Auntie, have you? Auntie Fong was quite articulate, and instantly made Chow Yu feel that there was so much truth in it. Fong Yun added while the iron was hot. Chow Yu, what did you just say to Auntie in the car? Didn't you want to try to help Auntie find the feeling of love, and then Auntie would give you a car as a token of appreciation? How come you're just starting out now, and encountering such a little difficulty? You're self-doubting? As soon as he said this, Chow Yu couldn't help but have some thoughts in his heart. Surely Auntie's heavy gifts are not so easy to come by. I thought I could easily get my aunt to help me buy a car, but now it seems like it's not that simple. I did promise, but there's no need to practice this, right? That's something you should only discuss with your girlfriend when you're at the back of a relationship. It's not like the two of us are really boyfriend and girlfriend. Chow Yu is still retorting negatively. Of course there is a need for this. Holding hands and shopping, dating and eating, watching movies, and kissing, and going to the hotel and all that stuff and so on. We have a lot to learn. This is just the beginning. After all, you don't want to be in a real relationship by the time you get to the end of the day, but you don't know anything about it. Letting your girlfriend down, right? Auntie listed a whole bunch of things, as if it sounded like they were all completely necessary steps in a relationship. He and Auntie, a lot of things and steps have been done. Chow Yu couldn't find any good reasons for the time being. Auntie's mouth is not only nice to look at, but she's also better at finding reasons than Chow Yu. Chow Yu stared up at this Auntie May, always feeling like he had fallen into the other party's trap. What's weird about it? But I can't put my finger on it for a moment. The other person was his mother's best friend, and with him like this, it was suspicious anyways. On top of that, this would have to be a big deal if anyone else, especially his mom, knew about it. Auntie Fong seemed to see Chow Yu's concerns at a glance, quietly sitting beside the other party. She stretched out her own white and warm hands and placed them on the back of Chow Yu's hands, soothing them. Well, it's a secret between the two of us. No one else will know. Just feel free to experience the feeling of being in love with your aunt. Having fun is most important. Auntie Fong's hands are really beautiful, slim and slender. Chow Yu couldn't help but look down twice as if he remembered something else and gulped, even with the mountain of Li mangling in the middle. But today, Auntie Fong opened the door to a new world for Chow Yu, and to say that she didn't like practicing this kind of thing would be absolutely false. Listening to Auntie's whispering in her ear like a demon, various thoughts kept growing in Chow Yu's mind. No one else knew and was able to spend time with Auntie May again, practicing more things. There was really no way for Chow Yu to refuse such an enticing offer, even though he knew that it seemed wrong. But it's already been pulled deeper and deeper into the mire by Auntie. Chow Yu, under the aunt's lull. He himself did not notice that he was lying to himself, just practicing, did not break the bottom line, and no one knows, it does not matter, because Chow Yu was originally a very skinny boy. It's just been taught to be this way by the tigress of the family. Auntie Fong, who understands this, is just helping him find his nature, the nature of a man, slowly twisting his head to the side. Alright then, I know. But I need to practice this kind of thing in the future. Auntie, you should discuss it with me beforehand first, so I can mentally prepare myself. Sort of a euphemistic acquiescence to this statement from Auntie Fong. Don't worry, Auntie is with you for anything, nothing will go wrong. Drawing out an arm, he hugged Chow Yu, giving the other a warm embrace. In this way, the other person is made to feel somewhat secure. Not to mention, Chow Yu really liked this feeling. Gentle and considerate, and knows how to take care of himself. It's only been a few days since I experienced a relationship with my aunt, and already it's taking off, and it's not even close. Think back to your own Cymbeline. Inside this month or so with each other, basically nothing happy happened, not even holding each other's hands. Chow Yu also wondered if it could really be that he couldn't fall in love to be like this. Got to learn it well with Auntie Fong. Auntie Fong, you're so good to me. Chow Yu also reached out and hugged his aunt, enjoying his rare and beautiful moment. At this time, Fong Yun, however, could not help but outline a smile at the corner of her mouth. Quite a risky move on his own this time, but apparently it worked, taking Chow Yu down straight away, revealing his true colors as a bad aunt. There's a good chance that you'll scare your little boyfriend into embarrassment and make him leave you instead. The other man must have been unable to accept, for a moment, that he was an old aunt so much older than him, or his mom's best friend, becoming his woman, or even conceive his child and the two enter into marriage. So use some tactics and take your time with the trial, little by little. Upwards, by the time the two of them just have the fact, Chow Yu will be willing to be responsible for her, cannot leave her. The marvelous thing that just happened was just the beginning. Stow Yu, calling out Chow Yu's name inside his mouth, the thought that he would be able to truly get this man in the future. Auntie then had trouble suppressing her inner feelings for him. Deeply, he locked eyes with the other, then slowly pressed his lips together. The meaning is obvious. Wanting to kiss your little boyfriend. Chow Yu blinked, certainly not much else. This wasn't the first time he and Auntie Fong had kissed. Besides, people had just worked hard. Chow Yu should also give a response, so there was no reason to refuse. Auntie Fong, with the same soft call, the two couldn't help but begin. Love Habits. Chapter 33, Living with Auntie Officially. After a while, getting down to business. Stow Yu, you help Auntie choose her clothes. Which ones you like? Just put them away and put them in the suitcase. I'll get the rest of the daily necessities. Fong Yun was relieved to boldly allow Chow Yu to pick out clothes for herself. Auntie will be moving in with Chow Yu soon, living under the same roof. The aunts want to look beautiful every day to each other's liking. Let this little boyfriend fall in love with himself one day at a time and be unstoppable. In that case, I can choose for myself. Chow Yu had a smile on his face and felt that this aunt's decision was really wise. When I was a kid, boys loved to play with electric toys and girls loved to play with dress-up dolls. When you grow up, it's the complete opposite. Chow Yu is also particularly fond of face pinching and dressing up inside games with a higher degree of freedom, even charging in for all sorts of nice clothes and skins. When there is such an opportunity in real life, then you definitely have to try it. Auntie Fong is a natural dresser who looks good in everything and can handle many styles. Just now, for example, the set of cheongsams that he had picked out, white silk suspenders, slightly posing in front of him in a sexy and alluring manner of movements, all of which made people cry out in delight. In order to have that experience again, so nonchalantly took matters into my own hands, picked out one set of clothes after another that she liked, stockings of various styles and material colors, matching shoes, and stuffed them inside the suitcase with all her might. Auntie Fong will have to meet herself in these clothes by then. It's even fun to think about all the quiet relationship exercises you can do with her. Of course, it was important that no one else found out. It was a secret between the two of them. Li Mengling was a tigress. Auntie Fong and Chow Yu were both afraid of her, which was nothing to sneeze at. It took about half an hour to organize. Chow Yu stuffed 2 big boxes full, a bit greedy, but Auntie was beside herself with a spread eagle smile, just flirting and not finding this offensive. After packing up, by the way, he took Chow Yu out for lunch and afternoon tea with him. The two had a simple little date, holding hands and relaxing for a few hours afterward. That's when he was ready to go back to Chow Yu's side. Well, did you have a good day? Just after entering the building entrance and getting on the elevator, Auntie Fong couldn't help but ask his own little boyfriend and his experience of being in a relationship with him. Chow Yu smiled and answered truthfully, happy, playing around with Auntie. Of course I'm happy. In fact, to put it in an exaggerated way, it would not be an exaggeration to say that this was the happiest day for Chow Yu these days. So happy, even, that he forgot about his lost love for a while. That's good. There's nothing going on in the company lately, but I have a lot of time to play together every day then. When Auntie Fong saw Chow Yu so happy, her heart was naturally happy. I thought that if this situation continued, in less than a month, before the promised relationship between the two of them was over, he would have already completely fallen under his garnet skirt, right? Of course, what sucks is that you can't get to a lot of situations on your own side of the company, but whatever it is, it's not as important as your own life's work. Really? That's great. Chow Yu couldn't be happier to hear this good news. In itself, there was only one good friend like Anren, and after the breakup, there was no way for the two of them to play together. With Auntie with me, now that's going to be fun later on. Seeing this situation, Auntie Fong was bold. It was obvious that they were almost home, but they didn't hesitate to take advantage of the other party's happiness and started pulling Chow Yu's hand again. Swear your sovereignty as a girlfriend. Chow Yu was a little scared though in his heart that the neighbors or something would see it and gossip or something like that, but then he thought that his aunt had been so kind to him today and had allowed him to have a very special experience. I'm afraid it would be inappropriate to reject it out of hand myself, so it was only possible to hold hands with each other carefully, keeping them ready to be withdrawn at any moment. Rather, it's a coincidence that the moment the elevator doors slammed with suitcases in tow, as soon as this side of the door opened, it was as if a familiar face was seen, appearing in the crevice of the elevator door. Frightened, he instantly gave his hand back. It's no one else but the next-door childhood friend Anren's mother, Auntie Ansu. Auntie Ansu. Chow Yu politely put his hands back and greeted the other party with a smile. Fong Yun also winks, only to see a mature woman who is on the same level as her, but only with a plain face and light makeup, appearing at the elevator door. The aura is pure lust, a little fleshy, but just right. This kind of woman, even within their modeling agency, this appearance and image must be ranked among the top few. Auntie Fong has a keen eye. Ah, Xiao Yu, what a coincidence that you can run into each other when you go downstairs to get a dish. Auntie Anshio was equally overjoyed, and in her heart, she was still thinking about Chow Yu next door, but she didn't expect to come across this. But when she noticed the white silk gorgeous woman with big bags in her hands and even dragging a suitcase, she just stood next to the future man of the Fong family. More than a little displeased, he raised his guard. What are you? Of course, Auntie Ansu must know Fong Yun. It's just that the other person is wearing an extraordinarily seductive, cheongsam white silk halter suit today, and walking around in this kind of neighborhood. It did surprise Auntie Ansu a bit. To the conservative Auntie Ansu, the other party is simply the same as a bad woman, a vixen, but they have a real job. Only they run a modeling agency, so it's understandable that they do dress a little more fashion forward. It's just that the other party is standing so close to Chow Yu, and Auntie Anshio must have smelled danger. Faced with Auntie Ansu's question, Fong Yun fell to reply. Oh, moving in with my best friend's family for a few days, so I might have to interrupt for the next few days. Move in here. Hearing that, Ansu instantly lost her composure. Anren just broke up with Chao Yu and this woman called Fong Yun is moving in with Chao Yu? How it feels a little off flavor. Recalling the words that Fairy Zhang gave herself, saying that at this time, Chao Yu had been targeted by a bad woman, just waiting to take advantage of the gap between her daughter and Chao Yu's breakup to take advantage of the situation and come and steal the man. It's hard to believe that it's her that's being talked about. Ansu couldn't help but frown slightly, but just thinking that made it seem rather outrageous, because Inshio knew that this woman and Li Mengling that were good sisters for many years and had a good relationship. How could you possibly do such a shameless thing as thinking of your best friend's son? Chapter 34 Auntie Fong is jealous and wants to be pinched and massaged too. Ansu felt that she was a little too nervous about Chao Yu, who the bad woman really is. Auntie doesn't know yet, so she can't judge. You can't wrongly accuse good people. Fong Yun is a nice guy. He's not a looker. Don't be so polite. Just ask directly if you need anything. I know Xiao Yu's family very well. None of them are outsiders. And Xiao opened her mouth rather confidently, stating that between herself and Xiao Yu's family, the relationship was extremely close. After all these years, distant relatives are better than close neighbors. Fong Yun smiled without saying anything. Those were just polite words. People are virtuous wives and mothers, and the last time Xiao Yu wore someone else's clothes, it was a complete accident. Fong Yun didn't think that the two of them had anything. Xiao Yu certainly agreed with Ansu's words. Auntie Ansu had always been kind to him, and Xiao Yu took it all to heart. Auntie Ansu, is your leg okay? All able to go downstairs to get groceries? Xiao Yu was concerned about Ansu and probes to see what the state of the other's sprained foot is like, but now that her own aunt was beside her, she couldn't pinch her beautiful legs and examine them properly as she had done before, being so concerned by Xiao Yu, and Xiao's heart warmed. It's already much better. There's nothing wrong with taking a dish. After saying that, he immediately added another sentence. Just hurt the tendons and bones. Want to be good thoroughly. Afraid that there is no 10 days and half a month is a little difficult. You have to press a good foot to do ah. Kidding aside, after Chao Yu's massage treatment last time, Auntie got well very quickly. But you can't say that with your mouth. And Xiao also has her own mind's eye and wants to use this method to get Chao Yu to come to Aunt's house more often. He himself was on the side to enlighten the kid. Maybe the other party would listen and make up with Enron? So there's no such thing as a bad woman? By the way, Ansu can enjoy the massage service more. Chao Yu heard Auntie and Xiao's words, where he couldn't understand that this was the other party's hint. It was clear that she wanted to get herself to her house and help rub her feet for therapy, but it's kind of a little secret between the two, and it's only natural that Ansu doesn't say anything about it. After all, Xiao Yu had flipped the balcony over and sprained his aunt's foot, a bit of a hidden agenda. Auntie Fong is an old fox. These two were clearly hiding something in their words, and how could Auntie not hear it? Something's not right, it seems. However, since both of them didn't pick it out, Auntie Fong didn't pursue it on the spot. After a little politeness, the two sides parted ways. Go about your business on your own. It's just that there's always Auntie and Sue's droning behind her. He told Xiao Yu to come to their house when he had time and play more often, or something like that, waiting until he and Inshio walked far away. Xiao Yu then exhaled a mouthful of turbid air with palpitations. Auntie Fong, look how dangerous it is. We should be careful out there. Being seen, explaining it will be really troublesome. He or she is kindly helping the aunt to find a relationship and helping the other person to get a relationship. It's a complicated thing. Got it. I'll be more careful from now on, and I'll practice with you when no one's around. So that's always good. Auntie nodded as if she hadn't taken the matter to heart. After taking Xiao Yu back inside his home and putting his luggage and stuff in place, Auntie then sat down on the sofa, looking at her little boyfriend who was pouring water for himself. She couldn't help but speak. Xiao Yu, you and that Inshio, did something happen Xiao Yu turned back with some surprise and accidentally poured warm boiled water all over his hands. I thought to myself, does this auntie also read fortunes? Just a simple conversation just now, and you're able to see the problem? It's not that big of a deal though. There's nothing going on. It's just that morning, I went over the balcony, face to face with an aunt with whom he was extremely close and even had some marvelous experiences. Xiao Yu was also now pouring out his heart and lungs, willing to speak from his heart, because compared to the irrelevant little secret he had with Antian, the trouble he had gotten into with Fong Yun was called big. The two are already tied to the same grasshopper. So that's how it is. People sprained their legs, and you boys are still rubbing her feet. Auntie was slightly jealous. It was important to know that Fong Yun was quite envious of her good best friend, who was able to enjoy Chao Yu's massages and leg rubs and professional nursing care whenever she wanted. I was thinking of finding an opportunity to experience it as well. As it turned out, I didn't expect the old auntie next door to beat me to it. Yeah, I'm the one who hurt people's feet, so it's only right to rub Auntie Ansu's legs for her. But Auntie Anshio should be drunk, always wanting to call me over just to continue to set me in and run up. Xiao Yu was still very responsible and definitely decided to take charge to the end. Even knowing the possibility of running into an ex-girlfriend after going over there is awkward as hell. After hearing the explanation, Auntie Fong was quite relieved. Or maybe it wasn't much of a worry either. Although Auntie Anshio was an extreme beauty, she was at peace and wanted to find a good husband for Anren. So how could she possibly set her eyes on Xiao Yu? That's the way it should be. But your massage technique is so good. Can you let me experience it too first? It just so happens that I just went on a shopping date with you, and my legs feel quite sore now. Auntie put on a show and immediately began to lasso Xiao Yu again. If you want to enjoy a beautiful massage from your little boyfriend, you have to make some excuses. Xiao Yu placed the poured water in front of Auntie. No problem, Auntie, you've done so much for me. Now it's time for me to return the favor. Stick out your leg. I'll press it for you right away. Think back to the scene that took place in Auntie Fong's bedroom. Xiao Yu felt that he had to do something to relax his aunt as well. Perhaps Auntie Fong really tried her best to be happy when she saw that he had fallen out of love. Auntie was inexplicably happy to see Xiao Yu agreeing so easily. Without hesitation, she took off her high heels and beautifully positioned her round and straight white silk legs on the knees of Xiao Yu's legs, so that he could power up and help himself out. Auntie is really quite tired after shopping and walking a lot today, but luckily Auntie Fong's feet weren't sweaty and didn't smell. Otherwise, if she just let Xiao Yu pinch her like this, Fong Yun herself would be embarrassed. Auntie Fong, I'll start then. Say something like this. At the nod of your aunt, with a pair of fine works of art in hand, Xiao Yu carefully began his professional massage. In no time, Auntie couldn't help but close her eyes in comfort. A big shout out to Xiao Yu for his powerful massage. This makes Fong Yun even more jealous of her best friend, actually being able to enjoy such top-notch services every day. Auntie Fong was even more looking forward to snatching this little boyfriend back inside her own home by herself. A good day to let him pinch his legs for himself. But just think about it for a moment. A love rival. But halfway through, cell phone message alerts appeared. Auntie Fong, I'm sorry, it's Mr. Song who has come with the message. Xiao Yu picked up his cell phone and looked at it, slightly apologizing. He also enjoyed the opportunity to serve these long white silk legs, but nay, the news came at a bad time. I had wanted to put my cell phone aside for a while and continue to squeeze and massage my aunt's feet. However, he did not expect Fong Yun to speak at this time. It's fine, lifelong matters are important. You talk to Sister Sia first. Don't let Auntie Fong and your mom down. Instead, he urges Xiao Yu to have a good time with Song Sia. This blind date was originally made by Fong Yun and Li Mengling, and this arrangement seems to make sense. This made Xiao Yu think even more. Auntie Fong really did it for her own good. Not only did she find him a good woman to be with, even having a private relationship study with himself, also he can be in a good relationship, really pampered him. Sure, it just feels a little over the top sometimes, but aunts don't even mind much. Xiao Yu felt that he seemed to be barely able to accept it, or a little like it. Once he thought of this, Xiao Yu became even more favorably disposed towards Auntie Fong. Neither could let go and wanted to continue to massage the other to show their appreciation. Auntie Fong, why don't I come and say it? You can type a message back to Mr. Song for me. I'll just squeeze your feet here. Xiao Yu came up with this solution. Sort of the best of both worlds. Beautiful legs and blind dates. No one is left behind. Never favor one over the other. You boy. Auntie felt a little amused when she heard this expression from the other. However, he really hadn't enjoyed Xiao Yu's massage enough, so he also nodded his head. Alright, I'll listen to you. I'll return your messages and help you tease the girls. No, tease the Imperial Sisters. Auntie Fong said so and painfully took Xiao Yu's cell phone. While enjoying the services of her little boyfriend, she took her cell phone and used Xiao Yu's identity to message her sisters back, penning a romance for Xiao Yu and Mr. Song. Chapter 35. Auntie grabbed Anren's hair and beat her violently. But since it was only a ghostwriter, Auntie was all over the dating chatting process between the two of them. How? It feels so boring. These two chatted and were pretty unexploded. Basically, it's all about sparse topics, talk about hobbies, or interests, or whatever. Nothing special. Not at all like when she was with Xiao Yu. That was all sorts of interesting activities that could be made whole. This made Fong Yun even more confident in herself, not feeling at all that this love rival she had set up for herself could steal a man from her. Advantage on me. Well, it looks like Sia's sister is going to have an English class, so let's talk about it. Fong Yun helped Xiao Yu and drew a blank for the time being, but Auntie Fong didn't know that the other teacher, Mr. Song, wasn't as wild as a bad aunt like her. Song Sia just loves the soft and sticky little puppies under the ear. The sparse, normal routine felt real to her, and she loved it. And after graduation, Xiao Yu was chatting more with respect for Song Sia. To be in a relationship with Song Sia as an adversary, for now, no such idea. Nay, his own mother and father had to force him to go on a blind date with Song Sia, and if he dared to disagree, it would be even more of a headache to get other people to come over and match him. Let's just say one step at a time. Auntie Fong, do you think Ms. Song back there will be angry if she knows I'm her student? Xiao Yu was a bit depressed and worried in his heart. There's nothing decent about the way this was done, but the pot is basically on Auntie Fong's back, and the main responsibility lies with her. After all, she's the introducer. I don't know if I'm angry or not, but who can blame her? You've introduced yourself to her. You've called her teacher, and she still doesn't realize that maybe you two are destined for each other. So take advantage of the opportunity. Maybe you two will actually make it. The confident Fong Yun was there to deliberately flirt with Xiao Yu, all but rendered Xiao Yu speechless. Into what? When the time comes, if she knows it's me, it'll be good if she doesn't jump out of her skin. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly, hoping that by the time things came out, Song Sia's mood swings would not be too exaggerated. Finish talking and squeezing my legs. Auntie was extremely relaxed at the moment. She hadn't been this comfortable in a long time. Xiao Yu, it's still early ugh. Why don't we play a game? Swinging her long white silk legs, Auntie Fong stretched and pulled Xiao Yu about to start a new activity. Ha? Again? Xiao Yu was a bit surprised that it had only been a few hours and he was coming back to play games. Noticing that Xiao Yu's reaction was a bit strange, Fong Yun's old face slightly reddened and quickly realized what the other party was thinking. Hey, what are you thinking about? When I say playing a game, I'm playing a mobile game, so it's a mobile game, I thought. Xiao Yu was embarrassed, thinking that Auntie was going to engage in love games with herself again and put together some special program. Why do you think? That was a gift for you just now. It was very special. Okay, don't think that happens all the time. You're happy with it. I'm not sure I'm happy with it. Auntie Fong explained herself. Xiao Yu could only immediately change the topic. Let's play the game. Let's not talk about this. Speaking of games, Fong Yun remembered the leisurely time she had spent with Xiao Yu. Carefree and simply beautiful. Alright, it's been a while since I've played with you. Let's both start a hand and have a whole game of sweet double team. Auntie immediately took out her cell phone and said that she wanted to relive her old dreams with both Xiao Yu. You know Auntie, in order to have more in common with Xiao Yu and spend more time together, originally not much of a gamer, she learned to play cell phone pesticide in no time at all. And in order not to drag Xiao Yu's feet, he even took the time to practice his skills after work. Well, come on then. It's been a while since I've played a game with my auntie too. I'm really looking forward to it. Xiao Yu was all smiles. Compared to exhausting yourself to take Ching May, who is of average level, to score points, you can double row with Auntie Fong, who is of similar strength to you. Xiao Yu clearly felt that this was a much more enjoyable and relaxing game. Start the game. The two were soon on the line. Xiao Yu casually glanced at it and looked at it in the middle of checking his friends. His own ex-girlfriend was, at this point, actually online. Xiao Yu looked at the other party's ID and was somewhat silent for a while. Auntie Fong's eyes were so sharp, caring about everything Xiao Yu did. She naturally saw her little love rival's nickname at a glance. Anren's here too. Want to drag her along for the ride? Falling to speak, he wanted to see how Xiao Yu's attitude towards Ching May was nowadays. However, before Xiao Yu could open his mouth, Anren's number was displayed in the match. This guy, by nature, is an internet addict and especially loves to play games. I guess I didn't even notice that Xiao Yu was online, so I opened another hand. Forget it, she's on a match. We'll get a chance to play together later. Xiao Yu could only state so awkwardly. Then straight away, I clicked match 2, and just double-teamed with my auntie sweetie. As for Anran, Xiao Yu didn't know exactly what would happen to him and her. Even Auntie couldn't help but smile in her heart when she saw this. It seems that God has helped himself when such a great opportunity was missed. But not for long before Auntie was happy. After the 5v5 match was successfully made, and after selecting a person to enter the game interface, Auntie Dun frowned slightly. What segment of her can this match up to? Fixed eyes to see. Match to the person. This is not Xiao Yu, that little girlfriend, and ran well. I'm usually bringing her along, so her segment is about the same as mine, Xiao Yu explained. But even then it didn't occur to me that point match would actually match Enron. This is getting a little awkward. But Auntie was frowning loosely, as if she had thought of something interesting, or cruel. It's okay, she's on the opposite side of the field, not our teammate. Just play the field this time and target her hard. Hearing this, Xiao Yu was puzzled. Targeting her? She plays as a support. But Auntie just nodded, but seemed completely unconcerned. Whatever she's playing at, this Auntie Fong has to torture her. It's said that love rivals meet in person. This play a game can be lined up to their opponents. That Auntie shall not properly entertain Anren. How can the heart comfortable? You know that when you learned that Xiao Yu and Anran were in love, Fong Yun was crying her heart out and couldn't sleep all night. It was sort of Auntie Fong's way of taking on her opponent in a different way. that has to hit its stride. And at that moment, the other side, right next door to Chow Yu, Enran was also a bit speechless. Chow Yu actually lined up to him? Enran, who had just finished buying his equipment, realized it only as an afterthought. Her own ex-boyfriend was actually across the street, becoming her enemy. Slightly mixed feelings. This guy, why don't you drag me along for the ride? Puffing and pouting, she began to sulk again. You know that in the past 2 days, Enran, who especially likes to play games, the road to score is called a twisted and strange. Without Chow Yu to bring her sweet double rose, the points are clunking down this way. So in the back of his mind, he was always thinking that it would have been nice if Chow Yu had taken the initiative to bring himself along for the ride. It was originally thought that the two might be able to ease their relationship by using the excuse of playing the game. Who knew that the other party had not been online for the past 2 days, making Enran old and depressed. As a result, he himself has just opened a handful of games, and realized that Chow Yu has already gone online without pulling her together. Is this angry with yourself? Don't be proactive and come over to her. If Chow Yu knew what Enran was thinking at this moment, he would probably be about to vomit blood. This guy is so confused about dropping points that he just starts matching himself. Didn't notice him on the line at all. How can you blame Chow Yu? Humph. Do not pull me together, Ro, forget it. Who cares? If you are still angry at me for breaking up, then you target, scratch me to death. Capricious defiantly uttered the words, knowing that Chow Yu was on the opposite side of the room. That too without typing a greeting. Playing himself, he had to strain his face and refuse to give in, but just played for a few minutes. Why am I dead? With a cry of surprise, before they could even react, Enran, who was originally bloodied and in the middle of returning to the city, showed that she had already been killed. Wide, watery eyes. What the hell? Why is the top running down the road to kill me? Not having seen the ID before, Enran felt that this person had come all the way to kill her as an auxiliary and only felt speechless. Of course it didn't take it to heart. After all, it wasn't Chow Yu who killed her, so it didn't matter. Otherwise, dying at the hands of a childhood friend, the careful Enran, would really be angry. Chow Yu also twisted his head to look at Fong Yun, who was sitting next to him, seeing the other side with a smile on his face. Doing away with Enran next door in 2 cuts was clearly a deliberate target. Auntie is really bad. Auntie Fong, you've traveled so far to catch someone, don't you want it on the road? Chow Yu couldn't help but come up with a comment, wanting to see what was going on with Auntie Fong. However, Fong Yun just indifferently played the wild monster. Hey, it doesn't matter, there's a lot of oil on the lower road. Chow Yu blinked, and spat in his heart, bull asterisk 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 with a lot of oil and water, and going around in a big circle. Not just to target Enran. Of course Chow Yu also knew that he had been dumped by Ching May Enran capricious some time ago. Both Fong Yun and Mother Superior are quite angry and even arrange a blind date immediately. It's understandable to have a grudge in your heart and want to take the heat for yourself. Who let Auntie Fong spoil him so much? Couldn't see Chow Yu being aggrieved. Although this method was a bit childish, Chow Yu was still very flattered in his heart. Just so self-compassionate. Chow Yu didn't even have time to say something. In the next moment, the news of the death of his own green plum came again. Again, Auntie Fong caught her red-handed and hot. Ha! Chow Yu couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he took a slight look at the battle. Auntie Fong didn't go home after killing Enran. Instead, you hit the field and crouch in the bushes. By the time Enran was reborn, it wasn't even online yet. Halfway through the day, he was cut off by his aunt and done away with in 3 or 2 tries. The minion experience can't even smell a little. Fong Yun smiled more cheerfully and exclaimed, comfortable. This game is really fun. Caught the auxiliary love rival beating up on him. And the other guy's skills still stink, so he can't fight back at all. It's almost sadistic. Can that not be fun? And at the moment, Enran, who had been fatally beaten by his aunt again, was completely confused about what was going on. No, why doesn't this guy leave and squat me on the side of the road? What kind of fight is this? Enran blinked, never having encountered such an outrageous matchup. It felt slightly strange, but didn't think much of it. After all, she really wasn't at a high level, and it was normal for her to die. Then after a while, after being reborn, Enran continues to be online. Just popped my head in, just crossing the road. The vicious Auntie Fong, like a wolf like a tiger, rushed out of the bushes, pressed Enran, and grabbed her hair to give her a beating. Help! Help! Help me! Chapter 36, Special Love Training. Enran was scared out of his wits, constantly controlling the bloodied character on the phone to escape. While his mouth was screaming for help, he kept signaling his teammates, help me! Save me! Such continuous movements certainly caught the attention of his teammates. The closest lower road shooter, come over to support. Damn it, actually bullying me like this. Let's see if my ADC won't beat you to death. It's a bit of a fox and a tiger, and it's definitely not much of an output when you're playing the support position itself. When you see your teammates coming over for support, you immediately run towards the opposite side. But even so, Auntie Fong was in hot pursuit. Want to run? No way. It seemed that they would never rest until they killed Enron to the point of crying today. Even Xiao Yu, who was sitting right next to Fong Yun, felt speechless. Auntie Fong, don't chase after her. Her teammates are coming. Auntie Fong was now in a dangerous situation. If the other team rushed over to surround her, the odds are she's going to die. Fong Yun's awareness and level of sophistication wasn't bad, so of course she quickly understood this. Still no retreat. Though, it's okay, look at work. Instead, he opened his big move and charged forward, and with his notable skill, he prepared to cross the tower for a strong kill, giving Enron a limit 1-for-1. Enron, with his teammates, seemed to have a bottom line at this point, gnashing his teeth and frantically tapping the screen. Still dare to come over. If I don't give you some color, I really think I'm easy to bully. With that, Enron ducked behind his teammate. Someone was blocking the middle, and Auntie couldn't seem to rush through for a while, and got hit a few times by the defense tower. The blood is bottoming out. The situation is even more dangerous. Hey, her teammates are pretty good. Not everyone was brought to this segment as Enron was, and the opponents were on the level. There was no choice but to pull toward the field. Find another opportunity. Rush over and see if you can replace Enron. As soon as she saw Auntie Fong retreating, and Ran, who had just cried out for help, changed her face at this time, signaling frantically. He commanded his teammates to gather fire and hunt down Auntie Fong. I'm going to kill this guy. Wasn't he quite arrogant just now? Why do you want to run now? That side is a dead end. Gritting her teeth and pressing the skill to accelerate, Anran seemed to want to personally end Auntie Fong to avenge this. Chased to death by these two, Auntie is sort of at the end of her rope. The corners of Anran's mouth couldn't even hold back a cruel smile. Just wanted to put a skill finish on the guy who was targeting him. But the next moment, a silhouette suddenly flashed out from the field. Auntie Fong, let me help you. Xiao Yu arrived in time to kill with his gun. Good timing you. You take care of her teammates. Leave Enron to me. Auntie Fong was full of surprise, knowing that her little boyfriend would rush over to support her. After a brief combat assignment, Fong Yun and Xiao Yu, who are already masters of their craft, perform a husband and wife mixed doubles routine. The cooperation was extremely tacit and perfect. Anran next door was dumbfounded. This looks like he is about to get his revenge. How come Xiao Yu will run out to mess up? Xiao Yu, why are you helping her and not me? Enron screamed in frustration. Unbelievable. It used to revolve around itself all the time. The former childhood friend who took her on a sweet double row to score points and treated Enron like a treasure. At the moment, it was with a stranger, who was killing her. It was probably due to being too depressed, causing Enran, whose skills were already bad, to operate even more deformed. Even with the strength of their teammates, the two were both decimated. Nice work, you. This wave. Auntie Fong couldn't help but cheer, her white silk legs twisting, suddenly drawing out an arm. He wrapped it around Xiao Yu, pressed over, lips sloppy on the other man's face and kissed him. Although I liked the reward in the face of Auntie May, I didn't know what to say for the moment. After all, the person standing across from him was the childhood friend he had loved for so long, had never been enemies with Enron yet. The two had always gotten along as friends, or even, briefly, boyfriend and girlfriend. Now that they have to fight with swords because of different positions, there is indeed a sense of sadness. Okay, Auntie Fong, time to go. The upper towers are almost gone. Xiao Yu immediately greeted and prepared to tell Auntie Fong to retreat. But Auntie didn't seem to have had enough and with a smile invited Xiao Yu to join her. Retreat from what? Soldiers are never deceitful. Squat another wave. Xiao Yu, you come over too. Let's help her quit her internet addiction. Ha, still coming. You don't seem to have any deep grudges with Anran? It's not that bad. Xiao Yu couldn't help but laugh, only feeling if Auntie was too outrageous. But how could Xiao Yu know about the little thoughts that Auntie had hidden for so many years? Enron is his love rival. When the other party was in love with Xiao Yu, Auntie Fong had shed tears over it. Women can be terribly jealous, as well as vindictive. When you catch the opportunity, then you are bound to give your love rival a taste of what pain is. Of course, one certainly can't say that on the surface. Of course, as far as that goes, she's in a blessed state. She doesn't take you seriously, and she broke up and broke our family's Xiao Yu's heart. Auntie Fong was full of seriousness. Don't say it's me. Even if it was your mom, I guess I would have to clean her up properly in the game today. Xiao Yu felt warmth in his heart. Auntie Fong had always been good to him and couldn't see herself being wronged. Gentle and sexy with a touch of quirkiness, like Xiao Yu's mother. She is a person of nature. Contrast this with the mother introducing Xiao Yu to a marriage partner. This behavior is understandable. It was really hard in the beginning, but I've been feeling much better these past few days, so don't worry about it. Auntie Fong, completely immersed in the beauty of a mature woman. Xiao Yu had a smile on his face. the sadness of a lost love was not visible at all. Instead it was sunny and warm, as if it was back to its former state. Auntie Fong is quite accomplished. The efforts of the past few days had not been in vain, and Anran's position in Qiao Yu's heart was slowly being snatched up and replaced. But the bad Auntie Fong, that definitely has a way to set Qiao Yu up. Really? I don't believe it. Winking at Qiao Yu, if you're really fine, then come over here and crouch in the bushes with me, and when the line crosses on Anran later, you'll. Auntie Fong, it's almost time. If you keep bullying Anran, she's afraid she'll cry. So what if Auntie promises that if you help me squat her this time, I'll give you one of those rewards you had at Auntie's house before. Special relationship training, and you can ask Auntie Fong for reimbursement whenever you want? Qiao Yu. Chapter 37, a green plum wants to fight with an old aunt, but she's still a bit young. Enron was still sulking at this point. Not only did he not get revenge, but he let the fielding Qiao Yu spoil it again. Inherently princessy and spoiled to the core. It was hard to imagine how hard it was on the heart. However, considering that Qiao Yu was only randomly matched to the opposite side, it's understandable and makes sense for the other team to support their teammates. Forget it, Qiao Yu. He didn't do anything wrong. You can't blame him. Enron was also a girl and would have the same soft side of her heart. It's impossible to be a childhood friend for so many years and not have feelings, so it wasn't much of a thought. Continue to follow your teammates online and prepare to play the game normally. Only in the middle of the process, passing teammates had been signaling, alerting the fielder and top man that they were still in a state of disappearance. Tell Enron and his teammates to take a detour and be careful. Not really, we're two people, eh? How dare we come? But Enron was obviously a little careless, thinking that he now had teammates and a backer. There's no reason to be bullied again. After all, what was Qiao Yu's relationship with himself? Those were childhood sweethearts, plus lovers who had been in love. Unusual. With a word from myself, I could return to a relationship as good as the one I used to have. And she's the one who brought up the breakup, and Qiao Yu isn't willing to break it up. She opens her mouth and even the relationship can continue, completely oblivious to the fact that a bad aunt was taking advantage of the opportunity to dig in. Enron was still so naive as to think so. So, that damnable guy, if he comes over to bully her again, I will make sure that this person will not come back. Then, Enron swaggered straight ahead and didn't make a detour. Immediately after that, Qiao Yu and Auntie Fong rushed out from the bushes, and Ran lost her color. Qiao Yu, what are you doing? Let's have a talk. Don't come over. Another mixed doubles for couples. Auntie Fong, in particular, hit especially hard, yanking Anran for a set of combo seconds. Aomame and her unjustly seated teammates, once again, went back to town quickly for free and waited in the springs for resurrection. Ahahaha, that was so much fun. This game is so much fun. Auntie Fong couldn't help but laugh out loud. Little green plums, ridiculously ridiculous. If you want to fight with your old aunt, you're still a bit young. With a little trickery, she gets her young boyfriend to cooperate with her and violently beat up her ex-girlfriend. Auntie Fong was probably able to imagine how dumbfounded Anran was at this moment. That's always good. Auntie Fong, we should retreat. Qiao Yu was also compelled by the whispers of Fong Yun, the Chimera. Originally, both sides were enemies in this game, and there was no excuse for catching Enron. She's a cash machine. It's normal to ask her for some money. It just wasn't meant to be directed at Enron either, and was originally intended to just play normally. But Auntie Fong gives too much. An opportunity for special relationship training in his aunt's bedroom before. An offer who could refuse. Once Sage Mode passed, Qiao Yu that was every now and then started to admire Auntie Fong's halter white silk legs again. Certainly compared to the kind of peeking in from time to time from the initial lack of any intimacy between the two. At this moment, Qiao Yu, that was already relieved to enjoy it boldly. Auntie Fong is now his private and honorable girlfriend. Besides, the capricious Enran usually always likes to lose her temper and disregard other people's feelings. Qiao Yu had spent a lot of time with her, and there was fire. Don't tell me, beat her up with Auntie this time. It felt kinda up there, kinda decompressed Aha, almost, at your service. Auntie Fong nodded, feeling like I can say I've won big time with this one. Both in the game and in this tug-of-war with the Cymbeline competition, Fong Yun could all be said to be absolutely crushed, though the means are somewhat despicable. But the fact that Auntie Fong's promised rewards were so attractive also meant that Qiao Yu had already been mesmerized by her, and gradually began to run out of ways to leave himself. Auntie knew that this boy, who looked disciplined, used to be very naughty. That's what he was supposed to be, what being a man looks like. And just as, Qiao Yu and Fong Yun went even further, deeply bound, one wrong step at a time. Right next door, sitting in the living room against her love rival, Auntie Fong, is Ching May. The pretty face and the vaguely appearing head had turned green with anger. Qiao Yu, you're annoying as hell. I won't forgive you. Absolutely not. Even if you apologize to me, it's useless. With his mouth angrily yelling such words, Enron's direct heart was sour and extremely hard to bear. Her childhood friend for so many years, who has been good to her for more than 10 years and only likes her boyfriend. At this moment, he is actually helping others, bullying her, the neighbor's girlfriend. It's only been a few days since the breakup. Is it hard to forget yourself so quickly? Enron was extremely unpleasant, thinking back to the little moments she and Xiaoyu had spent together. It always felt like it really shouldn't have turned out this way. What's wrong? What are you talking about, you kid? What's wrong with you, Xiaoyu? Ansu, who was carrying groceries home at the door, had just entered, just heard his own daughter opening her mouth inside the living room with such slightly horrible words. That neighbor, Xiaoyu, is Auntie Ansu's designated future son-in-law. Putting the dish directly on the ground, he rushed to his daughter's side and inquired about the situation. But Enron just craned his head to look at his mother. But it seems to be blocked by what words in the throat. The heart is so stuffy that it cannot speak for a moment. Previously, she had boasted that she had absolutely no regrets about breaking up with Xiaoyu. Now if she confesses, doesn't that mean she's admitting that she's wrong? Capricious and stubborn, and dead set on saving face, and a bit haughty, A.O. Mame, couldn't pull that off. No, nothing, I'm just saying. In the end, he just shook his head without clarification. You know how to keep things bottled up, but Ansu is a person who has been there before. How can she not see that her daughter has something on her mind? Xiaoyu is right next door with his Auntie Fong. If you have something to say, just go to him and make it clear. Why are you sulking at home alone? Is it stupid? I have nothing to think about. Wait, you said Xiaoyu. Who is he next door with? Enron paused for a moment, as if he thought something was wrong with the situation. Slightly able to guess the suspect who had just grabbed her by the hair and pressed her to the ground to beat her madly and violently. Chapter 38 Ching May, double rowing with Auntie. Without me? Auntie Fong? Enron frowned slightly as the figure and appearance of an extremely beautiful aunt came to mind. Li Mengling's best friend. That's a famous model. A big beauty. Of course it's recognizable. What's wrong? What's wrong with her? Ansu blinked, confused as to why her daughter heard the other's name. It's going to be that kind of reaction. Oh, nothing. She's not Auntie Li's good sister. It's normal to come over to play. Enron still didn't say anything, but still put the phone on the enemy player who was playing against her and deliberately targeting her. Connect with Fong Yun. A moment of thought began to dawn on him. Know why the other side is targeting them. Dare I say that it turned out to be herself and Xiaoyu breaking up, and she came to take out the anger for the other party. Of course Ansu doesn't understand all these doors in it. There was only one thing that mattered most in her mind. No matter what you think, but you can't just ignore Xiaoyu for the rest of your life. Can you? Couldn't help but sigh. Auntie Ansu was just too gentle too. Can't say harsh words. I didn't say that I won't take care of him for the rest of my life. Mom, you don't say it so seriously. I've been playing with Xiaoyu since we were little. After the scene just now, and the past few days of introspection, Enron's attitude, too, had changed ever so slightly. That's a good feeling. It's Xiaoyu's mom's birthday coming up on Saturday. It's a great opportunity. Ansu is in a much better mood. This daughter of his is stubborn and it's hard for him to listen to words. Oh, I see. We'll see what happens then. Enron nodded and didn't say whether she was going or not. In his heart, although he quite wanted to resume normal relations with Xiaoyu, but he had just been wronged in the game and had to take the initiative to make up with Xiaoyu. I can't get over it in my heart. And mumble, double rowing with your aunt. You don't even pull me along for scoring. Xiaoyu, you're still holding a grudge against me, aren't you? Depressed up. Internet addicts do seem to be getting cleaned up now. There wasn't much desire to keep playing the game either. It was already quite a pitted teammate, but now it simply hangs up and puts the phone aside to charge. It doesn't matter if you drop points. Then he went into his room by himself, being torn about his feelings in future with Xiaoyu. Next door, Fong Yun and Xiaoyu. The two were still holding their cell phones and continuing the game, but it soon felt like something was wrong with the situation. Xiaoyu, have you noticed that Anren seems to be hanging up? Auntie Fong was happy in her heart, would have liked to catch her a few more waves and keep targeting. Let this love rival have a taste of her own old aunt. As a result, I didn't expect to squat for a long time and never see Enron on the screen again. Auntie Fong, you caught several waves and I followed along in the ambush. It's not surprising that her mind blew up and she hung up, knowing that stinky temper of Enran's. Xiaoyu felt that the other party was probably already in the midst of anger right now. If you're angry, you're angry. She's a dynamite barrel anyway. She blows up at the slightest point, and her temper stinks. Auntie Fong pressed on. Xiaoyu inexplicably felt some approval. She does get very angry and is quite emotionally unstable. Not only is the game pitched, but it's also hard to serve in life. Missing teammates, especially in these high-scoring matchups, makes winning and losing a foregone conclusion. So it didn't take long for Xiaoyu and Auntie Fong to achieve victory. The opponent cursed and lost the match. On the game settlement page, Auntie Fong also makes up for it in passing. A report was clicked for Enron. Comfortable. Stretching beautifully, Auntie seemed to be in a very good mood today. Auntie was happy. And of course Chow Yu was having a great afternoon. Even though it's just chatting and stuff. Talking about what's going on and what's not. Saturday is Chow Yu's mother's birthday. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Auntie is also discussing with Chow Yu. How should I surprise Lee mingling with her favorite birthday gift? Sort of kind of makes sense. A discussion topic. Time does go by very fast when you spend time with beautiful people. The afternoon passed in a flash. In the evening Lee mingling returned home. It's so sexy and alluring to see your best friend in your own home. Especially in halter white silk. Thought it was a job requirement to be like this. So didn't think much of it. But her best friend came up and wanted to hug her. It was all she could do to keep her distance. It's okay to let the other person live at home. But determined not to let your best friend touch you. And since today was the first day that Auntie Fong stayed in Chow Yu's house and lived with him, and experienced some pretty amazing things, Chow Yu, who was also in a happy mood, decides to treat Auntie Fong, who is very handy, and hard-working moms, so he cooked himself and made a nice table. Auntie and Mom of course both enjoyed the food and quickly discs. Noteworthy, Auntie Fong also bought some drinks up, specially for Chow Yu to drink. The beauty of it was that it was a gift for Chow Yu. In fact, it was hoped that Chow Yu would drink more. Good to get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. Then just like the last time, he went into the original room in a state of confusion and got under his aunt's covers. Auntie is happier when more interesting things happen. Chow Yu is quite fond of drinking Coke, but due to his mother's strict control, so normally you don't have that opportunity. Now that it was a good girlfriend who had bought it specifically to drink, she didn't say much. A rare case of turning a blind eye. As long as Auntie Fong doesn't drink and play drunk and mess with her relatives like she did last time. It's just a shame. Auntie Fong purposely left the door unlocked and waited until the next morning. There was no sight of her little boyfriend coming over to get under the covers, or coming over to rush to find herself to redeem the rewards of a special relationship. Slightly regrettable. Arrived, the next day, after a brief breakfast, Lee mingling, a strong woman, left the house in a hurry as usual, went to the office and clocked in for work. Only Chow Yu and Auntie Fong were left inside the home again. Auntie mouthed off to check out the office after eating, checking the books and all that. However, as soon as Auntie saw the other go, that was not going to the office at all, started dragging Chow Yu along with him to play love games again. The two go out on romantic dates, hold hands and go to the movies in the park or whatever, living a sweet and happy, little couple routine. In the middle of the process, Chow Yu's blind date, English teacher Song Sia, also sent a message, have some short chats and such with Chow Yu to get to know each other. After all, the other party was still a pretty serious Mikado, since Chow Yu didn't rekindle his old flame with his childhood friend. Then Mr. Song, it's about time to start talking seriously. Due to the past few days, Song Sia felt like chatting more with Chow Yu, so he took the initiative to send Chow Yu a beautiful selfie of himself, an unapologetically beautiful imperial lady in a classic hanbok. It's fine to use it for a portrait collection. Immediately afterward, the other party approached him for photos. Want to see what kind of puppy your future husband will be? Auntie Fong, Mr. Song, what about asking for my picture? Chapter 39, Mom doesn't come home at night, and her live-in aunt is up to no good. Holding Auntie May's hand, she sat on a park bench. Chow Yu handed over his cell phone and was momentarily stumped. This depressing situation wasn't even of Auntie Fong's own making. Fong Yun was holding a cup inside her hand, of the Snow King milk tea that Chow Yu had bought for her. Taking a sip, she wants a picture of you, so take one on the spot and send it. Not in the least concerned. Chow Yu, who was watching, was a bit unsure. Auntie, aren't you afraid she'll recognize me? What's there to be afraid of? Just recognize her. Why do you still owe her unfinished homework? Auntie Fong flirted beside her. It ended up being depressing for a while. Then this Auntie Fong took her cell phone and took a picture for Chow Yu. Sent it to Sonia Song. Mentally, he was quite apprehensive. I don't know. Mr. Song saw himself inside the photo. How on earth would they feel? And what an embarrassment. The result was not what Chow Yu expected. Song Sia merely complimented Chow Yu for being very handsome, quite apart from being a little milk dog. There doesn't seem to be anything else of note. MS. Song, she didn't recognize me? Or did she realize it was me and want to keep talking? Chow Yu froze at that moment, completely confused as to why. Pust. Both amused Auntie Fong, who was beside him. You don't know this, do you, Sia? She's a bit nearsighted but rarely wears glasses. You're just one of the many students she used to teach. It's only normal that you can't recognize her. As if she was sure of this, Auntie Fong was in no hurry. After listening to Auntie Fong's explanation, Chow Yu was so relieved, despite knowing that at the end of the day, he would definitely have to face Mr. Song. Sooner or later, identities have to come out. When Mr. Song found out about it later, even if he had to beat and scold him, Xiao Yu also had no complaints. Xiao Yu doesn't want to go on a blind date, so he'll put it off for as long as he can. All he wanted now was to have a good time with his aunt and learn to love together. Seriously, if you don't want to consider this sister of mine, Mr. Song is quite nice, and he's quite chatty with you. Auntie started to try again. Let's see if Xiao Yu, who is now starting to be taken by her, is interested in Song Sia's kind of classical beauty. However, Xiao Yu immediately took a negative stance. Don't want to be a punching bag at all. This made Auntie Fong feel even more at ease and let Xiao Yu go and date Song Sia. After the date, Xiao Yu and his aunt are definitely going back to their original home to continue their daily cohabitation. They're still mingling inside the house. Can't be like other couples who stay out at night, running off to get a hotel room or something. But even so, Auntie Fong was quite happy and satisfied with such a routine. Immensely cherished. After nightfall, was expecting today to be just like last night. Xiao Yu beautifully made a table of food and waited for Li Mengling to get off work for everyone to enjoy together. Today, however, was a bit of a surprise. Li Mengling calls Fong Yin back to explain that she can't return home at night. The company suddenly came in with an urgent order that required overtime work. As the program leader, she must provide oversight. It's time to stay up late again. Auntie Fong's face was full of concern. Tell your best friend to take care of her health and never get tired. Advise her to go home early and rest. But in fact, after hearing the good girlfriend said, the company arranged with staff quarters, will not come back. The corners of Auntie Fong's mouth began to curve, glancing at Xiao Yu, who was sitting beside himself. The beautiful eyes flowed as if they were having another bad idea. Auntie Fong, my mom, she's not coming home tonight? Xiao Yu should have heard the conversation just now. Well, your mom has a busy schedule and is on the upswing of her career right now, so just be considerate. Auntie leaned against Xiao Yu's side and showed her gentleness, holding her little boyfriend's hand. There's still me at home. Just tell me what's wrong. There's not much going on. Auntie Fong, you don't have to worry. Xiao Yu didn't say anything more. Mom and Dad used to work overtime a lot on business trips, and they couldn't get next door Ching May to keep them company on big nights. Being alone at home is something I've gotten used to, but it doesn't seem to be the same now. With a gentle and caring aunt, should be okay? In that case, let's eat first. Auntie nodded, where she couldn't tell that Xiao Yu didn't like being alone in the house. Tonight might just be the chance to take things a little further with her own, and her little boyfriend, without her best friend getting in the way. Then she could make it bad. Was going to continue on coke for the evening meal, but your own best friend is away. You have to get the whole thing with degrees. With that, he lifted a couple beers from the fridge. People inside Xiao Yu's family don't drink, and this was supposed to be for making beer duck, so it's just going to have to make do. It's a good thing Xiao Yu can't drink very well. Last time, Auntie Fong had tried it out. These bottles are enough to serve their purpose. Come on, Xiao Yu, drink one with Auntie. With that, he uncapped the bottle, pouring a full glass for Xiao Yu. The beer foam looked fresh and sweet. Xiao Yu doesn't really like drinking, but since Auntie invited me, people are usually so nice to them. Wanting to have some wine, Xiao Yu definitely had to give up his life. Anyway, Mom's not home today, so what are you afraid of? Get crazy and high with your aunt. So it wasn't polite. Well, then let's toast. Smilingly, he picked up his cup and just clinked it with Auntie Fong. Don't know anything about it and actually drink on an empty stomach. Gulp it up. Notice the little boyfriend, who has literally started drinking. Observing Xiao Yu through the hazy glass of wine, Auntie's heart became even more joyful. It's dark and windy, and there's no one else in the house. See for yourself later how you let him make another mistake. Active engagement. Bad Auntie quilt. Chapter 40. Bad Auntie plans to make a mess while her girlfriends are away. You finished drinking? I didn't see that you have a good capacity for alcohol. Xiao Yu. Auntie, full of appreciation, picked up her glass and started pouring another drink for her young boyfriend. Immediately full. Auntie is quite an average drinker, but she can still persuade people to drink. Frequent socializing is unavoidable with these. It's okay. I haven't had much wine before and I feel like it tastes okay. Xiao Yu's face was full of smiles, as if he felt that the beer was quite refreshing to drink. Nothing else feels right. Offer the cup in your hand over. Auntie Fong, pour me another glass. I can drink with you again. Xiao Yu was complimented by his aunt on his good drinking ability, and his heart was also happy. Fong Yin only thought that this little boyfriend who asked for a drink from herself was cute. You don't even know when you've been sold. And you're drinking. Drink less. Don't be greedy. Auntie said with concern and poured Xiao Yu another full glass along with it. The beer is low in degrees, but the effects of the alcohol haven't started yet. It's only later that the booze comes on slowly, and Auntie Fong is in no hurry at all. Eat some food. It'll get cold later. Noticing that the wine had been drunk, he also took the initiative to serve Xiao Yu with food. A dinner that opens the world of romance for two. Thank you, Auntie Fong. You eat too. These are your favorite dishes. Xiao Yu was not polite and enjoyed it beautifully at the same time. and also in the process of pinching the food for their close and wonderful auntie. Quite a normal day-to-day routine for a small, unassuming couple. There's none of the noise of company dinners, and the hassle of socializing. Auntie extraordinarily loved and cherished it. The heart is full of anticipation. After he had completely taken down Xiaoyu, Auntie will be able to enjoy this hard-earned time every day from now on, all the while eating and tasting the world's favorite delicacies of my aunt, while observing the changes in Xiaoyu's state. The meal was almost finished, and Xiaoyu's face was starting to turn slightly red. Guess that's when the booze kicked in. Auntie Fong didn't delay. Pretending to raise his glass, he accidentally slipped his hand. A full glass of wine, all spilled. Ouch! Accompanied by a cry of surprise, Auntie Fong, who was wearing a short red tulle one-piece dress, had a large area of wetness in front of her body. Even the legs were not spared. Under the catalytic effect of alcohol, Xiaoyu's side was in high spirits. But then I heard Auntie Fong's exclamation of surprise. Immediately, he looked for the sound. There was only one scene that extremely made his heart beat faster. A garden full of spring colors presents itself without warning. Auntie Fong's good figure. That's no mean feat. He was already dressed thinly at home, and now he let the drink accidentally wet his clothes. Auntie Fong, are you alright? Xiaoyu was slightly embarrassed and politely turned his head slightly to the side, but the instinct was to admire it with the afterglow. Uncontrollably. It's no big deal. My hand slipped. Auntie, however, was greatly poised, as if she didn't even notice anything wrong with the way she looked now. Instead, he fiddled with his fingers with the hair around his ears, noticing Xiaoyu's little eyes, locking onto the wine-soaked her. Fong Yun smiled with joy in her heart. She was still confident in her figure. After all, as a model, this is your capital to make money and eat. I'm pretty full anyway, so I'm just going to go back and change. So please clean up the place, and I'll come back out later to keep you company. The dining routine of the young couple ends here. Bad Auntie's special program can begin. Well, you go on then, Auntie. I'll just leave it here. The world unseen Xiaoyu wanted to enjoy this rare beauty for a while longer though, but it would be bad if Auntie Fong got cold and flew because of the delay. He himself was usually taught by his mother to be quite disciplined and not so much of a badass, so there was no excuse to keep the other side. Auntie Fong didn't drink much, but it seemed like she was having a particularly bad day. But when he stood up he was wobbly and a little wobbly on his feet. Just walked a few steps, just one slip and a lopsided body, tripping over itself. It happened to fall on Xiaoyu's body. Auntie Fong, be careful. Extremely concerned about this beautiful aunt of his, Xiaoyu also immediately stretched out his hand to catch the other party. But also because of this accident, Xiaoyu was able to appreciate, up close and personal, the sexiness and beauty of Auntie Fong at the moment. The aroma of a mature woman's body mixed with the aroma of beer. It made Xiaoyu unable to resist being mesmerized and sucked in a sharp breath. Refreshed, the whole person seemed to float lightly. Fantastic to the core. Don't worry, just not standing still. Fong Yun and Xiaoyu looked at each other, just slightly after letting their little boyfriends see their charms. Just got up normally and didn't dwell on it. It looks like it is ready to put a long line to catch a big fish. Just give Xiaoyu some small benefits first. Auntie Fong thus departed from her embrace. Xiaoyu slightly regretted that he hadn't even had time to feel it properly. This extremely beautiful aunt, why is she leaving? Xiaoyu was tickled in his heart, but the idea of hooking him up, Auntie doesn't care about that. Just walk away. See you later. Waving her small hand towards the other party, she twisted her small waist and went into Xiaoyu's bedroom. Or rather, Auntie Fong's bedroom now. Xiaoyu kept watching the other party leave. As a woman, Auntie Fong is sexy as hell. That shapely back and swaying figure almost seduced Xiaoyu's soul. Auntie Fong has a nice body, lots of ideas in his head, but the rules keep him from crossing the line. Unable to resist letting out such an exclamation, Xiaoyu had wanted to withdraw his gaze. Clean up the table and get your chores done while your aunt goes to her room to change. However, I don't know if Auntie Fong was too careless. The door to the room was pushed just a little, but it didn't close. Crunch. Instead, it went back, automatically pulling back a not-so-small slit. Chapter 41, Want to sleep under the same blanket as your aunt? A few minutes later, Fong Yun, who had changed her clothes, stepped out with an extremely rhythmic pacing sound, pushing open the door to the room. He appeared in the middle of the living room. Fong Yun was also extremely beautiful at the moment. Casual athletic short dress, simple to show off their white long legs. It gives a positive, healthy and active feeling. Xiaoyu. His mouth called out Xiaoyu's name. I just went out the door to see my little boyfriend. With his head down, cleaning up the dishes on the dining room table. Auntie Fong. Xiaoyu also greeted politely. Nothing looked out of place, just a bit of averted eyes. Seemed to have done something too vain to meet his aunt's eyes. Ha! Auntie Fong laughed but didn't point it out. She can still close the door tightly even if she's really drunk. By the way, Xiaoyu, where do you want to sleep tonight? Fong Yun suddenly opened her mouth and asked a very interesting question. Where do you want to sleep? It's a lot to think about. Xiao Yu stopped his hand movements. Shouldn't I be sleeping on the couch? Where else? Licking her lips, she looked at the beautiful aunt. The mind is slightly puzzled and expectant. Your mom's not even at home and you want to sleep on the couch? Are you that afraid of her? And what do you mean, Auntie? Xiao Yu's heart was beating faster and faster. It's as if the answer feels like it's crying out to be answered. Auntie Fong blinked her big eyes. Of course I'm going to sleep in my room. Isn't that better than sleeping on the couch? It seemed like it was expected by Xiao Yu. So at the moment, he didn't make a fuss. Instead, it's bugging out. But my room isn't used by you, Auntie Fong. If I go back to sleep, what about you, Auntie? A lot had happened between Xiao Yu and Fong Yun. Even sleeping together has been done. It was just an accident, but it impressed Xiao Yu. This time, with this opportunity, and a little bit of wine to strengthen the goons, it would be strange if Xiao Yu didn't have an idea in his heart. It just so happens that Li Mengling is not at home again. But unexpectedly at this time, Auntie Fong said something that surprised Xiao Yu. Me, sleeping in my best friend's room. Of course, Fong Yun was in a serious mood. Xiao Yu was a bit unresponsive. Couldn't help but because from start to finish, Auntie Fong was teasing him by all means. Especially these days, on top of such things, more than anything, it opened the door to a new world for him. Just now, it is even more fortunate to enjoy, one after another, a stunning landscape. Xiao Yu, who was a bit on fire, had thought that today might be the same. Auntie Fong would take the initiative and the two would sleep together. What? Is it hard to believe that you want to sleep under the same blanket as your auntie like last time? Not afraid of your mom anymore? Fong Yun tried to hold in her laughter. It felt like I was almost suffocating my internal injuries, but I had to hold myself back. Definitely can't take the initiative to invite Xiao Yu to share a bed with her. Relationships can't always be one-sided giving. Taking the initiative on your own is going to be a problem back there. So Auntie's purpose tonight was to try and get Xiao Yu to get under her covers by himself. It wasn't an accident like the last time, and it wasn't even her initiating it. Letting Xiao Yu take the initiative for her was what Auntie had in mind this evening. Her own best friend, Li Mengling, is a big mountain standing in the way of the two falling in love together. Auntie Fong's strength alone was not enough to shake it. But if Xiao Yu can step up to the plate, husband and wife together, then this is a tough battle to win. That's the importance of having Xiao Yu take the initiative. It was like there was a fire burning in his body, and Xiao Yu originally wanted to say that he wanted to. That way Auntie might be able to invite herself alone. But as soon as I heard myself Li Mengling, Xiao Yu quickly realized that this was his house. Practicing a relationship is at best holding hands. It's not like you're outside. Sleeping together is a bit much. A pot of cold water was poured down, and the blazing fire was temporarily suppressed. Can't be messing around like that. No, I'm just saying, don't mind if I do, Auntie. It's fine for you to sleep in my mom's room. That's the arrangement then. Xiao Yu put on a smile. Nor did he take the initiative and offer to use the same room as Auntie Fong. Being able to keep your sanity. That's fine. We'll play with our phones for a while and then go rest later. Auntie Fong noticed Xiao Yu's emotions silkily hidden disappointment. Even more so, I felt that my plan of lusting after the girl was a success. Tonight, the certainty of getting Xiao Yu to voluntarily burrow under the covers was great. So with that said, he helped Xiao Yu to clean up the dishes and other things together. Wait until your little boyfriend has cleaned all the dishes. Only then did Fong Yun pull Xiao Yu and together they went to the room of her good girlfriend, Li Mengling. The room was clean and tidy, smelled fresh, and usually looked like the strong woman was tidying up even though she was busy. There are also wedding photos of good girlfriends and their husbands together on the wall. It gives a very warm and happy feeling. Auntie Fong, playing with your cell phone is fine. Why did you bring me to my parents' room? Xiao Yu was a little confused about what the other party meant. Auntie Fong explained seriously. It feels like it's cooling down a bit tonight. Sitting on the couch swiping through videos, that's how cold it is. While saying that, Auntie Fong lifted the quilt and took the initiative to get inside. The weather is quirky. It's July and sometimes it's cold as hell. That's true. It feels like it's pretty cold. Xiao Yu nodded. Having just had some wine, the body was heating up. And when this cold wind blew, those goosebumps rose. Holding the body shivered, a little uncomfortably. Seeing this, Auntie Fong took the initiative to invite this time. Lift the comforter and lay on your side across the floor. The body is tantalizing. If you're not coming up here in the cold, do you want to stand around and play with your cell phone? It's part of the auntie's plan. If you want Xiao Yu to take the initiative, then you should continue to give him some sweetness to taste. Xiao Yu was pleasantly surprised in his heart, but noticing the top of his head, the smiling face of Li Mengling on the wedding photo, he was able to remain calm at the moment. Auntie, didn't you say that we don't sleep together? I'm just telling you to come up here and lie down and play on your cell phone with me so you don't catch a cold. When it's time to go to bed later, Go to your room by yourself. It's not like we're doing anything. Auntie Fong had already thought of something to say. At first glance it seems to make sense. It's just everyone under one blanket at bedtime, playing on their phones. Nothing indeed. So, no problem then. Chow Yu nodded reassuringly, his heart relaxing a little. So there was no continuing to stand around in the same place. Take your shoes off and start looking for a place on the bed. Auntie Fong had arranged a place for Chow Yu long ago. Sleep here, get close so we can talk. Just on the other side of her. Chow Yu lay down obediently. He was already familiar with Fong Yun, so he leaned in close. Auntie was very nonchalant about it, and took out the tablet she had prepared long ago. Start swiping some hot videos of beautiful women dressing up, or dancing, even pulling Chow Yu along to watch it. Originally wanting to play with his cell phone by himself, Chow Yu that was also not allowed to rest in peace. One can only be passive, attracted to the various beautiful women on the screen. Of course these beauties are good looking though, but compared to his own Auntie Fong, there was still a considerable gap. But even so, at the moment, drunken blown away by some awesome images, he was. So these videos still have a not insignificant impact on Chow Yu. About half an hour later, Auntie yawned. Well, it's about time, isn't it? You should go back to bed. Fong Yun put the tablet down, and then it starts, with the eviction order. Of course, Auntie Fong herself wanted this little boyfriend more than anyone else to stay and spend the night with her, even making excessive demands. However, this time Auntie was by no means active. It had to be Chow Yu himself who broke the shackles and came to her. He himself had taken 99 steps towards Chow Yu, and it was time for the other party to move forward and take a step. Auntie Fong was expecting Chow Yu's choice. Chapter 42, late at night, sneaking into Auntie's room. Oh, Chow Yu just faintly returned a word. Didn't want to leave the warm and cozy comforter, with a sweet-smelling, gentle aunt to keep you company. Who wants to be alone, sleeping alone, when you've just fallen out of love? But Auntie Fong, this evening, was uncharacteristic. Instead, it's serious. So Chow Yu had to get up and get out of the warm bed, get off the floor and go to your room. When he looked back, Auntie Fong just waved towards him with a smile on her face. Good night. Woo. Good night, Auntie. Chow Yu took a deep breath and didn't stay here for long. I can't believe I want to sleep with Auntie Fong, and still in Li Mangling's big bed, topping the wedding photo and Auntie like this. It's also as if he realizes that he's gone a bit off the deep end lately, unruly and starting to want to cross the line. Pretending not to care, Fong Yun began to straighten the quilt, get ready for bed, but in reality the eyes were always on the little boyfriend, just based on Auntie Fong's charm and the efforts made in the past few days, plus so much patting earlier. Auntie Fong believed that she only needed to move her mouth a little. Chow Yu would be fooled into staying obediently. 10, 9, 8, but in his heart, he was counting down at the moment, estimating that Chow Yu had stopped. Come back and find your own time. But Chow Yu actually just took a step and crossed the threshold with difficulty, and the door was gently closed by the rules. Seems really ready to give his good aunt a break. No tossing. This brat, really gone, is quite sensible. Fong Yun grumbled a little. Having reached this point, the other party could still hold it. That good girlfriend of yours is really good at teaching her son. So by this point, is it hard to believe that Fong Yun's plan has failed? It's a good thing I left it behind. I don't believe Chow Yu can hold out tonight. Auntie was smiling and remained confident and graceful. And right after Chow Yu left Auntie Fong's makeshift bedroom, my heart felt like a kitten scratching, and I always felt uncomfortable all over. It's not just the drinking that's got you in the wrong physical state. It's more like looking at something you shouldn't, to be able to come out of it unscathed. That's being sensible and calm enough on your own. Take a deep breath, empty inside, as if he had missed something, heaven forbid, went back to his room. Turn on the electric light to light up the scene around you. Chow Yu, who was originally a bit lost and disappointed. Instantly, he was slightly startled by the image before him. His own bed was full of all sorts of his aunt's clothes and stockings. They were all Chow Yu's favorites, specially hand-picked for Fong Yun and packed inside the suitcase. But at the moment it was the vast majority that was taken out, one by one. My closet shouldn't be full. Why is Auntie throwing clothes around? Chow Yu was slightly confused. Didn't think much of it though, because Auntie Fong is good at everything, except not paying much attention to the little details of life. People are just too busy. Plus they used to be professional models to do the dirty and rough jobs. The nanny aunt was hired to help with all the housework and stuff. And in this regard Chow Yu's words completely made up for Auntie's shortcomings. All around cook and full housekeeping. Never mind. Help your aunt clean up. Chow Yu didn't think much about it. One can't always sleep covered in one's aunt's clothes. Still have to clean up by hand before resting. However, think so. First, I organized the clothes that Auntie had just accidentally drenched with wine, and put them aside so that they could be used for cleaning tomorrow. Then hang the rest of your clothes on hangers and put them in the closet. Only just got a couple pieces on. Chow Yu just kind of sat there, because these clothes are not only for outside wear, but also, Auntie, she herself is so broad-minded. This led to Chow Yu blinking his eyes and licking his lips. The movements are slowed down, and Chow Yu himself is actually a bit of a leg man. These were Chow Yu's own favorite styles, picked out for Fong Yun to wear for herself. But since Auntie's visit was so short, just 1 or 2 days, not yet blessed, it seemed like at this moment, Chow Yu looked like he had remembered something. Coming to his nightstand, he anxiously pulled open the innermost tier, then removed from it, hidden rather discreetly, a pair of black silk pantyhose. It's a souvenir from my aunt. Chow Yu didn't know why he was holding the stockings that Fong Yun had accidentally left in his hand at this time. Even the first thought was that this is something that belongs to you. You know that Auntie had said before that she would hold it for her first. Gollum, swallowing his saliva, Chow Yu, who had just finished eating, only felt a little hungry. Gotta eat something, fill up. So, again, he turned his gaze inside the pile of clothes just now, picked out a set of JKs plus the pair of oily black silks from earlier. I've got one shot at a special relationship reward. Cashing in with my aunt should be fine. Chow Yu's mind was already full at the moment. After Auntie Fong spilled her wine just now, a beautiful view of changing clothes inside the room, it was finally decided to use this one opportunity. Originally, Chow Yu was not in much of a hurry. After all, there were still more than 20 days of love to be had between himself and his aunt behind him, and there was much to learn. It's not too late to redeem it when you need it. But now Chow Yu couldn't care less. Even if you are at home, you have to be careful. It's not too late while Auntie is still awake. It is said that the color is strong. Already overwhelmed by the heat of the moment, the guilt for his mother and father had been suppressed for the time being. With such anticipation, Chow Yu's feet did not stop. All the way to the door of Auntie Fong's door again re-entered at a fast pace. He hadn't locked the door when he came out just now, and he could see through the crack in the door that the other side's lights were still on, so twist the doorknob slightly. Late at night, the drink is on the rocks. Emboldened, Chow Yu once again opened Auntie Fong's door and slipped inside. Chapter 43, Drilling into Auntie's Quilt. Special Reward Redemption. There was a rattling at the door. Auntie's mouth curled into a smile of planned success. The heart snickered. Brat! Finally, after waiting inside the room for a long time, he thought that Chow Yu could really hold out. Leave yourself alone. It seems that even if the other side is more powerful, that also can't escape the 8 formation diagram set up by himself. The reincarnated Zhuge. That bed full of goodies could all be Chow Yu's favorites. Auntie, however, was still lying on her side at this time, with her back to the door. Plan on pretending to sleep for a while. First whet the appetite of the other side. Chow Yu thus pushed open the door only just came in. However, he only saw that Fong Yun had already covered the quilt by this time, breathing evenly, as if in a deep sleep. It was hard on the heart. It was hard for him to work up the courage to come over on his own accord. So why was Auntie asleep? That's too much of a coincidence. What to do? Chow Yu stood in the doorway for a moment, also in embarrassment. Himself is now pressing to the utmost. Very much want to find Auntie Fong to redeem the rewards and experience the special relationship training. If he really waited until tomorrow, Chow Yu was afraid that he wouldn't be able to sleep after tossing and turning tonight. There was some guilt in his heart, but Chow Yu's mind wasn't even clear anymore. Where it can still hold up. There's still a picture of Li Mengling hanging over the bed. Auntie Fong. The inside of their mouths whispered each other's names, thinking to myself that if the other party was just shallowly asleep, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to wake her up, right? Of course, if Auntie Fong has really gone into a deep sleep, Chow Yu also couldn't bear to interrupt. It's hard when it's hard, so you have to go out and spend the long night by yourself, cuddling with a pillow. He shouted twice, but there was still no movement from Auntie Fong's side. Chow Yu had a sense of despair in his heart, and just when Chow Yu didn't know, what should he do to be good? Seeing that the time was almost up, Fong Yun did not continue to fish for Chow Yu. Make it hard on each other. Auntie is also an expert fisherman and knows the ropes. You have to pull the hook and lift the rod at the right time to bring in the big fish. It's not uncommon to be early or late and not catch a run. Chow Yu, what are you doing over here? Not sleeping yet? Auntie Fong blinked and slowly turned around, peeking his own head from inside the covers. He gazed at his little boyfriend with a grin on his face. For the other party to take the initiative to come over to her. This was already quite something. And why are you holding my dress and stockings in your hands? What do you want? Auntie pretended to be strange. He even opened his mouth to inquire about Chow Yu's intentions, completely unaware that he was, tonight, being set up by Auntie Fong in a clear way, and a little embarrassed. I couldn't sleep. There's something that I need to discuss with Auntie Fong. Chow Yu had a hard time waking up Auntie Fong. Seizing the opportunity, he began to speak of his urgent thoughts. Oh, just say what's up. We've known each other for so many years. Why are the two of us still so polite? Auntie Fong slowly sat up from her horizontal position, back against the bed. Chow Yu had this experience with Fong Yun before. The door to a new world has been opened and the guts are much bigger than before, so it's a lot easier to open your mouth this time. It's like this, when we played the game together the other day, didn't you say, Auntie, that you would reward me with a special love training? So, I'd like to redeem it tonight. Is that okay? Xiao Yu was in a slightly agitated mood. It's love training, but he's enjoying it so much. No problem. Auntie is as good as her word. Come to me for redemption whenever you want. Fong Yun didn't beat around the bush either. Straight away, he nodded his head in agreement. I've been doing all kinds of things myself tonight. The little boyfriend is afraid that she has been so calculated that he can't sleep. Auntie can't help it if she doesn't agree first and continues to tease him. A smile appeared on Xiao Yu's face as he listened. This is great. Himself was able to play the game beautifully with his aunt again tonight. It's just not cool, but Auntie Fong added at this point. But Xiao Yu, you've got a lot more guts today. And your mom is still watching? While saying that, he also pointed his finger at the wedding photo above his head. Inside the photo is Li Mengling. That's the key to preventing the two from being together. What needs to be said still needs to be said. In order to eliminate the education of a good man left by his best friend in Xiao Yu's mind for so many years, so that the two of them can be together smoothly in the future. These frowned upon words are necessary to be said. My mom, she's not coming home again today, so she should be fine. Xiao Yu had a lucky break and seemed to think he could escape the net of justice. But Auntie Fong knows that paper can't hold fire. The ugly daughter-in-law always has to meet her mother-in-law. The two of them were going to be known by Li Mengling one day. But what if your mom comes back and finds us like this? What are you going to do? Auntie Fong continued to press the issue. Wanted to see Xiao Yu's attitude. Hearing Fong Yun's words, Xiao Yu was also confused for a moment. One can be impulsive to the point of thinking about love rewards alone right now. Total disregard for the consequences. As far as being caught after his mom, what exactly would happen? Xiao Yu didn't think about it, nor did he want to think about it. I don't know, but if something goes wrong I'll be responsible. Just say it's all because I forced you to. Let me do the beating and scolding, and I'll never let you suffer. Auntie, but Xiao Yu is still very responsible in this regard. He'll take care of things if they go wrong, even if he gets beat up by his mom a couple times. As long as there's a breath, I won't drag my aunt down with me. Hearing that Xiao Yu was able to say that, Auntie was relieved in her heart. A little bit of heart. It looks like the two of them are together. Even if they do get caught by their girlfriends, Xiao Yu would also absolutely defend himself. Of course, the old fox Fong Yun would not be caught by Li Mengling so early. Her own plan to intercept her little boyfriend has just begun. And this belly hasn't even bulged yet. Okay, it's okay that you have this intention. Auntie is just talking to you for fun. Your mom won't be back tonight. After working overtime, she'll be staying at the staff dormitory. So it's just the two of us in the house tonight. Got the answer he wanted. Auntie's words were becoming soft. With a gentle frown, he lifted his own covers. The good body is just on display once again. Waving towards Xiao Yu. Give it to me. It's a straightforward outfit. I'll change into it before I help you with your training. Aha! Xiao Yu was excited in his heart. The assholes just volunteered to deliver the clothes. Taking advantage of Fong Yun's transformation into Auntie Ching May, climbed into Auntie's bed, but a moment later it seemed a little awkward. By the way, Auntie, the suitcase didn't come with silk gloves. That training. Blinking, she stared intently at Aunt Ching May, a little out of breath. It's so pretty. You look stunning in anything you wear. Putting on her stockings and clothes, Auntie Fong appeared to be at ease. It's all a minor issue. There are many different ways to go about relationship training. Chapter 44, Sleeping with Auntie after another mistake. And I don't know how much time has passed. Xiao Yu and Auntie remained in the embracing position, lying horizontally on top of the big bed, despite making yet another mistake. The kind of afterthought and scruples that Xiao Yu had last time were much less. After opening up a new world, Xiao Yu's thoughts were also changing, and there were more thoughts of exploring unknown territories. Looking at her little boyfriend in her arms, her face was slightly red with happiness written all over it. Auntie Fong also smiled and called out softly, Xiao Yu. There wasn't much he could do for Xiao Yu at this stage. It's a good thing that the other guy is particularly fond of beautiful legs and stockings. That alone would allow him to just get addicted to it and not be able to get out of it. Auntie Fong couldn't even dare to imagine the night when Xiao Yu really got himself. Exactly how happy will it be? Of course, Auntie Fong herself would be the same, but it will have to wait at this stage. He himself was using means to take down Xiao Yu, but accordingly, the padding and plan are not in place. The guilt and psychological burden on the other person can be great. Auntie Fong didn't want to hurt him like that. She loved this man deeply. Auntie Fong, can I come back to you for this kind of relationship training in the future? Xiao Yu couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. Full of concern. He can only get one chance at this reward, and after he redeems it, it's gone. But had become obsessed with the little game of love with my aunt. Even if the booze has passed and you've just gone into sage mode, it's also worrying. After running out of this fun, life will go back to the same old tedium, and the pain of lost love. This depends on your performance. Auntie Fong has only experienced that little bit of the feeling of being in love so far. The progress is not very big. The disease is very difficult to cure. Fong Yun simply replied. But it was more like pulling strings with Chow Yu and making conditions. I'll try to help Auntie Fong get better. Chow Yu was full of seriousness and came to his senses, not only for the special relationship rewards, but also because he wanted Fong Yun to be able to experience the beauty of love. I'm sure you can do it, or I wouldn't have asked for your help. Fong Yun pinched the side of her pillow's face, displaying a pleased smile, looking at Auntie May's smile, and knowing that he too would have the opportunity to receive such benefits in the future. Chow Yu smiled similarly. Seeing that Auntie was so nice, Chow Yu had another little thought. Auntie Fong, other than that, I have a small request. Ha, you're pretty demanding, Auntie Fong teased, pretending to be a little displeased, but quickly nodded anyway. Auntie's having fun tonight, so I can listen to your request and consider it. Hearing this, Chow Yu felt as if his next idea had the possibility of being realized. Auntie Fong, can I not go back to my room tonight? Chow Yu blinked at Auntie Fong with anticipation. Auntie's comforter was sweet and warm. Fong Yun under the covers is a wonderful anti-cuddler. Chow Yu loved it and didn't want to leave at all. What? Want to stay? Auntie Fong seemed to have anticipated this and was not surprised by this request from Chow Yu. Well, I want to sleep with Auntie Fong. Is that okay? Chow Yu's answer was clean. There wasn't a moment's hesitation. This was a bit of a surprise to Fong Yun. Chow Yu's change was even greater than Auntie had imagined. Auntie Fong seized this opportunity while it was hot and continued to take advantage of the situation, trying to get inside Chow Yu's mind. I don't really care. You've just lost your love for a few days now. It must be very difficult in your heart. It's normal that you need someone to keep you company. Auntie can understand, said the man, and made a point of moving his neck. On Chow Yu's forehead, he placed a gentle kiss as a sign of comfort. Such words and behavior. Immediately, it warmed Chow Yu's heart, and the wounds from being broken up by Ching May were repaired for a few more points. Mature aunts who really know how to have a heart. But, Chow Yu, we have to agree beforehand that if your mom comes back, you'll have to take the responsibility yourself. Fong Yun explained his request. In order for Chow Yu to be able to work a little harder and dare to fight against his future mother-in-law, who was preventing them from being together within the family, and defend his own daughter-in-law, Auntie is definitely trying to guide him in this area. Auntie's men are taught slowly by Auntie. Hearing Auntie mention Li Mengling's name, there was just a moment of silence, as if there was some hesitation and tornness, but the thought that he could have his mature aunt by his side all night long to keep him awake. The past few days had become accustomed to Auntie's gentleness and gradually began to rely on it. By doing so, slowly had begun to forget all that pain with Aome Manran, and experience happiness from it, though knowing that something big was definitely going to happen when the Mother Superior found out. But he still wanted to stay with his aunt tonight. One night is enough. It's okay, I've locked the door. If my mom does come back, I'll just flip back over the balcony to my room. She won't find out about the two of us, and if I do find out, I'll protect Auntie Fong and will take responsibility. Chow Yu was willing to take the blame, but it was still a hell of an idea. The two of them being together openly and honestly wasn't enough of a fire. Auntie Fong needs to keep trying. Well then, since you want to stay so badly, Auntie will grant you that request. Didn't continue with all the bending and twisting, thought it was about right. The relationship between himself and Chow Yu had only just begun, so he couldn't ask too much of the other party. Wanting to be fast is not good enough. Auntie Fong, you're so nice. Chow Yu laughed heartily. He thought to himself that his aunt was such a darling to him that she followed everything. Chow Yu secretly made up his mind. We must work hard to fall in love with Auntie Fong and cure her of the strange disease of not being able to experience love. Well, go to bed early. It's almost 12 after all that tossing and turning. Fong Yun tugged at the quilt and helped Chow Yu cover up, lest the air leaks and the other person catches a cold. Then Auntie moved a little closer and used her body to provide warmth to her little boyfriend. Chow Yu was very sensible and stuck up, wrapping his arms around his aunt's pillow and not letting go. Well, good night Auntie Fong, and sweet dreams. Pretending to shout this, he then closed his eyes and rested beautifully. Auntie Fong seems to have won big again this time. Chapter 45, Home is full of high-heeled black silk beauty. Auntie Fong is jealous. Ching May is careless and loses the first opportunity. Chow Yu and Fong Yun made a bold choice. But fortunately, Li Mengling did stay out all night tonight. The company was so busy inside that the other party stayed directly in the staff quarters. Hasn't been back all night. The two of them had a rare and extremely peaceful and wonderful evening. Until the next day, when I woke up early in the morning with sunlight stinging my eyes. The two exchanged good morning kisses after each other as if they were newlyweds. That's when they got up and each washed up and got busy. I also wonder if I got special relationship training last night. Chow Yu is in particularly good spirits. Not only did he take the initiative to make a delicious breakfast for Auntie Fong, I also hand-washed the dirty black silk and soaked all the clothes and stuff and threw them inside the washing machine and disposed of them. Auntie Fong doesn't have to do anything but dress up beautifully, and then with Chow Yu, just continue to enjoy another full day of two people's world. Of course, Auntie Fong picks up the phone occasionally from time to time, take care of business or something. There are actually quite a lot of things going on inside the company, but no matter what it is, it doesn't compare to one's own life's work. That's why it was all suppressed and left to others. That's what squeezed out a lot of time to continue to cultivate a relationship with Chow Yu and engage in the game of getting a fake relationship. And just as time passed day by day, 2 days passed. By Chow Yu's mother's birthday, Auntie Fong took advantage of the situation when it came to furthering her own vast project and plan of digging up the wall. Mother and daughter of the family next door. It was an afterthought to prepare to launch a defensive counterattack. Enron's room. Before we even get started, the mother and daughter are having an argument. Enron, stop it. Hurry up and change into these clothes. Still have to go next door for your Auntie Lee's birthday. Don't delay. Auntie Ansu took out the clothes she had prepared for her daughter. It was placed in front of the other man's bed, and he asked Enron to change it. Go ahead and attend Li Mengling's birthday dinner next door, or go to Chow Yu to repair the relationship. But at this time, Enron was depressed. It's been a week since she broke up with Chow Yu, and even if she's bad-tempered, Enron has calmed down. After so many years of childhood friendship, how could she let it be broken just like that? There has never been a right time for the front. After waiting for a long time, Chow Yu doesn't come to her voluntarily again. With such an opportunity, of course he wanted to meet with Chow Yu and see if he could make up with the other party. Not that she didn't want to go. Just, Mom, look at the clothes you've prepared for me. How can I wear them out in public? Enron huffed and shook her head, thinking that there was no way that the clothes her mom had picked out for her would even make it to her eyes. It's really nasty. Hey, you kid. Auntie Ansu's face also turned a little red, but she continued to explain. Girls nowadays dress like this. It's the trend. Boys like next door Xiao Yu like it the most. You inherited mom's body and looks. Changing into this set can definitely charm him and make him come over and make up with you of his own accord. Smilingly, he painted this wonderful picture for Enron. Then he arranged the JK suit in his hand, plus white silk knee socks, and little black leather shoes for his daughter. Not to mention, this one Chow Yu really likes. After all, the other night, Chow Yu picked out the JK dress for Auntie Fong, only wearing black silk. I don't want to wear this. It's too weird. Conservative in personality and aesthetics, she is the type of girl who likes to wear everyday clothes. It does make it a bit difficult for her to handle this more outgoing, sweet plus sexy style. Auntie Ansu also knows her daughter's difficulties, but it can't be helped. The relationship between his daughter and Chow Yu, that's already a bit serious. After a week, how much has changed in it? Auntie Ansu is not sure. Maybe the bad women are already on the move, secretly digging for their Anjali men. You can't do that without some serious medication. You listen to Mom. In this, you'll be the most beautiful girl at your birthday party tonight. Mom, don't make me. I don't like wearing this. Enron continued to shake her head, having trouble imagining herself as a nerdy girl who loved to play games at home. What a scene it would be to get her in this state and run next door to her childhood friend. Why are you so stubborn? Have said that the bad woman is robbing the man with you, and still have no sense of crisis at all. Can grow a little more careful you. Yaj's eyes went wide with anger. He himself has been helping Enron with his ideas, but his daughter is just a dunce who can't be helped. Where did the bad woman come from? Mom, don't talk nonsense. Chow Yu is staying at home and we're going to college in a couple of months. So what's the point of robbing? Enron was also angry. This mom of his own is good at everything. Just love listening to all that fortune-telling nonsense. One is merely temporarily separated from one's childhood friend. Had to say that someone was trying to steal from her, and if she didn't hurry up, the person would be gone, and she'd regret it or something like that. How could this make Enron believe it? So are you wearing it or not? Ansu grits her teeth and can't do anything about Enron. No, I said no. I'll pick out a suitable one myself before I go over there, and I won't wear this one to death. Enron was cut to the chase, and was more stubborn than a donkey in his own right. Having said that, Auntie Ansu had nothing else to do. That's fine. If you don't wear it, just don't wear it. When the time comes that people Xiao Yu doesn't care about you and fights with other women, don't you cry. Auntie eventually had to settle for a compromise. However, it seemed as if he was already not optimistic about this battle to go out to the Chow family and recapture Chow Yu. Soldiers who go into battle don't even bring the sharp weapons prepared by the general. It's a wonder that they can win. Alright, I'll find a chance to make things right with Chow Yu on my own. Don't worry about our two young people's affairs. Enron remained unfocused. It only felt like Chow Yu had always surrounded himself and treated her all kinds of good. It's not hard to make up after a little disagreement. Go inside the other's house as a guest later and take the opportunity to celebrate Auntie Lee's birthday. a little bit of chatting with Chow Yu, and naturally the relationship would become better. It's always been this way before, never an exception. This conversation ends here. Mother and daughter end up disagreeing, and at that moment, the other side. Inside Chow Yu's house, it was bustling with activity. Li Mengling, who was quite busy 2 days ago, also took a rare vacation today, back at home, ready to spend his 4th birthday with his son and friends and neighbors in a leisurely manner. This was also a day that Chow Yu was quite looking forward to. It's not just about celebrating Mom, and, very much to Chow Yu's concern, that's Mom's beautiful friends and co-workers, but they're all ripe, beautiful aunts and royals, and they smell good. Quite a few black silk heels. The spectacle of coming together is quite a sight to behold. Leaning close to Chow Yu, Auntie Fong, who was wearing a corseted one-piece tight white dress with gray and black gradient silk and high heels today, found her little boyfriend secretly staring at other beautiful women. That was a vague frown, a little jealous. Chapter 46, Auntie and Aomame's first encounter. This guy, although Fong Yun is a bit older than Chow Yu and has more experience and insight, but still a little woman when it comes to the romance piece. There is definitely a special care for these details, but there's no way around it. She herself is no different than any other woman now. We are all good sisters of Li Mengling. There is no way to specialize. She's still in an underground relationship with Chow Yu and isn't an explicit girlfriend yet, so it was only possible to let Chow Yu have his fill. Well, Chow Yu blinked his eyes, mesmerized by the 100 flowers. So many leggy sisters and aunts. It was a shock to watch, and there's no other man but him. After all, Mom's program unit was unique in that it was all girls. Plus it's not very convenient to invite a man over when your husband isn't home. They were basically sisters and aunts who were much older than Chow Yu and had already joined the workforce. With so many beautiful women surrounding him, laughing like larks, it would be strange for Chow Yu not to be happy. Of course it just felt happy and nothing more. These can be Mom's friends, can only help Mom to greet the guests, surely do not dare to have any ideas. This Fong Yun also knew, so she was a bit uncomfortable in her heart. Nothing else. Jingle bells. The doorbell rang at that moment. Xiao Yu, someone's ringing the doorbell, so go over and open the door for Mom, Li Mengling reminded. Being busy doing something with her sisters, it's definitely time for Chow Yu to help. Oh, got it. Has taken on the task of entertaining guests today. Of course Chow Yu would not refuse. Just turned back towards Auntie Fong, who was at his side and was closest to him. Auntie Fong, I'll get the door. With a smile and a sunny face. He's had a great time with his aunt these past few days. The depression and pain of a lost love seems to have disappeared quite a bit. Go on. We'll talk later. Today is the birthday of my own best friend. With so many people coming, it was impossible for Auntie Fong to monopolize Chow Yu like she did the other day. Only after receiving Fong Yun's response did Chow Yu get up. Go open the door for another guest who came to the house for Mom's birthday. Fong Yun was satisfied with Chow Yu's attitude. It looks like all the hard work you put in the other day paid off. Chow Yu was getting closer to himself. Chow Yu, who was not far away, quickly arrived at the door. Opened the door. I had wanted to smile again, as I had before. Meet Mom's friends. But this time, the moment the door was opened, Chow Yu's smile just kind of froze. Or maybe it was awkward, because it was no one else who appeared before him or her. It's none other than Auntie Ansu from the neighborhood. And, it's only been a week since he broke up with his childhood sweetheart, Enron. Chow Yu was actually mentally prepared, because when Mom and herself have birthdays, the Ans, the mother and daughter next door, come over to help celebrate, send blessings. Chow Yu and the others were the same, and the An family was in some kind of joy or trouble. The Chow family will all show up. This one will be no different. But what was somewhat different was that the two of them, Chow Yu and Enran, locked eyes. The two childhood breakup lovers don't seem to know what to say. Obviously the relationship used to be very good, just because of this kind of thing, taking their relationship and making it awkward as hell. It's a good thing that Auntie Ansu still reacted quickly. Good evening, you. With a smile, he took the initiative to greet his internalized future son-in-law. At the same time, he nudged Enron beside him with his hand. A small voice prodded up. Say hello to Xiao Yu quickly. Didn't we have a deal when we went out just now? It looks like Auntie Ansu also did a lot of thinking for her daughter. Just a little trouble with Enron's temper. The little princess held her frame, muttering, clearly not wanting to talk. She clearly wanted Chow Yu to take the initiative and approach her to chat and talk like before. But for some reason, Chow Yu actually didn't say anything when he saw himself. Chow Yu. It didn't work. Enron couldn't handle the pressure. Still, he took the initiative to whisper Chow Yu's name. Chow Yu and Enron didn't have any deep hatred. Even if Enron really didn't like himself, we can still be friends after we break up. No need to be so polite. Auntie Ansu, Enron, you guys hurry up and come in and sit down. With a smile on his face he did his best as a host and invited the two to a birthday party. I had thought I would have a hard time seeing Enron, but it seemed as if he was in a much better state this time, and his heart was less clogged. Yeah, Auntie Ansu answered with a smile on her face. This pulled his daughter and headed for the inside of the house. While walking he also whispered in Anran's ear, "Look at how natural and polite other Xiaoyu is. Where are you like you? Still tensing your face with others." Auntie Ansu is getting angrier and angrier the more she looks, thinking to himself that this Anran whose temper stinks like this, really can't be taught in any way. Anran was just silent. It seemed to also feel that Chao Yu's behavior in front of him was a bit out of his expectation. There was neither indifference nor anger, and even less initiative to approach as before, keeping a polite distance, but feeling distant. After so many years of being childhood friends, Anran had never felt, like today, that Chao Yu was such a stranger. What's going on? Anran couldn't help but mutter as well. She, who knew Chao Yu quite well, couldn't help but get curious. For the time being, he and his mother followed Chao Yu, came into the living room. The hot and heavy scene comes to life. All kinds of imperial sister mature girl, black silk high-heeled legs, that is the number of a lot, though there have been in previous years. But it was the first time that the number was as exaggerated as this one. Li Mengling called all of her company's co-workers and juniors. Slightly more this time, but spare me. One of them, a superb beauty with her legs wrapped in grey and black gradient silk, could be described as a crane, completely different in temperament as well as stature from the others. Even sitting there from a distance, it was like an iceberg beauty, extraordinarily striking. This woman needs no introduction. That is, of course, Li Mengling's best friend, also Chao Yu's aunt, Auntie Fong Yun Fong. Enron noticed Fong Yun. Auntie Fong was of course the first to spot Enron. This Ching May is Fong Yun's biggest love rival, and Auntie Fong has been paying attention. How could she not notice when her opponent came here? Enron didn't realize that someone was digging in and stealing a man from her, just still sulking over the other day, when Fong Yun played the game against her. The two women look at me and I look at you. I don't know why, but when the eyes made contact, inexplicably one could smell a smell of gunpowder. Not counting the last time the duo had an alternative showdown inside a cell phone. This pair of love rivals meets for the first time and officially initiates their first fight. It's about to start. Chapter 47, surrounded by auntie and sister, Chao Yu in crisis. Fong Yun was a woman who had seen big scenes and naturally did not shy away from them, going toe-to-toe with Enron. Instead, she deliberately straightened her back and swung her beautiful legs, showing off the strengths of being a model. The competition between love rivals is a losing battle. The momentum must be taken. This woman, damn it. Not only does Enron have a foul temper, but she's also a careful one. What happened the other day is definitely on the mind. But the other party didn't think of Fong Yun as any kind of love rival at all. She pressed on, unaware of such a thing. Of course, as a mother, Ansu didn't think in that direction regarding Auntie Fong. What are you looking at? Now you know that people dress beautifully? What's the use of just looking? Instead, he whispered in his daughter's ear, a low reprimand. Thought that Anran was staring at Fong Yun because Auntie Fong was dressed beautifully. The girls in the scene were all dressed up and beautifully made up. The imperial mature woman, that feminine flavor is really enough. Ansu had to admit, there is no such thing as an ugly woman, only lazy women. Mom, what are you talking about? Enron was a bit unconvinced, but in reality, Enron was dressed very simply. Casual dress with jeans and sneakers, compared to a room full of stocking heels. Can't see any reason at all to make it worthwhile to take a second look. Say you still do not like it. As a girl also do not know to dress up their own. All day just know to play with the phone. Auntie Ansu continued to speak. I thought to myself that if it wasn't for the fact that my daughter had inherited the perfect genes in herself, with an excellent body shape and appearance. As for her own daughter's lazy woman, she was too embarrassed to let Chao Yu, who is an all-around houseworker and can also give massages next door, to be the son-in-law of the Yin family. Enron, poked by mother's spell attack and briefly in silence. It kind of really hurt, and Enron did do what the other guy said. Mom, stop it. I'm leaving if you say anything else. A few moments later, Enron, who had released his control, immediately demanded that his mother shut up, continuing to count herself out. Her foul temper was about to flare up again. Auntie had a hard time getting her daughter to come over, and didn't want this guy to fail to finish the job. Just ran home alone, so he could only hold back for the time being and see what Enran and Xiaoyu could come up with. Auntie Anshio, Enron, why don't you guys sit here? My mom is busy with her friend over there. She won't be able to come over for a while. She'll be fine later. No private little theater between mother and daughter was heard. Xiaoyu greeted the two in a calm and natural manner, took them near Auntie Fong's location and arranged for the two of them to sit down first, completely unaware that Fong Yun is the ultimate big boss hidden in the shadows by the Yin family's mother and daughter, the existence of men to steal from them. Auntie Fong, I'm back. Returning to his original position, Xiaoyu greeted Auntie Fong with a smile. Fong Yun was so good to him. Chow Yu must have put Auntie Fong first in everything. Auntie Fong smiled in the same way, but not overly intimate with Chow Yu. Instead, he focused his attention on the mother-daughter pair of Anran and Ansu. Good evening. He even took the initiative to wave and say hello to them and acted graciously. As the most eye-catching flower girl among these women, Auntie Fong is not only good-looking, it's also quite comforting and spring-like to be around. Only, Ansu seems to be in a bit of a bad mood, probably thinking Fong Yun is two-faced, outwardly polite, but actually on the phone, all kinds of targeting themselves. The closeness of the two has made the sparks between them shine even brighter. There's an undertone of danger, but not before exploding. Next to it, however, there was an accident, which happened at this time. Chow Yu just wanted to bring over some fruits and snacks or something so that the mother and daughter of the family could eat them, but accidentally blundered into the flowers. Immediately, the auntie royals grabbed them and teased them in all sorts of ways. Xiao Yu, remember me? I'm your Auntie Zhang. I even came to your house for dinner last year. I'm your sister Blue, your mom's co-worker who's been here a few times as well. Come over and chat with us for a while. I'm Auntie's son from next door. I've been working outside all these years and haven't been back for a long time. You've grown so big. Come over here quickly. Auntie will help you measure your body. A group of aunts and imperial sisters surrounded Chow Yu. Black silk high heels shook the eyes. It's the only man in the family who's still well-behaved and handsome. As they chatted, it was natural for them to talk about Chow Yu. Plus, Chow Yu was born to be especially liked by his sisters and aunts, possesses a passive-aggressive appeal, so it's not surprising that this happened. Sister, Auntie, what are you doing? Let me through. I've got guests to attend to. Faced with so many beauties surrounding him, Chow Yu felt that he was helpless as well. The sweet and fragrant sister and aunt surrounded him, and he wouldn't let him go. He had to drag him along. What's to be done about it? We are the guests. Come and play with us. Xiao Yu, haven't seen you for so long, can't even talk to Auntie. The aunts and sisters totally refused to leave him alone. Instead, a couple of them all tugged on his arm and pulled him toward the couch. It looks like these women won't agree to not have a good time with them today. Facing this kind of tenderness, where can a man have any resistance? But these aunts and sisters, each one of them looked like a bad influence. Unlike Ansu and Banghyun who are gentle and considerate, she is a bit wild. That look was even more unkind. If you go over there with them yourself, you'll be taken advantage of. Boys can protect themselves out there. Teachers taught that a long time ago. Such a state of affairs. It was also for the family's mother and daughter and Fong Yun to see. Immediately there was some tension. See what I'm saying? How nice Xiao Yu is. The aunts love him, and you're saying no one's grabbing him? Auntie Ansu is still cliched. Started instilling that sense of crisis in my daughter's ears again. So many pretty sisters and aunts on the scene were pulling at Chow Yu. It's a guarantee. Then, that the bad woman Fairy Zhang spoke of is hiding among them. Ansu is anxious, but doesn't know what to do to help him. The original Anran who always had a better mouth and refuted everything no matter what. It was also a silly time, although it was still unclear what kind of feelings he had for Chow Yu. But his own childhood friend was surrounded by so many women like stars. It would be strange to feel good in that heart. After all, Chow Yu used to be, but he was only nice to her. When Chow Yu's mom has a birthday, he greets himself with warmth and friendliness. No matter what, where would it be like now? Keeping a distance and making people feel strange. Maybe, one's childhood friend will really be snatched by a bad woman? The old days, the days of being pampered and clung to by the boy next door, are just gone? Enron was a little confused for a moment, but by this time her palms were clenched. Originally wanting to say something, his lips parted slightly. Help Chow Yu out. Keep these bad women away from their childhood friends. But it seems that the mere status of being a childhood friend is not quite enough to qualify. Boyfriend and girlfriend are pretty much the same, but alas, they are now broken up. And just as Anran slowly shut her mouth, it seemed that she could only watch Chow Yu struggle there. Some people just can't take it anymore when their boyfriends are being dragged around by other bad women. Come on, he's just turned 18. You're all either aunts or sisters. Is it appropriate to surround him like this and move your hands? Auntie Fong's eyes were vaguely angry. She, who had intended to remain aloof and elegant, couldn't look away. A group of old women, all of whom were also friends and co-workers of Chow Yu's mother. But while Li Mengling was busy, she hit on other people's sons. Don't even bother with your face. Angry Auntie Fong, as it were, thought. P.S. The book results are a little good. Was reported to be shut down in the dark room. The author has been crying in the toilet, temporarily 2 times a day. When it comes out, it will be updated faster when it reaches 130,000 words. So thanks for the support. Chapter 48, surrounded by auntie and sister. Auntie Fong's food protection. Don't look at Fong Yun treating Chow Yu gently and considerately, but seeing someone else dare to hit on her little boyfriend. Auntie Fong also showed her teeth and was quite protective of her food. He opened his mouth and said justice. so that everyone's attention was focused on him. Fong Yun instantly became the center of attention, or rather the target of the crowd. As the woman with the most dazzling combination of looks, body and dress in the room, people certainly do know her. Li Mengling's best friend, a famous model with unusual connections, and the owner of a modeling agency. More or less give the other side some face. There were some aunts and sisters who heard Auntie Fong's words. That was all a bit embarrassing, quietly withdrawing the hand that had taken advantage of the situation. Seeing that the scene was boring, there were indeed women who wanted to tease Qiao Yu and take advantage of him. But this is, after all, the minority, the bad guys lurking among the masses. If they were to really hit Qiao Yu, these women would not have the guts to do so. After all, he's Li Mengling's son, so it's okay to tease. For real, that's going to be a problem. The vast majority of aunts and sisters were still fine with just wanting to talk to Qiao Yu or something. I haven't seen you in a long time. I miss you. There's nothing bad about it. Auntie Fong saying that did make them feel a bit wronged. So, the scene that was so heated just a moment ago became a bit awkward all of a sudden. Everyone looks at me and I look at you, and they don't know what to say. It is said that 3 women make a man. This large group of women gathered together. It was a straw man. It's a lot of trouble when things go wrong. Auntie Ansu, who was next to her, looked a little dumbfounded. Looking at the long-legged beauty, Fong Yun stood up and scolded these bad women, feeling that the other's figure was tall and magnificent. Anrun, look, this is a good woman who doesn't join those bad women. Worthy of being Li Mengling's good bosom friend. Talking is tough. Auntie Angshu expressed her appreciation. Ben was of a gentle disposition, or weak as well, and was not even able to deal with his willful daughter. When it came to this kind of scene, it was really hard to know how to help Qiao Yu's favor. Enron didn't know what to say. Anyway, she was taught a hard lesson by Fong Yun in the game. Inherently, I don't have a good feeling about this Auntie Fong. It's okay, the people are pretty nice anyway. Still, it's quite admirable. The righteousness, the ability to cross your fingers, standing up for Qiao Yu and defending his best friend's good son. Quite a relief to have the mouth of her, a green plum, stand in for her. After all, the current Anren didn't know in what capacity to relieve her childhood friend. Still in a tangle of confusion and quite ambivalent. That, auntie, sister, don't mind, Auntie Fong, she didn't mean anything else. She was just worried about me, that's why she said that. Thanks to Auntie Fong stepping forward, Qiao Yu was able to move freely at this time. Also immediately opened his mouth to dissolve the awkwardness of the scene. Today is my mom's birthday, so everyone have fun and don't have any unpleasantness. Qiao Yu was born to be a favorite of his aunts and sisters, so as soon as he opened his mouth, the atmosphere immediately became much more cordial. It's fine, we just want to chat with you, Xiao Yu. If you're free, come over and play with us. There were many aunts and sisters who were very friendly and spoke to Qiao Yu. Certainly didn't take Fong Yun's words to heart. The bad women who are really poked and prodded and want to take advantage of the situation. For his part, he just smiled awkwardly from the sidelines and remained silent. With words having been said to such an extent, the aunts and sisters did not continue to pull Qiao Yu. Sort of had a scare and got through the trouble. After a little polite greeting with the group of year-old women, they resumed with fruit and snacks. Back to Auntie Fong and Anne's mother and daughter's side. Passing by Fong Yun, still wearing a sunny smile, he extremely whispered in Fong Yun's ear. Auntie Fong, thanks. If it wasn't for the other party's help just now, I'm afraid that Qiao Yu would have definitely been caught by someone who had the intention to fish in troubled waters. It's also hard for a boy to protect himself inside this kind of tenderness. When the time comes, if Li Mengling comes out and sees it, throwing a tantrum on your birthday, wouldn't that be a good party that you just screwed up? Qiao Yu didn't want this. Little problem, Auntie protects you. Fong Yun was a little smug. The same whisper responded to Qiao Yu. In his heart, he was a little displeased with those women just now. What class of little Karami dares to covet her little boyfriend? Is she, Fong Yun's man, a man that any random old aunt can touch? Finished with a bemused smile, eyes gathered on the mother and daughter of the Yin family again. Especially Anren. That's what makes her a heartbreaker. A love rival worth caring about. Sister Ansu, Anren, peel some melon seeds. This tastes good. Auntie Fong pushed the snacks in front of her over and opened her mouth in a very friendly manner. There was no hostility to be seen at all. An old fox lurking in the shadows wouldn't just reveal himself. Besides, knowing the enemy and knowing yourself is the only way to win 100 battles. Auntie Fong just wanted to get to know Enron in depth, before refining and supplementing her own battle plan for digging up the wall. You're welcome, you eat too. Thank you, Auntie Fong. The mother and daughter responded and had an attitude that sounded a lot better. The scene of standing up for Qiao Yu just now had really added a lot of highlight to Fong Yun. As soon as the filter hit, Fong Yun's entire body became high-flown. So he also started chatting with Fong Yun from time to time. After all, the other women, Ansu and Anren, are not very familiar with each other, and Fong Yun comes over here more often. These three women chatted, talking about something or other, having fun. Instead, Chow Yu was left out to dry. Somewhat surprisingly, I had wanted to get up and go over to the kitchen to see if my mom needed any help. Let the three of them enjoy the party. But just then, his own cell phone actually came with a message. Chow Yu thought it was from Song Sia again. The two of them had been chatting online, and over the past few days it was getting hotter and hotter. Who knew to click on it? The person who sends himself a message is not other. Instead, it's his childhood friend and ex-girlfriend, Anrun. What the hell? I'm right in front of her and instead of talking, she sends me a message on her cell phone? Chow Yu instantly felt something strange in his heart. Looking up at Anrun, finding the girl next door, who hadn't messaged her in over a week, staring at her, it was as if there were certain emotions in his eyes, but it was not easy to state them. The relationship between the two is pretty complicated. After all these years, even if we break up, this heads up and heads down. It's not possible to become strangers and not talk to anyone, is it? So also wanted to see this Anren who never took the initiative and would only wait for herself to go to her. What was posted? Chapter 49. Ching May is alone with Chow Yu for the first time, but mistakenly enters the Ponzi cave. Enron sat where he was for a long time, torn, especially after seeing so many women just now, surrounding their childhood friend with ill intent. He himself is too lovey-dovey to help. Start thinking about it too. After calming down, Anrun also seemed to realize that he had done something stupid. Despite the fact that it was in a way that she extremely hated, she became lovers with Chow Yu. But you can't be rude and tough and break up with the other person. Chow Yu just genuinely liked himself. It wasn't like he had done anything wrong. Instead, it's Enron who doesn't understand feelings and hurts the other person. So trying to repair the relationship between the two, that's for sure. Only, Enron was more passive. I waited for a long time for Chow Yu. At her mother's urging, Enron was also a little bit unable to sit still. In the end, he chose to give Chow Yu, in the form of a WeChat message, to make contact. Putting down his cell phone, his eyes were fixed on Chow Yu. There had been a lot of big and small conflicts between himself and Chow Yu, and this was the first time ever that Enran had taken the initiative. It's also rare. Chow Yu, who was across from Enran, looked down at his cell phone before putting it back in his pocket. Slowly, he looked up and locked eyes with Enron, eventually choosing to nod, seemingly in agreement. The message inside the cell phone proposed, "So stand up." To himself, he headed inside his room. There are sisters and aunts everywhere in the Chow household now, especially in the living room, which is crowded. Chow Yu's room, on the contrary, was a quiet, good place for conversation. A smile finally appeared on Enron's face. Lowering his own face, he took an active and difficult step back. Finally, he was able to have a good, face-to-face chat with Chow Yu. Standing up, he tugged slightly at his shirt. Prepare to meet Chow Yu as usual that way. As Ching May, Anrun, where to? Have a piece of watermelon. Seeing Anrun standing up, Bang Hyun very enthusiastically handed both the other and Ansu a piece of melon. A bit of a munchkin, and indeed it is. This old fox, more than anyone else, is concerned about the movements of her little boyfriend and love interest. Auntie Fong had seen and understood all the small movements of these two just now. Thank you, Auntie Fong. No, I'll just walk around. I'll be back later. Enron declined. Now one has a plan in place. Either way, it was time to speak to Chow Yu face-to-face and ease the relationship. Auntie Fong didn't force the issue, since she, the love interest, had something to say to her little boyfriend. In this age of the internet, stopping is definitely not an option. Not now, but sooner or later you'll be in touch on your cell phone. Might as well be a pain in the ass and let the other guy go. Fong Yun kept his cool. Chow Yun and Ran have an unusual relationship, having played together since childhood. It was a bit of a falling out and recovery was normal though. Auntie Fong totally just took advantage of the situation this time and cut off her little boyfriend early. Now is the time for an initial test of results. His own efforts for so long had caused Chow Yu to change quite a bit these days. Will it stand up to this test? What kind of attitude will Chow Yu take towards Enron? That's what Auntie is most concerned about. Auntie Ansu that was also fully aware of what her daughter was going to do this time. The heart is also happy. Go on then. Remember to have more fun and come back when you've had enough. Auntie Ansu said something like that and couldn't help but push her daughter twice. He thought to himself that his daughter was finally getting the hang of it. What a rush. The kind that couldn't wait for the two of them, and Ran and Chow Yu, to get married in place. The only beauty of looking at my daughter's departing back, it's this casual outfit that the other guy is wearing, plus the normal outfit of jeans and flat shoes. A secret sigh. If only my daughter had put on the set of JK dresses, white silk knee socks, and little black leather shoes she had prepared. Immediately kills a bunch of badass women. Even if it was compared to Fong Yun, who had exquisite makeup and long sexy legs, it would still be a 50-50 tie. And with the added status of Ching May, isn't it a sure bet to take Chow Yu down? Pity. A few moments later, Enron entered the room. Noticing that at this moment, Chao Yu's face was awkward, as if he was not too happy to meet with himself. The little Princess Anran was slightly uncomfortable in her heart, thinking that after so many years of relationship, it's hard not to be really angry with her just because of the last falling out, right? But soon Enron realized that wasn't the case. What Chao Yu was embarrassed about was the various rhyming suits and the sexy and flirty stocking heels that were placed all over the room. The aroma is pleasant and ripe with a great scent. It's like a coiled cave, a goblin's lair. Where's the room for some innocent schoolboy? This was simply a different picture from the daily background of himself when he used to come over to hang out and fight with Chao Yu. Chao Yu, your room, why is it like this? Anran spoke with difficulty and stared at Chao Yu with a strange look. Is this the same childhood friend he knew? All this womanly stuff in the room? Chao Yu was also helpless. He himself had just helped his aunt tidy up his room in the morning, with clothes and shoes and everything in the place where they should be. And Auntie had promised not to mess up the room and try to cherish the fruits of her little boyfriend's labor. But it's been less than a day. Quite a few clothes had been taken out, stockings and whatnot laid out on the bed, and cosmetics and perfumes were all taken out. Not at all the usual state of being a housekeeper like yourself and cleaning up after yourself. This, you may not be too clear about. My dad is on a business trip, and Auntie Fong is going to stay at our house with my mom for a while. I'm lending my room to Auntie Fong for the time being, and I didn't know that Auntie Fong had messed it up. If I had known it was going to be like this, I might have taken you somewhere else. Chao Yu could only explain carefully, and there was a calmness in his words, because he had a clear conscience and hadn't done anything strange at all. So, that's weird. Enron nodded in understanding. Although Chao Yu had recently given himself the feeling that he had changed a lot, the kind of 3 days without seeing when he was impressed. But still, for all these years of knowing each other, I know that Chao Yu is a pretty reliable boy. Well, why don't you wait while I clean up the house? The all-powerful housekeeping god, that always feels bad in his heart when he sees such a messy room, can't help but want to clean the place up. Better not. It's all women's clothes and stockings and stuff. It's weird for you to clean up. Let's just talk. Don't worry too much about it. Enron found the circumstances a bit strange though. Still, he pushed through the embarrassment and continued to talk to Chao Yu about serious matters. After such a small episode, unconsciously the breakup atmosphere between the two seemed to have been diluted a lot. A conversation about the first official meeting of childhood friends after they've had a falling out. It seems like it's about to go into battle on the road where Auntie Fong's scent permeates. Chapter 50, Symboline's Embrace. But compensation. Well, I happen to have something I want to tell you too. Although Chao Yu felt a bit awkward, he was still happy to communicate with Enron. Enron, who had always been more passive, nodded similarly. In that case, go ahead. Wanted to see what Chao Yu had to say first. If the other person had offered to fix the relationship or continue to pursue them. But Enron was a lot less of a hassle and was back in control of the options. Chao Yu brewed his emotions for a moment. How have you been the last few days we've been apart? Seems like a normal inquiry. It certainly didn't go well in the beginning, but having his aunt by his side helped ease the pain of his loss. In the meantime, training for a relationship and finding a different kind of joy. It's a short time, though, but for Enran, Chao Yu seems to feel that the two of them can't go back. Even if we make up, we can't go back. Just fine, yeah, nothing special. Enron doesn't like to tell the truth. These days, he himself would think of Chao Yu from time to time, and then always trying to initiate a reconciliation with him or something made her face a little strained. A woman who talks out of her ass. However, he had been depressed at home for a long time in the past few days, and was able to slightly understand Chao Yu's feelings of lost love. What about you? Are you sad these days? What I said before was a bit heavy-handed, and you know my temper is such that I can't keep my mouth shut. Opening his mouth, he was concerned about the other's condition. At the same time, it's very rare to look for your own reasons, setting the stage for the two to ease their relationship. I'm fine too. I've had a good few days. It's more than okay. With Auntie Fong with me, it feels quite okay. The loss of love and falling in love come at the same time. Pain and pleasure is the only way to describe it. Anran blinked and stared at Chao Yu for a moment. Oh, that's good. Doesn't seem to believe the other guy's words too much. Since he liked himself so much, the shock of losing his love must have been painful. It only felt that Chao Yu must be dead set on saving face, and that was why he said that. Soon Enron spoke again. If that's the case, then why haven't you come to me in the past few days? Is it hard to be angry with me? Enron was rather curious about that. Inside the home, he had been waiting for Chao Yu to come over and take the initiative to find himself and make up. Yet he had not waited until now. Now it was Enron who took the initiative. I've had my own things to do the last few days and I'm not in a rage. Chao Yu isn't very good at talking. Always tell the truth when it comes to things. But this time a lot of it was in keeping it a secret from the no-nonsense Cymbeline. Mom forbids herself to talk to Enron again and forces herself to go on a blind date. Auntie Fong was giving herself some particularly interesting relationship training again, and Xiao Yu really couldn't spare any time. Hearing that the other party was not angry, Enron was well relieved. If his childhood friend was really angry about the breakup, Enron really did feel some sense of guilt. After all, Xiao Yu had been really good to himself, all along. But I think you're quite free. You're obviously still playing games with that Auntie Fong of yours in double row at home. Speaking of which, this aggravated Enron is being a bit condescending and jealous again. And she didn't drag me along. And she deliberately targeted to get me. Said some angry things as if he remembered the game he played the other day. Solid cheapskate now. This one was matched completely at random, all by accident, and Auntie Fong was helping me out. Nothing more. Xiao Yu awkwardly opened his mouth to explain. Auntie Fong did deliberately screw her over with this, and Ran was already a rookie in terms of game level, but he was also targeted by Fong Yun in such a way that he had hung up on people. I guess Enron was angry enough at that time. Auntie Fong, I'll leave it at that. People have reasons? What about you? Why did you come to arrest me, and arrested me twice? Enron was also unforgiving. It's clear that he should slowly ease his relationship with Xiao Yu and make up, but as soon as that inner depression got the better of him, he chased after Xiao Yu again. Xiao Yu also didn't know how he should explain to Enron properly. It's true that he didn't want to target Enron in that wave, but Auntie Fong gave too much. Xiao Yu liked the reward that his aunt gave him, so he had no regrets about it. Can we stop talking about the game? Let's get down to business. There will be plenty of opportunities to score together later. Xiao Yu also learned to be smart. Knowing that he couldn't answer positively, he immediately changed the topic. Enron was also simple, and completely failed to notice that there was something wrong with Xiao Yu's evasive eyes at this moment. Still hanging out together? Then in that case, we're just as good friends as before, right? There was some joy in Enron's heart. Because of her temper, she doesn't have many friends around to spoil her. Xiao Yu has a good personality and is the only one who has been around to accommodate her. Both childhood sweethearts and close best friends, and also, briefly, an ex-boyfriend. Well, we've been friends since we were kids and it's okay not to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Xiao Yu answered this in the affirmative. The childhood friendship was still there in his heart, but not like it used to be, being placed end to end in the girlfriend's place. It's more of a pull to be, well, a friend. And the one who started it all was Auntie Fong Yun, who was frantically waving her hoe and prying at the wall from the sidelines. Xiao Yu said as he spoke, couldn't help but take another deep breath, sniffing the room. Auntie Fong's unique aroma of a mature woman. The mind couldn't help but float back, again, to those moments with Auntie Fong. Unforgettable. I'm relieved to have your words, so let's make up now and forget all the previous unpleasantness. Bigger grin up, wanting to get back to being friends with Xiao Yu. It seems to think that the main reason for the relationship becoming so frosty lies with himself. He's been in a relationship with Xiao Yu for a month, but he won't even let his hand be held and insists on breaking up. It is indeed a bit excessive. Having finally reconciled with Xiao Yu, she also wanted to simply make amends in a special way. At the same time, it was also for Xiao Yu to realize that he valued him. No one is here now anyway. No one else will notice. So, the next moment, Anwen gathered her courage and made a move that surprised Xiao Yu a bit. Opening her arms in front of Xiao Yu, her face was a clean and innocent smile as if she wanted to give him a hug. In the name of friends, in the name of childhood friends, friendly in this way. In fact, speaking as boyfriend and girlfriend, the two of them have never had any intimate behavior. Not to mention hugging, not even holding hands. Xiao Yu's first kiss was still taken by Auntie Fong. Some days ago. Anrun, what are you doing? Before Xiao Yu could figure out why the always conservative Anran would suddenly open her arms and seek a hug, the other didn't say a word, and had taken the initiative to lean towards himself, giving him a gentle hug and cradling him in his arms. A rare experience of the capricious ex-girlfriend, as the gentle side of a girl. Before Xiao Yu could open his mouth to say something to make her let go, the doorknob to Xiao Yu's room was twisted. Thought it was just a chat. Unlocked door, just opened. Immediately afterward, a familiar voice came. Xiao Yu, let you greet the guests. Where did you run away? I looked for you. The words were only half spoken. The person who opened the door seemed to be shocked by the image of the young couple hiding in the room. Cheating. Words with anger were interrupted. Chapter 51 Misunderstanding between Mom and Auntie. Being in the midst of a friendly embrace, Anrun and Xiao Yu, who had only just regained some of their relationship, startled by the sudden intrusion of an uninvited guest. The childhood friends were very much in tune and quickly separated. You too. Li Mengling was stunned, as if she had seen a living ghost. Mom, Auntie Li. Both of them involuntarily lowered their heads as if they had been caught doing something bad. Polite and friendly, he greeted Li Mengling. Li Mengling looked left and right, realizing that no one was paying attention to this side, and only then was slightly relieved. The fiery temper instinctively wanted to explode. But it's my own birthday and so many people are here. Li Mengling still has to look at the big picture. Anrun, why don't you go back to your mom's side first? I'm a little busy on my side of the kitchen and I need to get Xiaoyu to help me cook. Li Mengling had a slight smile on her face, and her words had the amiability of an elder, but she was obviously a bit taut. Where was Enron to remain here? Just wanted to make it up to Xiaoyu while no one was around. Who would have thought that someone's mother would open the door and barge in? So with a shy, red little face, he hurried out the door, and as soon as Anrun left, it was as if Li Mengling was performing a face change. That expression instantly transformed from a smile to intimidation. Brat, come with me. Speaking through clenched teeth, he turned away after that. Xiaoyu didn't know what to say to make it better. The relationship between himself and Enron was indeed quite complicated at this stage. This hug caused his feelings, which had been somewhat dormant, to begin to fluctuate again. Following her mother, she headed straight for the kitchen. In the midst of this process, Enron returned to his mother. Sit down and just stay silent and don't talk. Auntie Fong next to him, on the other hand, kept staring at Xiaoyu with curiosity in her eyes. It was as if she hadn't expected her bestie to kill out and interrupt the conversation about the childhood friends repairing their relationship, obviously wanting to know just what kind of level Xiaoyu and Enran had talked about inside the room, and what kind of attitude did Xiaoyu have towards Enran, and so there was no continuing to sit tight. He also got up and followed his best friend and Xiaoyu. Together, they came into the kitchen to poke around the military. Fong Yun, what are you doing in the kitchen? Having only just entered the kitchen, Li Mengling was about to reprimand her good son. Just realized that BFF was actually next to me. I was so bored sitting out here. I wanted to come in and help. In order to be the first to know the information, Fong Yun said some strange things. You should know that the other person, being a top model, never cooks with these hands. Li Mengling shook her head breathlessly. I guess kitchen help is fake and listening to gossip is real, right? How is it possible to not understand the hobbies of your bestie? The favorite part is all the parenting, especially the Xiaoyu relationship aspect, which is extraordinarily catchy. My son broke up a while ago and the other guy that was asking questions and being annoying. Fong Yun smiled without saying anything. I can't hide this little thought from my best friend. However, her BFF didn't even notice her big plans. Xiaoyu also understood that Auntie Fong was interested in this kind of thing, so it didn't say anything, just greeted Auntie Fong with a smile, quite politely. But seeing that Xiaoyu was actually laughing at this time, Li Mengling got angrier all of a sudden. How can you laugh when you're still smiling? Forcing back her anger, Li Mengling immediately began to reprimand her son. That Anrun has already dumped you. You two have broken up. Why are you still going inside the room together? Li Mengling had a bad attitude. Or rather, it's a very negative view of Xiaoyu and Enran's romance. Quite a dislike for Enran as a girl. Always has been. How many times have I told you? That girl has a terrible temper. Marrying a girl like that and going home, that's just asking for trouble. Hear that? The two of them, Xiaoyu and Fong Yun, had a very tacit agreement to focus their eyes on Li Mengling's body. Everyone else is qualified to say such things. Only Li Mengling can't, because her temper stinks worse. Noticing that these two were actually staring at themselves, Li Mengling slightly shifted her gaze to the side. There was also a little bit of embarrassment, fully realizing that I wasn't exactly a good wife and mother either. Mom, you misunderstood. Anrun and I are just ordinary friends now, no matter how much more. We've been playing together since childhood. After breaking up, it's not possible to ignore anyone for the rest of our lives, right? Xiaoyu did not agree with this. His mother had deep preconceptions about Enran, something Xiaoyu had known for a long time. Auntie Fong, who was next to her, also felt that her best friend seemed to have gone a little too far. Yes, they are the two of them are the hair of the young. Go to the room to talk. Break up is also a friend. Repair the relationship is very normal. Speaking in favor of her little boyfriend. After all, she was in the know about what happened just now when Xiaoyu and Anrun went to the room, and kinda in favor of it. Would love to poke around first, so definitely steering the conversation this way. Normal? Li Mengling was furious when she heard the word. Pointing at Xiaoyu's nose, he began to reveal the truth with wide eyes. This brat is secretly cuddling with Anrun in his room. If I don't barge in, the two of them might have something happen next. Fong Yun, who had originally maintained a calm state with a confident face, the smile froze. A frown slowly creased his brow as well. It was as if he had heard some extremely bizarre horror story. Ha! Fong Yun seemed a bit confused. This inexplicable unfolding is completely out of the realm of the self-professed who think they've got it all figured out. Secretly in the manipulation. Little by little, changed Xiaoyu, smoothly digging the wall of her. Are these two back together? Unbelievable. You mean, the two of them were cuddling in the room? Slowly twisting her head around, she looked at her beloved little boyfriend. That's not possible. He himself had already had so many things happen with Xiaoyu. There was no reason why she would lose to Aomame. Knowing Xiaoyu, despite guessing that there should be an inside story. But still, his fists were involuntarily clenched in tense. Chapter 52 Can't even win the bench. And you still want to steal your girlfriend's place from your aunt? Fong Yun waited a long time for this opportunity to intercept Xiao Yu, and so hard to have such courage to pursue a future with him, winning and controlling the big picture. Auntie Fong is relieved to have her little boyfriend go and be alone with her ex-girlfriend. But this situation right now, it just kind of feels wrong. Auntie doesn't think that's going to be the case. Xiao Yu, what's going on? You and that Anren won't be. Again. Fong Yun stared incredulously, trying to maintain his emotions, trying to keep things as normal as possible, but the body couldn't stop trembling slightly. Luckily, her best friend's attention was focused on Xiao Yu, which prevented her from noticing the difference. No, Auntie Fong, don't misunderstand. Anren and I are not what you think. My mom, she is also talking nonsense. Xiao Yu explained awkwardly. Ask yourself. Inside the room, everything that happened between yourself and Aomame was normal. Instead, it was his own mother who suddenly barged in like this, saw the picture, and got nervous and brainstormed a lot of drama on her own. Xiao Yu's words were like a shot in the arm, instantly stabilizing Auntie Fong, who was panicking. It seems to think that this is something that is really unlikely to be as bad as he thinks it is. Li Mengling was a bit reluctant. What words? I can see your mom clearly. How can there be any misunderstanding? It's not like my son is lying when he sees this reaction, but as a mother, the mouth is still hard. Fong Yun was in a better state and managed to squeeze out a smile. Yeah, tell Auntie Fong, what's the misunderstanding? Desperately wanting to know. Xiao Yu was inside the room. What kind of situation happened with Anren? Why would a BFF catch on and say they have a problem? And this anxiousness was seen by Li Mengling, quite speechless. This BFF, she really is gossipy to the core. She is more concerned about her son's relationship than she is about being a mom. I found a quiet place to talk with Enron. Just a few random words. She gave me a token hug and made up. Nothing more. Xiao Yu was honest and had nothing to hide. Hearing Xiao Yu explain in this way, there was nothing wrong, and Auntie Fong's heart dropped a little. Things were just as one suspected. There was nothing between the two of them. Xiao Yu and Enran. Auntie is still a solid win for the innings. What Xiao Yu said was simple, but Li Mengling still had to make serious inquiries. Is it really like this? Don't you dare lie to your mom. When she hugged you, didn't you have any ideas? Extremely disliked that Enran. Didn't want that girl with the foul temper as his daughter-in-law. There's nothing. Anren and I are just easing our relationship. We're good friends like before. Where's the idea? Xiao Yu didn't even know what to say to make it better. If it was that the two hadn't broken up, the hug would have surely touched him. But now Xiao Yu has all been with Auntie Fong, with lots and lots of special relationship training. Hugging and kissing and all that is totally trivial. Aomame's belated hug no longer seemed to do much for him. That's the scary thing about bad aunts. Let Xiao Yu have a more awesome relationship experience on his aunt's side first. Little Aomame was always one step behind herself, even when she wanted to start again. So, Fong Yun, who was still full of nervousness just a moment ago, already seemed to see that things were still under her control at this time. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve a little again. The good girlfriend next to her, Li Mengling, also chose to believe for the time being after hearing Xiao Yu's explanation. Really, this is good. In short, Enran, that girl is not suitable to marry home. Gentle and virtuous, that is good. Your Auntie Fong to introduce you to the object. Must be a good deal. People, Mr. Song, good people. Slightly knocked Xiao Yu. Li Mengling didn't say anything more in that regard either. Xiao Yu nodded. I know. All the time, he's been in touch with Song Xia, on his cell phone, talking about his sister's love. Nor do I know where the future should lead. The word is out. This little farce seems to be coming to an end. But Fong Yin seemed to have some kind of new realization about what her best friend had just said. The speaker has no intention of listening. The future mother-in-law wants her daughter-in-law to be gentle and virtuous. Then Auntie Fong will have to behave well at this time, trying to make a little good impression on her best friend's mother-in-law. Alright, since the misunderstanding is all cleared up, let's just leave it at that and let's get the food ready first, shall we? With that said, he offered to help out on the sidelines, giving the mother and son a hand. For a while, it put both Li Mengling and Xiao Yu at a bit of a loss. After all, this woman used to, that didn't even go into the kitchen, a pair of slender fingers and do maintenance, and do nail art, but also as a hand model to receive advertising, can be white and tender gold. But in the face of the duo's skepticism, Fong Yun just said that today was her best friend's birthday, trying to help each other share some of the chores and muddle through. In the kitchen, the family was just as happy and lively and busy. The speed is indeed much faster. It was less than half an hour, I think, and the meal was ready. The reason why this birthday party was held inside the home and some home-cooked meal, didn't go inside a hotel and charter a private room or something for a treat, totally because Xiao Yu's mom didn't like it that way. It used to be like that a lot, but it didn't seem like it was a fun time with my friends, so for the last couple years, it's basically been at home. Invite some friends and family and we'll all eat, drink and talk about something interesting. A few more whole events and stuff would be great. There were 2 large tables full of food. A large group of aunts and sisters were coming forward to gather around, each finding his own place. Since these are women, they are relatively slim. 2 tables could barely fit. Noteworthy. There was a small interlude while everyone was being seated. That is, Chao Yu, as Li Mengling's son, must be sitting next to his own mother. On Chao Yu's other side, there was only one position left. Anrun, hurry over, you and Xiao Yu have made up. Hurry up and get closer. Get closer and make up for these days. Auntie and Sue was already getting into things by this time, learning that his daughter had just made an effort to resume her relationship with Xiao Yu. With a smile on his face, he shoved Anrun to go further with Xiao Yu. Aim to break the ice and become boyfriend and girlfriend again, or even newlyweds. You know there are a lot of bad women here. Auntie Ansu thinks that her daughter has to not take the initiative. Xiao Yu might, like just now, be dragged and tugged by the bad aunt and snatched away by accident. Mom! Enron was still a little embarrassed, because that position was just too close to Xiao Yu's mom. Only just now had he summoned up the courage to hug Xiao Yu himself, only to be caught by Auntie Li. It made the two of them misunderstood and embarrassed to death. Still debating whether or not to go over there and share a table with my childhood friend, slowly restoring the old friendly relationship, and even getting a good feel for what the real feelings for Xiao Yu were like again. Do you like him yourself? After all, there really was a large group of sexy black silk aunts and pretty sisters surrounding him just now, kind of trying to grab exclusively his own boy next door. Enron was still in a bit of a hurry. She just didn't know in what capacity to step up and help. So, at this time, it was also difficult to stand up from his original position. Encouraged by his mother, he had just taken a step and was ready to go to Xiao Yu. Just as the two had always done as childhood friends, they ate their seats right next to each other. However, the next moment, a superb, long-legged, beautiful model just kills it from the side. It's a direct halfway cut in quite a natural proximity. Swinging her gradient silk legs, she sat beside Xiao Yu. Chapter 53, Girlfriend's Birthday. But Auntie offers a hot dance for Xiao Yu. Enron, who had just stood up for less than 2 seconds, sat down again. Grayed out. A hint of embarrassment was hidden in his expression. I told you to hurry up. Had to drag it out. And now it's okay. Auntie Ansu hates the iron and really doesn't know what to do to hold up this bucket. You can run away from the meat in your mouth. How can you steal a man from a bad woman with that kind of skill? Enron was also a little heartbroken at this point. Obviously, it has always been Xiao Yu who took the initiative, eating a seat or something, and the childhood friends were sitting together. As a result, now that he had only been separated from Xiao Yu for a week, he couldn't even grab a seat. Is it hard to believe that Xiao Yu is really that good? Everyone likes him? Looking up slightly, he noticed that the pretty sisters and aunts around him seemed to be staring at Xiao Yu from time to time. There was clearly fondness and appreciation in those eyes. Among them were even hidden bad women, licking their lipstick-coated lips and wondering what bad ideas they were having. It was at this moment in her life that the sense of crisis slowly rose. Next to Ansu, that could be said to be looking at Xiao Yu. Although it was not her daughter who grabbed the seat, the great beauty Fong Yun accompanied Xiao Yu. Then Auntie Angshu is also relieved. It's a good thing that the one sitting next to Xiao Yu is a good woman. Otherwise you'd have to lose out to other bad women again in such details. Quietly, he whispered such words in Anrun's ear. Anrun seems to agree that good woman Auntie Fong sits next to Xiao Yu, somewhat relieved. It's okay. I didn't get to sit next to Xiao Yu this time. Next time it will definitely work. The two of them have eased up now and are as good friends as ever. There's plenty of opportunity to get along later. And on the other side, robbing Xiao Yu's Fong Yun in front of Ching May Anrun, that can be said to be quite flattering in the mind. How is it possible not to notice the little gestures of one's love rival? With that kind of awareness, you can't even grab a bench, let alone grab your girlfriend's spot. Come on, Xiao Yu, mangling, I'll help you serve your food. Beautifully so thought. In order to show her gentleness and virtuousness, Auntie Fong took the initiative to help her future husband and mother-in-law serve tea and water. That's called doing your best. Xiao Yu and Li Mengling were both a bit uncomfortable, but they didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with it. It's understandable that the other person wants to be positive today and help their best friend with her birthday, but it did impress a lot of people with Auntie Fong. Obviously, she had acted high and beautiful just a moment ago, but now she was so gentle and considerate. It was a bit of a surprise to everyone to see how good of a wife and mother she was. The dinner went quite well. Xiao Yu's cooking skills need no introduction, and to be liked by the aunts, it is necessary to cook a table of good food. The women present were all very fond of it and gave Xiao Yu a big compliment. It also proved with the CD-ROM that everyone was happy with the meal tonight. After finishing the meal, the dishes were simply cleaned up. Then it was time for the birthday party to begin. Soon the birthday cake was given a push. Everyone turned off the lights and sang happy birthday together. Happy birthday to Monique Lee, year after year after year. But it's already the age of 4, and a birthday is the equivalent of being another year older. For women who love beauty, this really isn't good news. But seeing my son grow up so big in a flash, handsome and sunny and understanding, and helping himself to housework and cooking and whatnot, it was also quite a relief. The only beautiful thing is that my own husband is away on a business trip and can't come back. But with so many good sisters and neighbors, especially her own BFF Fong accompanying her, what's not to like about Auntie? Blow out the candles and make a wish for your future. Mom, what did you pick a wish for? Anyone who has come to Lee Mangling's birthday party knows that. Every time it came to this part, Chow Yu would very unconsciously run over and ask his mother what her birthday wish was. Though everyone says that wishes that are spoken don't work, but sometimes when mom is in a good mood, she will say her blessed wishes for the future. And today, Lee Mangling was in a good mood. Well, mom's wish is that I hope to find a daughter-in-law who satisfies me this year, and then have grandchildren next year, and have a full family of children and grandchildren. Lee Mangling didn't pretend, and directly stated her birthday wish in front of everyone. It caused a lot of laughter. Everyone focused their eyes on Chow Yu. Obviously, this wish of the mom is for her son. Mom, what are you doing? I've only just come of age. I'm not going to get married and have kids so soon. Being stared at by so many aunts and sisters, Chow Yu was a little embarrassed. Enron also shook his head breathlessly. It felt like my neighbor Auntie Lee was too eager. At her age, she shouldn't be in a hurry to get married anyway. It's more like a couple years before you have kids or anything. On the side, An Su, unlike her daughter, nodded in agreement. This is the same as what Fairy Zhang calculated. If Anren doesn't break up with Xiao Yu, she will be able to get married this year, get pregnant by the end of the year, and be able to hold grandchildren next year. It looks like it's going to have to step up and work hard to get Anren and Xiao Yu back together. Wouldn't your own in-law's mother's wish come true? Auntie Fong, on the sidelines, heard her mother-in-law's prayers and made a secret decision in her heart. The original plan was to take advantage of this time to cut off her little boyfriend and get her belly bulging in a short period of time, conceive a love child with him, and then the two of them get married with a baby. That's just in time for next year to give your bestie in-laws a big fat baby or two. A large family living together in happiness is a blessing to think about. A playful jostling, with each of us harboring a vision of a better future. Or maybe it's a bad idea. Getting through the birthday wishing session, and the next thing you know, it's time for everyone to give their best sister a birthday present. All of your aunts and sisters are already in the workforce. There are those who give anything and everything. And of course there are a few who just give red envelopes. Lee Mangling accepted them all with a smile and a thank you. Friends can come as the biggest blessing. Lee Mangling will not ask for too much. We mean on the line. Everyone's gifts, while nice, were pretty ordinary to say the least. Nothing worth caring about in particular, including the Anna's mother and daughter. Only when it comes to Auntie Fong, it seems to be slightly different. Fong Yun, what are you doing? Taken to the center of the living room by her best sister, she moved a chair and forced herself to sit down, looking at the extreme beauty in front of him pressing his shoulder, and also towering over him with seductive eyes. Lee Mangling felt a little bad. Good girlfriend, I'm going to give you a special gift. Nothing more. Relax. Auntie Fong fiddled with her hair and wiggled her body, starting to show off her good figure. Under the puzzled gaze of the crowd, Fong Yin turned around with winking eyes and spoke leisurely to Chow Yu, who was still admiring her good figure. Xiao Yu, turn up the music for me. I'm going to give your mom a hot dance. Chapter 54, Can't Sleep. Secretly looking for Auntie Fong's video, Fong Yun had just explained it, so Chow Yu was prepared for this. Only it was also quite expected of Auntie Fong, who had such an enchanting and shapely figure. Study exactly what kind of maddening dance moves will be made. Chow Yu had only heard Fong Yun say before that she had studied for a while because of her job, but having never seen it before, I was naturally eager to see it. With Chow Yu's help, the music started soon after. Fong Yun had already twisted her tiny waist by this time, warming up and getting active. Of course this dance wasn't exactly given as a birthday present to one's best gal pal. It was also a chance to be able to continue to hold her little boyfriend and use the opportunity to show another tantalizing side of herself. After all, the initial program was going well, so the heart can't help but be a little bit pleased. But it's not a big problem. It's her best friend's birthday, and she's perfectly fine to offer a dance. So intended. Auntie Fong had by this time begun to move to the music, her hand pressed on her best friend's shoulder as she circled around Lee Mangling. Some ambiguous atmosphere spread out with it. It made Lee Mangling goosebumps, wide-eyed. He couldn't move a muscle. It's pretty rare to see this tigress get taken down by someone else. Happy birthday, my good sister. Mouths say such blessings. Fong Yun was more cheerful and was dancing more and more. The dance is supposed to be modern, but with some girl group flavor thrown in. It's more like those wipes, glass wipes, sledgehammers, and other moves like in the short videos. How that action makes a man feel like it. Xiao Yu was definitely having a good time watching it, and seriously admired it beautifully from the side. Don't want to miss every moment of the excitement that Auntie Fong is showing. Had been completely overwhelmed by the others dancing. Now I understand why ancient emperors always indulged in wine and loved to watch beautiful women dance. Who wouldn't be confused? Thanks for that. Li Mengling spoke with difficulty. Although after spending so many years together, it had long been known that Fong Yun was a sexy creature. But this is still the most intuitively close to feeling each other as women. Now Li Mengling felt even more that the probability of her good best friend being a lily was so much greater. It is important to realize that dance itself originally originated when animals used it for courtship. So the other guy was at a birthday party. It's not right to think about doing this hot dance around yourself to get her attention. Is it hard to believe that BFF is really planning to, launch an attack on herself to have something with her? Li Mengling panicked a little. The others didn't know what Li Mengling was thinking at this moment. It was just assumed that the two of them were good sisters, so it made complete sense to be fighting and joking around like that and all that. Everyone in the room was mesmerized by Auntie's rather professional dancing, clapping alongside the coaxing. Some even couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even Xiao Yu didn't feel anything wrong. Immersed in Fong Yun's mature femininity, deeply uncontrollable, even until the end of the dance, Xiao Yu was still in love with the idea. But Auntie's dance is only so many minutes long, and it's not unusual to not enjoy watching it. After the performance, Fong Yun exhaled a mouthful of turbid air full of pain. Phew, it's been so long since I danced. I'm a little rusty. Saying such words, he was also borrowing his afterglow to peek at Xiao Yu, noticing that her little boyfriend, at the moment, was all over her with fondness and even a bit of excitement. The mind is more confident when faced with the arrangement behind it. Now it has initially changed Xiao Yu. It's time to take it a step further with each other. Make him your man completely. Carry each other's children and then confirm the relationship. This step is important. Even though it's going to be done in just a few days, Fong Yun has to implement his plan properly. A small mistake can lead to big trouble. No, you dance well. Yeah, Auntie Fong, you dance really well. The Chow family's mother and son and quite a few women were all in awe of Fong Yun's performance. Even though Li Mengling felt quite torn in her heart. I don't know how to deal with my best sister, who is all kinds of wooing, but that's just a blip on the radar. The after-dinner exercise was over. After everyone had fought and jostled, the birthday party was coming to an end and the group of aunts and sisters were going home. Get your beauty sleep. After all, Xiao Yu's home wasn't a big detached villa like Auntie Fong's. How many people are able to live there? It's okay to party all night. Xiao Yu had to sleep on the sofa just because Fong Yun was staying here. Only a tiny snail's pace, sending off the group of difficult, if not potentially ill-intentioned, sisters and aunts. This subsided a lot inside the room, next door to the Yin family's mother and son. It was Li Mengling who personally went over to send them out the door. On the surface, it looked like it was giving these two people face, but Xiao Yu and Fong Yun could see it. The other party, it seems, doesn't really want Xiao Yu and Enron to make contact again, to prevent this pair of childhood sweethearts from rekindling an old flame. There was nothing Xiao Yu could say to that. He and Enron, though now eased, should only go as far as friends. I'm afraid it's impossible to be like before, becoming lovers. That's even more of a pipe dream. But Xiao Yu didn't feel sad about it, or despondent or anything like that. Anyway, after the breakup, it felt more fun to be with Auntie Fong. Xiao Yu was thinking about those special relationship trainings every now and then. That hug from Enron didn't make any waves at all. Send off the guests. The messy room was simply cleaned up. It was late and after washing up, Fong Yun and Li Mengling then each changed into their pajamas and went back to their rooms. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, was going to do what he always did. Honestly, sleep on the couch. But you can't sneak off to get under your aunt's covers again. At least, when Mother Superior is inside the house. That's definitely a no-no. As for whether or not he'll be there when Mom is working late at the office, not so sure. There's a saying that young people are just good at falling asleep. Xiao Yu used to be like this. But tonight, tossing and turning always kept me awake. In his mind, the graceful and enchanting dance that Fong Yun had just performed kept surfacing. It lingers and lingers. There was really no choice but to take out my phone and brush up on short videos. A large number of rubbers on the internet. Just at the age of hot blood, Xiao Yu usually loved to watch, but brush for a while. Originally, I quite liked this type of video and just had fun watching it. But how Xiao Yu looked at it, how could he feel that he couldn't do anything about it? It just feels so surreal. And the more I look at this kind of stuff through my phone, the more I feel parched inside. What he wanted to see was Auntie Fong dancing in front of him. For him. But this is clearly thinking about fart eating. That dance was a birthday present from the other side to his mother. Wanting Fong Yun to dance for him, Xiao Yu himself wasn't sure, and the depressed Xiao Yu's mind quickly had a flash of insight. By the way, I remember that Auntie Fong's company has an account that specializes in operations. Thinking back on things like that, just immediately typed into the search bar the name of Auntie Fong's modeling agency. Perform a search. The next moment, as one would expect, Auntie Fong's company account just popped up. It has hundreds of videos related to beautiful models, any kind, but Xiao Yu's goal was clear. It's all about finding videos related to Auntie Fong, especially the dancing ones. So eyes as sharp as eagles, while fingers kept sliding. Eyes were also searching for videos of Fong Yun's possible existence. Full concentration and a quick search yielded nothing. There's no reason. How can there be not a single video related to Auntie Fong? However, Xiao Yu still didn't give up, his heart itching to do so. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep at night if I can't find it. And just as Xiao Yu was earnestly searching, not the slightest notice, next to the couch, there was a mature woman in a blue nightgown dress, was leaning in, smiling and gazing down at everything. It's as if he thinks it's cute that his little boyfriend is stealing food in the middle of the night like this. It's really a bit hard to resist. Originally, he was ready to take a look and leave, but who knew that Xiao Yu was frantically picking up videos in his company's official account. As for what she was looking for, how could the cunning Auntie Fong not guess? Xiao Yu, what are you looking for? Chapter 55 Auntie's Special Pregnancy Program begins. Xiao Yu, what are you looking for? A small voice spoke up, seemingly with the intention of teasing the other. It immediately scared Xiao Yu to the point where his body shivered, almost couldn't hold the phone. Auntie Fong, why are you behind me? You scared me to death. Xiao Yu hurriedly turned around, only to see his own family's Auntie Fong. I felt a little speechless. Auntie is so bad, she has to scare herself at night. I went to the restroom and saw you swiping your cell phone and not sleeping, so I came over to take a look. Fong Yun explained so. The fact that it was also true that seeing Xiao Yu actually take his cell phone and look for a video was an unexpected bonus, so he continued to smile and leaned his head over, staring at Xiao Yu. I'm asking you, what are you looking for inside our company's video account? Xiao Yu immediately felt a bit embarrassed. He really couldn't sleep himself. All he could think about was the way Auntie Fong had just danced. That's why I took my phone and tried to find out if there was a video about it. The other side is obviously practiced. Maybe there is posting on an official account. I'll just rummage around and see if there are any beautiful models and videos of you, Auntie, watching and playing. Xiao Yu was honest, and has a very unusual relationship with Auntie Fong, so there is nothing to hide on such issues. So, Auntie Fong smiled. Since the other party wanted to see it, how could Auntie Fong not help? We have quite a lot of beautiful women in our company, and I don't know what kind you like, but I do have a few of my videos right over here. Fingers traced Xiao Yu's cell phone screen. It quickly pulls down to the bottom. These are the videos I took at work. If you can't sleep, just watch and play. Just remember to like and comment for me. Can't wait for Xiao Yu to continue indulging in his charms. The more the other man does, the more Bang Hyun is interested in the next arrangement to actually make him her man. A little more confident. I know. I'll watch for a while and then go to sleep. Auntie Fong, you also rest early. Don't get tired. Xiao Yu said so, with anticipation in his heart. For the first time ever, I hope Auntie Fong stays away from me. Hurry back inside the house. This way he could enjoy these rare videos of Auntie Fong. Well, you go to bed early too. Good night. Fong Yun didn't continue to tarry here. Prepare to give your little boyfriend a little privacy. Catwalked to the door. A slight glance back. Noticing that Xiao Yu had picked up his cell phone by this time, he sneaked under the covers, probably already starting to scrutinize it. Those videos of her. It seems to be going better than expected, and with Xiao Yu so enamored with me as his aunt, the plan should be ready to go. Auntie Fong had a smile on her face. Reaching out, she couldn't help but feel her flat belly. It's been a full week of pregnancy preparation, special love training. Xiao Yu was also quite fond of it. It seems to have been decided that it was time to get my belly bulging. Xiao Yu clicked on the video, licking his lips. He looked mesmerized. There are videos about Auntie Fong and every one of them is a gem. Not only are there some talky videos of Fong Yun and his co-workers joking around and doing interviews, there was even some modern hot dancing performed by Auntie Fong herself. This is all good stuff. Not only to praise the collection, Xiao Yu is to download to the phone. Beautiful treasure. Save it for later and enjoy it slowly. But the beauty is, these dances are good, but how come they're not as hot as the ones they did just now? Xiao Yu was still not quite satisfied, and could only barely quench his thirst for plums. It's not that it's not good, but none of these dances can compare to the one we just did. For today's Xiao Yu, the appeal was even less. Never mind. It's good enough to have a video of my aunt to watch. Xiao Yu took a deep breath and did not continue to delay after he was temporarily satisfied. Once the phone is turned off, you're ready to start resting. but the idea of having Auntie Fong dance for herself always lingered. Even the one who dreamed and dreamed of her dancing around the heat was no longer her own mother. Rather, it was Chow Yu himself. One night later, Chow Yu, against his exhaustion, was woken up early by his mother. I had a very bad night's sleep last night and played too much on my cell phone, resulting in a bit of dark circles under my eyes. Auntie had seen it all and naturally knew what was going on, so it was just a simple concern, and in my heart I was happy about it. Since my mother took 2 days off from work, I was able to stay home with Chow Yu and my best friend today after my birthday yesterday. A family outing, eating and shopping, going to the movies, whatever. It was a pretty full day, too, but what made Chow Yu a little hard to crash was this. His mother had been nagging and even supervising Chow Yu and Song Sia's relationship. Chow Yu was not allowed to have any more intimate contact with Anran. In the afternoon, Anran broke the ice and sent a message to Chow Yu. I don't know if it was yesterday's party or not, but it was extremely popular to see the boy next door surrounded by numerous aunts and sisters. Realizing that Chow Yu was likely to be really robbed gave this Ching May a sense of crisis. That's why he was invited to play the game with him. It's been a long time since I've had a sweet double row, and I want to use this as an opportunity to continue to bring myself up to the top with Chow Yu like I used to make the relationship even more cordial. But since the mother is around to put on a stink face, Auntie Fong was also staring at herself from the side. Plus, Chow Yu is now shopping with 2 beautiful mature women. It is indeed a distraction. Just refused. A rare active Enron. Since he and Enron are ordinary friends, then there's nothing wrong with playing the game. It's still okay to play volleyball when you have time. Of course, you can pull Auntie Fong with you, and the 3 of you are pretty good on the scoreboard. But Auntie Fong listened from the sidelines and made her attitude clear straight away. Don't. I'm not playing a game with that little chick. It's not even the same level. It's going to be hard for everyone. Fong Yun didn't care about segments or not. She purely didn't want to play with Anran. Isn't it nice to have a sweet double row with your own little boyfriend? Why do you need a light bulb? Besides, the 2 are love rivals. Auntie Fong was definitely trying to get Chow Yu on her team, and Ran wants to play the game with Chow Yu in double rows, but Auntie Fong, who is by Chow Yu's side at all times, doesn't agree. Since Fong Yun is not even willing, Chow Yu's choice now was definitely to try to stay with Auntie Fong who had been so kind to him. As for Enron, that can only come in the back of the line. Unconsciously, it seemed as if there was a clear difference in the status of both of them in Chow Yu's heart. Laid back and relaxed, for the rest of the day, there doesn't seem to be anything of particular concern. By the next day, Li Mengling had to go to work at the company as usual. Inside the home again, only Fong Yun and Chow Yu were left alone, and that's when the time felt right. Fong Yun, who had made up her mind that she wanted Chow Yu to become a father as soon as possible. It is finally possible to carry out your own special pregnancy program. Chapter 56, First Step of Pregnancy Action. Chow Yu's Love Reward. Stay inside the room for a short while. A beautiful mature woman who has put on light makeup and changed into a short halter dress. That's what pushed the door open for the first step in the pregnancy operation. Prepare to whet his appetite first. It's so boring. The BFF went back to work. Saying such words, Fong Yun slowly came out of her room. Stretching out in the living room, he sat down on the couch on his side, presenting her sexiest side to Chow Yu. It was early in the morning, and Chow Yu didn't have much else to do. Get the dishes and stuff cleaned and washed, and the rest of the clutter taken care of. Just don't know what to do for the best. 2 months is quite a long vacation, but luckily, Auntie Fong showed up just in time. Chow Yu, who had just finished washing his hands, had his attention quickly drawn to him. Auntie Fong's outfit is beautiful today. Flesh silk stockings with a waist-cinching dress skirt, even in house slippers. That looks great. Less cool and elegant at her mother's birthday party. More forbidden. Auntie Fong, with a heartfelt smile on his face, he offered to greet his wonderful aunt. A lot of intimate unfolding has happened in the last few days of contact down with each other. He could be more favorable and attached to Fong Yun than he had ever been before. Xiao Yu, if you're done with your chores, come over here and sit and rest. And by the way, keep me company for a while. Fong Yun communicated with Chow Yu rather naturally. There was not the slightest hint that this badass woman was in a bad mood at the moment. Coming, after a short reply, Chow Yu quickly came to Fong Yun's side, and without ceremony, they sat down right next to each other. Up close and personal, this superb supermodel beauty, by any measure, his own aunt was the flawless woman. Even just sitting with her like this for the whole day was a treat for Chow Yu, but at the same time, it's an ordeal. Chow Yu, who has received special relationship training, is no longer as innocent as he used to be. A lot of things are still understood a bit. Sage mode was gone a couple days ago, and the mind started thinking about things again, so it's pretty hard to just sit around and enjoy it for any length of time. Auntie Fong, should we do something today? Chow Yu was in high spirits and was looking forward to today's arrangement. You know it's been 2 days of birthdays and shopping and stuff because of Mom. Xiao Yu didn't even get a chance to have a two-person world with his aunt or a marvelous story. There doesn't seem to be any special arrangements, just rest. Auntie continued to play with her phone and swipe videos to herself. From time to time, he also let out a silver bell-like laughter, handing over his cell phone. Ha ha ha, how can this humanoid robot dance like this? Ah, it can also do somersaults. Xiao Yu, look, how fun. Although humanoid intelligent robots are attractive to guys, but how could the current Xiao Yu be in the mood to look at this? It had been days without special training, and it was hard to be filled with Auntie May's sexy enchantment. A few perfunctory smiles to go along with it. Auntie Fong, I've been doing okay these past few days, right? With a smile, the little puppy leaned in of her own accord. It was as if there was a feeling of wanting to take credit from Fong Yun for a reward. Well, it's pretty good. You've done all the chores and stuff, and you've helped Auntie with the laundry and cooked for me, so you're doing really well. Auntie Fong nodded in satisfaction, but still hands were swiping the video and just making small talk. Then in that case, Auntie Fong, can you give some reward? Xiao Yu smiled, a little embarrassed to ask for favors. Fong Yun, who he originally thought had always been nice to him and liked to actively tease him, will continue to give myself benefits, the constant flow kind, since the last time. However, Xiao Yu had asked to stay in his aunt's room for special relationship training, as well as beautifully cuddling with my aunt after a good night's sleep. This aspect of the benefit was never issued again. Want a reward? Ha! Auntie Fong slowly put down her cell phone and stared at Xiao Yu for a while with her winks. She did make such a promise with Xiao Yu. Auntie will give Xiao Yu favors as long as the other person behaves well, or even a redemption opportunity for special relationship training. So there was a pause for a moment. Fong Yun gently pulled the hair around her ears with her fingers, all the while swinging her meat silk legs. Okay then. Speaking to himself, he also stretched out a hand to hook Xiao Yu's neck. The other man had been caught off guard, and Auntie May had offered up her kiss. Just a few short seconds. Xiao Yu's hands hadn't even had time to hug the sexy and provocative Fong Yun. Auntie Fong had already drawn back and fled by this time, leaving only a faint lipstick sweetness on her young boyfriend's mouth. Okay, reward over. Then he started to take his cell phone again and play with it, temporarily leaving Xiao Yu out to dry. Xiao Yu, though it felt good to kiss his aunt, Xiao Yu had his first such experience the day when Fong Yun was drunk. Like for sure, but for Xiao Yu who now wanted to explore the new world, it must be a drop in the bucket. Or maybe it's holding a paycheck and adding fuel to the fire. Auntie Fong. Xiao Yu was a bit reluctant, and his heart was on fire. So again, he called out for the good aunt again, with as resigned an expression as he could muster. Auntie, who was watching with her afterglow, could barely hold back her laughter. But be sure to hold back and never go soft. I'm digging a hole for my little boyfriend to fall into, and if I can't help but comply with him, I'm afraid I'll have to postpone my pregnancy plans. The night is long and late. Fong Yun had to be ruthless and continued to pretend that she did not understand Xiao Yu's eagerness. Why? Don't you like the reward from your aunt? Auntie Fong seemed to find it strange to show off her soft curves. Elegant and charming. It's not that I don't like it. Xiao Yu seemed to be a bit at a loss as to how to explain his current mood. Liked it for sure, but what he liked more was actually, it's just, can we get a different kind of reward? Xiao Yu was brazen enough to ask for other favors, then winked madly towards Auntie Fong. A different kind? Obviously a gentle, considerate and sensible, completely able to pinpoint a man's psychology, but also always spoiled Xiao Yu's Ching May aunt. This is the time to start playing dumb. Change what? What do you want? Just tell Auntie. Buy clothes or change your cell phone. Auntie used to give you a lot of red packets. When did she ever treat you badly? Fong Yun acted extraordinarily well spoken. Xiao Yu also seemed to be seeing hope. Yeah, Auntie is all over herself. There was even a time when Xiao Yu was spoiled by his aunt. It's really a bit of a package that costs people a lot of money. If it wasn't for the fact that her best friend, Li Mangling, noticed it in time and put a stop to the behavior, Xiao Yu might develop a bad habit of spending money lavishly. In the future, he can't even leave Fong Yun. He's really become a little puppy who's been adopted by a bad aunt. In that case, Auntie Fong, can I ask for another chance at special relationship training? Xiao Yu fought his guts and had a thick skin, while Mom went to work and wasn't home. Speak out what's going on inside you right now. The benefits that are so desperately needed. Chapter 57, Pregnancy Aid unfolds, Auntie dances hot. For Xiao Yu's request. Auntie Fong heard it in her ears, but it was beautiful in her heart. The little boyfriend really can't stay away from her, and it's only been 3 or 4 days. Just come back to her for favors. Looking at the cutest look on the little puppy, Auntie Fong wanted so much to say yes to him. No, it's better to hold back. Isn't this something we both agreed on? That if you do well and I'm in a good mood, I'll consider giving you a reward. Auntie Fong took a detour. Although you've been quite obedient and serious about doing things for the past few days, it's better to wait until later. I'm not really in the mood, so change your request. After being taken, The initiative was in Fong Yun's hands. The more anxious Chow Yu was, the less panicked Auntie was. The words were all over the place, and his own good aunt was not happy about it. Chow Yu was naturally too embarrassed to continue speaking, since the special rewards were not good to take. However, Chow Yu also had other ideas. Auntie, you're in a bad mood, so how about I press your legs and rub your shoulders? Chow Yu took the initiative to be attentive. Nor did he wait for Auntie Fong to make a reply. Just volunteered to start rubbing Auntie's little shoulders and squeezing her beautiful legs. Massage services available. You kid is quite on the ball. It just so happens that I've been out dancing and shopping and watching movies and whatnot for the past 2 days, and I do feel a little physically tired. Auntie Fong was enjoying Chow Yu's massage. People are professionals after all, and there is really no excuse for this technique. I've always envied my best friend for having access to such top-notch service. You can experience it for yourself now. At the mention of hot dancing, Chow Yu's mind came back to the other day. Fong Yun's mesmerizing dance and body at home. Auntie Fong, you danced really beautifully that day. So, can I make an excessive request and dance for me once too? These were Chow Yu's 2 small wishes, the first of which was not fulfilled. Then the second one, too, wanted to work hard for it. You're quite good at enjoying yourself. You actually want Auntie to dance for you. Auntie Fong acted a little surprised. The expression seemed to say, how dare you kid? Auntie Fong, you do dance very well. I just want to enjoy it, nothing else. Chow Yu rubbed his aunt's legs more carefully. The service is also getting better. Originally, that dance was dedicated to Chow Yu, except that it was still explicitly for her best friend. But making your pregnancy plan successful, this can also play a supporting role. You like to dance, like art. Auntie can understand. Only this dance is I as a birthday gift to a good sister. You want not impossible, but Auntie also has requirements. Fong Yun's words had just finished. Chow Yu then immediately agreed without saying a word. Auntie, just tell me what you want. I'll do it. Wanted to see Auntie Fong's hot dance up close and personal. A bit on the top, Chow Yu. That will basically say yes. You were quick to say yes. It seems you really like art. Auntie Fong couldn't help but make fun of it. Then he stretched out a thin white index finger and poked Chow Yu's face. But you don't have to worry too much. My request is actually quite simple. It's that you think about it yourself. How to make Auntie feel the feeling of being in love. Auntie Fong's illness. At this rate, I don't know when she will be cured. Fong Yun, who is in the throes of a passionate love affair, spends Valentine's Day every day, but has to act like a drama queen for Chow Yu. It really does feel fun and hard. I know, it's my part. I'll find a way to make you better, Auntie, and to have a normal relationship as well. Chow Yu was obliged to this. Himself, in the midst of his time with his aunt, it was a dashing and happy life. But Auntie's old problems persisted. Chow Yu felt that he should use his brain more. What should I do to make Auntie Fong satisfied and return to normal soon? But there was one thing Fong Yun hadn't said. The way to make yourself truly happy was actually quite simple. That's the guts to just let your aunt take a maternity leave. Well then, Auntie believes you can do it. Fong Yun was satisfied with Chow Yu's attitude. It still seems like waiting for him to fall into a pit and get himself pregnant should be a sure thing. Then since that's the case, Auntie Fong, can you dance for me now? Chow Yu's heart was burning. Had been craving Auntie's dance for a long time, dreaming about it for the past 2 nights. That must have been an immediate desire, to sing and dance and experience the enjoyment of the emperor. I can't help you. You're really getting overly demanding on the strength of your aunt pampering you. Fong Yun complained with his mouth. The actual preparation has been done for a long time. Having now enjoyed a sweet massage from my little boyfriend, my body and mind are in the best of shape. Giving Chow Yu another dance was certainly not a problem. I knew Auntie Fong was the best. Chow Yu was happy and overwhelmed by his aunt's dancing, but it's still quite a shame because I didn't get to see it up close. Make the most of it this time. But before Chow Yu could get ready, Auntie turned around and was about to leave. Auntie Fong, where are you going? Didn't you say you'd dance for me? Chow Yu was a bit reluctant. It was impossible for his aunt to tease him about such things. I'm inappropriate. I need to go to my room to change my clothes, so that you can enjoy yourself. Auntie May is wearing slippers and is in a homey sundress. It's pretty and eye-catching though. But it really wasn't for such a hot dance that night. Oh, I know. Chow Yu was a bit embarrassed. He was indeed a bit hasty. I was afraid that the duck in my mouth would just fly away. The next moment, though, he seemed to remember something. So, Auntie, can I choose my own outfit for the dance? Chow Yu immediately came to life. There are all sorts of good-looking skins for women in the game that Chow Yu likes, and if he has the money, he's definitely going to buy them. In real life, Auntie Fong's house full of various styles of clothes is even better. With such a dressing opportunity, Chow Yu definitely couldn't miss it. Okay, it's not the first time. Just come over and pick it out yourself if you like. Fong Yun didn't have any objections to this. Anyway, in this regard, Auntie had always catered to Chow Yu's preferences. including the first 2 special relationship trainings, and even the 2 sneaking out on a date to go shopping and see a movie, with clothing and stockings, all chosen by him. Woohoo! Chow Yu let out a cry of alarm, hugged his aunt as fast as he could, and rushed inside the room. Help Auntie's dress up extravaganza, again, and since this sound and movement may be too loud, oh mame, next door, all seemed to feel vaguely the same way. Strange, why do I seem to hear Chow Yu's voice? Mother went inside the store to check the accounts, leaving Anran alone in the living room. It was also not like before, when she had Chow Yu to play with her, and felt a bit lonely and forlorn. Really, is it possible that I miss him so much that I'm actually hallucinating? Generating such self-doubt. Anran also wondered whether what he had just heard was true or false, but at the moment she was so depressed and torn up that she quickly ignored the matter. Taking his cell phone, he tapped on Chow Yu's personal WeChat avatar. Look above at the invitation to play a game together that he declined yesterday. Anran, who never took the initiative and even liked to put up a fight, was thinking about whether or not to send the other person another invitation. Chapter 58, Reviewing a Relationship. But no rewards. It's obvious that we've made up. So why is Chow Yu still ignoring me? Anran's fingers kept touching the cell phone screen. I don't know what to say to that. He himself had begun to take the initiative and curb his foul temper a little, but it didn't get the desired result in return. Is it hard to believe that this guy is really mad at me? Making up just to pursue me? Couldn't help but think this in his head, but soon Anran shook his head, because Chow Yu wasn't the type of person who had one thing on the surface and another thing behind his back. The other party was still very sincere in treating people, and after so many years together, Anran was still very clear about that. Maybe, Chow Yu is really busy with something and doesn't have time to accompany me. Don't think nonsense. So still so self-assured. On her cell phone, Anran continued to send a message to Chow Yu. Invite each other to chat and stuff, just like normal friends. It's been over a week since the breakup after the capriciousness and I'm just now realizing it. There was no this childhood friend to pamper the company and have a good time with her. How boring it is to be at home by yourself. He is so bad-tempered that he has no other friends, and every day he does nothing but play games and sleep inside his home. To be honest, Anran kind of regretted breaking up. In spite of the tough talk and the assurances made to my mother in front of me that I would never regret it and so on, but there's no way to lie about what you feel in your heart. It's a consistent human fault that you don't appreciate a loss until after it's been lost. Chow Yu's importance to himself gradually came to the fore. If it's true that she was snatched by a bad woman like Auntie Ansu said, then she really didn't agree to it. It's fine. It's just a bit of a conflict with Chow Yu. It's not like there hasn't been one before. As long as I take the initiative, I'm sure I can make up. A man chasing a woman is a mountain. A woman chasing a man is a veil. Anran felt that since Chow Yu liked him so much, she just needed to throw an olive branch to him. The relationship should soon return to its previous state. Of course, relationships and whatnot can actually be considered. The premise is that the mother stays out of both of their affairs, which is the biggest reason for the breakup. After thinking for a long time, Anran then slightly saw through some of her feelings for Chow Yu. It's a little complicated. Playing together since childhood, the friendship between young plums is mostly, but there should have been an element of male-female fondness in it, only she had been too much of an afterthought to notice it. With that in mind, with anticipation, Anran clicked the message to send. Even the sound of a loud, carrying music appearing next door didn't disturb her beauty sleep, and at this time, next door to Chow Yu's house, long black silk legs, simply painted with smoky makeup, a bit of nightclub-style Fong Yun. Slowly, he spun around and surrounded Chow Yu in the center, is showing off her marvelous dance moves and showing off her body like crazy. Even more so than before when I was good to myself and my best friend had a birthday. For the sake of immersing the little boyfriend, wide-eyed, her gaze locked directly on her good aunt. Chow Yu's mind was captivated, smelling Auntie May's aroma and being able to enjoy such a hot and passionate girl group dance. And it's still appreciated from a first-person perspective. That visual impact and excitement is definitely empowering. After a few minutes, the music stopped. Auntie Fong, too, slowly posed with the rhythm of the last movement, her lips gently pressing a kiss to her boyfriend. End of the day, the dance that you have prepared so carefully. Phew, that was tiring. Dancing can be such a physical endeavor. Fong Yun couldn't help but exclaim as fragrant sweat broke out on her forehead. It's been hot for the past few days, and with no air conditioning inside the living room, a little jumping for 2 minutes would be too much to bear. Luckily the makeup didn't go off. Auntie Fong, you've suffered. Let me wipe your sweat. Chow Yu was very proactive and immediately pulled out a tissue, carefully wiping Fong Yun's sweat from her forehead. In this hot season, Auntie Fong is still willing to dance for him and fulfill her little wish. How can it not be a touching thing to spoil him like this? Oh, you're quite understanding. Auntie counts that she didn't love you for nothing. Auntie Fong didn't do it herself, so she let Chow Yu just wipe her sweat. Auntie Fong, you dance so beautifully, especially in this outfit. It's even prettier than the stars in the movie. Chow Yu couldn't help but praise, or rather be honest, Auntie Fong's temperament and looks. Even her figure, that was not comparable to that of an ordinary star. Gradually attracted by the other party's charm, Chow Yu now realized, this mature aunt beside herself turned out to be so mesmerizing. It used to be so strange. Why would I focus on the not-so-feminine Aomane next door? Even if you praise me, I'll only make an exception for this dance. It'll be hard to see it again. Fong Yun seemed to have read Chow Yu's small mind. Of course, it was just a way of saying that he was deliberately teasing him. If the two were officially dating, this wouldn't be a big deal at all. Chow Yu's thoughts were punctured. Just wanted to kiss some ass and make Auntie Fong happy. Maybe you can get rewards and benefits for yourself. It doesn't seem very realistic right now. Okay, I have done everything I promised you. Now it's an important task for you to think for yourself how to make your aunt experience the feeling of being in love. Doing their thing. Fong Yun also stopped continuing to talk nonsense with Chow Yu on the spot, sitting herself down on the couch, a pair of black silk legs sideways and together. She took her cell phone and started playing with it. Chow Yu. This had only just passed the point where his appetite was whetted. Looking at Auntie's charming sideways curves and not being able to do anything about it made it even harder. On the surface, Chow Yu thinks that Fong Yun is now engaged in ordinary love exercises with himself, and there is no way for the other party to learn anything, even though she spoils herself and could go on forever. I'm afraid that I won't be able to get good rewards or those top benefits. At best, you'll get 2 kisses like you just did. That alone won't do it. Chow Yu was not satisfied, so one could only begin to use one's brain and think carefully about what to do to make Auntie Fong happy. Let the other person experience love. When Auntie Fong was happy, her own reward would surely be generous. And just in the middle of thinking about this, Chow Yu picked up his cell phone and overlooked it. Just a moment ago, when he was alone enjoying the dance offered by the beautiful mature girl, someone sent him several messages. Being really enthralled and mesmerized by her aunt, she didn't notice at all. Fixing his eyes, it was the capricious Anrun next door. This guy, why is he sending me so many messages? Chow Yu clicked on it and scrutinized it, only to feel a little puzzled. Though it was said to be a temporary reprieve from the relationship, sort of a normal friend, but according to the other party's nature, she shouldn't initiate messages so frequently. Looking for me to hang out with? Chow Yu looked at the information on it and seemed to be able to relate to it. The other side seems to have a much better attitude, not as unreasonable as before, more of a wanting to be on good terms with myself kind of feeling. If it was before, Chow Yu might have felt a little surprised, but now, I still have to think about Auntie Fong. Where do I have time to play with her? In Chow Yu's opinion, there were serious things to do now. Fong Yun had given so much for herself. Chow Yu felt the need and responsibility to do so. Let Auntie Fong get better from her strange illness and experience the beauty of being in love. So, again, like yesterday, he informed himself that he had something to do. A rejection was given. Chapter 59, Girlfriends Don't Come Home. Pregnancy opportunity comes up. What happened after that was nothing special. After Auntie Fong finished offering her dance for Chow Yu, she swiped the video to play by herself. Chow Yu thought for half a day, but he couldn't come up with any good ideas. All that could be done was to stay quiet with my aunt, talking and laughing with each other from time to time, admiring the picturesque beauty of this mature woman. By dinner time, Li Mengling had also returned home, while Chow Yu personally cooked for the two of them, getting good dishes to entertain them. Let the two beauties eat well, even a small contribution. In the depths of the night, Chow Yu felt parched in his heart though. Toss and turn and can't sleep. Close your eyes and fill your mind with Fong Yun's shadow. It was tempting to slip into my aunt's room again and ask permission. Make a little favored request and then the two of you sleep together, while understanding that an aunt's door should generally be unlocked. But nah, Li Mengling was at home tonight and didn't work overtime at the office. That can't be messed with. So, one could only forcefully hold back the thoughts in one's mind. By the next day, Chow Yu, who had been thinking for a long time, seemed to have made some kind of new breakthrough. Auntie Fong, relationship-wise, shall we have a refresher today? He used to hate reading in school, but now he's motivated to learn. That's why interest is the greatest teacher. Fong Yun, who was lying sideways on the sofa, stopped the action of brushing the video in her hand and looked at Chow Yu with charming eyes. Today's makeup was just as elaborate, and a smile curved her mouth. As expected, he took his little boyfriend and exposed him to a new world. I'm afraid it's impossible to get the other person to continue that calm and bland routine. It was obvious that Chow Yu was a bit anxious after a night passed without his aunt to accompany him. That's true, but it's just the same thing, so there doesn't seem to be a need to review it. Does there? I don't feel like it. I don't feel like it. Auntie Fong spoke helplessly, gave a negative. Though no matter how big or small the details are, as long as she's with Chow Yu, Auntie is happy. But now, in order to achieve her pregnancy plan, she must be a cold and unfeeling woman for the time being. It's good to learn from the past, try it out. Maybe you'll get something new out of it? Besides, Auntie, a month-long relationship. It's only been 10 days or so now. It's still early. Can't it be that the two of us are going to keep doing nothing like this? Xiao Yu immediately gave a rebuttal, especially when he heard that Auntie Fong didn't want to continue. He hadn't experienced enough of the sweet love, and was a bit unhappy. This was also expected by Fong Yun. It's true that we agreed to this before, but we've held hands, gone on dates, watched movies, kissed and whatnot, and even the 2 special trainings have been completed, so there's really nothing to go on except for the last step. Fong Yun was honest. It seems to come across as feeling like the kind of burnout period for a couple in the heat of the moment. Noticing that Xiao Yu was clearly more anxious at this time, Auntie Fong only sighed without panicking and continued to dig a hole for Xiao Yu. Hey, it's just a pity that even though I'm happy with you, it still doesn't make me feel that happiness of being in love. Auntie's illness. I'm afraid it can't be cured. How come? Don't give up. Auntie Fong, there must be a way. Slightly blown away. Fong Yun had done so much for herself, while Xiao Yu couldn't satisfy his aunt as well. This more or less made Xiao Yu feel that he had done a bad job. Actually, you don't have to beat yourself up too much. I can still feel that little bit of being in love, just not too strongly. Auntie told the other person not to take it too seriously. Just a little? Xiao Yu was speechless. The mind thinks that what lovers should do to each other is pretty much done, but it doesn't allow Auntie Fong to experience the feeling of being in love. Is it hard to believe that it's because the two are in a fake relationship? No matter how much she did, Auntie Fong felt unreal. You can't really break the bottom line and fake the last step. Xiao Yu unknowingly had this thought arise in his head. Take Fong Yun, who is having a romantic preview with herself, and fake her way into being her own woman. Though it was only for a moment, this bold thought did occur. Before this, Xiao Yu wouldn't even dare to think about it. Auntie Fong noticed that Xiao Yu was looking down in deep thought and was even a bit torn. I knew that what I had just said had worked, and my little boyfriend had slowly jumped into the hole he had dug for himself, probably still struggling internally to know what to do now. Xiao Yu, Auntie Fong doesn't want to force you. If this disease can't be cured, let Auntie Fong die alone and be alone in this life. Fong Yun shook his head helplessly, using retreat as a way to advance. He used the bitter trick to continue pulling Xiao Yu into the pit. Let him go deep, and the plan will go smoothly later. Don't say that, Auntie Fong. There's still time. We can always find a good way. Xiao Yu only had that bold idea in his head right now, but it's a little difficult to put ideas into action. To be honest, for the time being, he had to think hard. If he really slept with Fong Yun, this matter would be a big deal. Alright then, since you said so, Xiao Yu, Auntie will trust you one more time. It's all up to you. Fong Yun reached out her hand and patted Xiao Yu's shoulder. It seems to want to take that burden and let the other person pick it up. Xiao Yu was a responsible man. Auntie Fong knew that better than anyone else. Well, I'll try. Xiao Yu nodded his head seriously, deeply locking eyes with Fong Yun. There was determination in his eyes, completely unaware that it was just a trap for the bad aunt. Since you're trying so hard, well, I agree with what you just said. Let's review now the previous homework, and maybe we'll get something new. After a brief discussion, Auntie Fong finally nodded her head and agreed to Xiao Yu's proposal. The two were inside their home, going over all the previous aspects of being in a relationship together again. Let your little boyfriend pick out your favorite outfit and stockings for you. Wear them and go out to dinner together. Hold hands and kiss or whatever. Of course, special relationship training is not available. Xiao Yu certainly liked it, but Auntie Fong had a plan and had to keep hanging on to the other side. For men, it's better not to get it, and Auntie knows that very well. And so the day was spent simply. During that time, as Auntie Fong intended, under each other's guidance, Xiao Yu continues to blind date, occasionally sending messages to chat. As for Anren next door, she also sent a message to Xiao Yu today. Invite him to play a game with you or visit your home. But the whole day was spent with Auntie Fong on dates and shopping and reviewing relationship content. Xiao Yu really didn't have time to bother with Ching May. After all, helping Auntie to cure her illness was the right thing to do, and it could only be another rejection of Enron. The evening was nothing special. Still cooking for two beautiful women, eating and then being honest, sleeping and resting. However, Xiao Yu still couldn't sleep at night is all, and this, in turn, has worsened. He had more thoughts about Auntie Fong, and even had a hard time falling asleep at some point in the morning, and dreamed about it during the night. Beautiful dreams related to Auntie Fong. The simple routine continues. Day 3, Day 4. Xiao Yu was still working on it, reviewing the relationship content with his aunt. Various topics of love between men and women were repeated, and Xiao Yu lived a happy life. But Auntie had nothing to show for it. Moreover, Auntie Fong's illness was not cured, and Xiao Yu himself seemed to be suffering from insomnia these days. Every day and every night I think about that mature aunt. The anxiety inside was even greater. like a ticking time bomb that seemed to feel like it could explode at any moment. Until day 5, Chow Yu's mother, Lord, called back, informed a good girlfriend that she would be working late at the office tonight and would not be coming home. Only Fong Yun and Chow Yu were left alone inside the home again. I know, you work overtime in peace. I'll tell him to play with his cell phone less and go to bed earlier. Don't worry. Hanging up the phone, Auntie Fong's mouth was tinged with a smile and her beautiful eyes were flowing. Looking at Chow Yu, who was collecting clothes on the balcony, bad thoughts rose. The BFF is not home tonight, so this is a great opportunity. Getting pregnant on your own program, can it work? It all depends on tonight. Chapter 60, The Inverted Big Dipper belongs to the Big Dipper. At the balcony, Chow Yu is putting away the clothes. The world outside is already dark and cloudy. The weather was dry and hot before, but now it's stormy. Chow Yu, who had done his chores in a regular manner and had spent enough time inside his aunt's room, that's the only way to come out satisfied. Auntie Fong, you must be hungry, and my mom will be back soon, so I'll go cook now. Chow Yu saw Fong Yun playing with his cell phone in the living room. Knowing that Auntie likes her own cooking, she opens her mouth and wants to show it. Xiao Yu, you wait. As soon as he heard Chow Yu say that he was going to the kitchen to fix dinner, Fong Yun then immediately put down her cell phone and turned around to call out to the other party. Just get the two of us dinner tonight. Your mom has to work overtime and stay up all night inside the office. Not coming home. Deliberately using a slightly regretful tone, he related to Chow Yu, but Auntie Fong was full of anticipation inside. It's a godsend. The relationship between himself and Chow Yu had been cultivated quite well. It's time to take it a step further, to tie the red rope of their destinies to death. Just wait for it to blossom. My mom, she's not coming back again? Chow Yu was slightly surprised, having just worked overtime the other day. I didn't realize it was so soon, and I had to stay up all night to catch up on work. While worrying about his mother's health, Chow Yu was inexplicably feeling some pleasure inside. Mother Superior is absent, so does that also mean tonight he could sneak into his aunt's room and sleep with the beautiful mature woman, just like last time? Coincidentally, Auntie Fong feels the same way. Well, she asked me to take care of you so you don't keep playing with your phone and sleeping too late, but still, on the surface it has to be fairly decent. Chow Yu's sleep quality was poor these days, so there were slightly dark circles under his eyes. It's taken by the uninformed as the result of staying up late on your cell phone and not getting a good night's sleep. After all, who would have thought that this usually obedient and understanding Chow Yu, full of bad thoughts about his aunt? Oh, I know, I'll be sure to sleep well tonight. Chow Yu had a smile on his face and immediately made a pledge. Fong Yun nodded her head in satisfaction, as if she was relieved for her best friend. That's good. Xiao Yu, go make dinner. There's something else I need to ask of you after dinner. The two finished their brief conversation. The mood instantly became much more pleasant, even though the wind was howling outside and the rain was about to pour. That too with anticipation, each busy with their own work. Chow Yu's cooking skills naturally needed no introduction. Soon a good table was made and shared with my aunt. Not bad, all my favorites. Lowering his head and sniffing the delicacies on the table, without moving his chopsticks, Fong Yun knew that it must be delicious. Once again praised by his aunt, Chow Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Totally feels like it's worth it to be on fire in the kitchen. But well, Auntie Fong, how can we have good food without good wine? I just bought cocktails 2 days ago. Let's take them out and drink them? Chow Yu was also not resting on any good intentions. After getting a few sweet tastes from Fong Yun, the man who was originally quite well behaved was a bit led astray by his bad aunt. These days toss and turn cannot sleep, full of mature aunt stocking legs. But nay, Auntie was in a bad mood and never sent the benefits of special love training to Chow Yu. Sage mode is long past, and he can be difficult. Wine. Fong Yun did not expect that Chow Yu would offer to drink with himself, because every time, it was Auntie who took the initiative to pour wine for the other party and then asked Chow Yu to drink with her. This time it's completely anticlimactic. 2 drinks and you still like it, don't you? You want to drink with your aunt when your mom is away? Fong Yun's smile was a bit strange. A pair of big eyes stared intently at him, making Chow Yu feel uncomfortable. How could Auntie not see the drunkenness? The kid was trying to get her to drink and be happy, then rake in some favors and give him a reward. How can you hide this little thought from Auntie Fong? It felt good to have a drink with my aunt, and since it was just the two of us for the evening anyway, it was okay to drink a little. Chow Yu, who had been read through his mind, was a bit embarrassed, but the other side didn't pick it out, so it's better to pretend they don't know. Chow Yu wanted to use the wine to get into trouble, but Auntie shook her head this time. I'd rather not. I don't feel much like drinking today. Fong Yun is now preparing for her pregnancy, so she's a little worried about whether drinking will be bad for the baby. Though the wine, as a catalyst, would have helped the two good things, but Auntie did, this time, not arrange for the wine to be included. But if Fong Yun didn't drink, how could Chow Yu successfully reap the benefits? It's not every day that Lee Mengling doesn't go home, and these opportunities are rare. Drink a little, just a little less, just to keep me company? Not really aware of Auntie Fong's scruples and bad intentions, Chow Yu continued to insist. Seeing this serious look on my little boyfriend's face, it was also true that he wanted to get Chow Yu and be with him very much. After a little hesitation, it was decided to go with the flow. Then drink less, just a little, thinking that just accompanying Chow Yu for a casual drink shouldn't be a big deal. And again, how can it be that easy to get pregnant? There's plenty of opportunity to make adjustments slowly with Chow Yu later on. The most important thing at the moment was to poke through the last layer of window paper in the relationship between the two of them. Got Auntie's permission. Chow Yu immediately and happily opened the wine, poured half a cup for my aunt. Not much, but enlivened the atmosphere enough. There was no intention of getting Auntie drunk. Chow Yu just wanted Fong Yun to be happier. Tonight was the night that he could make the big payoff. May and Auntie Fong finished the table of food. Even though the two of them had just one bottle combined, it felt in place, pretty good. While Chow Yu was packing up the dishes, Fong Yun also had her own arrangements, trying to conceive Chow Yu's child. That's definitely missing the dueling suits. His own casual style of everyday home now was not attractive enough for Chow Yu. Chow Yu, I'm going to go inside my room to change my clothes. I'm going to make a video later and send it to the company's account. You finish the dishes and come over to help me. What is so arranged is simply stated. Auntie then went back inside the room, carefully selected the hottest and sexiest pairings. Chow Yu could be thinking of such a good thing. How could he possibly refuse? 3 strikes and you've got the job at hand. As fast as he could, he ran to find Fong Yun. Auntie Fong, who had just changed her clothes and hadn't even had time to go to the living room to look for Chow Yu, almost accidentally bumped into each other. The other party's fiery look really made Auntie feel a bit speechless, but Chow Yu didn't regret this at all, because Fong Yun's current appearance was really very eye-catching. The first thing you see is a figure-hugging, tight-fitting wraparound dress in the style of a royalty. The matching stockings are lightweight gray and white stockings with monograms. The heels weren't falling off, either, even though it was late in the evening. But it seems that for the sake of making a video, Auntie is still fully armed. Still, the makeup is as simple as it can be, with red lips and winks, sophisticated and sexy, and titillating. Anyway, Chow Yu loved it to death when he watched it. Okay, is it that good? Why don't you come over and take my cell phone and help me make a short video? Auntie Fong snickered and urged Chow Yu again. It shows that the outfit you picked out was exactly the right choice. Captured by her charms, it would be surprising if this little boyfriend could escape her clutches. Chapter 61 made a big mistake with Auntie. Auntie is the best looking. I forget my business when I look at her. Chow Yu was also very knowledgeable now, opening his mouth to say something sweet. It's a bit of a growth spurt to make each other happy, but Auntie knew the other man wasn't being greasy, but was coming from a place of genuine fondness. Quite a treat. Since you like it, then after the video is shot later, Auntie Fong won't change her clothes first, so you can have a good look, okay? Fong Yun seemed to be speaking in anger, but also seemed to be teasing Chow Yu. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Chow Yu was coming to spirit at this time anyway. Thank you, Auntie, I'll enjoy it later then. Chow Yu hit the snake on the stick and immediately responded to this good deed. It's kind of a small perk, a good start. Auntie Fong shook her head breathlessly. But nothing more was said about it. Shooting the video went well. Auntie Fong is an old hand at this too. Just let Chow Yu hold the camera and then Auntie Crazy sells it on the side, showing the true color of the mature aunt. Beautiful legs and stockings fascinating people. Well, Chow Yu gulped as he watched, regardless of what other people thought. Anyway, the current Chow Yu was feeling that he had been completely mesmerized by the other party and was simply unable to extricate himself. It was already in good condition out there and knew how to dress so well. Simply don't be awesome. The video was shot and Chow Yu had been fished into a warbler. In itself, it doesn't matter if this video is posted or not. This dance was specifically for Chow Yu. Knowing that the other man was fond of the art of singing and dancing, Auntie must have had to cheer him up beforehand. In fact, there was really nothing wrong with Auntie's arrangement. Chow Yu would have been tossing and turning for the past few days, unable to sleep, his mind filled with the sexy and seductive Auntie Fong. Plus it's being held by the stocking imperial mature girl style. That state is even worse. Okay, the video is done. Same arrangement as before. I'll go to your mom's room and you go back to sleep in your own room. Auntie got her cell phone back. Then he turned to himself and headed for Lee Mengling's room. If it had been a different Chow Yu from the beginning, hearing this arrangement from his aunt, he must have honestly gone to his room to sleep. But things have been different for a long time now. Fong Yun observed with his afterimage as he walked. The little boyfriend was right behind her, with no intention of going back to his room. Instead, he wanted to join her and go to Lee Mengling's room. Auntie had a smile on her lips and didn't say anything. After opening the door and going inside, He pretended not to realize there was someone behind him and was going to close the door behind him. Auntie Fong, I haven't gone in yet. Why are you closing the door? Xiao Yu quickly stepped forward and pressed the door panel in one go, not letting the other side keep the door shut. Mom worked an extra shift once in a while. If Auntie closed the door, or even accidentally locked it, then Xiao Yu, who had a little drink and was teased by his sexy aunt, had a really hard time tonight. Oh, you're coming in? But didn't you just promise to have a good night's sleep? So why don't you hurry next door and get some rest? Fong Yun blinked and started tripping Xiao Yu up again, deliberately making things difficult for the other person. It's still early. It's only 8 o'clock or so. I just want to chat with Auntie for a while and go back later. Xiao Yu grinned. How can sleeping alone be as comfortable as sneaking into Auntie's room and hugging Auntie Fong together? It's not the first time I've done this kind of thing, and I've got a lot of guts when I'm drunk. The room, with its doormat-like photo of lean mangling, had long since outgrown its usefulness. So, okay then. Fong Yun didn't stop much. Teasing the other party was fine. Really shut the door behind her. Opening the door wide, he brought Xiao Yu in just like that. Fong Yun and Xiao Yu know each other well, so there's no seeing outside the box either. Deliberately stretching her back to Xiao Yu, she once again showed off her stunningly good figure. Round, straight gray silk legs, slightly forward, and in one smooth motion, she threw her high heels off, just plopped down on the bed head-on. Exhausted. Why are you so tired today? Just shooting a video and dancing. Your body is falling apart. Auntie Fong said so to herself. Lay down on the bed and don't move a muscle. Xiao Yu's eyes widened, quietly admiring Auntie May's great body. That, Auntie Fong, why don't I help you step on your back and press your body? It really felt a bit overwhelming. Xiao Yu volunteered to help Auntie Fong massage and knead her shoulders and legs to relieve her fatigue. Okay, you're pretty good at this. There's nothing to do. So come over here and give me a little massage. It was as if he had known that Xiao Yu would be like this. Fong Yun wasn't surprised at all. Got a response from Auntie Fong. Xiao Yu with joy. Immediately taking off his shoes and socks, he went up and started to make all sorts of big moves on Auntie Fong, who was modeling her body. Being a professional massage therapist. Don't tell me. Auntie Fong got comfortable very quickly. Originally the body was sluggish and felt little energy, letting the other side do all sorts of maneuvers. Fong Yun was in much better shape this time. Sure, massage for a while. Auntie's state was better, but Xiao Yu's state was terrible. Not bad. It's really something. It's much more comfortable. Auntie Fong didn't mince her words of praise. A little bit of state organization. The storm had picked up outside and it felt slightly chilly. Auntie, who was only wearing thin stockings and a rather thin dress, could only pull the quilt over her body. Together with Xiao Yu, they were tucked under the covers. The two just leaned in. The sweet-smelling, ripe auntie, once again sleeping in the same bed as herself. How could Xiao Yu, who had long been overwhelmed by the torture, endure it? This situation. Quite unconsciously, he reached out and put his arms around his aunt. Why? I haven't even changed into my pajamas and I'm uncomfortable with you holding me like this. Fong Yun seemed to be resisting a bit, trying to get Xiao Yu to let go, but Xiao Yu simply couldn't let go. The feeling of hugging his aunt was just fantastic. Sleeping on the couch by myself was torture compared to now. Auntie, let me hold you for a while. I have a hard time. Xiao Yu chanted such words inside his mouth and buried his head into Fong Yun's arms. Hard? Fong Yun stifled her laughter and purposely undermined him. It's still hard to be out of love after such a long time. So just hug for a while, and then go back next door to rest when you've hugged enough. Then he patted Xiao Yu's back with his hand as a sign of comfort. Xiao Yu didn't know what to say. Being out of love, as hard as it is not at all the same thing as being in this situation. Xiao Yu didn't know how to explain it. Anyway, he now felt that if he left Auntie Fong, he would definitely lose sleep today, and he would not be able to sleep for the whole night. Auntie Fong, can I not go back to bed tonight? I just hugged for a while, thinking that I will go back next door later. Xiao Yu was a bit reluctant and raised his head to meet his aunt's eyes. It's a rare opportunity to want to stay with Fong Yun. How can Fong Yun be any different? Had to play the bad guy today though. Of course not. Sleeping with Auntie, that's just as much of a bonus as the special relationship training earlier. Fong Yun's words carried seriousness. You haven't made any progress at all in the past few days. You haven't even made much effort. Auntie Fong can't experience the slightest feeling of being in love. How can you think of rewards all the time? It seemed to be very dissatisfied with Xiao Yu's performance in the past few days. It didn't make Auntie happy, and that's no good. The clear distinction between reward and punishment convinced Xiao Yu. It is true that one cannot find anything, for a moment, that can refute the words of the other side. If you really don't have any ideas, then get out from under the covers and reflect on yourself. A dark face, with apparently much less gentleness. This instantly made Xiao Yu's heart even harder. Looking up at the stockinged mature woman in her arms. Getting under each other's covers didn't get you anywhere. How can Xiao Yu, who was already on top of the world. Give up? Now he was not the clueless little man he had been at the beginning. Having seen another world, he wanted only more. Although a lot had been done on the subject of romance with Auntie Fong, there was only one thing left to be done. If true, fake drama. Then, isn't it? Once again, the thought came into his head. Breathing was slightly rapid, and his heart was beating faster and faster. More than a little disoriented, he froze in his aunt's arms. I don't know what I'm thinking. Xiao Yu, I'm talking to you? Hurry up and go back to bed. Do you hear me? Fong Yun continued to speak as if she was urging Xiao Yu to hurry back to his room and sleep. But this instead made Xiao Yu think of something else even more. Brainstorm. Roll over and pin Fong Yun down. Auntie Fong, don't kick me out. I have an idea. Inexplicable words appeared. Immediately afterward, Xiao Yu was like a dynamite barrel exploding, holding Auntie tightly. To Fong Yun's red lips, he printed on them. Fong Yun exclaimed, Xiao Yu, you, don't. It seemed to be opening its mouth to stop, but the little boyfriend didn't stop. The darkness of the night was long, the thunder was loud, and the rain poured down. Chapter 62 Auntie is pregnant. You can afford to take the responsibility, extra. Auntie Fong, who was covered with a blanket, had a stern face, stroked his hair from his ears, glaring at Xiao Yu with obvious anger. Xiao Yu, what the hell is wrong with you? I'm your aunt, how can you? Crackle. Before the words were finished, there was a thunderclap outside the window. Auntie covered her mouth and twisted to one side, seemingly in extreme distress, forced himself to hold back his inner snickers for fear that he would accidentally burst out laughing in front of the other party. No, 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 hold it. It's not good if you show your face. Xiao Yu sat in front of his aunt in a disciplined manner, as if he had made some kind of mistake. All that could be done at this point was to bow his head deeply, full of embarrassment. Auntie Fong, don't be angry. After calming down, sage mode was turned on. Xiao Yu certainly knew at this time that he had just been impulsive, though it is said to be a way to prove yourself while letting your aunt experience being in love. And this one is ridiculous. A great deal of trouble. To actually put Fong Yun to sleep, this kind of thing was something that Xiao Yu did not even dare to think about before. I don't want to be mad, but I'm your mom's best friend. How am I supposed to face my best sister in the future when you do this to me? Fong Yun was full of seriousness. It was as if he was spitting in extreme chagrin at Xiao Yu's excessive actions just now. In reality, he was guiding Xiao Yu, together, to deal with the big trouble that would prevent the two from being together in the future. It's all my fault. If something goes wrong, Auntie Fong, just be honest. I'll take the blame for any problems. My mom is so close to you, she shouldn't blame you. Xiao Yu didn't want Li Mengling to know though, but if that day really came, Xiao Yu could only go ahead and take this on with a hard head. After all, it was indeed his own doing and there was nothing to deny. Auntie Fong is completely innocent and a victim. Count on you to have a bit of a conscience and know how to take a mistake. Auntie was still quite satisfied with Xiao Yu's answer. However, it's not that easy to get through. This hole is dug deep. Xiao Yu actually jumped in, so that's a lot of trouble. But just admitting you're wrong won't do it. Auntie has never been in love before and asked you for help, but now you're making it up to me. So what are you going to do about this? Fong Yun spoke, crossing her arms in front of her. It was as if he wanted Xiao Yu to give an explanation. I will be responsible for Auntie Fong. Xiao Yu opened his mouth with difficulty while secretly observing his aunt's reaction. Having spent time with Fong Yun all these days himself, it would be absolutely false to say that he didn't like this extreme beauty, and sexy and charming and gentle. It is more than enough to satisfy your favorite of all kinds of legs and stockings. Where can I find a woman like that? Responsible? Auntie is in danger today? If she gets pregnant, can you afford to be responsible? Fong Yun's voice is a little loud, directly flinging a king bomb at Xiao Yu. She was already actively preparing for pregnancy herself, and it was normal for her to be pregnant with Xiao Yu's child. Accordingly, as the father of the child, so how should Xiao Yu react? Pregnant? Pregnant? Auntie is pregnant. Xiao Yu looked a little flustered. It's still young enough that it doesn't seem like I'm thinking about being a dad. Auntie takes maternity leave as long as she has the guts. It's just lip service. Where is the courage to actually implement it? But Xiao Yu was always a very responsible man, even if it hasn't been considered in depth. That also spoke without hesitation. I will be responsible. Pregnant or not, I will be responsible. Don't worry, Auntie. Fong Yun was even happier. You mean, to have a relationship with me? Fall in love? Xiao Yu thought for a moment, then nodded heavily. Although such a decision was difficult, Xiao Yu felt that he really liked this beautiful mature woman. If I can get together with Fong Yun and become lovers, he's willing. What's more, it's quite appropriate to take responsibility for the mistake that you yourself made. Are you kidding me? You're my best friend's son. How can I date you? Then when I say it out, people will call me shameless. The old auntie, who is already shameless, doesn't even blush when she says such things. Auntie Fong, I know this is outrageous, but I'm still responsible for you. Even if I curse, it's still me being shameless and doing these things to you. Don't blame yourself, Auntie Fong. Seeing Chao Yu's reaction, it was as if Fong Yun wanted to cheer loudly and declare his victory, but now is not the time to be happy. Gotta keep playing the little boyfriend. Although the words are like that, but Xiao Yu, you think about it clearly. I am your aunt. If the two of us fall in love, there will be lots and lots of trouble. Not only will there be gossip, your parents will definitely oppose it as well. Are you mentally prepared for that? Auntie Fong tested Chao Yu, trying to see if the other person, or not, had thought about what would happen after the two of them were together, and not just for a moment's pleasure. I know, but I'll try to figure out a way to get my mom and dad to accept it. Chao Yu didn't have a clue in his heart, but having done something out of the ordinary, it was inevitably impossible for one to play dumb, throwing Auntie to the side and not caring. And here's the kicker. Auntie Fong treats him gently, and Chao Yu loves Fong Yun. Auntie really has no choice but to do this in case she really gets pregnant. Auntie will believe you for once. I hope that you, Xiao Yu, are not just craving for Auntie's body and are swindling me. I was craving Auntie's body, but I didn't lie to Auntie Fong. I was serious. Chao Yu's voice was much louder than even the thunder outside. Fong Yun was considered truly satisfied this time. Chao Yu was willing to stand with himself and work hard to overcome the difficulties. This was the rarest of all, and the goal for which Fong Yun had fought so hard. Resumed swinging her gray silk legs again. Only then did Auntie Fong slowly break into a smile. Alright, Xiao Yu, since you've caused all the trouble, there's no use going on about that. It's also my own fault that I usually follow everything, and now I'm the one asking for trouble, so I can only take one step and see what happens. After the harsh trial, Auntie Fong was back to her former beauty. It instantly relaxed Chao Yu's mood. Only on the surface, it still looks a little forlorn. Seems to have suffered some injuries as a result of this. It made Chao Yu feel even more guilty in his heart. It seemed to him that his aunt was simply too spoiled. Being hurt by him and having to break his teeth and swallow it inside his stomach is why he's like this. I will be good to each other, Auntie, and never fail. Chao Yu took the initiative to extend his hand and hugged his aunt in his arms again. The man himself is a pretty innocent man, and when he meets a woman he likes, he will naturally give his all. Besides, it's still to make up for a mistake he made, so it would certainly be more dedicated. Of course, Aome Manron was purely clueless. If the other party treats Chao Yu with the same attitude and doesn't initiate a breakup, I'm afraid that Chao Yu will also stay by the other party's side for the rest of his life. But now, Auntie has taken advantage of the situation. With just a few days gap between breakups, she has already managed to dig in and cut off her young boyfriend. Even this battle can be described as a great victory. Gee, I hope so. Being hugged by her little boyfriend, Fong Yun's mouth was tinged with a smile. Obviously another win, but the mouth is still sighing. What a pitfall. Chao Yu fell into the pit and was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get out in this lifetime. Chapter 63. Auntie in her 30s. Not a delicate little girl. It's getting late. Fong Yun also felt a little tired and needed to rest and sleep, but Chao Yu refused to go next to him, saying things that would make Auntie's heart flutter and have to be dead set on staying. Fong Yun was already soft-hearted, and once she thought about how special these two people's relationship was even now, count on barely starting an official relationship, then he nodded his head in agreement, letting Chao Yu share a room with himself tonight and cuddle her beautifully for a night's sleep. By the next day, slept through the night. Thunder and lightning last night, after a night of drifting wind and rain. The two of them, Chao Yu and Fong Yun, also returned to their daily routine, or a routine that can no longer be peaceful. It's a nice day. Got dressed and put on a little light makeup. Fong Yun, who is again in her sexy and provocative style, is only now out of her room, ready to take her next step in her plan. Even though we've got Saya now, it's only temporary. Chanting words like, eyes glanced over to her boyfriend in the kitchen who was preparing a loving breakfast for herself. In the kitchen, Auntie Fong had to find a way to hold Chao Yu firmly in her hands even more. He himself had just made a good start. Could he have a good ending with Chao Yu? Not sure yet. Auntie Fong, sit down for a while. I'll have breakfast ready in a moment. Chao Yu, who had transformed into a warm man, immediately wanted to make up for his impulsiveness last night. After all, he had done something wrong and hurt his aunt. That must have been a determination to double each other's rhyming goodness, though usually it's the same. Well, I'm in no hurry. Take your time. Fong Yun was not flustered, but rather appreciated Chao Yu's seriousness in doing things like this. It was even another rare step into the kitchen. Want to get up close and personal with your boyfriend's handsome cooking for you? Noticed the sound of Auntie Fong's pacing. Chao Yu turned around and smiled. Auntie Fong, being able to walk on the ground, there's nothing wrong with your body, right? This is the time to think about caring about your aunt's health. What could I possibly have to do? I'm an aunt in my 30s, not a petite little girl. Fong Yun elegantly swung her legs and her words were laced with humor. presented extremely well in front of Chow Yu. The mature ant body that is already in perfect condition and will not be able to get off the ground like a little girl, even for the first time, and as old as a wolf. That and Chow Yu's hot-blooded boyfriend under the year can be said to be a perfect combination. Great fit. No problems. Fair enough, Chow Yu responded awkwardly. With Chow Yu's concern, Auntie's heart was even warmer. Now, however, Auntie Fong is going to say something frowned upon. The heart was happy, but after a few moments of brewing emotions, he began to sigh. Hey, you, to be honest, things still don't feel right between the two of us. Shaking his head as he spoke, it seemed that there was something difficult to say and was about to say it slowly. Auntie Fong, what do you mean? Isn't this a good thing? We just decided to be together. Why did you change your mind? Chow Yu was shocked in his heart and felt a bit surprised. Thought I had taken Auntie down, not only out of her lost love, and also regained a new relationship to immerse myself in, being at the beginning of a passionate love affair. This kind of statement from Auntie must have made Chow Yu a little unhappy. Continuing to hold her little boyfriend, Fong Yun's hole gets deeper and deeper. In order for Chow Yu to never betray and return to Ching May, even dared to deal with Li mingling with him, turned on the chagrined remorse mode. I thought it over last night, so why don't we just forget about it and pretend nothing happened? After all, I am your aunt, too much older than you, and usually everything is in accordance with you. Last night you will be impulsive to make a mistake. Let you take the responsibility I really cannot bear. Auntie Fong was being dramatic again, deliberately making Chow Yu's heart feel bad. The more they did, the tighter they could tie Chow Yu up themselves. Chow Yu took a moment to listen. The good aunt who was so gentle and caring to herself and did everything she could, was really planning to take all the wrongs alone and in silence. The heart was touched. It was quite innocent in itself, and Fong Yun was enamored with it. More than that, he was taken to a new and marvelous world by his mature aunt. The other party wanted to forget about it, but Chow Yu didn't agree. I'm willing to take the blame. It's my fault, Auntie Fong. Don't say things like that again. Chow Yu was decisive, expressing his attitude towards this matter. Sayu, don't you regret at all for doing something wrong? Auntie Fong's face was full of shock, as if she had completely not expected Chow Yu to answer like this. No regrets. I feel very happy with Auntie Fong these days. If I can have a good woman like Auntie, why should I regret? Chow Yu continued to say heartfelt words. It was as if she felt that Auntie Fong, at the moment, had a great deal of unresolved issues, just like the other person. For example, can't experience the love bug. It's hard to believe that we've come this far, Auntie Fong, and you still don't feel in love at all? The feeling of being in love? Fong Yun is going crazy with happiness. Okay? It's just that it's really hard to strain your face to hold in your laughter. I'm definitely much better then. Your treatment was not in the wrong direction. Auntie Fong is now fully able to feel the feeling of being in love. Taking a deep breath, she touched her stomach. But if it's not too late for you to back out now, Auntie will go and buy some medicine as a precaution. Later if you are really pregnant, then Auntie bites the bullet and goes to the hospital. The more you talk, the more outrageous it gets. In order to play Cho Wu, Fong Yun really has the guts to say anything. Both have decided to take responsibility for this and be a good boyfriend, even a good father. Chow Yu immediately interrupted the other party. I forbid you to do this. The child is not Auntie Fong's you alone. If you are pregnant, then giving birth is it. I will raise it. Chow Yu, who was still young now, had little experience in things like raising children, but one is willing to learn. This is something that Auntie Fong is still very happy with. The good son of his best friend is really well taught, and it's not for nothing that Auntie Fong likes it. Fong Yun nodded and took a deep breath. You're probably right, but I did regret it afterward, thinking that it would have been better if nothing had happened, and I really don't know how to face my best sister. While saying that, he turned his head over again. It was as if they were about to cry out, but at this point it was actually impossible to resist being on the verge of laughing out loud. It's really hard to hold it in. All Auntie could do was turn around and leave alone. Swinging her black silk legs and running, she ducked into the room, covering the quilt and laughing. Chow Yu, who was left in the kitchen, silently contemplated in place. This is indeed a big problem. Though he himself was willing to take responsibility, his parents would not approve of the two of them after all, especially that tigress Li mingling. A solution must be thought of, and Auntie must not be left alone to be chagrined and upset by it. The time wobbles. The two had finished breakfast, finished packing the dishes. Only then did Chow Yu solemnly pull his good aunt and sit down on the living room sofa, taking Auntie's soft yet slender beautiful hand. Auntie Fong, I want to talk to you properly. Seemingly, a good discussion is in order. What to do with one's mother superior. P.S. It's not that I didn't have more today. I posted 3 chapters at a time, and 1 went through. There are 2 more chapters after that, all stuck for review. I guess I can't pass it until tomorrow during the day. Sometimes it gets stuck. Breathless. Chapter 64, deciding to get pregnant and have a baby. You can say whatever you want. Auntie is listening. Fong Yun's face was tinged with sadness. He had already been venting hard inside his room earlier, cuddling under the covers and laughing maniacally for a while. It's in much better shape now. It was also time to see what Xiao Yu had to offer. Come to deal with your own difficult BFF. Auntie Fong, I know you're most worried right now. On my mom's side. Xiao Yu took Auntie Fong's hand and quietly admired this sexy and gentle mature woman. It was not to be let go in the slightest. So I'm thinking, isn't it true that once my mom's problem is solved, the two of us will be able to be together in peace? Auntie, you wouldn't have to say that demoralizing thing you just said. Xiao Yu seemed to have finally gotten to the crux of the matter as well. Fong Yun herself had no reluctance towards him. Auntie is now also able to experience the feeling of being in love. So it's not a big problem for the fake couple to turn into a real one. Fong Yun was silent, then nodded after thinking. I guess so. It still feels good to spend the past few days with you. You are the man that Auntie Fong has known for the longest time and is also the most familiar with. And after yesterday, I also have so many male and female feelings for you. Fong Yun did not deny Xiao Yu's judgment. One does want to point the finger at Li Mengling. Xiao Yu was able to stay one step ahead of her and was willing to take the initiative to attack his mother Sama. Together against your best friend. Fong Yun's heart was crazy with joy. I thought to myself that my little boyfriend is so sensible. It's not worth all the effort I spent as an old aunt. In that case, dealing with my mom, I have an idea. Xiao Yu immediately stayed close to his good aunt. What's the idea? So why don't you tell us? Let's discuss it. Auntie Fong was slightly surprised, and was really getting a bit worked up about this. Himself, though, has long had a plan and a program to solve the problem, but it would be fun to hear Xiao Yu's advice. My mom used to teach me that I should be sincere in dealing with people, and the two of us made a mistake. Wrong, it was me who made the mistake. Then we should be brave enough to admit it. Xiao Yu opened his mouth to speak word by word. The expression is serious, but Auntie Fong was slowly frowning, and the more she heard, the more she felt as if the situation was not quite right. Courage to admit it? Is it hard to believe that he wants to? In the past, no matter how big of a mistake I made, if I admitted it, my mom would just beat me up at most. So I think, why don't we just come clean and say what I did wrong last night, and let me take the blame, and I'll just take a few beatings, and then we can be together. Xiao Yu struggled to get his thoughts out. With his years of experience, surviving under the hands of a mother tiger, he came to the conclusion, that's being courageous enough to take the blame for your mistakes and just learn from them. Mom won't be too hard on her. At best she'll move her mouth and her hands. But Auntie heard Xiao Yu's statement and then saw the other party, with an expression that didn't look like a joke. Don't even know what to say to make it better. The son of my own best friend still seems to be a little naive and optimistic in his thinking, completely unaware of the seriousness of the matter. No doubt about it, this is a bad idea. Oh Xiao Yu, you underestimate your mom too much. Auntie Fong shook her head helplessly with some emotion. I've known your mom longer than you have, and I really know too well what kind of woman she is. And this is something that can't be ended by you taking 2 beatings. Without the slightest hesitation, Fong Yun gave Xiao Yu's proposal a negative response. Without even thinking about it, Xiao Yu dared to do so. Get the two of them together and this thing will definitely have to go yellow. Just that next door, Anren had just broken up with Xiao Yu and didn't want that girl to be her daughter-in-law. Li Mengling. Immediately on that day, he arranged a blind date and introduced Xiao Yu to beautiful women. It could be seen that the other party's means, that was definitely not covered either. It's not that serious. My mom should actually turn things around if she talks properly. Besides, you're so close to my mom, it's hard to believe that she won't even listen to you? Xiao Yu seemed to be completely oblivious to the magnitude of it. But the other man's willingness to come clean with his family wasn't just gluttony for his aunt's body. Officially, he and Fong Yun became a couple, or even married. This was enough to show Xiao Yu's attitude. Auntie had a little smile on her face. He couldn't help but reach out and take Xiao Yu into his arms, letting his little boyfriend continue to feel the charm of a mature woman. That's true, but the bad thing is, your mom and I are just too good for each other. So this won't work out. She'll be against both of us, for crying out loud, and who knows what kind of tactics she'll pull. Being good sisters with Li Mengling for so many years, knowing that your best friend is the ultimate big boss, if only it was that easy to fix. Why should one expend so much effort to countenance the man one loves? What about deliberately digging so many holes for the other side to jump into? Tell your best friend directly that you like her son. Wouldn't it be done if she gave her son to herself as her husband? Notice the unmistakable solemnity of Auntie Fong's words. Xiao Yu seemed to realize at this time that his thoughts were really too naive. So, Auntie, in that case, what should we do? Xiao Yu couldn't think of anything good to do for the moment. After all, Mother Nature is really quite powerful. If you can't even get a forgiveness for confessing and admitting your mistakes, then Xiao Yu didn't seem to have any good ideas to implement. I do have a good idea. I just don't know if you're willing to do it. Xiao Yu, After listening to Chow Yu's arrangement, Auntie is going to say something about herself at this point. It's definitely a good way to get your little boyfriend and yourself to work together. As long as I can get my mom to agree. Of course I'm willing. Auntie Fong, you say yes. What's the solution? Chow Yu's eyes revealed brightness. There is no way out before the car arrives at the mountain. And there is another village in the darkness. I was just thinking that there was nothing I could do. When the good idea came out on its own. It's really quite simple. It's just a marriage with a child. Just keep things between the two of us from her for now. And when I'm pregnant with your baby, I'll tell your mom then. Even if your mom is great, with the baby as a backup, she'll be angry at best, and she'll be fine after a while. Auntie Fong had this in mind for a long time. That opening and saying it was simply a breath of fresh air, without the slightest pause, and it's comforting to say it. The secret hidden in the heart, taking this opportunity, finally able to express. Yeah, that's really a good idea. My mom, she wants a grandchild the most, and the other day she was always urging me to hurry up and go on a blind date with Mr. Song and give her a child. Having Auntie Fong remind him of this, Chow Yu immediately comprehended the subtleties, thinking to myself that if this is really the case, it's really a perfect way to get this thing out of the way. Then Auntie Fong, it's settled. Later on, you must not go to the pharmacy to buy any medicine, as long as you are pregnant. Chow Yu had been a bit worried earlier. Will you get your aunt pregnant after you make a mistake yourself and get impulsive? Now that I think about it, it's only a good thing that I'm pregnant. As long as she was pregnant, then she and her aunt would be able to actually be together. Getting this sexy and flirty woman who's got herself hooked, evenly mingling couldn't stop the two from being together. That's easy to say, but how easy is it to conceive a child? It depends on the pregnancy. Auntie didn't panic. One pair of legs crossed, twisting her good figure, calmly carrying out the analysis. Chow Yu had been admiring his aunt's beauty. As soon as he heard that he was going to get Auntie Fong pregnant, that heart was filled with hope and came to life. With such a black silk beauty aunt, if he didn't get the other one pregnant with his child in no time, simply a failure in its own right. Auntie Fong, I'll try to get you pregnant, excitedly calling out the other party's name. Before Fong Yun could react, he had hugged up and collapsed Fong Yun onto the couch with him. Xiao Yu, what are you doing in the morning? Chapter 65. Bad woman positively pregnant, mother and daughter of the Yin family's first campaign. And just as Chow Yu and Fong Yun struggled to conceive a child, next door to the Yan's mother and daughter, this time of year has its own things to do. Look what I said. Let you go and make up with other people's Xiao Yu earlier. You preferred to put on airs and be stubborn with me. Now it's good. Auntie Ansu said such things as if she had a feeling of gloating, but it actually hurts myself. This daughter of his was just slow to react, and it took an afterthought to realize that the boys next door were not what they used to be. Of course, Ansu didn't know that. Chow Yu has now been cut off by bad woman and both have been actively preparing for pregnancy, getting ready to have a baby. I was just messing around. Who knew he was really mad at me? I've taken the initiative to invite him several times, and I can't believe he's ignoring me now. Enron pouted as if she was whining as well, but there was clearly no more arrogance and less capriciousness than before. Honestly, it was only now that he realized how good Chow Yu had been to him before. Obviously such a great boyfriend, and the two of them are having a good time together. Being hurted by her mother for her own dissatisfaction. In a fit of anger, she broke up with Chow Yu. Now that people were ignoring him, Enron was a bit anxious. You are purely asking for it. How many times have I told you earlier? And which time did you listen? Auntie Ansu did start in on the hate again, taking a swipe at his daughter. Didn't I already make up with Chow Yu last time? I even took the initiative. But who knows, he still ignored me. It's not entirely my fault. Enron felt a little aggrieved. Obviously he has made a big concession. A bad-tempered girl like Enran even took the initiative to extend her arms to hug Chow Yu at that time. That's already pretty much a no-brainer. But it can't be helped, because tiny Ching May's opponent, that's no ordinary person. Instead, they are extremely difficult old aunts. For the man-stealing piece, she's nothing but close to the water. The point that day-to-day life takes precedence. Other than that, it simply can't grab the old aunt. Alright, it's good to know your mistakes and be able to change them. You broke up with Chow Yu only 10 days or so. Bad women don't strike so fast. You hurry over and take the initiative again. It's still not too late. Auntie Ansu continues to give her daughter ideas. All that complaining up front was a setup for this statement. In order for Enran to be able to put away her foul temper and take the initiative to get the man from the Chow family to come to their Yin family, and Xiao, who had always been gentle and caring, and even somewhat indulgent to her daughter, had to put on a foul face. Of course, the bad woman went down much faster than Auntie Ansu could have imagined. It's too late to make a move. Alright then, wait for me to get ready and send a message to Chow Yu to set up an appointment. Enron finally nodded. It felt as if Chow Yu indeed seemed to be out of sorts, not being able to speak to the other party so many times. She was desperate to get back to her childhood friend. What kind of message are you still sending? Put on the JK dress I bought you last time, and the knee-high white stockings, and immediately go over to look for Xiaoyu. The night is long and dreamy, do you know that? Auntie Ansu can be much more anxious than her daughter. It was as if there was an ominous premonition. Just as the fairy who had helped the Yin family tell their fortunes had said, if she didn't hold on tight, it was entirely possible that her beloved Xiaoyu would be snatched away by some other bad woman. Making me wear that kind of dress. Enron was clearly not happy. It's usually more conservative and not at all that sweet and cute. And stockings and all that was an area that Enron had never ventured into. Let you wear. You do not remember the last time in your Auntie Lee's birthday party. Those women are all dressed like this. All kinds of black silk high heel. Especially that Fong Yun. That gray and white gradient silk is really good looking. That leg absolute. I am a woman to see all like Auntie Ansu is very proper in dressing and stuff though. One never wears stockings or, mini skirts or anything like that. But still have no problem with this aspect of the aesthetic. Know what men like. That is true. Anren seemed to be so reasonable when he heard it. Not quite able to take it in myself though is all. Or maybe it takes a shift. Next time, I'll go find Xiaoyu right now. Forget about the clothes and stockings. I'm afraid to wear them out and make people laugh. Anren finally decided to go next door and talk to Xiaoyu right away. Still can't pull off wearing this JK outfit though. Fine. If you don't wear it, fine. As long as you can bring Xiaoyu back to the Yin family for me, whatever means you use, I'll support it. Auntie Anxia was helpless, but looking at her daughter who also gave in, she could only nod in the end. Hopefully things will go in the right direction. Xiaoyu was really able to go well, and get together with Anran, be the man of the house of An. After the mother and daughter of the Yin family made such a decision, it was considered a temporary unification of the battle plan. Anjan prepared slightly inside the home, wearing a more vibrant outfit, but still with everyday jeans and sneakers. It still has that little girl next door feel to it. Somewhat timidly, he arrived in front of the Chow family's door, and there were no messages sent to each other on cell phones beforehand. Phew, Chow, you shouldn't still be mad at me. Enron hadn't been able to establish contact with the other side for a few days. The reason for this special trip to Chaoyu was to ease the relationship between the two. Redeem yourself from this childhood friend of a boy. He did have a bad attitude before and went a bit overboard with him. Enron seems to realize his mistake. Gather your courage and ring the doorbell of Chow's house. The other side of the door to the room as it approached. It was as if someone had accidentally bumped into something because they had startled the other person by ringing the doorbell. Crackling. The sound of a glass being broken came. There's a lot of movement. Even Enron outside the house heard it. What's he doing? I'm just ringing the doorbell. It's not going to make something happen to Chaoyu, is it? Enron said to himself, getting a little worried. Chapter 66 Green Plum Visits. But Auntie's at home. The heart is in the right place. Again, Enron was a hothead, so he rang the doorbell 2 more times quickly. It was even thinking of either taking out his cell phone right now and calling Chaoyu next door. Ask for information. Good thing there wasn't too much of a wait. The door to the next door neighbor boy's room was open for himself. The person who appeared in front of him was Chaoyu, who had been by his side since childhood. Only the other party seemed to be in a slightly different state than usual. But what was different? Enron couldn't say for the moment. It's Enron. What brings you here? Chaoyu hurried over with embarrassment on his face. The biggest fear is that your own mother superior will come home and your cell phone is dead or you don't have your keys or something like that. But luckily, it's just the girl next door. I came over to hang out with you. You're okay, right? Why do you look so nervous? You're sweating cold. Enron blinked. The innocent and beautiful face revealed liveliness, but at the moment it transformed into doubt. Chaoyu hastily wiped the sweat from his forehead carelessly. Oh, I haven't slept well the last few days so I don't look in good shape. Never mind. Chaoyu really didn't sleep well the other day, tossing and turning thinking about a certain mature aunt. But last night, he was a good sleeper. Enron didn't pursue this much, just nodding. In that case, then you should rest and take care of yourself. It's rare to open your mouth to care and show your gentle side as a girl. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. Saying polite things, Chaoyu seemed to be having a normal chat with Enron, but it seemed odd to be standing in the doorway chatting like this. What? I came all the way out here to see you, and you won't invite me in? We haven't hung out in ages. Wanted to go inside Chaoyu's house and play with each other all day. Only just realizing how much this boy meant to him. Enron also wanted to cherish the relationship with Chaoyu. After all, it felt really hard when people didn't care about her for the past 10 days or so. Honestly, kind of regretted breaking up with Chaoyu. Originally the two were really close. As a result of letting himself get carried away like this, for some reason, there was actually a disconnect between the two sides. Even making up has become difficult. You came all the way here to hang out with me? Chaoyu was slightly surprised when he heard Enron's words. In the past few days, he himself, that was 3 times refusing Ching May's invitation, at home with Fong Yun, having a great time. Thought Anran was going to get her stink on again and not talk to herself for a while or something like that. Yeah, didn't we both make up? Why are you still mad at me and refusing to see me? Anran, who was still unclear about the real reason, had a hard time meeting Chao Yu. It was also a time to be anxious to know why. If you're really still mad about what happened before, I can apologize to you. Would that be okay? Enron also took a rare step back. But how could Chao Yu explain this? He was so busy with his Auntie Fong's snowy nights and flowers that he didn't have time to take care of this ex-girlfriend. I have my own things to do. I really don't have time. I'm not mad at you though. I've played with you since I was a kid and I'm a friend no matter what. Chao Yu was also being truthful in disguise. Maybe there was still some resentment and discomfort about Enron when they first broke up, but Auntie's tenderness has healed the wounds and a new romantic and exciting relationship has begun. The past is the past. Chao Yu does not want to dwell on the past, or quite open-minded. Anran heard Chao Yu's statement. My heart felt a little more at ease. Well, in that case, I'd like to go into my friend's house and sit down for a while. Is that okay? Enron also spread a friendly smile. Since Chao Yu treated her as a friend, it was only right that their relationship should be restored to its former state. With words having been said to this point, it wasn't realistic for Chao Yu to continue stopping. Anran, no problem is no problem. But, a glance back in the direction of the living room. Not quite sure if Auntie cleaned up the mess yet. But what? Look how nervous you are. Is it hard to believe your mom is home? Anran also knew that Auntie Lee was not to be messed with. So following Chao Yu's example, he probed deeper into the room, searching with his eyes. But there doesn't seem to be any particularly noteworthy presence. No, my mom went to work. Chao Yu hurriedly pressed Enran's shoulders with both hands and pulled the other party slightly towards the outside of the door, just in case this guy sees something he shouldn't. Though Enran's vision was blocked, the young man had a good sense of hearing. But your house, it seems to be moving? Any breeze is able to attract the attention of the other side. Of course, Anran was a simple girl despite her bad temper. Chao Yu used to be quite innocent. But now, it's hard to say. Of course I have someone at home. The last time you came to our house and celebrated my mom's birthday, didn't I all but say that Auntie Fong was staying at our house temporarily to keep my mom company? Chao Yu immediately rounded off his words, since the other party had heard it. Continuing to hide it would instead arouse suspicion. Anran nodded. There is indeed such a thing. Auntie Fong is not going to the office today. At home? But the heart is still a little depressed. Thinking to myself that it would be nice if this old aunt wasn't there. He himself would be able to be alone with Chao Yu and talk about something between his childhood friends. Quickly restore the relationship between the two. Before Chao Yu could give an answer. Or think of how to perfume Anran. Temporarily send each other home. Xiao Yu, who's here? Aren't you going to invite someone in to have a seat? Auntie Fong inside the living room, on the contrary, was the first to speak, saying something that made Chao Yu somewhat surprised. The other party actually took the initiative to invite Enron in. Oh, it's Enron coming. I'm greeting. I'll be right there. Chao Yu was also cooperative and responded to Fong Yun rather naturally. The other side actually spoke. Then it was also indicating to Chao Yu that the living room, which was originally a bit messy, had been cleaned up. Guests come and are not rude. Having received the invitation, Enron was a little happy in her heart. Think this Auntie Fong is still nice. Not as careful as Chao Yu. They say they've made up, but in reality they're still holding a grudge. Why else would they be targeting themselves and not coming to hang out with her these days? Come in and talk. Chao Yu simply opened his mouth with a smile. With the help of his wise wife, Chao Yu was now not as flustered as he was before. Finally, I was able to visit Chao Yu's house again. Enron wasn't polite either. Soon they entered it and came to the living room. And at the moment, the woman who had been deeply bound to Chao Yu and embarked on an underground romance. It is blooming in its most delicate form. Fong Yun, who is exquisitely made up and exudes total femininity and sexiness to the core. It was only a short time before it was back to the perfection it had been a moment before. Anran, come in and sit down. The tall figure with large long legs towered over her and fell to face her love rival. As if she was the mistress of the house, she took the initiative to greet Enron. Chapter 67, Auntie and Chao Yu's long-distance relationship. Childhood friends going to college. Seeing Fong Yun's current appearance, only then did Chao Yu finally feel at ease. I thought to myself that Auntie Fong is really quite fast. Not only were her clothes and everything organized and neat, but she even grabbed a touch-up of her makeup. Even the lipstick is smeared. One has to admire all aspects of this professional model's qualities. Good morning, Auntie Fong. Anran also greeted the other person politely, despite all the targeting of the other team inside the game last time. But no matter what, people are elders and it's necessary to say hello. No need to be so polite. Sit down and talk. I'll get you a glass of juice. At the moment, she is already Chao Yu's fiancée. so she must be helping to entertain the guests. At the same time, he gave Xiao Yu a wink. Let him deal with his ex-girlfriend on his own. How he should. Auntie didn't want to meddle too much, believing that Xiao Yu will definitely be responsible for himself and won't have any more excessive entanglements with Anren. Auntie is just so confident. After that, he went to the kitchen alone for the time being, opened the refrigerator and went to prepare food and drink for Anren. Auntie Fong is not only pretty, she's also very friendly to people. There was no way of knowing what this bad aunt had in mind. Enron also had some feelings that the other woman was a really good woman or something like that. Xiao Yu agreed and nodded. Well, Auntie Fong is very nice. It doesn't go into too much detail about what exactly is good for people. Take Enron and sit down. Only Xiao Yu was rather self-conscious. There was no sitting next to Anren as before, the two of them talking, laughing and joking about nothing. Instead, he sat directly across from Enron. This creates a bit of an invisible distance between the two. Although Anren was slow in terms of emotions, she was able to appreciate Xiao Yu's perversity. Silence took a deep breath and gazed up at the boy next door. In addition to secretly saying cheap bastard in his heart, he thought that Xiao Yu was still angry with himself over the breakup. Can't seem to find any other suitable reason for this current state of affairs. Auntie Fong is still moving fast. Poured a couple glasses of juice while bringing out some snacks and fruit. Set it on the coffee table. Just let the two men make themselves at home. Then Auntie Fong sat down rather naturally. But this time it wasn't sitting beside Xiao Yu. Instead, he took the initiative to approach and ran, closing the distance with this love interest of his, as if he had something to talk about. Auntie Fong. Anren wore a smile, not realizing that this aunt would actually get this close to her. For a moment there was some embarrassment. Turning his face sideways, he looked Fong Yun up and down. Up close, even Enron couldn't help but marvel. Worthy of being a top model, this body and appearance is simply no match for perfection. Especially these black silk legs, long and round. Even she, a girl, couldn't help but like it when she looked at it. It's just that Enron herself doesn't quite fit the style is all. Anren, you and Xiao Yu both got your acceptance letters the other day. Right, what university are you going to? Auntie Fong didn't say anything and sat down and took her lover's hand. Just start spying. Xiao Yu was also a bit curious about this. He was so focused on his relationship with Auntie Fong that he wasn't quite sure what college the other Anren was going to attend. It's not unusual for elders to ask their juniors questions about their studies, so Enron didn't have any reason to hide it. Just staring at Xiao Yu, he slowly opened his mouth. It's XX University, XX Department. It seems like this school and Xiao Yu should have something to do with each other. And after hearing Enron's answer, Xiao Yu also couldn't help but raise his head in slight surprise. Only before speaking, Auntie Mature, however, was the first to say Xiao Yu's line. That's not the same college that Sayu enrolled in. Slightly offended. In less than a month, Xiao Yu will be leaving for college, to be separated from myself for a while, and Anren and Xiao Yu are studying at the same university. This means that the two, as childhood friends, will have a lot of contact. Auntie Fong, however, is about to embark on a long-distance relationship with her young boyfriend. As we all know, long-distance relationships can be quite difficult. I don't know how many couples have died halfway across the country because of this kind of thing. Xiao Yu was a bit in disbelief. And Ran, you applied to the same university as me? You obviously scored a little higher than me. Shouldn't you have enrolled in XX University? Why? When we were in love before, didn't we all agree to be together? Although I was angry with my mom at the time, forcing me to fall in love with you, but I always remembered it, and thought it would be good for us to go to college together. Enron spoke slowly, saying something that makes you blush. The little girl's posture comes out in full force. Enron you. Xiao Yu didn't even know what to say. This was before the breakup, and the two had talked about it because of the college thing. Anren didn't care on the surface, but actually wanted to join Xiao Yu. Hearing Enron's words, Fong Yun could completely feel that this love rival of his was terrifying. I thought to myself that it was fortunate that I had started early enough, and do whatever it takes to intercept and dig in like crazy, without his old aunt intervening. I'm afraid that Xiao Yu and Anren really should have gotten together, because the two of them like each other in their own right. It's normal for couples to fight and break up and stuff, but now, Xiao Yu is already her bad aunt's person. That's a good feeling. That way you two will have something to look after when you study together in the future. Auntie Fong is generous. The surface even says some pretty open things. However, Xiao Yu seemed to be able to sense that Auntie Fong was turning her head to stare at herself from time to time. Those eyes were full of meaning. Xiao Yu's heart tightened in thought. It didn't notice that there was a frown between Xiao Yu and Fong Yun on the scene. Still looking forward to himself and Xiao Yu, to have a good life inside the university. After being polite with Auntie Fong, she even took the initiative to wave her hand towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, we'll be college alumni from now on, so we'll work together then, and we can meet often in private. Enron was visibly a little amused. being able to remain friends with Xiao Yu and look out for each other inside the university. It's going to be pleasant to think about. As for the boyfriend/girlfriend piece, Enron thought it would be a good idea to give it a little try. It was only after much deliberation that she slowly realized that Xiao Yu was actually really good to her. After leaving Xiao Yu for such a short period of time, Enron felt a bit hard to accept. Ahahaha, good. Xiao Yu could only respond awkwardly. He had already made a preliminary private arrangement with Auntie Fong, and was even prepared to impregnate her, as a response to the family's objections. Now that Enron is in contact with him again, Xiao Yu is still worried that Auntie will misunderstand. The eyes kept focusing on Fong Yun, but Fong Yun acted gracefully and confidently from start to finish, as if she wasn't angry over the matter. This only made Xiao Yu slightly relieved. Chapter 68, Ching May is at ease, but Auntie and Xiao Yu are in a private relationship. Follow up. Enron didn't continue to stay inside Xiao Yu's house for too long. After talking for about an hour or two, we were ready to go home for dinner. Nor did they disturb Xiao Yu and Fong Yun's two-person world, because all that needs to be said has been said, and it also feels like the relationship has really been restored quite a bit. Most importantly, this Auntie Fong is really nice woman. Even Enron felt that she had misunderstood this aunt a bit before. It is indeed the same as what his own Ansu said, worthy of being Li Mengling's best friend. A good woman. Still don't know Fong Yun's true colors. Enron was even now thinking of the other as a confidant aunt. There's the other side in charge of Xiao Yu. It was believed that if there really was a bad woman who wanted to hit Xiao Yu, there was no way to get it. Wait until you've sent Enron away. Only then did she slowly close the door. Fong Yun stared at Xiao Yu with a smile on her face and did not speak. The atmosphere was slightly bizarre. Auntie Fong, don't misunderstand. I have nothing with Enron. Xiao Yu started explaining to his woman just as soon as Enron left in front of him. You can't be careless when you realize that women are jealous. I didn't misunderstand. I know you and Enron were in love a while ago, and it couldn't be helped that you went to the same university to study. Auntie Fong wasn't the type to get angry and like to fool around. Instead, it's mature and intellectual. I've already told you before, the two of us are now taking one wrong step at a time. Xiao Yu, if you back out it's not too late. The big deal is that I'll take some pills and remedy the situation. Really pregnant will go to the hospital alone. Won't die to make you responsible. Auntie is playing that whole lust thing again. Since ancient times, deep love cannot be retained. Only the hearts of the set. This kind of routine was the most effective for an innocent man like Xiao Yu. Auntie Fong, I'm not backing out. I'll really be responsible. Even if I go to college with Enron, I won't have anything with her. It'll just be a normal friend. Xiao Yu felt even more guilty inside. Auntie Fong is so good to herself and follows him in everything. The other party never blames himself for his impulsive mistakes, but instead thinks of carrying the problem. If Xiao Yu abandons Auntie Fong, he would never forgive himself in his life. Well, since you're willing to do that, Auntie will rely on you one more time, accompany you in your mistakes, and will carry the burden together when things go wrong. Fong Yun was full of seriousness. Taking Xiao Yu's neck, he placed a deep kiss on the other's lips. As if it were a kiss, the two were officially engaged to be married. Noticing the fascination of Xiao Yu's eyes for himself, he had been completely taken over by his aunt. Fong Yun couldn't help but feel triumphant inside at this point. It was only then that tiny Cymbeline went on the offensive. Unbeknownst to me, the old aunt had abducted the man long ago. It's only now that I regret thinking to come and grab it. Late, after Enron left, there were no more light bulbs. Xiao Yu and Fong Yun, that naturally got along very well. Tired of playing? Just play pesticides and talk about what's resting. Whatever you do, as long as it's two people who like each other together, you'll have a great time. Xiao Yu also loved and enjoyed these days, so while knowing that you, in a while, are going to college with Enron, that is also a firm conviction that there is bound to be nothing with other women. Make sure you're nice to your aunt. Listening to Xiao Yu's various assurances and words of love to himself, Fong Yun's heart screamed for comfort. Of course, he chose to believe Xiao Yu. Even if the other person is alone with Enron, there's no need to worry too much. Besides, the little boyfriend is just going to college. It's not like the distance is too far. A couple hours drive. It's not like Auntie Fong can't go over and meet Xiao Yu. The pregnancy program, that can still go on. Time passes. Until the evening, Li Mengling, who was working overtime in the company, it was not easy to return home. All sorts of pouring on the bitterness. These dog bosses, they just know how to work overtime to catch up and treat people like cattle and horses. Saying how hard it was for you to get a promotion and a raise. I was going to hug my best friend and spit on her, just like before, but looking at her good sister so sexy and charming, she actually wore stockings and short skirts in the middle of the night, and it's red and glowing and the skin is smooth and moisturized and getting prettier and prettier. It's like a woman nourished by love. Charming. Li Mengling looked at her heart and felt that her best friend's intentions towards herself were really obvious at a glance, so had to hug his good son and spit. It left Xiao Yu speechless for a while. I was afraid that my mom would get too close and smell Auntie Fong's scent on her. Damn it, if it wasn't for more college living expenses for my son, I'd just fling this dog tag in the boss's face and I'd quit this Thai job. Lee Mangling looked really angry. Staying up all night and working overtime one after another really made her, the tigress, a bit angry. Being a best friend's best sister, seeing that the other party is being bullied, that should have stood up and been on the same side as the other party. Agreed directly with Lee Mangling's words and tell the other to quit her job. Find another good one, with the other person's ability to do the job. It's not that simple? Xiao Yu thought so too. However, at this time, Fong Yun was making faces at Xiao Yu. Instead, he comforted Lee Mangling. Nowadays, it's hard to find a job. Good sister, you endure. Is not soon promoted and increased salary. This period of time to work hard will soon be over. Auntie Fong was comforting in her own BFF's ear. I can't wait for the other guy to work more shifts and not come home at night. Looking ahead, it won't be long before Xiao Yu goes away to college. That must be thinking about being able to sleep with your little boyfriend at night more often and cherishing the good times together. Sure, it can work overtime. Carrying a child would be even better. Mom, you pay more attention to your body. Really cannot, or do not work overtime. Read the university do not have to give me too much living expenses. Xiao Yu tried to echo his aunt's words though. Still worried about my mother's health though. That's why this didn't go along with Auntie Fong's wishes. Chapter 69, Boyfriend and Sia are dating. Auntie has no opinion? You don't have to worry about these things. Mom's been ready for this for a long time. Just a little complaining. Seeing that her son was so understanding, Lee Mangling also smiled in relief beside her. The grievances that arise because of overtime are much less. Next to her, Fong Yun actually had something she wanted to say. For example, Xiao Yu's living expenses inside the university. His own daughter-in-law took care of it. You know Auntie Fong is a real little rich girl. When her best friend wasn't paying attention, she almost succeeded in bagging Xiao Yu in private. But thinking back to the past between himself and Lee Mangling, swallowing again in his mouth, he didn't say it. As if she knew this good best friend of hers extremely well, there was no need for Fong Yun to say anything more at all. The strong-minded Lee Mangling then immediately gave a warning for a reminder. Fong Yun, I tell you you cannot secretly give this kid pocket money. Our family financial situation is still okay. You do not spoil him. It's just a sisterhood of girlfriends with no financial value attached to it. The relationship between the two is just so pure. Don't worry, good sister. I'll remember your words. Nothing like that will happen. Fong Yun immediately gave her assurance, swearing with extreme seriousness, but Xiao Yu himself realized it. In spite of what she said, Auntie secretly gave him money to spend from time to time in private over the years. It's not as blatant though and the amount is much less, but this kind of underwriting behavior is there. Yeah, I'm not going to ask Auntie Fong for money. Xiao Yu likewise made his attitude clear. In the past, after my mother-in-law found out that she had asked my aunt for money, she had been given a good beating. This thing was never the same again. Sneaking in to give money, that was entirely the aunt's own initiative to hearten him. It's true that it's not Xiao Yu's request, and it's fine to say so. As for inside the university, would Auntie Fong secretly slip Xiao Yu a red packet transfer or something? Guess with the relationship between him and his aunt, definitely exempt. Mom, you've been working hard lately. Let me rub your legs and press your shoulders. Always being hugged by his mom like this, Xiao Yu always felt so uncomfortable. Not that I have anything against my own mother, except that I have experienced the embrace of my mature aunt. That must have smelled better being held by Auntie Fong. So take off on an excuse. It started to help Lee Mangling squeeze her beautiful legs again. You boys are really getting the hang of it, and you know how to feel for your mom. Lee Mangling was very satisfied with her son's current performance. This time, she even didn't let herself initiate the request, so she knew to massage her. It still seems to be growing. Fong Yun next to her didn't feel envious this time. When her best friend was working her ass off at the office, she was able to enjoy a massage and leg massage anytime, anywhere, from morning to night. No more soreness. But, Xiao Yu, how did it go with that Mr. Song? As soon as she was free, Lee Mangling couldn't help but start wanting to rush the marriage. Xiao Yu didn't know how to explain it. You've got yourself a date now, and it still feels better than it ever has. But you can't just say it now. You have to wait until you have a baby inside your belly to have a chance of winning. Otherwise the irony would have been stirred up by his own mother. That, Xiao Yu hesitated slightly. Before opening his mouth to reply, he first turned his gaze to Fong Yun. It seemed to want to see what kind of reaction the other side actually had. After all, the two were now in an unusual relationship, and perhaps in Song Sia's aspect, it might be different. Fong Yun immediately understood what Xiao Yu meant. I think the two of them are talking pretty good right now. I think they were on their cell phones the other day sending out voices and stuff, giving a report to her best friend, letting the other know what's going on between Xiao Yu and Song Sia right now. Xiao Yu blinked, and Auntie Fong stared at each other and eventually fell silent. choosing to trust Auntie Fong's judgment and handling of the situation. The other party may have an arrangement. Why are you still sending voice? I'm still waiting to hold my grandchildren, and your progress is too slow. If you keep delaying like this, Mom is going to get angry. Li Mengling, who had just been soothed, immediately made a face. Having only just celebrated my birthday and thinking about being another year older, it was getting to be a day of thinking about my children and grandchildren. I've been trying so hard. Mom, you don't have to rush it. Xiao Yu felt speechless in his heart, knowing that Mother Superior wants grandchildren. Xiao Yu and Fong Yun were working overtime, busy from morning till night for the pregnancy. It's a real fight for your life. I don't care so much. In short, you give me to do these things well. Mom has no other requirements. You and Mr. Song good place, just these days to see the situation about to come out to eat a meal well. Li Mengling urged from the side. It felt like it was about time to talk after all this time. Otherwise it's no fun to get into an online relationship. Facing Li Mengling's order, Xiao Yu, who is now in a relationship with Fong Yun, is a bit depressed. Got it. But still, he nodded his head and agreed superficially to muddle through, because this matter also has aunts involved in it, and Auntie Fong is also responsible for what will turn out to be like this. After discussing the matter, Mother Superior is still in a good mood today, letting Xiao Yu and Fong Yin chat by themselves in the living room. She personally came to cook and make some delicious food. This gave the two a chance for a little alone time. While Li Mengling was cooking, Xiao Yu really couldn't hold back his doubts. Auntie Fong, this should be the end of the matter between Mr. Song and I, right? The two of us are already in a relationship, and we're still dating other people. It's not right how you think about it. Xiao Yu was extremely twisted as he told what was in his heart. If it was in the past, Xiao Yu had just lost his love. It wouldn't hurt to talk about coping with mother's tasks first. Then, without saying anything more, think of it as catching up on a foreign language with your own English teacher, offline. Now, that's like having 2 feet in the same boat, isn't it? And in the face of Xiao Yu's inquiry, Fong Yun, on the other hand, was kind of holding back a laugh. Let you talk about it. See, a sister is a good woman. With her dating is not a loss. As long as you are willing, I do not have a problem. Chapter 70, Addicted to Auntie, Not Missing College. Good lord. It was only earlier that he finished testing Xiao Yu's feelings for Enran, and now to another love interest that he had set himself up for. In a joking way, let's see if Xiao Yu has any thoughts of double-mindedness. Auntie Fong, don't tease me. I don't have that idea. She's my teacher, and I already have Auntie Fong. It won't be like that. Once a teacher, always a teacher. Even after graduation, the rather disciplined Xiao Yu doesn't want to fall in love with his English teacher. Even if it's a superficial gesture, that's not going to cut it. Wouldn't the others laugh their asses off if they found out about this? For example, next door to Aome Manran, it is expected to fall down and people are given a shock. Okay, I'm just joking with you. Why are you so serious? You don't understand humor at all. Auntie Fong talked and laughed, and easily settled the matter. The other guy is a pretty dedicated guy, letting Xiao Yu go pedal to the metal. People themselves refused to do so. Auntie felt she had picked up a treasure. What's so funny about that? I just feel so embarrassed. Why don't I just leave it at that with Mr. Song? I'm afraid I'm going to mess it up if I keep going. There's nothing wrong with joking around with Mr. Song, but what if, over time, people really do think of him as a boyfriend, a marriage partner, with real feelings, or something like that? A meeting offline reveals that the other person realizes he is her student. Then that's a lot of fun. Don't worry about it. Sia is my sister in the company. The relationship is still quite good. Any problems can be solved. Auntie Fong for the plan to work. It was also on the sidelines to pacify Xiao Yu. You can talk about it first, and when I get pregnant later, it won't be too late for you to come clean with her, so your mom doesn't have to go around looking for you again instead. Fong Yun spoke what was in her heart. Xiao Yu seemed to think that was the case after hearing it. In the end, he could only nod his head, hoping that the two of them, himself and Song Sia, would not be too embarrassed when the time came. The blind date thing is just not too pleasantly decided for now. Having said that, a young couple in love, that also has a lot of sweet things to say and a lot of fun games to play. Even though Li Mengling was now in the kitchen, the two of them were having fun, fighting for the courage to do the whole little thing inside the living room. Just like the previous special relationship training, it's good to review the content once in a while. It was a good thing that Li Mengling didn't notice it. After getting the meal ready, the three of them finished enjoying it beautifully. Then it's just normal sleep and rest. However, when it came to the evening, Xiao Yu and Fong Yin did not act like before. After all, Li Mengling was now at home, so she still had to be careful. Xiao Yu pressed down the fluttering in his heart. All you can do is sleep alone on the couch, tossing and turning thinking about Auntie May, and you can't sleep. Originally as young and strong young man, and tiger and wolf age aunt met, and since then live only envious of lovebirds, not envious of fairy happy little life. It's hard to be alone on a big night like this now, that's for sure, but for the sake of the two men's grand plan, they must guard against impulse. A difficult night passed. The latter days were nothing special, or rather for Chao Yu and Fong Yun, every day is special, every day is Valentine's Day. As soon as Li Mengling finished her breakfast, as soon as she left for the office, only Chao Yu and Fong Yun were left inside the home. That must have been an immediate action to start another day of hard and joyful endeavors in order to conceive a child. Auntie Fong understands what her little boyfriend is thinking. Earlier, he brought Chao Yu to his home and chose 2 whole big boxes of clothes over. It's coming in handy right now. The way you dress yourself, the style of your clothes, the style of your stockings, the texture of your lipstick, even the color of the high heels had to be carefully chosen by Chao Yu. Make the best of the match and personally create sexy yet glamorous, extremely mature women. It makes Chao Yu's heart happy and lovable, in the face of such a good auntie who followed him in everything. If he didn't like it, he was purely out of his mind. So the two get along with each other, quite harmoniously. Only, there will be love interests coming over and messing things up is all. And that love interest is no other than Enron next door. It took hindsight to slowly react. He himself was full of attachments after leaving Chao Yu. He has a good aunt to keep him company, and he doesn't care about her. Enron fell back on his haste first, messaging Chao Yu on his cell phone for the past 2 days, expressing friendship. He was inviting Chao Yu to be a guest at the Yin family's mother and son's territory, but they were all rejected by Chao Yu, using some euphemistic excuses. After all, he himself is now busy conceiving a new life with his aunt. It's true that you don't want to waste a minute of your time. There were but 10 more days to go before Chao Yu would be leaving to study abroad. When the time comes to meet with Auntie Fong, there will definitely be less time. Honestly, the heart is still a bit reluctant to give up. Auntie Fong, how about I don't go to school? Actually, I don't really like studying either. Inside the room, Chao Yu, who was covered with a blanket and hugging Auntie Fong, couldn't help but say something stupid. It's only been a few days since he and Fong Yun made it official. He just kind of plays with things and doesn't even miss the book. What silly words. The university is definitely going to go on. You study hard for so many years. There has to be a result. The rosy-cheeked Auntie Fong was originally in a pretty good mood, but when he heard Chao Yu actually say that was an immediate heckling. But Auntie Fong, I've thought about it. By the time you're pregnant and I'm away at college, it seems a bit inappropriate any way you think about it. Chao Yu seemed to be thinking more about Fong Yun. Instead, they don't care much about their future. That's why I want to stay with you, Auntie, and take care of you, and we'll have a good baby together. Speaking with heart, all of them made Fong Yun feel touched to the core. Auntie has a personal agenda too. To be honest, really didn't want Chao Yu to leave himself, go to college with that childhood friend, Amrun, and give them time together. Even if you are so confident that you are not afraid of thieves stealing, you are always afraid of thieves thinking about you, right? Day after day. This is what Auntie Fong is most worried will happen to the two of them. But Fong Yun wasn't that selfish. He had already gotten Chao Yu. If he ruined the other party's future again, don't say your best friend won't agree. Okay, you don't have to worry about the child. I'll take care of myself. Anyway, you do well in college. Don't think about those have-nots. Chapter 71 Underground Romance discovered. Auntie Chao Yu is done for. Eventually, he took a deep breath and told Chao Yu not to be bothered. Chao Yu bowed his head in silence, hugging Fong Yun and not knowing what he was thinking. Chao Yu always wanted to spend every day with Fong Yun more than going to college, because it's awesome to be with such a beauty. Only now did Chao Yu understand why. Why were those dim-witted kings mesmerized by their consorts? From now on, kings don't have early mornings. Chao Yu's current state is probably about the same. But with Auntie Fong's heartfelt persuasion, Chao Yu was eventually pulled back on track. Finally, I agree that I won't spend my days indulging in my aunt's beauty, willing to go out of state to further my education and finish college. However, it was evident that Chao Yu still had some unhappiness on his face. It's good to know. It's not like we'll never see each other again. If you really miss Auntie, just call and I'll drive over to you if I'm free. Auntie Fong had to continue to give the benefit of the doubt. It shows that even if the two are separated by a long distance, the two are also available to meet. Of course you can't do that too often and be noticed by your best friend before your belly bulges. Then the consequences are unimaginable. The two men sort of agreed on this issue, for the time being. With the passage of time, the atmosphere of parting grew stronger and the time Chao Yu and Fong Yun spent together became even more precious. So from morning until Li Mengling came home in the evening, basically spend time in bed or on the couch. Of course, once in a while, someone would be insensitive and intrude into their world as a couple. But okay, the love rival Anren would ring the doorbell when she came over, and Chao Yu and Auntie Fong were able to cope by immediately tidying up and then inviting the other party to join them for a chat and afternoon tea. But just one day, Just after lunch, Chow Yu hugged his aunt as he was kissing and nibbling her, an uninvited guest with no advance notice by ringing the doorbell. Instead, he took out the key and skillfully opened the door of Chow's house. Humming to himself, he entered it. Ouch, I'm exhausted. A middle-aged man, stretching out, pulling the key from inside his pocket, he opened the front door of his house, humming a little tune. Prepare to enter it and have a good rest. After traveling for over a month, I'm finally back. The inside of his mouth muttered such words. The man's face gradually became clearer. The looks had a slight resemblance to Chow Yu, but was clearly more mature. He was Chow Yu's father, Chow Da, who had been away on business. It was hard to get back to the city, and my cell phone was dead, so there was no advance notice to inform the family. But even so, Chow Da, who had returned home after a long absence, was still holding a bouquet of roses. Prepare to offer it to your wife as a gift. A little goodbye is better than a new marriage, so it must be a good thing. That's a tigress at home. If you don't serve it well, then he, the head of the family, will not have a good time. Just opened the door and entered it. The tip of his nose caught a refreshing aroma, the fragrance of a mature woman. Smells good. Looking down, there were a number of high heels still on the shoe rack. The assortment and style is great. These shoes are so pretty. When did the wife's aesthetics become so good that she specifically picked this style? In his heart, he was slightly looking forward to how charming his wife would be when she wore these high heels tonight. So the stride continued on, and then before I could take 2 steps, just as I reached the living room, something didn't feel right. There were voices that brought special attention to it. It's the voices of women and men, and it was still coming from inside his room with his wife. Chowda's mind went blank. Kind of didn't turn the corner. Went away on a business trip myself and came back. Inside his and his wife's room, there was a man and a woman's voice? It's not right how you think about it. Wife stealing? The word was the first to appear in his own mind. Though that tigress, inside the weekdays, never showed signs of such aspects. But now the facts are in front of us. It is not to be believed. Who else could it be? The rose in her hand slipped right to the ground. Although Chowda was afraid of his wife, it was a toss-up when it came to this kind of thing. Clenched fists. As soon as the green hat is on, photosynthesis begins and the brain fizzles. Picking up the stick next to him, he headed straight for the scene of the crime with his lowered footsteps. Damn! How dare you steal my wife? The inside of his mouth chanted something like this. It seemed ready to hit this old king next door so hard that he couldn't take care of himself for the rest of his life. Pushed the door to the room slowly open. It was as one would expect. This pair of dogs, actually covered up and making out, caught in the act. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the door open and charged straight up. Lifting the covers, he was ready to swing his stick down. Dare to come and steal my house. Kill you, eh? Chow Yu. Fong Yun? The image froze momentarily. Chow Yu, who had just carried Auntie Fong into the house and started to nibble. It didn't occur to him that his dad had come home without a word and was holding a stick up to beat him. Fong Yun, whose clothes were all still in good condition, was also frightened. She had just finished lunch, and she was preparing to try to get pregnant and have a baby with Chow Yu. How did you let your future father-in-law find out? This is bad. Dad. Chow Yu shrank back, embarrassed to the core for a moment. And I don't know what the best thing to say is. Fong Yun was also embarrassed and nodded towards the other party. Brother Chow, meanwhile hiding behind Chow Yu's back, a little shy, despite usually being quite thick-skinned and having seen a lot. But this is the situation today. But it felt like I couldn't wait to find a hole to drill into right now, and I had no face at all. No. Xiao Yu, Fong Yun, you too. How? You not? What's the situation? What are you doing? Chowda was now starting to speak incoherently. His brain felt a little overloaded. These two, why are they under the covers? It's not your own wife stealing, though, but it was just as shocking. It boggles the mind. Sun Xiao Yu and his wife's best friend, rolling in their own bed. Just outrageous. Chapter 72 Chow Dad, she is your mom's best friend. How dare you, Dad? This has nothing to do with Auntie Fong. It's all my fault. Chow Yu was also encountering this situation for the first time though, and his heart was very bottomless. But still, he immediately stepped forward, protecting Fong Yun behind him, showing his manhood. It was a promise he made to his aunt. Having made the mistake of turning the relationship between the two into what it is, it's important to defend Fong Yun when anything goes wrong. This promise, Chow Yu has always remembered in his heart. Xiao Yu, chanting Chow Yu's name inside his mouth. These words also caused waves to ripple through Fong Yun's heart as well. Unconsciously, he leaned slightly closer to Chow Yu's back again. Broad shoulders make you feel secure. Chowda stared at Chow Yu and Fong Yun with a complicated gaze. Looking up again at the wall above the bed, the photo of himself and his wife in their wedding dress. Not sure exactly what's going on with the two of them yet though, but Father Chowda eventually waved his hand breathlessly inside. You two clean up and talk it over in the living room. With that, he took the lead and left the room alone. thoughtfully pulling the door shut with his hand on his way out. Give Chao Yu and Fong Yun time and space to organize their grooming. Why is my dad back all of a sudden? Auntie Fong, what should we do now? My elderly father, who had been away on a business trip, suddenly came home without a word of greeting, caught them both red-handed at the scene, caught in the act, so to speak. Chao Yu turned around and grabbed Fong Yun's hand and began to strategize a good solution. But Auntie Fong, who has always had a lot of ideas and a belly full of bad water, this time too, he could only force himself to stabilize his mind. Well, I honestly don't know. We're both just getting started here, and I didn't expect to be found out. It's a bit of a bad situation. Specifically analyzing the scene, Auntie feels that this situation today is not encouraging either. It's okay if there's a baby in the belly, but it's kind of hard to get pregnant in such a short period of time. And even if you are pregnant, pregnancy tests don't always show it. If Li Mengling knew about it, the matter between herself and Chao Yu would definitely have to be spoiled. It's fine, Auntie Fong. If there's really no way out, then the big deal is to let mom and dad beat me up. And when the time comes, you can just say that I forced you to do it, and you had no choice but to agree to this, and the two of them won't blame you, and they'll come to clean me up at most. Chao Yu thought about it and felt that this solution was still more reliable, even though in Chao Yu's opinion, Auntie Fong had that little bit of responsibility, completely negligible though. The main fault is still with myself. If he hadn't gone so overboard that night, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Of course Chao Yu didn't regret it. Instead he was glad that he was impulsive, because all these days he was living happier than he had ever been. Didn't you agree to carry it together? Why are you thinking of facing this kind of thing alone again? Auntie Fong was touched in her heart, but did not agree with Chao Yu's approach of abandoning the car to protect the commander-in-chief. A little pondering, Auntie Fong adjusted her breathing. While straightening his grooming and clothes, he pulled Chao Yu to get ready to get out of bed. There should still be a chance for this to turn around, and as bad as the situation is, the good thing is that the person who found out about the secret wasn't your mom, so there should still be a possibility of remedying the situation. After so many years of dealing with my own BFF, Fong Yun still had a certain understanding of Chowda, and calling the other party brother Chow, the relationship was quite okay, so he should be able to talk. That's true, but after all, we're both like this. So my dad, he can't get mad and leave us alone, can he? Chao Yu muttered such words, thinking back to his own father's anger-filled appearance just now. He felt in his heart that it might not be as easy as Fong Yun said, and immediately raised his hand in imitation, adding, he just tried to hit me with a stick in the air. Hearing Chao Yu's concern, Fong Yun smiled in relief, as if he understood why Chowda was so angry just now. He obviously knew it was a misunderstanding, but it was not explained to Chao Yu. Alright, we'll see what happens later. We'll both work together and try to convince him. Holding Chao Yu's hand, Fong Yun told her little boyfriend not to be so nervous. This day did come sooner or later. Auntie's mental preparations were made much earlier than Chao Yu's, so now it's time to guide each other and go together to meet each other's parents. With Fong Yun beside himself with gentle and patient care, Chao Yu eventually nodded and decided to follow Auntie Fong's words. Go out first and see what's going on. What about the attitude on Dad's side? After a little bit of a combined effort, the two of them, Chao Yu Kai and Fong Yun, had organized their clothes and everything and walked out of the room holding hands. At this point inside the living room, the father, Chao Da, was picking up the roses on the ground and sticking them inside a vase. When he saw Chao Yu and Fong Yun, the two were actually holding hands. It was as if the relationship was as close as that of a couple, not like a mere cheating, playful feeling. The look in his eyes was a little surprised. Why don't you two come over here and sit down and properly explain what just happened? Chao Da's heart was clogged though, but the good thing is that the person who caught it wasn't his wife, which is unfortunate in another way. Chao Yu and Fong Yun exchanged glances. It was only then that the young couple held hands and arrived in front of Chao Da in a regular manner. Then like a sinner who has made a big mistake, he sits down honestly and waits for the judgment. Brother Chao, in fact, this matter, Fong Yun was the first to speak. After getting out of bed, that state has gotten much better. Instead of putting pressure on Chao Yu, he took the initiative to try to deal with Chao Da. Let's see if we can take a chance and get through this. Sister Fong Yun, wait for a moment. Why don't you let Xiao Yu do the talking? I want to hear how he explains it first. Based on Fong Yun's submissive attitude towards Chao Yu in the past, Chao Da felt that if this matter was left to Fong Yun to explain, the other party would most likely condone the harboring and take the blame on himself. The dad still wants to hear it from his son's own mouth. The whole story. Dad, this matter is my fault, not Auntie Fong's. Seeing that the spearhead was pointed at himself, Chao Yu also immediately took the responsibility, started wanting to carry the whole thing off. Well, go ahead, I'll listen. The old father's brow furrowed as if he thought it did fit somewhat with his earlier suspicions. The origin of this matter is most likely out of his own son. Young people are impulsive and sometimes do things wrong. Chao Yu took a deep breath. After adjusting his breath slightly, he then began to put together what had happened between himself and Auntie Fong. Roughly slightly. Just describing it. Of course, Li Mengling works overtime and then at night when he's bored he goes to his room to play with his aunts and talk and stuff. There was no one at home, and when he saw Auntie Fong was sexy and beautiful, he acted on impulse and made a mistake with her, and then it changed a little bit to follow up on that. Let's say it's yourself who keeps pestering Auntie Fong to be with each other. The other party couldn't argue, which is why they stayed in a relationship with him, privately hiding it from Li Mengling. It became this situation. Auntie Fong is a victim through and through. Other secrets that might put Auntie Fong at a disadvantage. Chao Yu that didn't say a word. A small concealment of this aspect was necessary in order to be with my aunt. After listening to Chao Yu's explanation, Auntie Fong felt a little taut, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Hastily, he covered his mouth with his hand, as if he were sobbing down. Actually prevented myself from laughing out loud, because it was so outrageous that it was a struggle for her to hold back. Chao Da held his forehead. It's not like I've known Fong Yun for a day or two. One also had to admit that the other party was indeed a stunning beauty, a top model. Black silk high heels and long legs. Who doesn't get confused when they see it? But she is a very disciplined woman. Not even a scandal. And how could it be possible that such an outrageous thing happened between Chao Yu on his own initiative? So Chao Yu took the initiative to say it was his fault. Chao Da logically believed it. But the question now is, you brat, how dare you? She's your mom's BFF. You've had too many red beans, haven't you? Chapter 73, Our Old Chao's Family. Fierce. Fong Yun is his wife's best friend and sister. Chao Yu had put his hand into this field, and if he pissed off the tigress, the consequences would be quite severe. If the other side knows what's going on, what exactly would happen? He couldn't even imagine. Facing Chao Da's devilish questioning, both Chao Yu and Fong Yun remained silent. Indeed, this is the most serious problem. After a while, Fong Yun slowly raised her head and once again, the playwright took on a pitiful face. Brother Chao, calm down. Mengling doesn't know about this yet. As long as you don't tell her, it'll be fine. Yes, the key issue is that you can't, so that Chao Da can tell on Li Mengling. Chao Da is not so bad to deal with. He has a good temper. Despite finding out about Chao Yu and her and even catching her red-handed. That too, instead of taking a stick to Chao Yu, and instead letting them explain in a nice voice, they should be able to convince with their mouths. Sister Fong Yun, he has done such excessive things to you. Why are you still protecting this brat? Planning to help him hide it? Chao Da was furious. He glared angrily at Chao Yu. It seems to think that in this case, the son has gone too far. How dare you hit on your own aunt? Saying that, he pointed the finger at Chao Yu again. Your Auntie Fong is usually so good to you. She used to buy you snacks and toys. Now she gives you red packets on New Year's holidays, and secretly transfers pocket money to you in private. You think I don't know? As a result, this is how you repay people? Disliked by a father who knows how to hide private money. The other side is telling the truth. Auntie Fong treats herself. That's really nothing to write home about. It's simply too good to be true. And he can't help but make mistakes with his aunt. In retrospect, it was indeed quite excessive. Dad, I was wrong. Chao Yu took the initiative to admit his mistake, but followed up by adding, but I'll be responsible for my aunt. After saying that, he once again took Auntie Fong's hand and clutched it tightly in his hand, expressing his attitude. His hand was held tightly by Chao Yu. Listening to such serious words of love, Fong Yun's heart snickered and always felt beautiful. You're not going to stop, are you? Are you addicted? Letting us help you hide it from your mom so you can continue to bully your Auntie Fong in private? Originally, I thought that after my son made a mistake, it will be reformed and leave it at that. I didn't realize that it wasn't just for fun, but that he was going to hog the older aunt, who was more than a decade older than him, and take her for himself. Don't even have a face? Chao Da was shaking with anger. Never in a million years would I have thought that my own son would be an asshole to this extent. No, this is what Auntie Fong and I have discussed. We have decided to be together. Don't get me wrong, Dad. Chao Yu seemed to be able to sense that his father was brainstorming something terrible. Fong Yun also rushed out to save the day. This is getting more and more outrageous from the other side. Yeah, you was planning on being responsible for me and making up for it that way. I've given it some careful thought and I don't think it's impossible. I'm single anyway, so as long as he doesn't mind that I'm older than him, I'm fine with it. A smile finally appeared on Fong Yun's face and she didn't have to keep a bitter face. This victim of his own now has spoken. Then how can I say that Chao Da has to give a little face, right? Nazy, you're confused. He's messing around like this and you're still spoiling him? Chao Da didn't even know what to say to make it better. I thought to myself that my wife's best friend is too honest, just a little older than Chao Yu. This character has nothing to say. He was all a bit touched inside. Well, I've given it a lot of thought, and I don't think he's lying to me. so I'm going to trust Xiaoyu for once. Fong Yun nodded and gave an affirmative answer. Dad, I'm really going to be good to my aunt, so don't tell Mom about this yet. We'll explain it to her ourselves when the time is right. Seeing as things seemed to be turning around, Xiaoyu also stood on the side with Fong Yun. Look at you two making a scene like I'm the bad guy here. Xiaoda was speechless and didn't know what to say to make things better. After a few moments of thought, he nodded slightly. It seems to be in default. Dad, so you don't object to me and Auntie Fong being together? As if seeing hope, Xiaoyu opened his mouth to pursue the question. Xiaoda, who was in a state of disorientation, responded casually. What else do I object to? You kid has done what I dare not do even if I want to do it. Your dad I can't wait to envy. Why should I object? Sort of spoke his mind and didn't continue to stand in the middle of the duo to block them. Xiaoyu and Fong Yun looked at each other and seemed to feel surprised, but soon it seemed to feel, again, in the other's words, there's that little bit of a problem that's very much worth one's attention, like when Xiaoyu did what he normally wouldn't dare to do even if he wanted to? Fong Yun? No, brother Xiao, what do you mean? Fong Yun's old face flushed and immediately ducked behind Xiaoyu. The old aunt was getting defensive. Xiaoyu also had a stern face, his expression written with unhappiness. Xiaoda was stunned. No, don't get me wrong you two. I didn't mean that. Then he moved closer to his son and opened his mouth to explain in rapid succession. Now that I know both of your secrets, I'll tell you a secret too. It's a story Dad told a long time ago. Our old Chao family is fierce and charming, born to be exceptionally feminine, especially attracting the likes of sisters and aunts. When Dad was your age, he had a beautiful aunt who was also my mom's best friend, and then she was always so nice to me, and I loved. It's just a shame that your dad didn't know any better and was too timid to confess his love at that time. In the end, on a stormy night, he was cut off by a childhood friend who had played with him since he was a child. That is, your mom, then never saw that aunt again. Later, or a certain friend told me, said that aunt is also very like me, is in the way of identity and age did not say. I got married when she cried a lot. Now looking back, always feel so sorry. If I was. Xiaoda said a series of words, spilling the secrets he had kept hidden in his heart for years. It was only then that Xiaoyu understood. The other guy said he did what he was afraid to do as a dad. It's really just this, if you're bold. Your aunt takes maternity leave. Not being able to be with that beautiful aunt became a regret that his own father left in his heart. So by mistake, Xiaoda actually had empathetic understanding of the feelings between Xiaoyu and Fong Yun. The opposition was not adamant, and there was even some envy of his own son. Being able to be brave with your favorite aunt. Xiaoyu and Fong Yun had speechlessness written all over their faces when they heard this kind of secret information. It's true that a tiger's father has no son. He really deserves the surname Chao, but it saved a lot of trouble. So that's a good thing. Chapter 74, Chao Dad, Anren is a girlfriend. So what is Auntie? Dad, does my mom know about this? Xiaoyu was a little moved in his heart after hearing this. It hadn't occurred to me that his own father and his current situation were still somewhat similar. It's also a choice between a childhood friend and an aunt with a love-hate relationship. It just seems like it turned out to be backwards. Dad chose Ching May, while he himself chose Auntie. How dare I let her know about this matter? Just your mom's foul temper. She will still be messing with me every day, and I will have to take off layers of skin even if I don't die. Xiaoda quickly waved his hand with a twisted expression. It looked like the other party had suffered a lot only mangling over the years. That's why it's slightly regrettable. And I hope my son can fight for himself and help his dad fulfill his dream. With Auntie, having heard Xiaoda's explanation, Fong Yun now felt that Xiaoda should be on the same boat as them. After all, Brother Xiao doesn't want her best friend to know about this, right? Then in that case, Brother Xiao, you are prepared to exchange secrets with us and keep it a secret for the time being, aren't you? Well, you could say that. So you two hurry up and get a grip on yourselves. And since you've both decided to get together, get your act together and figure out how you should explain it to Meng Ling. Chao De nodded. He himself was only feeling it because he had seen this kind of thing happen with Chao Yu and Fong Yun, spilling the beans on buried secrets. I see. You and I will think about it. Fong Yun smiled in response and temporarily put her heart down. As long as Ca doesn't tell his girlfriends, it's no big deal. The pregnancy program can still continue. But since Chao De himself didn't ask, then Auntie Fong's plan wouldn't be elaborated much. Watching Chao Yu and Fong Yun close together, his eyes were full of fondness when he looked at them, and Chao De couldn't help but come back with another comment. And you have to be better to my sister, to your Auntie Fong in the future. If I know that you bully her, when the time comes, don't blame your father for not giving you face. It looks like Chao De still cares about Fong Yun. Both are old acquaintances, rich, beautiful and fit, and quite a gentle and reliable person. It's kind of a bargain for Chao Yu. Dad, don't worry, how would I bully Auntie Fong? We'll definitely be very affectionate together. Chao Yu immediately made a pledge. His personality itself is pretty good, And he doesn't just get angry and lose his temper. With a gentle, caring aunt, that little life can only get better. Alright then, since you're all so confident, I'll pretend I didn't see anything today. Chowda was sort of barely satisfied with his son's answer, didn't continue to point fingers and say anything more on the matter. And just when the conversation stopped there, the doorbell of Chow's house rang. Immediately, it caught the attention of all three. Chow Yu instinctively wanted to get up and take the initiative to open the door, but this was the time when his own father was stepping up to the plate. Alright, I'm going to go see who it is. You two just sit and talk more to build up your relationship. Thought it was just a neighborhood property or a neighbor coming over to borrow something or something. Just go over there and deal with it yourself. Chowda was always nice, even in these little details, but the doorbell rang eagerly again. Striding forward, Soon Sod came to twisting the doorknob. Neither looked out through the cat's eye, opened the door straight away. A pure beauty wearing a short floral dress, shoulder-length hair, youthful and beautiful in appearance, came into view. Hello Uncle Chow, you're back from your business trip? The other person also greeted himself very politely. It's Anran. I haven't been back here long. Chowda wore a smile and similarly began to climb into conversation with the other party. The An family's baby girl, the girl next door she grew up watching. Nothing wrong with him except he's got a bit of a temper. He's fine. The bottom line is that she, Chow Yu's childhood friend, is still the girlfriend she's been dating for over a month, his own future daughter-in-law. Wait, girlfriend? As soon as the word girlfriend popped into my head, Chowda felt something wasn't quite right. Anran, who was a childhood friend of his son, was his daughter-in-law. So what was the aunt inside the house who hugged and kissed and nibbled and slept with Chow Yu? Working away on a business trip, Chowda is rather ill-informed. Just a short phone conversation on my wife's birthday, so it didn't know the relationship between Chow Yu and Anran right now. What's wrong, Uncle Chow? Why are you staring at me like that? Anran felt that Chowda was weird now. I haven't seen you in over a month, but you don't have to. Stare at yourself with those eyes, do you? Nothing. Gulping, he still couldn't figure out the situation. But Chowda seemed to feel that something wasn't quite right. It's hard to believe that your own son is madly showing operations, left and right. One side is dating a Omame, while hiding it from everyone and taking down Auntie. It felt outrageous, but if people didn't share, it wasn't quite appropriate for him, as an elder, to make this nonsense, so opened his mouth for a test. Anran, you're here to play with Xiao Yu, right? Are you too okay lately? Nothing wrong? Smilingly, he opened his mouth, full of the kindness of an elder, concerned about the young pair's relationship. I'm pretty good with him and came to hang out with him. Why isn't he home? Anran didn't think much of it and just responded normally. His own relationship with Chow Yu is quite good. It's just that that's about it. You keep messaging each other from inside your own home and it doesn't end up with any good response. The two seem to have lived in such an awkward relationship since their breakup. More and more she felt that her childhood friend was drifting away from her day by day. It is simply impossible to continue to endure like this. Meanwhile, with Ansu's urging and encouragement, Anran decides to take a little more initiative. Try to get on good terms with Chow Yu. At home. Chowda's face was a little embarrassed. Home is home, but it's inside the home hugging and kissing and nibbling on your aunt. Then Uncle Chow is interrupting. I'll go in and play with him. Anran wasn't polite either. The relationship between the two families that is very good. When Chow Yu went to An's house and Anran came to Chow's house, that basically came and went without much ado. Noticing that Anran is no different from her previous state. Instead she has a better relationship with Chow Yu. I can't believe I came forward to play with my own son. This is obviously still a boyfriend/girlfriend relationship, right? After all, Anran's temper, breakup can take the initiative to find Chow Yu is strange. So this time, Chowda, however, directly stopped her outside. That, as an old father himself, he could not see this kind of green plums and ants pulling their hair inside the home to repair the scene. Just as Anran was wondering why Uncle Chow had suddenly stopped himself today. Instead, Chowda turned back towards the living room and started shouting at the top of his voice. That, Xiao Yu Anran came over to play with you la. Chapter 75 Auntie Ching May, all of them, right? That, Xiao Yu Anran came over to play with you la. Opened his mouth for a reminder. You know you just came over to open the door to let them have a good bonding session. Who knows if this extremely impulsive brat has ever lost his grip. While he's away, he moves in on Fong rhyme again, hugging and openly nibbling. It's going to take a good reminder. This real girlfriend went over there and saw it and had to break down on the spot and make a scene. And just after the words were shouted, Chow Yu inside the living room was indeed a bit less than honest. Was holding hands with Auntie Fong and talking about love and doing some fun little games. Letting Chowda remind him like this, he immediately withdrew his hand and did not continue. Uncle Chow, what are you shouting for? I'll just go find Chow Yu myself. We've both been like this since we were kids. Enron only felt strange. Not only did the other guy cut himself off, but he shouted like that from a distance. There was always something strange about it, but didn't think much of it. After all, Uncle Chow next door is still very nice. Oh, so, nodding his head, this didn't stop him from continuing. But listening to what Anren had just said convinced Chow to even more. His own son was cheating on him with his aunt. This is getting complicated. Not only do they have to hide it from their wives, but now they even have to hide it from Anren next door. Go in then. Chow Yu is in the living room. Chow forced out a smile and didn't know what to continue saying. It's all come down to this. One can only take one step at a time. Let's see what this brat is up to before we say anything. Finally, it is possible to enter it. It had been several days since I had been with Chow Yu to chat and talk, communicate well with an open heart, a bit eager. Aomame couldn't care less about her princess condition. With a quick step, he headed for his neighbor boy. Chow Yu was soon seen inside the living room, chatting with his aunt. Chow Yu. As soon as she saw the boy next door, Anren showed an extremely moving, innocent and cute smile. Don't look at Anren, who usually didn't dress up much, but the person was naturally beautiful. Just a simple floral dress and a head of shoulder-length hair is enough to kill a bunch of netizens. That's a real natural beauty, and the kill is definitely there. Anren, you're here. Chow Yu also returned the smile. Although he and Enron had broken up, their relationship was kind of back to normal these days. Sort of a friend. Grew up together as hairdressers. Now that we've got Auntie Fong, all the kinks and hard feelings of breaking up with each other before have been released. The same goes for Fong Yun. Already privy to Chow Yu, he's holding his young boyfriend steady. For this love rival, that can be said to show off his confidence to the fullest. Anren, come and sit down. Fong Yun was also greeting, with no other emotions at all. And just as Enron volunteered to go over, behind him, Chowda followed suit and arrived at the scene. Wanted to see what was going on and figure out what the relationship between these three was. Just arrived on the scene. It was then that he saw Anren, who actually took the initiative to sit beside Chow Yu, with Fong Yun on the other side, presenting an offense, left and right. There was an inexplicable desire to steal men from each other. It's a little bad. Fong Yun frowned slightly, seemingly feeling that something was wrong with the situation. He himself had just even invited the other to come over and take his seat of his own accord, but had gestured with the clear intention of having Enron sit next to him. Auntie has something to talk to her about. As was the case the last time the two met, it was still quite pleasant to sit and talk, but this time things are different. It was surprising that Anren actively ignored his invitation. Instead, he sat on the other side of Chow Yu and was quite close to him. Such behavior would be intriguing. Chow Yu, I sent you so many messages on my cell phone asking you to play games with me and come to my house to find me. Why are you ignoring me? We agreed to play together. As soon as he sat down, Enron began to play a little grumpy and complain a little. And it is true. It was all clear that they had agreed to resume their relationship with themselves. But now Chow Yu promised with his mouth but didn't put it into actual action? Anren, who originally had some confidence, was now completely unable to sit still. It was really quite regrettable to break up with Chow Yu and bring their relationship to this state. It's about 10 days before I have to go to college to study. If you don't try a little harder, maybe the two will grow apart. That's why it's so proactive when you also want to try desperately to get it back. Chow Yu, who had been at home all day trying to have a baby with his aunt, didn't know how to explain it. I know, if you want to play that badly, then I'll take you on points now. It's just not possible to hide when people are coming to the door and making demands right next to them. Chow Yu had to take and ran to the top of the scoreboard as he had agreed to do earlier. But after saying this, he was still watching Auntie Fong for her reaction. Secretly, if the aunt does not like, he immediately find an excuse to continue to push. However, at this time, Fong Yun's mouth was curled into a smile, swinging her black silk legs just beside showing off her mature aunt's charm. Staring at Enron, he didn't know what he was thinking. Auntie Fong, do you want to play together? We're in 3 rows? Chow Yu carefully opened his mouth. I don't know what kind of attitude my pretty aunt has, so it's better to ask. Yeah, it's been a while since we've played anyway. Let's all 3 of us. Auntie was dry this time and nodded her head in agreement. Chow Yu was so relieved, thinking to herself that it looked like Auntie wasn't jealous of Enron's arrival or even sitting next to her. In Chow Yu's opinion, Anren was an internet addict. Trying to find herself to take her to the top of the game is not much different than before, so it didn't matter. After all, it was Anren himself who initiated the breakup, already indicating that Ching May did not have fond male-female feelings for him. Chowda, who had been silently observing from the side, didn't open his mouth to interrupt, didn't even walk into the living room, because the atmosphere and relationships on the scene were just too weird. Any way you look at it, it's like, the willful girlfriend hasn't been getting any attention from her boyfriend for a long time, and she's coming over to beg for affection. Fong Yun, on the other hand, is having an underground affair and can't put it out in the open, and is kind of jealous. Brat, thought you were just impulsive and took your aunt down. I didn't realize that you were greedy to the core and that Ching May wasn't going to let go. Children only make choices. Adults, Ao Mayman Auntie all if it? Chapter 76 Auntie Ching May grabbed all of them. Old Father Chowda was beside him. That was gnashing his teeth. Not out of anger, but out of pure envy. The sun was better than blue, and did not lose the face of their old Chow family. 6 flipped simply. Auntie Ching May grabbed them all. Greedy, but better than this old man of his. So as for this foot in the door behavior of my son, I feel a little less than good about it though. But based on his own past, his elderly father was not only envious, but exceptionally supportive. I hope my son has no regrets and lives his life with abandon. Seeing that the trio had already taken out their cell phones, they seemed to be preparing for a sweet 3 rows. Chowda also did not disturb such a harmonious world of 3, just silently went to the kitchen, ready to prepare food, drinks and snacks for his son, and his 2 daughters-in-law. And just as Chowda left the scene, 3 people who are supposed to support each other and have a good life. But it was at this point, and the scene pinched. Since Xiaoyu plays a shooter, I'll just play the support position, and we'll both go down the road. Auntie Fong takes the lead and directly states that she wants to be with Xiaoyu through thick and thin. Immediately selected characters. Xiaoyu definitely didn't have a problem with it. After all, it goes without saying that Auntie's skills are definitely level enough. But Anren, who was sitting on the other side of Xiaoyu, was not so happy. Auntie Fong, let me have the auxiliary position. I'll go down the road with Xiaoyu. Enron wants to come over and grab a seat. Poking his little head out with a smile, he tried to discuss it with the other man. After all, Enran doesn't know how to play any other position, so he'll play a secondary and let Xiaoyu take himself to the top. And more importantly, Anren did want to restore a good relationship with Xiaoyu this time. It's always the same superficial reconciliation, but in reality there's no fundamental communication. Enron found it quite difficult to do the same. 2 guys going down the road together, that communication is definitely a lot more. It's just a matter of playing around and getting along like old times. The idea is good, but Auntie wouldn't give her that chance. Stealing a man in front of an old aunt is a provocation. Can this be tolerated? I double row with Xiaoyu these days. He plays shooter, I play auxiliary, together on the lower road. The cooperation is quite good. The winning rate is very high, or let you go to play the other road. Auntie Fong's eyebrows were smiling, and Xiaoyu was secretly frowning at her, not panicking as she explained, trying to push his love interest aside. Don't come and disturb her and Xiaoyu's 2-person world. But I don't know how to play the other paths. I'll just play support. I'll fall apart if I play the other paths. And Ran honestly hoped that the 2 would look at the fact that she was at a very low level and let herself go down the road with Xiaoyu. An expert. You'll be able to score points by touching fish or whatever. If you don't know how to play, then learn. No one is born knowing how to play. Besides, this one has me and Xiaoyu together. You just need to lie down and hold the tower. Auntie Fong, however, did not give any face. No matter how cute you are in peace, in your aunt's eyes, it's nothing more than a love rival's scream. Resolute chose to assist, giving Enron no chance. Seeing that Fong Yun's side refused to give up their position, thinking that Fong Yun was still trying to target himself inside the game like last time, Anren's foul temper came up a bit, muttering in exasperation. He hit Xiaoyu again. Xiaoyu, I've been playing as your support for years, and the 2 of us actually work quite well together, so this time should be no different, right? Played with Xiaoyu for a couple years. Seeing that his auxiliary position is going to be taken away by others, that heart is definitely not happy. But Xiaoyu heard the words cooperate and listen well. There really isn't much to feel. Instead there are a lot of bad memories. Good. This Enron guy is just pitiful. Playing assisted can piss people off. Positioning is a no-no. Skills are all eaten. Towers are to be crossed. And whatever the pitfalls are anyway. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiaoyu's level was pretty good, it would have been harder than hell to take this pitbull to the top. I think. Why don't you of course try to play the other way? I do work quite well with Auntie. The win rate has been very high these days. To score it's better for me to be more stable with Auntie Fong. Xiaoyu ultimately chose to side with Fong Yun, both in terms of winning and losing the game, and in terms of the relationship between myself and my aunt now. There is no doubt that going all the way with your aunt is the optimal solution. Chowda, who had just come out of the kitchen, ready with snacks and drinks, seeing that Anren and Fong Yun are fighting over the auxiliary position. They are arguing. It was close to being a big fight on the spot. The smell of gunpowder. But in this old father's eyes, how is this a fight for the auxiliary position? It is clear that the 2 women are competing for their husbands, competing with their rivals for men, competing for the position of the palace. Okay, you 2 stop fighting. There are drinks and fruit snacks here. Help yourselves. Don't be polite. Chowda was full of smiles, trying to get the 2 daughters-in-law to not be so pinpointed. as the saying goes, home and away. Opening his mouth, he changed the subject. But you have to realize that Enron is the type of person who wants to score points, but will just hang up when he's playing angry. Like the last time I got caught by Auntie Fong a couple times and hung up on my teammates after crashing. Enron, who was furious, directly pressed the select button. Like Auntie Fong, a support role was elected. It looks like it's ready to go. All three of them squeezing down the road together. If you don't let yourself play, you're going to play. The main theme is a rebellion. Chapter 77, A Second Wife? You two go down the road and don't play without me. No way. Enron muttered something like this in a small voice. These days had been hung out to dry by Chow Yu. For quite some time, deep introspection and reflection took place. It seemed that he didn't want to be thrown to the side and benched by Chow Yu any longer. And that's why he came up with this plan. Chow Yu looked at the game's loading page, with two nurse characters next to his own character, one on the left and one on the right. There was also a moment of silence. Raising his head, he looked left at his aunt and right at Aomame. As it turned out, both were smiling at themselves. It was as if he was trying to attract as much attention to himself as possible. Both of you chose nurse. Is it hard to believe that you planned to be with me all this time? Chow Yu spoke with embarrassment against the two women's youthfulness and maturity. Two very different charms. It was expected to be just a game of light entertainment. And yet, I didn't expect things to be so taut just after this opening round. Anyway, I said from the beginning that I'd play the support position. And if someone wants to take the position, that can't be helped. Fong Yun's face carried confidence and she spoke in a light manner. Didn't care at all about winning or losing this game. The most important thing was to win the duel with the love rival to steal the man, which could not be lost. Enron also knew that it was a bit bad of her to pick people indiscriminately like that. That's why the words are weak. I accidentally made a mistake just now and chose the auxiliary. Auntie Fong, you're obviously so powerful. It's too much for you to play as an auxiliary. You should go to the upper road to play against the lines. I'll just follow Chow Yu, using mistakes as an excuse. It seemed to hope that Fong Yun, at this moment, could sympathize with the plight of this little rookie of his. Go to the top lane against the line. Leave her alone with Chow Yu and his sweet double row down the road. But how could the old fox not see this little thought, and accidentally pressed the wrong one? Lying. In fact, my level is also very average. Playing auxiliary for Chow Yu is fine, or you should go to the upper road. Fong Yun said to himself, after entering the game. Just hoof it straight down the road. There was no intention of going up the line to the top. Chow Yu was the same. No matter what, he definitely wanted to play the game normally. Enron peeked at Fong Yun with his afterglow for a while. The heart is a little upset. Sure enough, the other party was targeting himself. Just because she's Auntie Lee's best friend, she feels like she's bullying Chow Yu when it comes to relationships. That's why it's triple aggressive. How could this stubborn girl give in at will? Out the door and equally straight down the road. The two women were just like this, one in front of the other, wrapped up in Chow Yu, the three of them together, running into the future. Such behavior naturally drew, quickly, the suspicion of the other two remaining teammates. It's supposed to be a fair 5v5 game. Chow Yu's team of 3 hackers messed around, and they were going to get scolded when they met someone with a bad temper. What's going on down the road? 2 nannies? The shooter has a mistress? The rest of the team was speechless, but such flirtatious remarks makes Fong Yun and Enran a little uncomfortable for sure. What does it mean to have a second wife? In the eyes of these two women, obviously the other person is the third party, the mistress who steals the secondary position. It's a good thing these two women aren't typing in response, otherwise the scene must have been even worse. It had to be a fight. Hey, forget it, you two can play assist for me together. I'll take this one. See, Chow Yu really had no choice but to reluctantly accept this outrageous lineup. And I don't care what my teammates are cursing and talking about. Then the three started the game. Seemingly normal to turn on the game. Don't look at Fong Yun as gentle and considerate, a mature aunt with a big heart. But when it comes to things like stealing boyfriends, that's a small-minded person. At the birthday party, Chow Yu was surrounded by a large group of black silk aunts and imperial sisters, and the other party was already able to see it when they got mad. Originally wanted to get along with Anren, as long as the other person doesn't steal a man from them. Being ordinary friends with Chow Yu is fine with Auntie. But whoever let this guy sit next to Chow Yu clearly had impure intentions. Steal it from me and see if I don't make you look good. Fong Yun glanced at Enran, who was still operating next to him, and began to move again. The fight started tripping each other up. Originally, the three were well on the lower road, forming a numerical suppression, and the opposite side did not dare to come over. But Auntie had a good sense and seemed to sense that the enemy's teammates were on their way to support them. It seemed ready to round up the three of them. Chow Yu, lean towards me, the grass is dangerous. Whispering in Chow Yu's ear, he reminded slightly. It did not provide the information to Enron, who was also a teammate, since his girlfriend had requested so. Xiao Yu was of course the first to react, was thinking of reminding Enron, but without thinking, Auntie Fong elbowed Xiao Yu to keep her mouth shut. Silly Enran was still over there trying to maneuver and help Xiao Yu draw fire so that his opponent could develop properly. It's been a long time since I played a game with Xiao Yu. In order to put on a good show, Enron also put up a good fight, but Auntie Nayad made it bad, and her efforts were doomed to be in vain. Why are people suddenly surrounding us? Enran, who couldn't keep up with the operation and consciousness, only realized it after the fact at this time. He himself had fallen into the enemy's circle. Looking back at his hacking teammates, Xiao Yu and Fong Yun had already withdrawn some distance back to a safe position. Help me, Xiao Yu, help me. Enron, struggling to escape, frantically turned toward the neighbor boy for help. Let him save himself. Auntie Fong and Xiao Yu, however, only symbolically threw two skills behind them and did not come over. So soon, Enron's screen then showed that he had been killed. With a scream, it was as if Enron felt betrayed. Why are you two hiding so far away? Fight them together, puffed and muttered. It was as if they were a bit angry that the two of them hadn't come over to help and relieve themselves just now. We're all obviously teammates. Why do you see death? Can't be saved. It's hard to fight in that situation just now, or else the three of us would be hacking. There's no way we wouldn't be able to save you. Right, Xiao Yu? Auntie Fong was again beside herself with gloom and doom. Under Auntie's smile filled with kindness, Xiao Yu also had to follow the other party's words. Auntie Fong is right. It really wasn't a good save just now. But where did Xiao Yu not understand that Auntie Fong was deliberately trying to fix Enran? It was just like when she played the game before, deliberately targeting her. So too, he sidled his head and similarly whispered in Auntie Fong's ear to persuade her. Auntie, you haven't lost your temper yet? Thought Fong Yun was launching a revenge for Enran dumping him. No, I'm teasing her. Your auntie, I'm not that petty. Fong Yun wore a smile and didn't solve much, enjoying a rare down-the-road duo moment with my little boyfriend. With that said, the operation continued. Enran, who was still sulking over there, just got to the line, ready to play assist for Xiao Yu. 3 people squeezing all the way in. Then it wasn't long before it was sold again by my aunt. It was quickly killed by the enemy. Xiao Yu also had to retreat temporarily dodging a bullet with his stance and positioning. Now, Enron really couldn't sit still. Auntie Fong, obviously this wave can be fought. Why did you run back alone? Enron was even slow in the emotional department. That was also able to sense that this Auntie Fong was deliberately messing with her. Can you fight? Cannot fight. If I don't leave, I'll die with you. You see, even Xiao Yu can't carry it. This wave can't be helped. Otherwise I couldn't have come to save you. Enron gritted her teeth. Fine. It was as if they were silently holding a grudge and presumably plotting some kind of revenge. This Ching May has a bad temper, and is equally not a lightweight. Xiao Yu knew that the wave just now could indeed be fought. Auntie Fong should be able to win the fight if she comes over for support. But Xiao Yu could only remain silent. He knew the game was no longer about winning or losing at all. Rather, these two women are already battling in the shadows. A war between the green plums and their aunts. Gulped, not even sure how this game will go on in the form it is going to take. Chapter 78. Auntie and Ching May are not happy together. And things were indeed as Xiao Yu had predicted beforehand. Enron, who was back online, had learned his lesson this time, nor did he run about, instead choosing to retreat behind Xiao Yu and Fong Yun, just throwing skills there and never charging forward again. The Enron at this time wasn't as lively and cute as she was at the beginning. Instead, he became somewhat silent, while keeping a stern face, a bit of a blackout, constantly stealing glances at Fong Yun with his afterglow, his eyes revealing the slightest hint of killing intent. Auntie Fong is a bit careful, and Enron that heart is even smaller. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Then waiting in the dark, it was so hard to finally let the other side wait for their chance. The enemy came back over to actively target the bottom trio. Enron intentionally used his skill to save Xiao Yu and ran faster and faster without looking back. Just leave Auntie Fong alone. If it was a warrior or any other character, Auntie would still have a chance to run away with her skills. Unfortunately, the other team was playing as secondary this time, and they were pitched by their teammates and surrounded by the enemy. It was quickly decapitated. Auntie Fong, sorry, I can't save this wave. There are too many people, so I'll take Xiao Yu and retreat first. Seeing Auntie Fong get her comeuppance, the love interest, Enron, that was also beside himself with gloom and doom, acting not even acting. It's okay, it was my own carelessness. Auntie had a smile on her brow, but in reality, Xiao Yu felt that the other party's smile was a bit scary. It always feels like a smile and no good intentions. After laughing, Auntie Fong put on a stern face and continued to operate. Next to him, after Enron had gotten his revenge, a smirk finally appeared on his face, but Xiao Yu had an ominous feeling. It didn't take long. Enron was made to die by Auntie Fong again, and then the same. Auntie Fong was again pitted by Enron. Anyway, that's how the two of them were. You and I pitted against each other. And then the mouth is still relentless. And every now and then it's a little bit shady. It was as if such a wordless war had been waged between the two women that it had to be the other's downfall. And being caught in the middle was hard on Xiao Yu himself. In the beginning it was swimmingly enough to fight the opponent. But when the two of them act against each other like that they don't even act. Xiao Yu was also affected by the waves. And was caught by his opponent again and again. Even if you are skilled, you can't carry your own people around like this. Plus there was no one guarding the upper road at all. The opposing top laner is way ahead in terms of rank and economy. Within a few minutes, the disadvantage on Xiao Yu's side became huge. Then teammates started initiating surrenders. Only at times like this, the two of them, Auntie Fong and Anren, were unexpectedly taciturn, red-eyed and truly nodded no. It's as if they have to torture each other. And whoever wimped out is a grandson. The results are also clear. After 10 or so minutes, Xiao Yu's base on their side exploded. An ordeal that ended amidst the cursing and swearing of his teammates. The trio of hackers, working together for the first time, met their Waterloo in misery. The triple split is dropping a lot of points. If it was on a normal day, Enron would have been unable to stop wailing. However, at this time it was breathing heavily and glaring at Auntie Fong with anger in her eyes. It was obvious that the other party held a grudge and had completely treated Fong Yun as an enemy. I don't know what side of the enemy it is, but it's annoying is what it is. Auntie Fong was equally defiant. Originally, the other party was his own junior. Just now, he had let Anren sit beside him, and as long as the other party didn't steal a man from him, then anything would be fine. Now, what are you talking about? The narrow way is the way to go. There's only one man, and whoever wins it is the one who gets it. It's not negotiable. Chao Da, who was peeling an apple next to him and silently following the developments, couldn't help but let out an exclamation at this point. Hey, home and family, home and family. Seeing that the two of them, Ching May and Auntie, don't get along, not only did he lose the game, but the scene was made extremely awkward. It's good to think that your son wants it all, but I'm afraid that's not very difficult when it comes to actually doing it in practice. Xiao Yu also felt that the atmosphere was not quite right. That doesn't look like it's a good day to play games. Auntie Fong, Anren, why don't we play another time? One is his gentle, sweet auntie girlfriend, and the other is a hairy childhood friend he's known for years. It can be said to be a handful, not living in harmony and targeting each other like this. Xiao Yu truly felt unable to continue playing. Play, why don't you? Yes, go on, it's only just begun. The two had a word for each other, immediately gave a no, and looked like he was going to keep barreling on. Ah, still playing. Xiao Yu was stunned. Originally, games were played for relaxation and entertainment. Now it was as if he had entered the Shura, where the two were fighting and counting on each other. It was a wonder that Xiao Yu could be comfortable, but since Auntie and Ching May are going to have fun, Xiao Yu could only be broken, accompanying the two of them to continue playing. Yet the end result of playing the game this way is also obvious. Anjan and Auntie get on each other's nerves. The points are falling hard and in the end it's only a bad break. And Ran, who had originally planned to get along with Xiao Yu and further restore the relationship. In the end the plan didn't seem to work out with Auntie messing with it. All that could be done was to go home first, by myself, and sulk. And Auntie, though, gained a small victory in that regard. But the same mentality of being screwed over by one's love interest. That's pretty upsetting. I guess I'll have to give my little boyfriend a good heartache to ease up. Unlucky, though, not only was Xiao Yu's dad at home, Xiao Yu's mom was also coming home from work at this time. With the two of them around, there was definitely no way for Fong Yun to carry out her idea of sticking and making out with Xiao Yu and continuing to have children. I can only hold myself down for the moment and find another opportunity to talk about it. The young couple had been away for a long time. Seeing her husband, that Li Mengling could be said to be quite enthusiastic. Also a childhood friend like Anren, but Li Mengling was the one who won. That must be serious about Chao Da feelings. So, when Li Mengling's eyes fell on the again dressed up, black silk high-heeled seductive best friend Fong Yun, that heart always feels weird. After casually exchanging a few pleasantries, he pulled Chao Da into the kitchen as if he had something important to say, and after the couple left, Auntie Fong, who was angry, immediately began to seek comfort from Xiao Yu. Need a little interesting encouragement to soothe a broken heart. The two then took advantage of the fact that no one was there and got into a little game inside the living room. Once again playing a little game. Chapter 79, Girlfriends with Ulterior Motives. And just when Fong Yun had miserably defeated Ching May and started to enjoy the fruits of her victory in the world of two after monopolizing Xiao Yu, another attack failed. And Anren, having suffered a defeat, could only return home in disgrace. How's it going, daughter? Facing her eagerly awaiting mother, Ansu, Anren didn't know how to respond. Nothing much, that's all. Anren replied casually, clearly not in the best of moods right now after being defeated on Fong Yun's side, but Auntie Ansu pulled her daughter to sit down, and the two were very close to each other in the living room. The doggerel was in a hurry again. What do you mean nothing happened? You were with Xiaoyu all afternoon today, didn't anything special happen? It looks like Auntie Ansu is really looking forward to some marvelous unfolding when these two are alone. Better yet, make a big mistake. Geez, it's nothing special. I'm pissed off today. Enron was rather speechless, kind of regretting that he was a bit impulsive earlier and broke up with Xiaoyu. It was only then that he took the initiative to go over and cultivate a good relationship with Xiaoyu, first returning to his previous state. But who knew that someone was actually messing with it? Auntie and Xiao had a stern look on her face. Can't you restrain your temper? How nice is Xiaoyu? What made you angry? Xiaoyu is a good choice to be his son-in-law, as he is a good person and has a good temper. Enron was angry again, and really shouldn't have been. It's not Xiaoyu, it's that Auntie Fong. Enron, who was straight talking, just straightened out Fong Yun. Fong Yun? Ansu frowned slightly, as if she found it a bit unbelievable to hear this woman's name. What's going on? Fong Yun's sister is not a good person. Why are you two in conflict? Fong Yun was not only Li Mengling's good best friend. There was absolutely nothing wrong with her as a person or anything else. The last time they met, the other party was even more hospitable and left a very good impression on Ansu. But Enron immediately retorted, what's so good about it? It was fine for me to play the game with Xiaoyu, but it turned out that she had to steal it from me. Robbing with you. Hearing the word rob instantly made Auntie Ansu sit up a bit, afraid that some other person would take advantage of the time that his daughter and Xiaoyu had broken up and snatch away his beloved future son-in-law. Tell me more clearly, she's stealing Xiaoyu from you? Think it's a little unbelievable. She's a decent and good woman. Li Mengling's best friend. How could she do such a thing? I didn't mean that. I mean that I was playing a game with Xiaoyu and she stole my support position. Because of my breakup with Xiaoyu, she even deliberately targeted me, causing me to not be able to play well with the two of us. Of course he knew his mother was mistaken. Fong Yun and Xiaoyu. That's in Enran's eyes. It's totally a pretty normal relationship and it doesn't seem wrong. So that's how it is. Don't talk out of breath. You scared your mom to death. I thought she was stealing your man. Auntie Ansu was so relieved. Rhyme's face showed an expression of hindsight. Mom, don't talk nonsense. Xiaoyu and I are not that way at all. We are not boyfriend and girlfriend anymore. Saying such words, Enron couldn't help but lower his head. A man breaks his fingers. As soon as he saw his daughter acting in such a condescending manner, he immediately guessed what kind of thoughts the other party was having. What? You're sorry now? I told you not to break up with him. Ansu fanned the flames, trying to stoke Enron's desire to win. My daughter has been doing pretty well for the past few days, and after slowing down, she's finally realizing the boy next door has a place in her heart, starting to take the initiative. Mom, stop it. It's not because you're bickering all the time and forcing me to fall in love with Xiaoyu. Otherwise, how could the two of us, Xiaoyu and I, who were in a good relationship, turn into what we are now? Hearing her mother argue in her ear all the time made Enron feel a bit overwhelmed. When a woman becomes a mother, she can be extremely nagging, and Auntie Ansu represents that. I'm still not for your good. Who knows you do not listen at all. Fortunately now Xiaoyu has not been bad woman staring at. Enron, you hold on to yourself. Immediately go to the field to study. By the time that the university inside that girls are all your love rivals. Even worse to get. Ansu continued to bark. Enron could only scowl in the face of this situation. It was true that he wanted to return to the simple and beautiful relationship he used to have with Xiaoyu. But again, not much is happening at the moment, so you can only regret it while thinking to yourself about the solution, trying so hard to redeem himself, his childhood friend. Meanwhile, the Chow family. Li Mengling mysteriously pulled Chowda to the side. It was reassuring to notice that no one was following. Husband, let me tell you something, or rather confess to you, and don't be shocked when you hear it. The face was tinged with seriousness, as if she had something extremely prudent to inform her husband about. Chowda was a bit surprised. Just say what you have to say, and you have to confess to me? Don't scare me. To be able to make this tigress produce such an expression, it really couldn't be said to be anything troublesome. He himself had merely not been home for over a month. Having his wife carefully pull him into whispering just like that would indeed cause Chowda to have a lot of thoughts in his mind. I'm not scaring you. I really do have something important to tell you in case you don't believe me. Li Mengling emphasized again, as if to show that what she was about to say this time was by no means simple. This aroused Chowda's curiosity even more. Okay, just say it. I'm your husband. I can take whatever comes my way. Chowda stabilized himself and finally decided to let his wife speak and explain. Brewed emotions for a moment. After a few moments of deep breathing, it was only then that he spoke carefully. You should know my BFF Fong Yun. She's also wearing black silk heels today. Very sexy, right? started to steer the conversation to Fong Yun. Immediately, Chowda was a bit puzzled. It's okay, I didn't really pay much attention to it. You know, wife, I'm a person who doesn't like stockings. Too vulgar, nasty. I only like what you wear, wife. Elegant, tasteful. Chowda hurriedly clarified, knowing that this was a giveaway question that had to be given a perfect answer. It was important to know that in the past, this sexy Yukai, Li Mengling, had rarely brought the other party inside the house. No, who asked you that? But the current Li Mengling didn't care about that at all. Not trolled into warbling by this rainbow fart. I mean, my best friend has been dressing like this lately, and it's getting more and more wind. Sexy. She even volunteered to stay at our house a while ago, and it's been over 10 days. Li Mengling tried hard to behave, but Chowda still can't see what his wife is doing, pointing her finger at his best friend and commenting on the other's dress and clothing. You know that people do modeling work themselves, even if they are retired. That's the style, too. It's normal to have a little bit of occupational disease. I know, she's your best friend. She can stay here if she wants to. It's not a big deal. Chowda laughed, but he didn't think it was a big problem. This pair of good sisters' feelings that is very deep. If you say bad things about each other's sisters, it's purely self-inflicted. Li Mengling shook her head breathlessly, her face full of sorrow. That's true, but I'm telling you, my best friend has an ulterior motive this time, and is staying here with ulterior motives. Chowda, Chapter 80, Girlfriends Are Coming at Me. Originally, I was just going to make small talk with my own wife, but at this moment, Chowda couldn't help but frown, because still, for the first time in her life, she heard Li Mengling talking about her best friend's faults and badmouthing the other person. Impure purpose, ulterior motive. Your use of words is very characteristic. I think I should digest it. Chowda's first reaction. It's that Fong Yun thing. Is it hard to be noticed by your own wife? That's why I want to have a good chat with you. This recent period of your business trip, this girlfriend of mine has been very abnormal lately. I suspect she should be. Li Mengling took Chowda's hand, and her words grew heavy. Chowda swallowed his saliva, and his heart was extremely uneasy. What do you suspect? I thought to myself that it was hard to believe that the other person really saw something wrong. If it's true, this time, his good sister in Xiaoyu will be in danger. I suspect she's rushing. Rushing? Rush me. Chowda, blinking, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of air. The upper half of his body was tilted back 15 degrees and his pupils were a little dilated. You mean, this good girlfriend of yours is dressed like this to seduce you? Have fun with you? It seemed to feel that the meaning expressed by Li Mengling just now was too outrageous, so when Chowda opened his mouth, his speech was broken, because even though it's all kanji, how it seems to read as one sentence after another is not the same. Don't you believe me? Really, this BFF of mine is probably coming at me. I'm 90% sure. She's a lily. 100. Chowda sucked in another sharp breath, was feeling this sudden powerful news that went straight to his heavenly soul. Lily, but pull back. She's doing that with her own son and she's still lily-livered? That's just bull ********. Thought his wife was seeing something. Results. That's a million miles away from the standard answer, or directly contrary to it. So, Chowda forced a smile, thinking to myself that my wife misunderstood though, but maybe it's a good thing for Fong Yun and Xiaoyu. At least it allows the two of them to spend more time together and nurture their relationship, then slowly discuss what to do with the tigress. What? You sound like you don't believe what I'm saying? Li Mengling was a bit displeased. All that was happening to him these days pointed to that one answer. There is a huge probability that this best friend of his is a lily, and was interested in himself, for obvious purposes. Believe. Why don't I believe? As long as it is wife you say I believe. But then what? Now your best friend is a lily and still has a thing for you. What are you going to do? Chowda also took the other party's words and just picked up. I'm not going to do. I just want to be honest with you. Even if it's my best friend, then these days we have nothing happened. It's innocent. Li Mengling just wanted to mention this to her husband, and be brave enough to say so. Well, I know. I certainly do trust you. Chowda nodded and didn't continue to look deeper. It's true that nothing happened between her and Fong Yun, but his son and Fong Yun. In the meantime, that happened a bit more. Seeing that Chowda seemed to accept this argument, although Li Mengling felt that Chowda's reaction was strange, she couldn't tell what was wrong, so she didn't continue. Alright, I know all about it. Let this matter end here. Fong Yun, she is your good sister. I believe she definitely knows the limits. Even if she likes you, she won't do anything excessive. Patting Li Mengling on the shoulder, Chowda told the other party not to think too much. The weird conversation, only ends here. Getting ready to go back to the living room and liven things up with everyone talking and stuff. Chowda walked in front while Li Mengling walked behind. Ahem. Being an old father, the instinct was to cough twice. as if trying to alert the two in the living room that the tigress was out. And at this time, Xiao Yu and Fong Yun inside the living room immediately sat upright. It looked as if it was a little hot, and both of their faces were quite red. Xiao Yu, Fong Yun's sister. What do you want to eat for dinner? I'll take the helm tonight. Chowda was very enthusiastic and seemed to want to give it a go after not having cooked for his family for a long time. Li Mengling chimed in. That's right, just say what you want to eat and let him make it for you both. I want to eat boiled fish, and fried pork with green peppers. Xiao Yu hurriedly answered casually, squeezing out a smile. It's certainly nothing to sneeze at. It's all home cooking. However, Fong Yun was awkwardly wearing a smile at this time and did not open her mouth to speak, pointing to the toilet. He then hurried off to the washroom alone, as if this pissing fit had come at a bad time. Xiao Yu and Chowda were silent. Li Mengling, on the other hand, was uncertain, casually saying a few words on the spot. Then Li Mengling went to the kitchen with Chowda, prepared to make a nice table of goodies. Chowda's craftsmanship, that's no worse than Xiao Yu's. After all, it is Chow's family. Not only is it very good in terms of womanhood, naturally attracting imperial sisters and aunts, and even human wives, that cooking, too, possesses an innate talent. The table was a very satisfying meal for the four of them. Another CD-ROM operation. It was expected to be a harmonious and wonderful evening of casual conversation. Yet at this point, a family of four sits around, ready to chat before bedtime. Chowda, sitting next to Xiao Yu. However, he suddenly saw that Xiao Yu picked up his cell phone to check his messages at this time. A more ambiguous message came into view. It's like something that could only be said in a boyfriend/girlfriend kind of relationship. It immediately made Chowda come to life. Because at the moment, Fong Yun was sitting next to him chatting with his own wife. And this message was not sent by the other party. Enron's account, Chowda also added. So it's even more unlikely that it's from Aome next door. Neither a green plum nor an ant. That third one that showed up. The one who was flirting with his son. What's the situation again? This kid is out there. Is it possible that he has a woman? Chapter 81, Xiao Yu abducted Auntie. It was Auntie who abducted Xiao Yu. Still unclear about the situation. Chowda, who has always been more cautious and prudent, and didn't say much about it. Instead, they were making observations in secret, fearing that they might accidentally misunderstand. Soon, though, Chowda realized, this person really should not have a simple relationship with Xiao Yu. The words were ambiguous, and the sweetness between the couple was about to overflow the screen. He, a man who had been married, felt a little fleshed out. I had thought that if I wanted all of my green plums and ants, I would be invincible. I didn't realize there were masters. It looks like the Chow family has produced a great talent. Bloodline awakening belongs to yes. After a slight moment of silence beside him, Chowda turned his head away. Just pretend you didn't see it. Many sons, many blessings, and his own son was able to make it big in the love world. It was not a bad thing to open up a branch for the Chow family. And next to her, Fong Yun was frantically trying to please her best friend at this time, or for later, to succeed in being part of the family. Auntie Fong worked hard at getting on good terms with her mother-in-law and winning Li Mengling's favor, so the distance between them and each other was drawn a little closer, and the two mature women flirting became a slightly strange and beautiful scenery. With such a development, it further gave Li Mengling's mind a lot of whimsical ideas. Always believe in your own judgment that your good best friend is absolutely nothing but a heartbreaker, definitely coming at you, and spend all of your energy on dealing with the good BFF part. It's even been hinted at yourself now that your husband is back. Good girlfriend, you need to tighten up a bit. Stop thinking about yourself. She's a woman with a name. At the same time, it was also neglecting to share with her own husband Xiao Yu's recent relationship experience. There was no telling how long Chowda's misunderstanding of his son would continue. It's time to go to bed. Fong Yin continued to use Xiao Yu's room as she had been doing for the past few days. Even when Chowda came back, it didn't make a big difference, and so did Chowda himself. After all, now, his own Fong Yin's sister became Xiao Yu's woman. That would be the daughter-in-law. It was normal to live at home and want to cultivate more affection with Xiao Yu. After a brief wash, everyone then went back inside and got ready to rest. But in the middle of the process, Chowda even made a special trip out from inside the room, pretending to go to the refrigerator to get fruits to eat. When he passed by the couch, he saw Xiao Yu tossing and turning. The covers don't seem to stop. Chowda, who was a person from the past, seemed to know what Xiao Yu was bothered by, so walked over specifically. Leaning down, he whispered, Xiao Yu, you kid can be honest at night. Don't think about the whole thing. Dad, what are you saying? I can't understand. Xiao Yu poked his head halfway out of the comforter slightly and blinked. Don't tell me. Spend a lot of time with a cunning fox. The character seems to have changed slightly. They all know to beat around the bush and play dumb with his dad. You kid is getting more and more bold. Your mom is still at home. You and Fong Yun, you too. Chao De gritted his teeth, but it seems that he can't pull the face certain things to say in the open. Fortunately, Li Mangling didn't think much about it, or it would be a big problem if she was discovered. Chao Yu was also a bit embarrassed. Instinctively, he averted his gaze, not daring to meet his father's eyes. Under Fong Yun's inculcation and cultivation, Chao Yu, who had always been disciplined and understanding, that was indeed getting bolder and bolder. With mommy's aunt, it seems like you become fearless and dare to do anything. Anyway, be honest at night. Don't sneak into the room. The soundproofing in our house is not very good. If your mom hears the commotion, I'm afraid you and your aunt will be finished. And I don't know how to teach my son a lesson for that. As an old father, all I can do now is hope that my son is a little more settled. Don't just try to have a good time. Pick up the sesame and lose the watermelon. He was very much in favor of Chao Yu and Fong Yun being together. How many other women Chao Yu had? Chao De probably wouldn't care. But if this matter involves Fong Yun, then it must be seriously supervised. Got it. I'm not going in there. Chao Yu's voice became smaller and smaller as he spoke his heartfelt words. Don't tell me. He just tossed and turned here and couldn't sleep, still really thinking about whether or not to sneak into Auntie Fanny's room and sleep with Fong Yun. After all, the relationship between the two has skyrocketed these days. He was also experiencing, like never before, the happiness of having his beautiful mature aunt as his girlfriend. That must have been a momentary abatement, especially at night. If you really want to be with your aunt, you have to learn to be patient. A little impatience makes a big difference. If you kid just want to have fun for a while and let down your Auntie Fong, even if I'm your old man, then I'll have to clean you up. A father who has never been much of a tough talker, but instead is gentle in every way. At this time, he instead harshly criticized Chao Yu, sort of a word of advice to the other side. Chao Yu certainly did understand that the other party was doing it for the good of himself and Auntie Fong. Chao Yu, who was the one involved, also definitely never thought that he and Auntie Fong were just playing around. Must really want to be together. That's why it was only after whispering assurances to his father, which satisfied the other man to re-enter the bedroom, getting ready to sleep with my wife. So that night, even as the increasingly bold Chao Yu was eager to do something interesting and continue messing around with Fong Yun, but recall my father's words, eventually the urge was resisted. Honestly, on the couch, he took out his cell phone and looked at it, swiping through the videos that had videos about Auntie Fong. Then I couldn't sleep, so I messaged Auntie Fong to see if she was asleep. It was good that Fong Yun seemed to be waiting for herself as well and hadn't fallen asleep yet, video chatting with Auntie Fong about something or other. After seeing the face of his beloved aunt and having a good chat, he was finally satisfied to say goodnight to each other and fell into a deep sleep. By the next day, Chao Yu got up early, taking the initiative to prepare breakfast for the family. He wanted to show his filial piety as a son. The same goes for Auntie Fong to be able to have her own loving breakfast. This naturally led to another beautiful meal for everyone. Various compliments were given to Chao Yu, saying that he knew what he was doing. After breakfast, then naturally you have to go to work and make money. Li Mangling was definitely a busy person in her own right. Needless to say, we left in a hurry after dinner. Chao De had just returned from a business trip, so he had a long vacation and didn't have to go out and run around. It goes without saying that Chao Yu and Fong Yun, the couple, definitely don't have to work, so that leads to 3 people in the house all of a sudden. It was slightly inconvenient for Chao Yu and Auntie Fong to try to get things together, so the two talked it over. Just get ready to go out on a date, go to a movie, dinner, whatever. When you're tired of playing, get a hotel room and rest. Though not as casual as being at home and being able to pick out your favorite clothes and stocking heels and change them whenever you want, but to each his own, and I can't say it's bad. Besides, Auntie Fong's villa is nice. There were also a lot of clothes in that home, so Chao Yu went over to stay for a few days, and I'm sure he'd have a lot of fun. Of course you can't be happy about it. Still come home at the end of the day. Otherwise, if you stay out at night and let Li Mangling know about it, something is definitely going to happen. Chapter 82. Omain wakes up early and strikes out, but Auntie has long since returned home with her boyfriend. Of course, Chao De knew what the purpose of Chao Yu and Fong Yun going out was, so they didn't say much and let them make their own arrangements. Li Mangling is not there. That Chao Yu has a lot of guts. In front of his own old father, he ran right inside his aunt's room, taking the initiative. He picked out the suit for Fong Yun to go out today. Auntie Fong naturally wouldn't refuse, but rather enjoyed herself. So with the duo's cooperation, they quickly picked out a set that caught their fancy. Since it's a date out of the house, consider that Auntie Fong may need to walk or go shopping. That's why Chao Yu didn't pick a more excessive wraparound skirt this time. Instead, it was a relatively rare tight skirt with matching flesh-colored stockings and not so high heels, but it's beautiful all the same. His own aunt is like that. She looks good no matter what she wears. A superb beauty. Satisfied, he nodded, before taking the initiative to hold his aunt's hand, and not shying away from it at all. After a short goodbye to his father, he abducted his aunt, Or maybe it was Auntie Fong, who abducted Chow Yu. If it wasn't for the fact that she was thinking about her best friend's feelings and didn't want to ruin the sisterly bond between the two of them, with a bad woman like Fong Yun, then maybe she would really bring Chow Yu down and abduct him directly. It is also quite possible that the two left home and eloped there, and just after Chow Yu and Fong Yun held hands and got on the elevator and just left, the door of the Yin family, at this time, was slowly opened. The belated Anran, with certainty in his eyes, stepped out of the house with resolute steps. Humph, it didn't work out yesterday. Today Anran, am bound to make things right with Chow Yu. Anran, who left the house early in the morning, felt like the early bird gets the worm, specialized in choosing beautiful clothes, wearing a white dress, showing the innocence and cuteness of Ching May. She also had a little help from her mother to put on a little light makeup, which made her look even more attractive and pretty. That brings us back to Raider Chow Yu, ready to get back to his old self first with his boy next door. Otherwise it's always like this. It's hard for Enron to die. Just walked to the front door of Chow Yu's house. Enron took a deep breath, pressed the doorbell. It didn't take long for the doors of the Chow family to open on this. Familiar faces appear. Hello Uncle Chow. Chow Yu, are you up? I came to play with him. With a sweet smile on his face, he inquired of his kindly neighboring uncle. It's only 7 o'clock. Speaking in terms of this time of year, 18-year-old boys might still be nestled under the covers and not even consider getting up until the sun is up. Anran, you're quite early. This early in the morning. As soon as Chowda opened the door, he saw Anran next door, and then her boyfriend. This feels a little taut now. Even though the guy was pretty early, he was actually late. Her little boyfriend, who had run off with his own sister. Oh, it's okay, I do this every day, and I have to be regular on vacation. Enron grinned. It was only until now that it certainly felt as if she really liked Chow Yu, starting to regret it after the breakup. So also put away your foul temper and work hard to get on good terms with the other person's family and try to get along in the future. So, you're pretty good then. Chowda didn't even know what to say now, so he could only follow Enron's words. His own son has now run away. Even if Enron had come over, it would have been a break-in. Uncle Chow, can I go in then? I want to play with Chow Yu. Noticing that Chowda was still standing in front of him, he didn't give way. A bit anxious, Anran was starting to actively push for it. Chowda's smile was tinged with embarrassment. That's a good girl, too, this Enron, and a proper girlfriend. What's more, he and his son are childhood sweethearts, practically a golden couple, a match made in heaven. Chowda is bullish and supportive of Chow Yu and Fong Yun though, but with Enron, it was equally good. If the other party was to be his daughter-in-law, Chowda thought it would be fine. Sure, it's just a slightly stinky thin temper, a bit like the tigress inside your own home. Still, it's a little short of the mark. That Anran Chow Yu he had something to go out and happened to be away today with apologies in mind. Knowing that Chow Yu is cheating on him with Fong Yun, Chowda can only say this to his son's real girlfriend. Enron blinked in disbelief. How can you not catch someone when you strike early in the morning? Where's the boy next door? What's it worth, running out so early? Chow Yu went out? Where did he go? Did you say when you'd be back? Enron spoke carefully, still not giving up. He himself was well prepared today, and as a result, he fought hard to throw a punch. It hit the air directly. This frustration is hard to take. I really don't know about that. Why don't you call and ask? Chowda keeps his agreement with Chow Yu and Fong Yun. There was certainly not much mention of the two of them, though I feel a little sorry for Enron for that. Watching Bang Hyun steal her real girlfriend's man, still only as a spectator, so couldn't help but curse in his mind. Bastard. You want all of them? Why do you just focus on having fun with Auntie and forget about Ching May at home? Thinking back to that kind of scene yesterday when Aomame and Auntie were messing around. These two women want to be well and share Chow Yu. I'm afraid it's not going to be easy. Oh, that's right. I'll call and ask later then. Enron had no choice. Had to go back inside his house for a while. After thinking for a while, he still sent a message to Chow Yu, but I don't know what Chow Yu was doing. He never returned. The latter also sent a few consecutively. It is like a stone sinking into the sea. The ripples do not even make one. This continued until noon. That busy? I can't believe you didn't even reply to my message. Originally, when he went to look for Chow Yu in the morning and broke through the door, he was not comfortable in his own heart. As a result, now I haven't even received a message. That's even more upsetting. So don't even think about it. Directly taking the initiative to pick up his cell phone and call Chow Yu over, the ringer rang for a long time. It was just as Enron was losing patience and getting ready to hang up the phone. Chow Yu's side of the phone was put through instead. Hey, Enron. The breath on the other end of the line was a little wheezy, as if she wasn't breathing very well. Chow Yu, what are you doing? Why are you talking and panting so hard, and not answering my calls for so long? As soon as he came up, Enron began to complain about the other man. The words were tinged with sourness as they spoke of the grievances in their hearts. I'm outside and shopping with friends, walking a little tired, looking for a place to rest, which is to see you call me well. In Auntie Fong's villa room, Chow Yu, who was hugging the beauty, responded so and took a deep breath. Fong Yun, who was wearing a seductive look, couldn't help but snicker. Stretching his neck out from under the covers, he whispered a flirtation in Chow Yu's other ear. This little green plum of yours looks like she's still pestering you, all broken up and still so fond of finding you to hang out with. Chapter 83. Ching May chases after her husband. Auntie is not happy but pinches her leg and then does a hot dance. Fong Yun seemed to say this in a joking tone, but it made Chow Yu a little uncomfortable. After all, Anren was his ex-girlfriend, so he definitely had to be careful how he spoke in front of his current girlfriend. If Auntie is upset and doesn't wear the dress stockings and heels she chose, she's going to have a much happier little life in the future. There was no rush to continue talking to Enron. Instead, he reached out a hand to hold the phone down first, then sidled up to respond to his aunt in a small voice. She and I would have grown up playing together, so maybe Enron doesn't find it fun to be at home when we haven't been hanging out with her lately. Chow Yu didn't think much about it either. It's just assumed that the girl next door sees herself as a friend who plays nice. After all, if the other guy really liked him, then why dump him? So, Fong Yun nodded and did not dwell on this matter much. Besides, Auntie is not the kind of little girl who likes to be jealous and play with her temper, and will only use other means to keep Chow Yu away from herself. As they say, women know best. Auntie Fong had long guessed that Enran next door would regret it after she broke up with Chow Yu. After all these years together, how could you not like it? It's just a little too late to react. Still want to play with Chow Yu? The old ants have cut it off. Chow Yu is having fun with himself every day and is happy. The other guy is now so far gone that he doesn't even want to go home. He wants to be with her all day long. Hey, Chow Yu, what are you doing? Why don't you say anything? On the other end of the phone, Anran's anxious voice came through. Hearing the reminder, Chow Yu then released his hand and resumed the call. Nothing, I'm outside now. I can't hear you too well. What do you want from me? Chow Yu wrapped one arm around his aunt and responded softly. This action immediately caused Fong Yun's mouth to curve. If it wasn't for the fact that the feelings between Auntie Fong and Chow Yu couldn't be exposed and put on the surface right now, she could have really wanted to deliberately make noise from the side to let that Anren know that her childhood friend had now moved on. But it's an underground affair now, so for the greater good, it's better not to spook. When the time is right, Auntie will be ready to scare her again. In front of the other party, she announced that she was Chow Yu's woman. I told you I was looking for you to play. When are you coming back? Enron spoke very directly. Finding each other to play was only on the surface. Wanting to catch up with Chow Yu to cultivate their feelings was the most important thing, but now with a beauty in his arms, how could Chow Yu still have the heart to play meaningless games with his hairdresser, together with his cell phone, sitting on the cold sofa? I am playing with my classmates downtown, so I guess I won't be back until the evening? It's still fun to play with Auntie Fong. Auntie Fong has so many nice and sexy clothes inside her house to choose from. Chow Yu, that was quite satisfying, wanting anything to go with it. Auntie is really gentle and considerate, and even more so, she is so obedient to Chow Yu that she is loved to death. So at this point, the always disciplined Chow Yu started to lie, a random excuse to perfume Enron. Hearing Chow Yu's words, Enron was alone in his room muttering depressingly, "You're not coming back until the evening. What's so fun about shopping? Is it necessary to play for so long?" Enron, who had a bit of nerdy attributes himself, launched into a whine, but not much louder, so Chow Yu didn't hear it either. Chow Yu, that classmate of yours is. I don't know if it's just a brain fart or if I'm especially concerned. Anren suddenly opened his mouth and said something inexplicable, like instinctively, wanting to ask if the classmate Chow Yu was hanging out with was a boy or a girl, but just as he took himself off the hook, and again, a little shyly, he hastened to stop. What am I doing? It's not like I'm someone's girlfriend. How can I ask such questions? So internally self-entangled and weird as hell, but just couldn't help but ask for clarification. As her own mother, Ansu, said, if her childhood friend is snatched by a bad woman during the period of their conflict, then she really wasn't happy about it. So immediately other additions were made. I mean, which student? Tell me. And Ran and Chow Yu were not only hairdressers, but also classmates. If Chow Yu is hanging out with someone else, say a name out and you'll know who it is so you can put your mind at ease. It is also able to skillfully diffuse this awkward mood that you are currently in. Hey, who else could it be? Just the ones I'm closer to in class. Okay, don't ask. I'll be back by the end of the night. That's it. Chow Yu, you wait. Anren didn't seem to have enough to talk about, and it was hard to get through to Chow Yu. Prepare to talk to each other more and see if there can be a chance for Chow Yu to come back earlier, or maybe follow along and hang out by yourself. However, It did not occur to her that Chao Yu was in such a hurry that he hung up the phone on her. Once again, the door was closed to Enron. The mood is even harder. Looking at the cell phone screen message alert that was hung up by Chao Yu, Enron, who had a belly full of fire, couldn't help but burst out his foul temper again. Chao Yu, you're doing this on purpose. Yell alone inside the room and start venting, or incompetent rage, and talk about making up and making up. But it turns out that all along he's been holding a grudge against me for breaking up with him, and purposely retaliating and not taking me for a ride. Enron recalled the events of these days. The combination can only lead to such a conclusion. It was clear that the two of them had a good relationship, and Chao Yu had always surrounded himself. But now, not to mention come to actively look for her, is to make a phone call is also hurried to hang up, avoiding the kind. So it can only be attributed to all the problems. The breakup of the two. I don't know how to make peace with Chao Yu and really get back to the old days. Cheapskate. Cheapskate. Chao Yu cheapskate. All Enron could do was fling herself onto the bed and grab the covers, her small fists pounding for a while. And at the moment, I also wondered if Enron's curse had worked. Chao Yu, who was hugging Auntie Fong and was resting leisurely, suddenly couldn't help but sneeze. It must be that Enron guy scolding me again. Chao Yu cursed, but didn't take this matter to heart. Let's just curse. Anyway, I don't have time to play with her myself right now. I'm having fun with my aunt. Auntie Fong, what do you think of that outfit? Rabbit earrings and black silk. I feel it's really quite nice. It suits you, Auntie. Chao Yu started discussing clothes and dressing with Auntie Fong. Well, it's okay. I bought this when it was on sale before, and I haven't worn it, so I've just been putting it away. Fong Yun responded casually, seemingly thinking about having something to say about her love interest, and ran. What to do with the next plan? Himself and Chao Yu were now just short of the final step. As long as they conceived a child and took down their best friendly mangling, then it would be a complete victory. It's just completely impossible for Aomane to flop. Really? Then I wonder if I have the honor to see Auntie Fong wearing this outfit and dancing hot for me today? Chao Yu is not only bold now, and when you're with your aunt, you talk straight. Just ask for what you want. Even asking aunts to do hot dances for them, cleaning windows, sledgehammers and whatnot. Theoretically it's fine. But I'm tired today, and my legs still hurt from all the walking I just did shopping. Auntie Fong lay on her side swinging her black silk legs. It seemed to want to ask Chao Yu for favors. If you want your aunt to perform a song and dance for him, you have to give some kind of action first. Auntie teases to get a reward? It wasn't like that before when they weren't in love. It's fine. Then I'll immediately pinch Auntie Fong's legs and rub her shoulders, and I'm sure she'll get better quickly. Chao Yu had a smile on his face. Immediately, she let go of her beautiful aunt and began to squeeze her partner's beautiful legs to relieve her of her labor. As payment, Auntie would soon present herself with the most beautiful, feminine dance. I'm sure it will be good times this afternoon. 2. Chapter 84 Auntie's Bad Boyfriend. Plum's early rise and getting pitted again. Chao Yu and Fong Yin spent time together like this until dark. The two were so enamored with each other that they basically never left the villa, except for ordering takeout for dinner. The rest of the time, frolicking around inside this little world. If it wasn't time to go home at the end of the day, I'm afraid Chao Yu is not even happy to leave this heaven on earth. Want to stay here with Auntie Fong forever? Well, we'll head back today and we'll both come back tomorrow. Auntie Fong pulled Chao Yu and walked hand in hand towards the road home. It's a bit of a hassle, but it's expensive and safe. At the same time, they were able to avoid, in the meantime, Enron coming over and disturbing their world of two. Auntie Fong thought this arrangement was really good. Well, come back tomorrow and every day after that. Chao Yu was already happy and full of smiles. Both are starting to plan for themselves these remaining days of the good life. Auntie Fong didn't disturb the other party's enthusiasm. Right now, Chao Yu's feelings for himself were in an extremely hot situation. That is, the period of passionate love and obsession with oneself. Auntie Fong is definitely trying to get pregnant while the iron is hot. Motherhood is a great way to get a good girlfriend. This way you don't ruin the bond between your best sisters and you are able to spend time with your beloved little boyfriend. After the two made their decision, it was only then that I got in the car and drove back home fairly smoothly on the auxiliary drive. Only in the process, even in the car, Chao Yu's little hands were not honest. It took several slaps, glares, and verbal lectures from Auntie Fong to get the other person to rein it in a little. Chao Yu, why are you getting bolder and bolder? I remember it wasn't like this before. Auntie Fong herself was a little speechless. Where the hell is that innocent, cute little boy from before? That night when he was drunk and gave him a kiss. It would make Chao Yu blush and get nervous for a long time said. But soon, Fong Yun understood. The reason why Chao Yu would have such a change in a short period of time. That's totally brought down by myself. They say it takes 3 days to learn how to be bad and 3 years to learn how to be good. At this moment in Chao Yu's body, that was manifested to the fullest. I'm only like this to the other aunt. I'm still like that in front of the others. Chow Yu continued to have a smile on his face, cheekily trying to muddle through. There was nothing Auntie could do about it. After all the blame was basically on his own body, and it was no wonder that Chow Yu, who was originally just a blank sheet of paper, was to blame. So bad is bad, and bad Chow Yu himself likes it. It's better than being occupied by the green plum next door without yourself as an aunt. Back home in the evening, as soon as he entered the door, his old father Chowda came over to shush him, seemingly casually. He asked how the two were doing on their date today. That's to be expected. After all, Chowda is very concerned about Chow Yu and Fong Yun's relationship. According to the other side, if the son is just craving his aunt's body, playing around wasn't going to be responsible, so he was going to make Chow Yu look good. But Chow Yu was serious about the other aunt, so he quickly answered perfectly and passed on the question. The next topic, however, made Chow Yu a little embarrassed. That, next door Enron came to see you in the morning. Chowda simply opened his mouth and said this. There wasn't too much to ask, how Chow Yu should treat his childhood friend next door, though in Chowda's opinion, the other party is still his son's proper girlfriend. I know, I called with Enron. Chow Yu also simply responded. His own relationship with Enron was pretty ordinary, nothing he wanted to talk about. But Auntie Fong seemed to see a hint of something else strange from Chowda. The old fox had a keen sense of smell, as if he realized that Chowda was misunderstanding something. But Auntie Fong didn't press the issue. It was better to do more than less, and it was just good that this brother Chow of his own did not intervene. Auntie still has a knack for dealing with this little green plum. At night, it's nothing special. The mother, Li Mangling, returned home without incident. A family of 4 just living a simple routine, harmonious and beautiful. Of course Li Mangling was still guarding her best friend, still hinting directly in her words. Your own husband is back, shouldn't you go home or something? But Fong Yun was playing deaf and dumb at this time, pretending not to hear. Continue to stay at home and be by your little boyfriend's side at all times. It is necessary to guard against the green plums coming over and stealing men. After all, the biggest advantage of a childhood friend occupying a location is proximity to water. The two of them, Chowda and Chow Yu, of course had no problem with it. So Auntie Fong continued to live there in such a haphazard manner, except for Chow Yu's side, who had to deal with his English teacher, Song Sia, on his cell phone. One more Enron to chat with. Even Auntie Ansu sent messages from time to time to greet Chow Yu. This left Chow Yu somewhat speechless. Equally speechless was the scummy operation that was silently watching from the sidelines as his son had his feet in end boats. In the back of his mind, he was straight up awesome. At bedtime, as before, Dad does the droning. Chow Yu resisted the urge in his own heart. Continue to sleep alone on the couch. No sneaking into Auntie Fong's room and messing things up. After all, that was still a good time at the villa with my aunt during the day. Chow Yu slept quite well at night. Not to take such a big risk to do such a stupid thing. And so the day-to-day life goes on. As soon as I woke up in the morning, after Li Mangling had finished eating and left, Auntie Fong didn't even let Chow Yu pick her clothes this time. Wearing her everyday casual clothes, she directly pulled Chow Yu and ran out. And it's worth mentioning, this time Auntie was even ahead of yesterday, by about 20 minutes. After getting the news from Chowda about the timing of Anran's coming over to find someone, Auntie Fong was guarding against such a hand. Therefore, Auntie Fong had just pulled Chow Yu and ran away in the front foot. Not long after the back foot, Enron came out of his house. In another hurry, he ran to ring the doorbell of Chow Yu's house. Yesterday I was off by a minute or two, but this time I'm 10 minutes ahead of schedule, and I'm coming over to find Chow Yu so early in the morning. There's no reason why I can't find him. The confident Anran thought that he had talked to Chow Yu some last night. The plan to restore the relationship with Chow Yu would be able to be implemented smoothly. This time, however, it seemed to be all in Fong Yun's calculations again. The cunning goblin had long since seen through the little trickery of the next-door green plum. The war between Aomame and her aunt for a man continues. Chowda, who opened the door, could only inform Enron with regret. She's up so early, she's late. Chow Yu went out again, to have fun. Chapter 85, Sharing Boyfriends. Auntie takes the initiative to make peace with Ching May. Today is also similar to yesterday's schedule. Anyway, Chow Yu was getting away with it every day with Fong Yun. Uninhibited. Doing whatever you want, just blissful. This time, however, just as soon as he got into the car, Chow Yu's hands began to be just as dishonest as they were yesterday, slowly reaching toward Auntie Fong's position. Auntie Fong, whose hand had only just touched the steering wheel and started the car, had just turned on the assisted driving function, and hadn't even left the parking lot yet. With his sharp eyes, he immediately noticed Chow Yu's small movements. Noticing the other man's hand, reaching towards himself, Fong Yun raised his hand without mercy and symbolically slapped the back of the other's hand. Stop it, driving. Not being able to sneak attack and win, Chow Yu could only pull his hand back resentfully, and a little reluctant to look at it. Auntie shook her head helplessly. Although it was said that Chow Yu was much younger than himself, there were many things that Auntie could condone and ignore, but seeing Chow Yu, who used to be regular and was taught by his girlfriends to be a good man, has changed so much, it always felt a bit vaguely unsettling. Auntie Fong thought that maybe she should have a nice chat with her little boyfriend. A little bit of guidance, a little bit of decency. Fong Yun has gone a little overboard with Chow Yu lately and can't help but be equally in control, so it kind of showed signs of bringing the other side into the pit, and as a result both sides kind of went off the deep end. Fong Yun also seemed to be in a rare state of sage. It was quickly realized that it wasn't good to continue to let Chow Yu be bad like this. Don't be angry, Auntie Fong. I'm just joking with you. I won't next time. Now I've learned to look at the words, slowly in the growth. The next time also dare of Chow Yu. Instantly, he noticed that Auntie Fong's face looked a bit off. The other man had a stern face, obviously just a little upset. After spending so much time with this gentle and considerate woman, Chow Yu was still able to tell. What I did just now pissed off Auntie Fong. It's okay, I'm not mad. You don't have to worry too much. Fong Yun quickly spread a smile. How could he be angry with Chow Yu? It was just that he had been thinking about the problem himself. Should we find an opportunity to bring Chow Yu back on track a little bit? The little boyfriend is playing with things, and the whole thing is immersed in tenderness. He was a great young man, and now he's become this. She was a little bit sorry for her best friend and felt a little bit of guilt in her heart. It's good that you're not angry, Auntie Fong. With a sigh of relief, Chow Yu's mood was not as tense as Fong's. I was expecting today to be just like yesterday. The two of them go on shopping dates and then go inside their aunt's house to relax and spend time and stuff. But not before such a wonderful day unfolded. A call came from Chow Yu's cell phone. Look down a little. Anrun, calling me so early in the morning? Chow Yu was a bit puzzled. He had only gone out for 10 minutes. Aomame from next door then called, plus all the other people I spoke to yesterday. Especially since we were talking on WeChat last night. Chow Yu himself seemed to be able to guess what Anrun was looking for in himself. What are you waiting for? Answer the phone. I'm driving. You're not. Fong Yun was driving the car now, but there was assisted driving already turned on. Pretty smart. And it's a slower drive downtown, so just keep a little eye on it. It's Enron calling, better not answer it. Chow Yu was a bit hesitant. Myself and my aunt were just about to start getting high, and how bad would it be for someone to call and interrupt? I know. I've said I'm not angry. Anron isn't your hairdresser. It's normal to call you. Now you're free and not busy like yesterday. Just answer normally. Fong Yun and Fong Xiaoyu did not have any mood swings because of this matter. It's because you know the other person is your love interest. Being generous and letting Chow Yu answer the phone in front of his face would work much better than throwing a tantrum. Trust between couples is important. Oh, well, I'll just answer it and see what she wants. Since Fong Yun had already opened her mouth to agree, Chow Yu certainly did not have any other opinions. The answer button was pressed directly, but it was voice out. Auntie Fong believed in herself, and Chow Yu wanted to act bright and open. It's just a friendship with the other person, and there's no longer that connection with the ex-girlfriend. Hey, Chow Yu. Where have you been this early in the morning? Just as soon as he picked up the phone, Anrun's staggering voice came from the other end. Obviously today again pounced. Gray-headed and Ran do not mention how hard it is in the heart. I went out to play. Why? Chow Yu glanced at Fong Yin next to him. It seemed to feel as if she, the girl next door, did seem different than before, especially lately, especially pestering himself and pulling him along. It wasn't like this before when the two were close. It was always Chow Yu who took the initiative, and now the situation was reversed. I heard your dad say you just left the house. Where are you? Send me a location and take me with you. Enron doesn't seem happy to be alone. Offered to find Chow Yu and we'll all play together. Ha! Chow Yu was overwhelmed by this kind of proposal from Enran. Myself and Auntie Fong are there to try and have a baby. How do you bring her to play in this two-person thing? It's not the landlord. I can't play. Moreover, Chow Yu also noticed that after Fong Yun heard Anran make such a request, the corners of his mouth even showed a smile that was intentional and meaningful. This further made Chow Yu feel quite uneasy in his heart. Next time, I'll be sure to talk to you later. I have things to do. Chow Yu simply responded with a perfunctory remark, and then instantly hung up the phone, afraid that this Anran would talk nonsense and say something else to upset her aunt. His own good days have just begun, and he can't afford to cut off his own conquests because of Anne. On the other side, was about to continue tangling with Chow Yu. More kind words and then we can play together today in peace. But he was directly hung up by Chow Yu, dumbfounded and incredulous. Hanging up on me again. I haven't even finished talking. Chow Yu, you're too much. And Ran, who only wanted to hang out with the two Chow Yus and cultivate a relationship. The whole thing was simply depressing as hell. Picked up his cell phone and redialed again, but this time it said the other party was off. Gnashing his teeth, but he couldn't do anything about Chow Yu. Obviously having realized that Chow Yu was deliberately targeting himself, probably getting back at her because of the breakup. it also made Enron angry at the same time. Again, I can't help it. There is some self-doubt and regret. He thought to himself if he had really done wrong and really shouldn't have broken up with Chao Yu. If the other side keeps this up from now on, the childhood friends who have been playing since childhood, obviously the relationship has always been very good, but now because of their own capriciousness, they are not able to continue to be together. And what is she supposed to do about it? Chao Yu, who was in the passenger seat, turned his cell phone off after hanging up. Smiling, he turned his head. That Auntie Fong. I'll turn my cell phone off for now so no one will bother us back there. Chao Yu immediately expressed his attitude towards Fong Yun. Tell Auntie not to worry. It's still a wonderful day for two. Xiao Yu, how can you be like this? Anren wants to play with you. You just send a positioning to call her over. That Anren is also a beauty embryo. There are two big beauties accompanying you. It's hard to believe that you're still not happy? Auntie Fong had a smile on her face and said something extremely odd, but was looking at the road as he spoke, not turning his head. But Chao Yu felt that according to Fong Yun and Enran's relationship, it was good that Auntie Fong didn't continue to deliberately target her. How could she possibly vacate her seat and give it to her love rival? So the current situation is more like the current girlfriend must be jealous of her ex-girlfriend. Said that on purpose. Auntie Fong is an old young man too. Lately, Enran has been pestering him tighter. Auntie was a little worried in her heart that Enran was so proactive. Will Chao Yu start to have a heart for his ex-girlfriend again and rekindle his old feelings? So he is probing Chao Yu as he speaks. Chapter 86. If you like Ching May, Auntie agrees to the three of them being together? Auntie Fong, don't joke. What's the point of calling her over? The two of us aren't quite happy. I'm afraid she'll come over and make a scene again like before. Chao Yu recalled Anran's previous visit to their home. Then there's a run-in with Fong Yun, and the two have bad memories of each targeting each other inside the game. It's like a fixer-upper. I only like Auntie Fong. There's nothing with Anran. So firm in your convictions that you don't dare to talk nonsense. In that case, originally I still think that girl Anran is not bad, and she's a childhood friend of yours and has a good relationship. If you still like her, Auntie Fong can consider giving the position to her. Who let the girl be younger than this old auntie of mine? As a result, you don't have any interest in her. That can only be forgotten. Auntie sighed helplessly. It was as if they were all feeling sorry for Chao Yu. A great marriage was lost, so he also couldn't help but add. So if you think that proposal of mine just now is good, Xiao Yu, feel free to talk to me anytime. Maybe you'll be lucky and you'll be able to have a left and a right. Started digging a hole for Chao Yu again, but this one was a giveaway. If Chao Yu dared to mention it, then he would have to suffer. Auntie Fong isn't always gentle in everything, and certain minefields are off limits. It'll explode. Of course, Auntie was also there to guard against a counterattack from Aomame. If he had gotten it peacefully while he wasn't looking, Chao Yu took the initiative to come over and mention this matter, so she could also remedy the situation in time. It's saved for later, so I hope I don't have to use it. Oh, Auntie Fong, you're so good at joking. Chao Yu is not a little cutie. How could he possibly go and make such a request? And could only accompany him with a dry smile. After spending a lot of time with the old fox, he is also starting to become cunning. It didn't matter if Auntie Fong was serious, deliberately joking, or holding some other agenda. Chao Yu would all be on Fong Yun's side now without a doubt. Noting Chao Yu's answer, there's nothing wrong with it for now. Fong Yun then put her heart down a little, drove all the way and didn't go anywhere else. My legs were tired from shopping yesterday, so straight to the point. Pulling Chao Yu, he went to his own villa. On this journey, the subsequent Chao Yu appeared to be much more honest and well-behaved. There was no more hitting on Auntie, but after arriving at Auntie's Ponzi cave, he immediately became lively and active. Come to Auntie Fong's room and do the first thing. It was for Fong Yun to pick out his favorite suit for the day. Fong Yun was also cooperative. As usual, as soon as Chao Yu elected to do so, he himself would wear it for him. Let him feast his eyes on this little boyfriend and charm the hell out of him. This will work to get her pregnant. But today things seem a little different. It was hot as hell because the sun was stronger outside. At 8 or 9 o'clock, mockingbirds are also chirping so incessantly that their ears are calloused. So Chao Yu picked a white-style bikini for Auntie Fong this time. A very nice-looking swimsuit. There is less fabric, but the design is very bold and sexy. Auntie Fong, just wear your swimsuit today. The weather is quite nice. We'll go to the pool later. Chao Yu was full of smiles, and he had long wanted to join his aunt in the water with the mandarin ducks, swimming in various positions. Bathing suit. It's not impossible for me to wear a bathing suit and accompany you to swim, but I also have a small request. You have to fulfill me first. Fong Yun did not refuse, but taking this opportunity, it seemed like it could help Chao Yu to slightly amend the rules. In that case, surprisingly, being with Chao Yu wasn't too much of a shame for a best friend, was it? Don't say one request. Even if it's 10, I'll agree. Auntie Fong, put your clothes on. I want to swim with you. Xiao Yu is on top now. Plus, Fong Yun had always been obedient to herself, so even if she had a request, it wouldn't be a big deal. At best, it's a leg squeeze, a shoulder rub, or some other interesting relationship mini-game. Xiao Yu had no problem with it at all and even enjoyed it. Okay, go wait down there. I'll change out of my swimsuit and come down to keep you company. Seeing that Xiao Yu was so anxious, Auntie didn't say anything more. Since the other party had already agreed, then Auntie Fong must have had to give some favors first, claimed the appropriate return later. Blasted outside by Auntie's opening, Xiao Yu was slightly unhappy. I thought to myself that it was obvious that both parties had been so open with each other, and then I had to drive myself outside when I changed. Didn't think of him as one of our own, but Auntie Fong didn't look deeper. To keep it fresh and shocking when you come out in costume, such behavior is necessary. This is despite the fact that the two have become very close and are now both trying to conceive. But as a woman, it's necessary to be mysterious in some ways, because once a man loses his expectations and imagination, then the corresponding attraction is much less. That's why there's little attraction between old married couples who look at each other, just because it's so familiar. Auntie Fong still understands this, so it's time to catch up. Xiao Yu's side was quite simple. Just change straight into swim trunks and start warming up naked by the pool. This villa of Fong Yun's is huge and the pool is not small. It feels really good to sit here and have the company of a beautiful person. Anyway, Xiao Yu felt that this was much more enjoyable than the one inside his own home. Hey, if only I didn't have to go to college. How great it would be to be able to spend every day with my aunt and enjoy life. It has been completely brought down by my aunt. Such rebellious and immodest thoughts started popping up in Xiao Yu's mind again. Just thinking of Auntie's advice, Xiao Yu could only just suppress such thoughts again. Perhaps the words of his parents were not as powerful a binding force on Xiao Yu now as they were before, but Fong Yun's words were gaining weight in Xiao Yu's mind. As long as Auntie insists, then Xiao Yu will still go to college, though a little reluctant is all. Xiao Yu. It was accompanied by a call from upstairs. Come to the pool. Also did not forget to wear crystal high heels, changed into a fabric-saving white swimsuit. Body curves perfectly presented Fong Yun, slowly descending the stairs, stepping on an extremely nice rhythm. He appeared in Xiao Yu's field of vision. How's that? Do I still fit in this one? Having just come to Xiao Yu's presence, the occupational disease was at work again. Auntie then started posing, moving her long legs and showing off her great body. Well, it's just perfect. I didn't think Auntie Fong would look so good in a swimsuit. It's awesome. Xiao Yu did not mince his words of praise. Sunshine, sandy beaches, golden shores, and waves coming up. Slightly closer to his swimsuit-style beauty aunt, Xiao Yu was able to smell the faint scent of the sea. Couldn't help it at all. The joy within himself, Xiao Yu charged up nonchalantly. A princess hug took Fong Yun in her arms. Yikes! Auntie Fong was startled by the sudden movement and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Xiao Yu, you're scaring me. Auntie Fong, you're so pretty. I want to carry you to the pool," Xiao Yu said while giving Fong Yun a kiss on her white and tender face. Without a second thought, he took his aunt inside the pool. That's quite a rush, but I'm an open-air pool. Sometimes people pass by, so don't mess around, you kid. Auntie Fong helplessly patted Xiao Yu. A constant lecture, a warning, but Xiao Yu still had a smile on his face, didn't give a damn, and quickly pulled Auntie Fong down. The two had a great time splashing around in the pool together. Chapter 87. Xiao Yu, you're getting out of line. Villa. In the middle of the living room, Fong Yun, who had gotten out of the pool, changed into casual clothes for the home, sitting high up in the sky, crossing her arms in front of her body. Her eyebrows were tinged with anger as she glared at Xiao Yu with wide eyes and the soles of her feet. Xiao, you're really getting out of line. Obviously, he had already told the other party just now that he could just swim well inside the pool, but it turned out that this guy didn't listen at all. Xiao Yu looks like he's repenting on the surface, but in reality, if you look closely, it is not difficult to find that the corners of the other party's mouth is with a slight curve. Instead of reflecting on it, I'm thinking about it. Beauty like Auntie Fong looks so good even when she's angry. No regrets at all about what just happened, and even a little happy. I'll pay attention in the future. Auntie Fong, you're still preparing for pregnancy. Don't get angry. It's not good for the child. Xiao Yu's mouth was still soft. Next time, though, it's definitely a dare again. Fong Yun also had a certain understanding of Xiao Yu. Knowing that the other party had changed a lot these days, it could even be said that she had released her own nature that had been suppressed by Li Mangling. How could it possibly stop there? It's almost as if it's gotten worse. I think you're just too spoiled these days. Some discipline is necessary. Let's take this opportunity for the two of us to have a good talk. Auntie thinks it's time. It had been brewing from the time he drove Xiao Yu over earlier until now. It's time to close the net. Bound? Auntie Fong, what do you mean? Xiao Yu vaguely felt something bad. Your own life now that is free and happy to the extreme. It's kinda a no-brainer to have to set rules for yourself. It doesn't mean anything. It's just to keep you on your toes. Or what if something goes wrong at this rate? Fong Yun's words were tinged with seriousness, and it looked like she wanted to get real. Immediately, Xiao Yu was shocked. I thought to myself that Auntie wasn't really planning to open up on herself, was she? Auntie Fong, I'll pay attention. There won't be any problems, just don't make a whole lot of this. Xiao Yu is having fun right now. It would be the end of the line if Auntie recycled all her favors. Alright, it's not a big deal. Just want to help you set a small goal, so that you can study well and not have nothing to do all day. Just know Auntie is long, Auntie is short. Fong Yun also didn't want to nullify her best friend's son, or even bring him up badly. It still has to be remedied in time. I'm not doing nothing. Auntie Fong and I are obviously doing something, okay? The baby is a big deal. Xiao Yu's mouth is also quite powerful. I don't know if he learned it from Auntie Fong. I know, but I'll look after this pregnancy thing, and it doesn't have to be such a stretch to stay with me for 10 hours a day. You're still young. Take care of your body. Don't wear yourself out. Fong Yun was also concerned about Xiao Yu. It is said that there are only tired oxen, not plowed fields. In case the little boyfriend spends his days indulging in beauty and something goes wrong with his health. This is a long time for the two of them to come, and it will be too late to regret it then. Auntie Fong, you underestimate me. Have you forgotten what my father said the other day? Xiao Yu was quite confident. Patting himself on the chest indicated that he was in good shape. Old Xiao's family, fierce, even with ants of tiger wolf age, that's not at all with a false sense of humor. Alright, no matter what you say. Anyway, Auntie Fong has decided. Xiao Yu, don't you listen to me anymore? Auntie Fong's face was slack-jawed and her words became even more powerful. It couldn't be helped. Fong Yun was feeling like she was a bit unable to suppress Xiao Yu. The boyfriend is getting a little wild with her and it's a bit of a cliffhanger if he doesn't stop it in time. Listen, I'm listening to. Faced with such a serious attitude from his aunt, Xiao Yu could only nod his head. Who let the other person be so much older than her? Auntie's words still need to be listened to. That's right. Fong Yun nodded in satisfaction. Only then was he prepared to issue a mission to Xiao Yu. In fact, you don't have to be too nervous. Auntie just wants you to learn something good, to cultivate your sentiment, just like music and literature, dance and whatnot, zither, chess, calligraphy and painting. You choose one to learn. It shouldn't be too much, right? Auntie Fong intends to set a goal for Xiao Yu. That way the other person can learn something while they're with them, and it's not a wasted life. So it's this that's not a problem. I actually want to learn the guitar to come when I go to the university after learning. Then when I learn, but also ready to sing for Auntie Fong to listen to. Xiao Yu immediately spoke his thoughts. The mind has been prepared for this for a long time. Only it's not time yet. That's a good thing. Auntie's happy that you have this intention. Fong Yun finally had a smile on her face. It looked like Xiao Yu still knew how to feel sorry for himself. Even when I went off to college, I still thought about learning the guitar and playing music for myself. So he added in a hurry. Why don't we start now? Auntie has a piano, a guitar, and a violin inside her house, and it just so happens that I'm more or less good at it as well. So I'll teach you myself. What's the rush? Can't we play a little longer? Xiao Yu winked at Fong Yun, clearly disliking studying. It's even a bit of procrastination, putting it off as long as you can. Wanted to continue wasting his life with Fong Yun. Seeing Xiao Yu's anorexic attitude, Auntie Fong did not show too much displeasure at this time. I had guessed it would be in this state. Auntie will guide each other well. Playing is out of the question, I'm afraid. And anyway, don't even think about touching Auntie until you've learned your daily lessons. Xiao Yu. Fong Yun directly said the words that made it hard for Xiao Yu. Can't touch your favorite aunt, then this can kill you. Auntie Fong, don't. Xiao Yu wailed while putting his hand on his aunt's beautiful leg, as if to write the word misery on the other's leg. The result was that the hand hadn't reached out yet. Auntie Fong reached out directly and gave a light tap, knocking Xiao Yu's hand aside. He showed determination. Don't even think about it unless you learn it properly. After Fong Yun set up the rules, she was ready to implement them properly. If you learn well, Auntie Fong can give you other rewards that are guaranteed to surprise you. A slap in the face and a sweet date. This is Auntie Fong's old operation. It worked quite well against little boyfriends like Xiao Yu. I know. I'll learn it well then. As soon as he heard that there was a surprise reward, Xiao Yu, who originally didn't want to study, was immediately energized. Cheerfully, she was about to let Auntie Fong teach herself by hand. Seeing Xiao Yu was finally the end of learning, Fong Yun could finally breathe a little sigh of relief. Well then, go to the music room next door, get a guitar and come over, and Auntie will teach you by hand. Auntie Fong said so, and commanded Xiao Yu to start busying himself. With this particular intervention by Fong Yun, Xiao Yu was also slightly back on track. It's not just about being with your aunt and spending time with her. Even more so, he began to try to learn music under the tutelage of his aunt herself. Auntie teaches very carefully, letting Xiao Yu sit beside him. He explained the music theory and knowledge to the other party little by little. As long as the other person doesn't understand, that's all going to be well explained, even to the back. Auntie would also take Xiaoyu in her arms, put down the paddles, and then press her hand on his. Teach each other the most basic pressing and plucking of the strings. The distance between the two was slowly closing, and Xiaoyu was enjoying himself somewhat. Enjoy it. The two were in such a harmonious atmosphere together. Spent the whole afternoon again. Xiaoyu naturally lived quite comfortably, but the beauty of it is, since Xiaoyu didn't study too hard today, still a little soulful, always thinking about taking advantage of my aunt, so Fong Yun didn't let Xiaoyu touch her again. Just a couple of slight kisses as encouragement to keep up the good work tomorrow. He will be rewarded when he finishes his homework, and his aunt, who has taken on the guise of a music teacher, rewards him properly. Chapter 88, The Adversary, hitting his teacher with his ideas. When I got home in the evening, Xiaoyu opened the phone and turned it back on. It was only then that I realized that Anren, the next-door childhood friend, had sent a lot of messages to myself. However, since Xiaoyu was having too much fun with Auntie Fong, he didn't have too much energy to care about these things. Now that I've seen it, I'm still sending some messages back to my former best friend. Of course, it wasn't long before Enron sent a whine, wanting to hang out with Xiaoyu. He ended up spending another day inside the house by himself. It was just like Auntie Fong not letting Xiaoyu touch it, and that was definitely not pleasant. So Enron made an appointment right away. Tell Xiaoyu not to run around tomorrow. He's coming over to play with him. Trying to interrupt me? No way. Xiaoyu agreed on his lips, but in reality, he was still thinking of continuing to be alone with his aunt. Enjoy this rare good time for two. Definitely looking for a way to run. And the person who was having a call and chat with Xiaoyu. In addition to Enron, there is another one that deserves special attention. That would be Xiaoyu's English teacher, Song Xia. It seems to think that chatting like this and developing a relationship is already in place. So, that night, Mr. Song sent an invitation to Xiaoyu. Once again, I want to face off with Xiaoyu and meet my date officially. I've been busy catching up on the front end, but now I've got some free time. That must have been wanting to meet her own little boyfriend in person after so long of dating. Xiaoyu immediately went a little numb. All the time, they were finding excuses to be perfunctory and not meeting with each other in all kinds of ways as Auntie Fong wanted. The two of them matched up just like that, and the fact that they were each other's students would not be revealed. As long as we wait for Auntie Fong to get pregnant, then everything will be fine. Auntie Fong, what should we do? It seems like she's for real this time. Asking me out? Xiaoyu had no choice but to ask Fong Yun, who was by his side, for help. After all, it was Auntie Fong who organized this whole thing from start to finish. This doggerel is responsible for a lot of this. See, a girl wants to meet with you. Then you just keep dragging it out. Auntie Fong is the same old procrastinator. This belly of his has not had much reaction yet, so he can only entrust Xiaoyu to talk about love with other women for the time being. Otherwise, after breaking up with Song Xia, her best friend will definitely find another woman to match with Xiaoyu, or even follow the trail and find out certain secrets about Auntie and Xiaoyu. Can't put it off. You see, she's already a bit anxious not to meet. Xiaoyu handed over his cell phone. Let Fong Yun take a good look at the top. Auntie Fong looked at it, and it did seem to be the case, and it really wasn't going to work if it dragged on like that. If she didn't give Song Xia a little favor, the woman wouldn't be happy. It's okay, you're on video chat with her. Figure out how to get through it first. Auntie Fong continued to advise from the sidelines, smoothly tapping on Xiaoyu's screen to make a video call. I originally wanted to say something more, but at this time my stomach seemed to be hurting. Hey, I can't. I swam with you today. I seem to be a bit cold. I have to go to the toilet first, just so you can have a good video chat with her yourself. Pat Xiaoyu on the shoulder. Just dumped this mess right on the other side and ran off on his own. Xiaoyu was a bit speechless. Just wanted to say something about discussing it again or something like that. As a result, it did not occur to me that as soon as Auntie Fong, who had suddenly run to the toilet, left, the video was picked up directly on the other end of the phone. Inside, a classically beautiful woman just appeared, was probing and looking toward the video. It's the same Song Xia who has fallen in love with her blind date online these days. It seems like you want to meet that boyfriend of yours through this face-to-face video call. Isn't it really as sunny and handsome as it looks in the photo? Hello, Xiaoyu. A wave and a smile. Song Xia is also very beautiful in appearance. Unlike girls like Fong Yun and Enran, the beauty of the other party was one that was more in line with the beauty of an oriental woman, like a beauty that came out of the middle of an ink painting, which was impressive. Mr. Song, good evening. Xiaoyu saw his English teacher once again through his cell phone. It could only be a passive greeting to the other side. The smile looked awkward. Don't even know where to look with my eyes. Thinking to myself that this is definitely over. It's a video call, so the other person should recognize him or her, right? Oh, Why are you still shy? Embarrassed to talk to your sister? Song Sia was rather proactive. Or maybe this has always been a girl with a great personality and a lot of spunk. Not only did Chao Yu have a good impression of her, even Fong Yun was very favorable towards this sister. No, I'm just a little sociopathic. Chao Yu could only make a random excuse, but hear this argument. Not only did Song Sia not mind, but she appeared to like it even more. It's okay, all little boys look like this. Rather cute. You turn your head slightly, let me take a good look at you. Would have loved this under the year type and wanted this kind of boyfriend badly. Now Chao Yu was instead hitting the other party's teenage heart in a crooked way. Now that's more love, yeah. The side of his own date's face was angular and had great lines. It looks better than in the photo. So at this time Song Sia, the mood was even more urgent. It's tempting to keep taking another look at Chao Yu's front side to see if it still makes your heart sing. She actually cares about face value. It's not exactly a face dog, but it does eat up this aspect. Oh, then since Sister Song wants to see it, then I will. Chao Yu really had no choice. He had called the other teacher with his own mouth open and closed, and as a result, the woman had not reacted. Never found out the end until now. Chao Yu could only call the other party sister instead, then slowly turned his head. A rare head-to-head with the other side. Chao Yu's heart was pounding. That was really tense to the extreme. And just as Chao Yu was focusing all his attention on his cell phone, Chao Da, who had just come out of his room and was about to have a chat with his son, after walking a few steps, he seemed to see, from behind, the woman who was having a private chat with Chao Yu. And unlike the nearsighted Song Sia, he had excellent eyes. Recognized that beautiful woman in a heartbeat. Isn't this Mr. Song who teaches English? Why is this kid Chao Yu chatting with his teacher on video? Immediately stopping in his tracks, the old father couldn't help but mutter darkly. Thinking back to his son these days, it seemed like the bloodline of the Chao family had awakened. There's been a lot of contact with quite a few women. Ambiguous. In Chao Da's mind, an extremely outrageous thought inexplicably arose. This kid, he shouldn't be trying to be a rebellious disciple and hit on his former mentor, right? It's outrageous, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. Because of his own son, he even dared to take a shot at his mom's best girlfriend. That's a lot of guts. Chapter 89, this kid is so heavenly? No way. Is it possible that this kid is really so heaven-defying? Although it has been mentally prepared. But when Chao Da saw this weird to the extreme image, still find it hard to believe. This matter I can have to ask a good question. Nonsense. In case of wrongly accused people. MS. Song, that is a good girl. How can she be with her own students? Like this? Keeping his sanity and feeling that things are most likely not what he sees, Chao Da took 2 steps forward. I was just about to open my mouth to say something, to inquire a little. It's good to break the misunderstanding, but just then, Chao Yu, seriously, after chatting for so long, in fact, our 2 personalities are quite compatible, and I quite like you. Chao Yu was still video chatting with the other party on the side, coping. Chao Da, who heard such words, it was already a silent stop, because this kind of ambiguous love words, how to think should not be a teacher to their students to say out. Like, it can't be the kind of love a teacher has for a student, can it? How does this sound? It feels like Chao Yu and Song Sia have a problem. It's obviously come to this. Chao Da, however, still felt that he shouldn't. If that was the case, then the world was just too crazy. Took a step forward, had to hear more and get things straight. Then the next even more bombastic words from Song Sia came right out. What I'm more concerned about right now is whether or not that green plum next door to you knows about me and you. Song Sia saw that Chao Yu hadn't made up with his ex-girlfriend next door for so long. It seemed to feel as if it was possible to actually start a relationship with Chao Yu, and wanted to hear what Chao Yu had to say. What's the point of telling her such things? Don't worry about her. It's good that we're both happy. Chao Yu could only answer with a stiff upper lip. This kind of thing, how can take the initiative to speak to Anren? Listen. Have broken up. That is not full of it. Chao Da's expression became quite wonderful. Nyang, this teacher Song looks like he's playing with quite a bit of flowers. He actually knows about Chao Yu and Anren's relationship, and he wants to squeeze in hard. How can this work? This messed up relationship was messing with his brain as an old man. 3 views are being violently impacted. First it was Aomame, then Auntie, and right after that it was the teacher. The old Chao family has a real character now. I don't know if I should be happy or not, but I'm pretty mixed up inside anyway. Forget it. I don't understand the world of the young. Let them young people make their own arrangements. It seemed that he wasn't going to meddle in Chao Yu's personal affairs. Chao Da, who originally wanted to come closer. Instead, he slowly turned around and tried to relax his footing as much as possible as he walked back alone. Breathlessly, he shook his head as if he hadn't seen it. The unaware Chao Yu was still with his blind date at this moment. All kinds of sweetness, until the sweet words were used to make Mr. Song happy. Both parties then bid each other goodnight and closed the video call for the time being. Phew, after exhausting 9 oxen and 2 tigers, he finally managed to get Song Xia done. It was then that Fong Yun slowly came out of the restroom. "How's it going? You should have a pretty good chat with Xia girl, right?" Smiling, Chow Yu walked over. She was kinda relieved. After all, they were good sisters, and didn't see Song Xia as a rival at all. Speculation: what can avoid the first day, cannot avoid the 15th. Although this video chat to coax Mr. Song, but the next time the other party asked to meet, always dodge it, right? Chow Yu had a bit of a heart attack, followed by Fong Yun, and made such a big joke with Mr. Song. The thought that the other guy still seemed to have real feelings for him, to actually start dating him, that feels like a bit of guilt. You've become a liar who cheats on other people's feelings. It's hard to get it right. It's okay, just delay a bit more. If it goes well, maybe I'll get pregnant next month. Then I'll explain it to Sia properly. No problem. Fong Yun comforted Chow Yu, knowing that her young boyfriend is really into her and doesn't really want to go on a blind date with another girl like this. Okay, big deal. Auntie will give you some favors as compensation. Knowing what Chow Yu liked the most, Fong Yun was generous enough to give a promise. As soon as I heard what Auntie Fong had to say, Chow Yu, who was originally a bit reluctant, finally had a slightly relieved expression. Auntie's reward for being in love. Chow Yu was quite fond of it. While Li Mengling hadn't gone home yet, she pulled Auntie Fong and was about to go to her room to choose her clothes, so that Auntie could put on a show for her or something. It didn't occur to Chow Yu that he would immediately want to redeem the rewards. In this way Fong Yun was also quite speechless, but it can't be helped. Whoever made the promise, one could only spoil Chow Yu once again and make him happy for once. There was nothing worth mentioning after that. It's still a simple routine. At night, Chow Yu still held back and didn't sneak into his aunt's room. Just talking to my aunt on my cell phone and stuff. Video calls. Satisfied, he fell into a deep sleep. By the next day, Chow Yu woke up even earlier in the morning. After dinner, he took it upon himself to run to his aunt's room and drag Fong Yun, ready to go to the villa's pool for a great day. But it seems like things are a little different today. Fong Yun was not happy. "Xiao Yu, why don't you not go today? Just stay at home." Auntie suddenly said something like this, causing Chow Yu to be quite surprised. "Auntie Fong, why? Didn't we agree to work hard to have a baby? Why don't we go?" Chow Yu is quite spirited, extremely fond of all that Auntie has brought to the table. It must be a wish, then, to have more time alone with Fong Yun. "I know what you're thinking, can't catch up with the changes. I'm not available." Auntie frowned slightly, a little helplessly, and said such intriguing words. It's not that Auntie isn't happy about it. Being able to work with Chow Yu to get pregnant, Auntie is also very desperate. Even know that next door, Aomame Enron has launched a counterattack, trying to take someone off their hands. But it's really inconvenient today. There's no way around it. Inconvenient? Inconvenient how? Chow Yu hadn't reacted for a moment to what Auntie's more tactful words actually meant. You are really smart. Confused. Women always have so many days every month uncomfortable. This is a very normal thing. Still need to explicitly say Auntie had to dislike Chow Yu a bit poutingly. Not really angry though, more like a couple flirting. Auntie's emotional bag is stable. Even when it comes to this situation, that doesn't just lose her temper. Chow Yu immediately realized what Auntie was referring to. He was having too much fun with Auntie Fong these days. I can't believe that even the most basic thing like this was overlooked. Auntie Fong, then you rest well and take care of your body. If there's anything, just arrange for me to do it. Certainly understand that women need special care and attention on these days. Chow Yu also took on the responsibility of a boyfriend for the first time. Inside, though, there was some depression. He now that was wanting to explore more interesting things with his aunt. Suddenly the whole thing, that would mean no posting with Auntie for some days to follow. It's not a big deal. I'll call you when I need to. Right now I want to get some rest and sleep a little longer. So go ahead and get yourself out. Fong Yun didn't seem to have gotten enough sleep and pulled the covers on her body. Or maybe it's still sleepy. So you want to go back to bed and take a nap. Ahem. Then Auntie Fong, let me squeeze your legs and rub your shoulders to help you relax and help you sleep. Chow Yu had this kind of serious words on his lips. With a smile on her face, she started to crawl into her aunt's bed. Chapter 90. Auntie's weak and expels the guests, and Ching May takes advantage of the situation to arrest them. Stop it. I've said it's inconvenient. I won't give you the benefit of the doubt if you rub my legs and pinch my shoulders. And besides, I can't sleep well if you mess up like this. Auntie had a stern face. A direct order of eviction. Hurry up and get out. The guitar was brought along yesterday. So practice if you have time and do something serious. Knowing that Chow Yu's guts are getting the better of him. How dare you let the other person stay in your room much longer? If this kid has any ideas, won't Auntie be in danger? But after forcing Chow Yu out of the room, Fong Yun was also lying alone on the bed and couldn't help but sigh. Getting pregnant, it seemed to be harder than she had imagined. After all, When her period came, it meant that all her and Xiao Yu's efforts for so many days had been in vain. I'm not pregnant, but there's no way around it. It's totally up to luck. Keep up the good work. Out of Auntie Fong's room. Only then did Xiao Yu sit alone inside the living room rather unhappily. This is the time to find out. Xiao Da, the old father who had been at home for the past few days, didn't stay at home much today. I don't know when I've gone out to go shopping. What a pity. Obviously there's only Auntie Fong and I in the family. What a great opportunity. But her body doesn't allow it. Xiao Yu also secretly sighed. A man took out his cell phone and swiped the video to himself. Bored and ready to waste life. However, thinking of Fong Yun's instructions just now, Xiao Yu seemed to feel that he was on a mission. Follow Auntie Fong's instructions and learn music well every day. Only later will you be able to play and sing your favorite songs to each other's aunts and make her like you more. Playing up this idea. Instantly, he put away his cynical attitude. Immediately, he went to the side and cradled the guitar in his arms. Then recall the ones Auntie taught herself, the basic exercises. Started learning to drum up alone. And just when Xiao Yu was learning the guitar, the doorbell, however, rang at a less than opportune moment. And it's kinda urgent. Who is it? So early? Xiao Yu was still wondering, but he didn't think much of it. Straight away, he put his guitar down and just came to the front door, looking out through the cat's eye. It's no one else but Anran, the childhood friend next door. Again? Xiao Yu thought back to the past few days, when Anran came over to find himself every morning. Only the first couple times it flopped. Myself and my aunt get up early and are basically in a hurry to get out of the house. Enron, on the other hand, was a step slow. Today Xiao Yu and Auntie got up even earlier. If it wasn't for the fact that Auntie Fong wasn't feeling well today, I'm afraid that Xiao Yu would have to run away with Auntie Fong a few minutes early again. Of course it still has to punt. Xiao Yu was not in any other mood for Anran. In itself, the two could only be considered ordinary friends now, and they were honest in their hearts. It also felt that since Anran had dumped himself, he shouldn't have any other feelings for him. It's purely a matter of wanting to play the game with yourself. So the door was opened. Good morning, Anran, and greet each other fairly routinely. Yay for getting up so early today and finally letting me catch you. Seeing Xiao Yu come out to open the door instead of Xiao Yu's father, Xiao Da, little beauty Anran, that heart, is inexplicably cannot help but excited. The emperor was not to be denied. And after waking up 10 or so minutes earlier today, I finally caught Xiao Yu, who was as slippery as a loach. What do you mean you caught me? It's not like I've done anything wrong. Xiao Yu couldn't help but spit out his words, feeling that this kind of statement from Anran was slightly inappropriate. You always go out early in the morning these days. I have come here several times but I didn't meet you. I asked you to take me to play with you and you refused to do so. If I don't catch you, who will I catch? Anran was also a bit reluctant, complaining about the aggravation she had suffered in the past few days. But more than that, I'm glad. That smile on his face when he said such things was constant. The gloom of the past few days was swept away, and my heart was refreshed. This just didn't meet well, and didn't mean to not bring you along. Xiao Yu had to stammer and perfume. How could he bring Enron along for his own two-person world with his aunt? 3 monks? That's no water. Not on purpose? The corner of Enran's mouth curved slightly, obviously not believing Xiao Yu's words. But why do I get the feeling that you just did it on purpose? The straight-talking Anran, on the contrary, did not hide much in this regard. No, you don't know what kind of person I am after all the years we've both known each other. Xiao Yu is also quite good at acting now, and the aunts have been together all these days, and that's a great influence on each other by ear. Again, kind of a little drama queen. Before was before, now is now, and those are two different things. It was hard to catch Xiao Yu, and Anran had some things to say to the other party. Seriously, Xiao Yu, are you saying you're making up, but you're actually still mad at me? Enron's words were unusually calm at this time. It seemed to be after serious thinking. If that's really the case, then I solemnly apologize to you. I admit that I was wrong about the breakup, and that I shouldn't have done that to you when you were so good to me, and do recognize their mistakes. At the time, he was in a rebellious stage and was extremely resentful of his own mother's pull to tie the two of them together. Brainstorming, he broke up with Xiao Yu and became like this. It is indeed regrettable now. Xiao Yu was also a bit unaccustomed to it. This bad-tempered, somewhat princessy Anran had apologized to herself face-to-face for the first time. Don't say it's quite comfortable in your heart. Let you break up with me. I don't care about you. Regret it. Okay, Anran, you don't have to care too much. At the beginning I was indeed quite depressed, but now it's already almost good. There is no such thing as forgiving or not forgiving. Playing since childhood. We are still friends now. It was also true that Xiao Yu did not hold a grudge against Anran. Instead, it looks a little spiffy. If you miss it, you miss it. There's nothing you can do if people don't like it. Besides, Xiao Yu was now completely mesmerized by his aunt. The one who used to like Aomame has long since become anything but innocent. That's what you said. We've been playing together since we were kids, so don't keep avoiding me like this when I look for you in the future. Enron hastened to seize the opportunity. Show that you want to resume your relationship with Chao Yu and continue to find opportunities to spend time together, especially if you can't let the other person intentionally avoid you. Enron has had a hard enough time these days, and it's time for Chao Yu's revenge to come to an end. I know, we can certainly hang out when we're free.